studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3-2 again. Yeah. Strike three, called, got him looking on the outside corner. Herkering records the 13th strikeout of the night for Phil's pitching as they shut out the Diamondbacks. A 10-0 rout. The Phillies will head west with a 2-0 lead in the National League Championship Series.
And just when you thought you could maybe have the night off, you could scout a little bit of a preview with the Rangers and the Phillies looking to be on a collision course to the World Series. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif. He's RJ Choppy. We got Ross in for Pepe, who is heading to Vegas.
Yes, he is. He asked me for a hook him with a hotel room, and I'm like, man, you're going over a weekend. I got no juice on a weekend. They want to charge like $500 a night on a weekend. You're on your own on that one, champ. But, yeah, he is his first time. I was on the Los Hombres FaceTime with them to try to help him out and get that deal. And they were all like, man, this is his first time out there. And, he has no idea what he's in store for.
Does he have other things planned? What else does he have planned besides the gambling so he's just not sitting in there and losing if things take a negative turn?
I think the gambling.
Oh.
Because I have no idea.
They got to go to a strip club.
I would assume so, but does his new lady even allow that? How much pull does she have at this point in the relationship?
Oh.
Would she be, she's going to find out. She'll find out.
If he was smart, he would just go and
ask forgiveness later?
No, just don't tell us.
Oh, yeah, that'd be smart.
Don't tell us.
We'll get it out of him.
Yeah, he can't lie.
No, he can't lie.
He's incapable of telling a lie. So this is going to be awesome. Pepe, well-deserved, on his way to Las Vegas with Los Hombres. The Philadelphia Phillies look like they're on the way to the freaking World Series. 10-0 over Arizona last night on Phillies radio, and they look like a freight train.
Yeah, and then look, Arizona's just overmatched right now. They're a scrappy, they're a decent team, but I mean they are overmatched when it comes to playing against Philly. Philly's on a different level, and Philadelphia really started the year just like they did last year. They started the year relatively poorly, and they've just been on a tear. They've been on a tear since they got They got all their guys healthy. Like Harper was out early to start the year. Trey Turner stunk to start the year. And now, Schwarber just set the record for most leadoff home runs a couple of nights ago, or home runs from the leadoff position in the postseason. They're tremendous. They're tremendous right now. But, they're really good at home.
And when you look at that crowd, it feels like they're starting every game up 3-0.
Mm-hmm. It's a football crowd.
It's nuts.
That I think that's better than any NFL crowd right now. I don't know an NFL crowd's better than that today. That's even the Eagles crowd. That's something else to see. It really is cool. When the Rangers made the World Series, I so want to go up there for a game.
Yeah.
But man, I'll tell you, if you're a Ranger fan and you go to their game, please do not wear a Ranger shirt. I wouldn't.
Oh, you saw the Cowboys Chargers fight video stuff
yesterday? I did see that. Yeah, I saw a lot of guys swinging and missing.
I saw like guys slipping and sliding.
Yeah.
That was the takeaway.
Yeah.
It's like they watered down the floor just in case they're
in case there's a fight. It's actually kind of smart. Yeah, but if you go to that world, please don't wear a Ranger shirt. Don't be dumb.
Well, we got to get there first.
No, they're already there. It's already over. It's not over yet.
Yeah, because your email says different. You say all this stuff on the radio, and then I get the email, and it's like, pump the brakes. Which we'll get it.
Just got to,
No, you're supposed to follow through with what you say on the radio.
Yeah, and I'll follow through.
Okay.
I'll follow through.
All right, let's see. Philly has lost one game, and that's a Bryce Harper overrun. Otherwise, they have the same exact streak that we do, and hopefully it continues tonight. When you go on this type of run, you're going to have special all-time memory moments. You're going to have the fifth inning. You're going to have Evan Carter's catch, Altuve going over second base. You're going to have these moments. And again, you write down the list of things you would not have believed. The Rangers bullpen has not gotten blown up yet. They have not lost a game yet. Nathan Eovaldi and Jordan Montgomery are like Maddox and Smoltz out there. And the next one to add to the list is tonight. You wouldn't have been able to convince me even last week that Max Scherzer was starting Game 3. Now, maybe if you told me he's going to start as the opener, okay. But it sounds like if he's rolling, he could go 5 or something like that. That's what it sounds like coming out of Arlington. But Max Scherzer starting after his injury, our own little mini version of Aaron Rodgers trying to come back, and it's going down this evening on the Fan.
Yeah, it's going down. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see what he has. I can't wait to see how long he's able to go. I can't wait to see how amped and juiced up he is.
How are you going to judge him initially with his stuff? Are you just going to look at the radar gun? Are you going to look at the movements? Are you just going to look at the location, or just all of the above?
It's more command. His velocity should be there. I mean, he hasn't pitched in forever. He's going to be amped up. It's about the command right there.
And if you're the Astros, is your game plan, we're jumping him early, we're swinging at first pitches, or does that allow him to get on a roll with a lesser pitch count? Are you going up there swinging early because he feels like he has to be in the zone after having so much time off, or we're going to take, wear him out, get him out of there? What do you do?
It's a good question, because they clearly were jumping at early pitches in like the, and certain batters were in the first 2 games. I don't know what your plan should be against him, because like if you jump at early pitches, you could save his pitch count. But
yeah,
if he doesn't have command, you could be letting the ball go that is in a great spot to hit because you're in take mode. So I think you always err on the side of being aggressive. But this Astro team is smart enough to be aggressive and smart at the same time. They don't have to get necessarily ahead of their skis. And Max has not been. I mean, he's been good in the playoffs, but he hasn't been elite at times. Early on, he was. Lately, last year he got destroyed. 7 innings and 4 2/3. In the previous series that he had in 2021. He went 4 innings, 4.1, and then another 4 1/3. So he didn't even in 2 of the 3 starts. So he didn't even get out of the 5th. So it's not like this guy has been, mad bum out there in the playoffs.
Y'all, let us know if you're going. What does the ticket market look like out there for availability? Truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Bruce Bochy yesterday on the KMC Masterpiece. Are there any limitations on Max tonight?
Well, I said this. He went 69 pitches when he threw the hitters, 4 or 5, about 6-7 days ago. But so that's the starting point. But we'll keep eye on him, a watchful eye on him, where he's at. We'll be checking with him. We'll, of course, watch and see if there's any change in stuff, location, velo, things like that. But I'm telling you right now, he's good to go. He's excited about pitching tomorrow, so we're looking forward to seeing it.
So they're going to start at 69. That's the starting point,
they are.
According to Bochy.
Hell yeah.
By the way, Fox said Astros Rangers Game 1 drew more viewers than any LCS Game 1 since 2015.
Oh, wow.
So we were wondering how many people would be interested, how many people would be tuned in. So there you go. ALCS Game 1 draws highest Game 1 viewership and best Game 1 numbers for any LCS.
You know what that was?
Houston Hatred?
No. They finally put it on Fox. It had been on FS1 a lot of times. Stupidly. So it's great. Baseball had to do this. They had to get these things back on Fox. I hate these things on FS1. Thank goodness they did that. And it helped.
Bobby says better shot of him going to a strip club than Peyton.
There you go.
He's saying no possible way that Pepe will go. If Los Hombres tells him we got to go because he had an all-time experience at the one in Fort Worth, then I think he'll go. And I think he's got to tell his first lie or just omit the truth from the girlfriend. So we'll check in with Pepe. He's got a little guest surprise for us at 9 o'clock tomorrow, which we'll go ahead and save. And we continue to get you ready for Game 3 here on your home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ. An NBA legend says the Dallas Mavericks are winning the championship. The Eagles add a Hall of Famer as well. And Choppy with a brand new song to get you ready for tonight. It's the Hump Day edition. Coming at you live right here on The Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute.
They'll win the game. Crossbar out. The Golden Knights win.
Our buddy Sean McDonough with the call. A lot of familiar names. If you hopped on the Stars bandwagon last year in the Western Conference Finals, and the rematch was last night as they lose 3-2 to Vegas in a shootout. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ with you. Hump Day edition on a Rangers game day. Getting you set for Game 3 tonight on this station with a 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch right here on The Fan. But the Stars, man, I don't know what's up the Stars' schedule.
It's nice of them to play again.
It's so weird, spaced out. Nice of them to play again. This was their second game. Vegas improves to 4-0. Yeah. The Stars 1-0-1. All last week, I was like, okay, when's the next Stars game? We need to do a preview. We need to do a recap. and they're just not on the schedule.
Yeah, it's not on the schedule. They've barely played. Like I said, 2 games. They had 5 days off. They played one. And they played the 12th and then the 17th. And now they're basically every other day for, I don't know, 6 more months. Basically. Not quite every other day, but basically every other day. But Vegas is good. They're the defending champs for a reason. They were the favorites everywhere. It was them and Carolina, right? And all those odds that you put out, that you showed, basically Vegas and Carolina were the teams to beat.
Aiden Hill said, I don't know that I've ever won a shootout without making a save. That's what their goaltender said. And second period, they got reacquainted with each other. It got physical with some punches being exchanged, but the Stars end up falling short last night against the Knights.
Yeah, now they got Anaheim coming up tomorrow, and then Saturday against Philadelphia before Sidney Crosby on Tuesday.
And the Dallas Mavericks are gearing up as well. Luka is still nursing the leg injury, as it sounded like he was going to miss the Mavs' final preseason game. Shaquille O'Neal making his NBA predictions for the season had Ben Simmons most improved, Victor Wembanyama Rookie of the Year, and Shaq picks the Mavericks to win the NBA championship.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Make you feel good or better, or it's Shaq.
It's Shaq.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If the Mavs win the title, I don't know. First of all, he obviously isn't on the internet. There is 0 chance Jokic wins the MVP. 0.
He really is getting a total pass for this, too. Yesterday, he was checking out the horses apparently on his phone.
He was on his phone during training camp. He's scouting his horses.
Getting a total pass. If this was Luka around here coming off a championship, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe here we'd be a
You get a
championship
pass, right?
hangover.
Yeah,
you get a
that
pass. But, I mean, normally the reaction to this story is, yo, man, are you going to take this serious? Your career's not over. You may as well just go ahead and retire. With Joker, it's a funny, cute story.
It's Euro, man. Euros are different. They don't they don't subscribe to this.
Like LeBron is getting criticized out in LA for eating on the bench by some of the Laker legends, and Joker just got back from partying, dancing, and betting, and it's he's living his best life.
I think people realize man, Euros are just built different. They don't care. They are built so different, and you ain't gonna change them. Whereas LeBron's he knows this is not who LeBron is. LeBron is a killer. He's a dog. That's what he is. And but it's a preseason game. Who cares if he's eating on the bench?
Michael Cooper cares.
Michael Cooper is irrelevant, right? What is Michael Cooper known for? High socks and defense?
Getting waxed by Kobe in the high school workout. That's what he's known for.
Oh yeah.
And Jerry West said, "Lock this kid up."
Yep.
Lock this kid up, and then Kobe apparently took it to him. That's what I remember him for, and high socks.
And high socks.
Truckwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I've been thinking, but now I'm definitely thinking about getting a Roomba.
No.
And then I read your story last night.
So we got home from the gym the other day, and we walk in the house, and we leave the dog out. We're trying to let him we don't want to have to crate him every day. He doesn't work well in the crate. Well, sometimes he's been pooping in the house. We're dealing with it.
Zero res.
We deal with it. Yes, believe me. Once we get him potty trained, they're over. We get home, and the Roomba's on. The Roomba is on a schedule.
How does that thing work normally?
It's normally okay. You got to keep your core. Problem is you got to keep all the doors. I keep all the doors shut because I don't want to go on the carpet because it looks like a psychopath vacuumed if it's on the carpet because it's all zigzagged everywhere.
Okay.
But on the hardwoods, it's amazing. At least ours is really good. So you just got to keep all the cords and everything off, otherwise it'll get trapped. But when a dog poops on the floor and it runs over it, it smears it all over the house. So the Roomba ran over the dog poop.
I thought he was pooping upstairs.
Well, we put a baby gate there now, so he can't go up. So now we've confined him to the hardwoods, which was much better.
Sure, the baby gate for the dog. Wink, wink.
Yeah. So we confined him and we shut all the doors. So there's no carpet he can go on. It's just the wood floors. And there's like some area rugs, but whatever. Those are cheap. We see the Roombas everywhere. It's just the tracks of poop going back and forth, hitting the baseboards, leaving a stain on the baseboards, going over one small stitch of carpet. Oh, we were on our hands and knees.
Scrubbing.
Spraying every spot, wiping it down. First of all, you had to wipe it off, but then you just had to go through the entire floor. I was like, I'm going to go to Home Depot. I'm going to get one of those like janitor mops and buckets on a wheel. We were on our hands and knees. Went through an entire roll of paper towels for the floor.
Oh.
An entire roll of paper towels and a whole thing of Lysol.
Did you take your face and stick it right in it?
Nope. No, they say not to do that. It doesn't work for them unless they do it right away. Unless you catch them in the act. But no, we just threw him outside.
Was he? Oh, so he wasn't in there looking at y'all down the hands and knees?
He was. We put him outside, and then you could see he's like, he knew he did something wrong.
IBS. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, and then he wouldn't like come near us the rest of the day.
I told you. This is a larger dog. This is a big dog.
Yeah, he's 5 months. He's like 38 pounds.
You have the weather right now to leave him outside.
All day?
This is the perfect weather. Yes, all day. Or while you're gone. While you're gone, leave him outside, and then you come back, let him back in.
I don't know if you do that anymore.
What do you mean?
I don't think people do that anymore. Just leave them outside when they leave?
Yes.
I don't know that.
It's 70 degrees.
I know. I think there's
there's not a law against it.
No, there's not. He'll dig out.
Oh, God.
Under the fence?
There we go.
And the pool? She's scared to death of the pool.
Okay, well, you got to go ahead and make sure that he's... You got to know whether he's a swimmer, whether he's scared of the water.
He's scared of the water right now, which is good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, outside while you're gone to the gym.
I'm going to check that. I'm going to look. I'm going to Google. I'm going to
There's
research
no Google. Don't be a part of this soft society. We left our dog outside. People leave their dogs outside the damn summer. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
But, it's perfect. Right now is the time to do it.
Yeah, it would be the time to do it. It's great weather out right now. It's great weather.
Yeah. We'll get 2 weeks of this, and then we'll be freezing.
We'll be freezing.
Take advantage.
78 mile an hour wind.
Yes.
People are saying Windex cleans up dog poop better than any other cleaning product. Interesting.
Britney Spears has come out with a tell-all. The top headline is that she had an abortion with Timberlake's baby when they were both 19, and then she started spilling the tea about her parents. And I was like, oh, okay. I don't care about the Timberlake stuff. I want to know how crazy the parents are with this whole conservativeship and everything. And she was talking about drinking when she was in 8th grade with her mom. Now, in Louisiana, I didn't realize this. In Louisiana and Mississippi, it's legal for 18-year-olds to drink at bars if they're with their parents. I did not realize that until I read it in Bro Bible. But she was nowhere near 18 when she was in 8th grade. She said the way we drank was nothing like how my father did. When he drank, he grew more depressed and shut down. We became happier, more alive, and adventurous. And then she said, look, everyone's sitting there talking about my weight and body judging me forever. That was tough, but way tougher when it was my dad saying, you're out of shape, you're fat. So shaving her head, acting out were her ways of pushing back. And then under the conservativeship, she had to grow her hair back out, get into shape, go to bed early, and take whatever medication they told her to take. So this is Britney's side of things.
Yeah, it's I didn't need to know about her and Timberlake abortion issue. It's not something I need to know. It's a very personal matter. Boy, what a gorgeous baby that would have been. My goodness.
Think that baby would have had rhythm?
That baby would have had rhythm.
Moves.
Would have been able to sing if she got her genes. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love her. But I'm intrigued with this. I don't read. If this comes out on tape, like a book on tape, you might have something here.
All right, we continue to get you set for Max Scherzer's return. The Rangers are coming back home for Game 3 against the Armpit, but the Eagles are adding a Hall of Famer. A.J. Brown is fighting with Donovan McNabb. And how did Jerry Jones want Dak Prescott to change with Kellen Moore leaving town? Inside the Star and around the NFL, then back to the Rangers next.
101.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We're back early. Do not go anywhere. That is the lesson to learn on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. I'm Sean Treef alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. We got Ross in for Pepe. And, of course, we got Ryan running things on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Eric Nadell, the Rangers Hall of Fame play-by-play voice, will join us at 8:20 this morning. Brett Boone on Game 3 and Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, as we go around the NFC East as the Philadelphia Eagles have added the 7-time Pro Bowler and future Hall of Famer, Julio Jones.
Championship.
Man.
Where's this star?
At what stop did you think that Julio would still produce? Name the teams Julio's played with after the Falcons.
Tampa, Tennessee, now Philly, and then is there one more?
I'll say Tampa, Tennessee, and now Philly. That's it.
Well, he's not even put on there for Tennessee. I guess, did he not have any stats there?
Maybe. Oh, he got hurt in the preseason.
No. It's weird. He's got a passing. Okay, I was looking at the rushing stat. Yeah. Atlanta, Tennessee, Tampa Bay, and now Philadelphia as they're searching for some wide receiver help.
The last time he was good was what, 2018?
I mean, we had not heard of COVID the last time that I was concerned about Julio Jones at all. And even still, Julio Jones has never been. I think it's funny. I saw somebody yesterday going, well, that's just going to be fades. It's just going to be, red zone offense for the Eagles is just going to be fades to Julio and AJ Brown. I'm like, Julio's never been a red zone guy. Julio's had trouble putting up touchdowns in several different seasons. And so I'm not worried about it. That's great. I saw some Cowboys fans were like, Howie does it again. He does it again. Howie the madman. It's like, okay, well, you want to be upset.
Yes.
You want to be upset if you're upset that they got Julio 6 weeks into the season.
I think Howie's tremendous, and this is a weird move. It's this does nothing.
Nothing.
This was, if he was any good, he'd be on a team already.
So A.J. Brown is fighting with Donovan McNabb. Man, Donovan is so unlikable. There's no one who likes Donovan McNabb. He went on WIP, our sister station, and basically blamed Philly's inconsistency to A.J. Brown getting into it with Jalen Hurts. Remember the primetime game? I think it was Thursday Night Football. And he said, I go to that because I've seen it before. I understand it. I know as a quarterback, you don't want to be involved in it. Play calls are being more catered to try to feature instead of establishing a tempo and spreading the ball around. Kind of a Jerry Jones-esque answer when Bobby said, do you want to get CD the Rock? He's like, I don't know about that. I want to get it balanced everywhere. The suggestion here is that Donovan is calling A.J. Brown T.O. And A.J. did not like that. And he responded, with all due respect, that conversation was not about targets. Two friends bumped heads about something and moved on. And if you feel that way, keep it to yourself because the media is going to hold on to everything you say. Out of all people, you should know better.
Blame the media.
There's A.J. Brown telling Donovan to zip it up, shut it up. And speaking of T.O., he got hit by a damn car the other day after a pickup game.
Yeah.
He got in a fight at a pickup game, and someone purposely got in their car and tried to take his knee out.
Was it George Teague? Was he in the car?
I don't know if it was George Teague or not. It's come on, man. What? Who uses a car as a weapon?
Oh, man.
I mean, several people have. It usually doesn't end out well for you. That's vehicular manslaughter or whatever I think it's called. Yeah. But no, look, I mean, I will say that I don't think it's the most surprising thing in the world to hear that T.O. made somebody so mad that they wanted to attack him. Yeah. I could definitely see that happening.
Didn't it happen at a CVS or a Walgreens or something? Remember the T.O. story?
Yeah. What did he do? Somebody had
It sounded like T.O. was trying to help, like Good Samaritan. But they squared up, and I think T.O. dropped him.
He is, I mean, look, you guys know I love T.O. I would have T.O. on the show for 4.5 hours every day if he would come on because he's one of the great. I love T.O.
Yeah.
I genuinely love Terrell Owens.
Why?
Because as much as I hate the
Mr. Team Guy, Dak leader.
Look, okay, I've been on. I've explained this several times. The position matters. So quarterback, I don't want the T.O. I don't want the Baker Mayfield energy at quarterback because you got to lead 53 guys, basically. Sometimes you got to lead your own coaching staff, as maybe happens here in Dallas. And I think that at receiver, corner, tackle, and defensive end, when you play on an island and so much of it is you and that guy across from you, you have to have I am just the best kind of mindset.
Yeah,
and so I think that mindset absolutely matters at receiver, corner, those sorts of spots. So I actually love Terrell Owens and always did.
You love Ocho?
Yeah. I mean,
all the divas.
All of them. I love it. I love Josh Norman. I love all that.
God.
I love
hang on. That doesn't fit.
Why? He's a corner.
He's a zone corner. He was a joke. He's a one-side corner. Him and Sherman, right? One-side corners.
Yeah, and in Norman's case, he was a one-year corner.
Yeah,
but I do like the ability of, if you're one of those guys who you can just get in somebody's head. The fact that Josh Norman could so easily take Odell Beckham out of a game, I respect it. I appreciate it.
Some advanced numbers are coming out on the Cowboys win. The final field goal drive, the 20th game-winning drive of Dak's career. Second most game-winning drives in team history behind Romo. Fifth most game-winning drives among all quarterbacks since Dak entered the league in 2016. He was Pro Football Focus's highest-graded quarterback for Week 6.
All right.
90.7 passing grade. Also finished 7 of 9 for 105 yards when pressured. I said his legs were the MVP of that game. So there you go, Bobby. You, again, convenient. You cite PFF when you want to and when it works for your argument.
Look, it's PFF or give me death. That's what I've always said. You guys have heard me. I've routinely just talked about how, the forward-thinking nature of Pro Football Focus and how, especially with quarterbacks, you have to trust their evaluation, forgetting about the fact that they've said for several years that Matt Ryan was better than Dak Prescott.
So the Cowboys are trying to spin this as a gritty win. Jerry did it yesterday with us. Mike McCarthy said, "Hey, roller coasters are fun. You got to realize the high points of the roller coasters that are fun, not just the scary downward moments." And I think that the star represents some grit. So I like those types of wins. Is anyone in this room buying this as a tough, gritty win, or are you on my side of thinking lucky, ugly, sloppy, and a bad sign of things to come moving forward?
So, yes, I think there is something to be said about just the fact that they didn't completely crumble is impressive to me. Yeah. Because I thought that I honestly, we were talking about it leading up to the game. I thought they were going to go in there and crumble. I just didn't think that they were.
But they didn't respond to me. The Chargers crumbled.
Sure,
that's why the Cowboys didn't crumble.
To me, it's a road win in the NFL. Like the road wins, the style point in a road wins, even though it's not a great road environment. I generally try to not style point a road win.
And I'll go back to this moment in the game. No one else is talking about it. 3rd and 19, fourth quarter, game tied. I was of the belief when the Cowboys were about to punt that football away, I was going to say, okay, the Chargers are going to kick a field goal. They're going to go down the field. They're not going to keep missing these plays to Keenan Allen. 3rd and 19, backed up. Another disastrous going nowhere offensive drive. And there was a stupid little 5-yard holding penalty on the Chargers that extended things. That was the biggest break in the game.
Bailed out for sure, but
maybe the biggest break in the game was the Tolbert-Turpin punt. Yeah. But for the Cowboys, it was the big break.
I mean, honestly, after what we saw against San Francisco, and then you see them give up that first drive to the Chargers, though, didn't you feel like at the end of that first drive, like they're giving up 40 tonight?
Yeah.
And so that's where I say, okay, I'll give them some credit for not just completely collapsing, because I honestly thought that's what was about to happen when I saw that first drive. So I'll give them credit for the overall no collapse. But also at the end of the day, I think you look at it and you say, I said it yesterday in the studio to the guys, we were talking about the game, and I was like, there's a little bit of me that says it would have been better for them to lose this game, because I don't want them. I think that they will ignore certain things that need to be addressed, because winning cures all. And they'll say, hey, we won the game. We did enough. We did this and this. They're going to, it's easier to ignore the things that you should address because you just got the W in the column. I think that that's the bigger problem, is that they're going to brush off some of those things.
It is. I mean, yes, that does happen. I do wonder, how do they evaluate just, you're winning games on the road in the league? And the Chargers are not a bad team. That was an ugly game.
I mean, it was also a home game. That was a majority Cowboys crowd. It's not like they were dealing with a bunch of crowd noise.
It was at best a bowl game.
I want to dive in a little bit. Yeah, it was 70-30, Nick Eatman said, or someone had told us, 70-30 Cowboys crowd. I want to jump into this Dallas Morning News piece. Now, a lot of people in the know believe that Jerry is still like the only guy left that reads a newspaper, so that the Cowboys give a ton of information and quotes to the Dallas Morning News. It's like we want to keep them alive. Some nostalgia. The newspaper needs to remain important. So when David Moore writes something like this, Sean Sharif, this is just me speaking, not Bobby, I personally assume the Cowboys just totally fed these quotes and they're 100% accurate. Why did Kellen and Mike get divorced? David Moore insinuates it's because Jerry Jones wanted Dak Prescott not to be too comfortable. The goal wasn't to make Dak uncomfortable, but it was to push or challenge him in ways that were not happening. There are no indications, by the way, the Cowboys intend to move on from McCarthy. But if that were to happen, it became clear Jerry would turn to Dan Quinn, not Kellen Moore. Therefore, Kellen Moore looks for another opportunity. So, wanting to make Dak a little uncomfortable, what does that mean? We asked Jerry Jones that question yesterday.
I don't necessarily agree with the quarterback was too comfortable, uncomfortable. Those are not the issues. I thought we had the opportunity to give the best of what Kellen could offer us by what he had done over the previous 4 years. Then we get to have Mike McCarthy come in, who I have a lot of promise for as far as being able to literally implement and make the calls in our offense. So I did think it was a step forward to make that happen. It wasn't so much as really more moving on. It was more about being able to utilize Mike, have him more. He's the busiest guy there is in Dallas, Texas, head coach as well as offensive coordinator. But it was a better use of what our circumstances were, and I thought it certainly was a Dak-friendly move.
Yeah, hot ice. It's the best of both worlds, just like in Rookie of the Year, that he gets the best of both, and in the end, he gets neither. Look, I mean, that's a nice way to put a bow on it and just say that, hey, this is what we want to do. Here's what I think is the reality of what occurred last January. I think they fully intended on Kellen Moore to be back, and I think the only reason that Kellen Moore is not back is because Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy didn't always get along, and both were like, fine. You want me gone? I'll go. You want to go, Kellen? Fine, you can go. And at that point, it's like, okay, well, I guess we're left with Mike calling the play. So Mike, it's up to you. I think that it was a discussion. I think they were wondering, do we bring Kellen back at one point? But I think they had pretty much determined that was the direction they were going to go. And then I think Kellen wanted out.
That the whole idea that he wanted him to be uncomfortable or whatever, that's not what you do with a quarterback. Like that's not what you do. You don't want to change schemes on your quarterback.
Dak looks uncomfortable. That's mission accomplished, guys.
Like quarterbacks, you don't change the scheme on them. Like you just keep it.
If it works.
If it works, yeah. I mean, like obviously, if there's but you wouldn't change it year 6. I'm sorry, year 5, so probably year 8. Okay?
Yes, year 8.
You know, they're not gonna. Bill Belichick didn't go into Tom Brady's office after they after they lost in the AFC Championship game or whatever in one year and say, you know what, Tom, I know we're 7 years into this thing. I think it's time to change the offense up. No, you don't do that. They're not changing things up. If Andy Reid retires, they're not changing the offense for Pat Mahomes.
So, Bobby, you got to tell us what this scene was probably like. Whenever we have Brad and Babe on, they'll a lot of times talk about the broadcast setup in the stadiums. Well, there was not enough room. There was not a Spanish broadcast booth for the Cowboys Spanish broadcasting team. So someone made the decision to put them in the press box. What's the press box usually like?
Well, I mean, the one at SoFi is pretty big, but I mean, it's still like
The atmosphere.
Without having heard this would sound pretty, I'm guessing this is going to sound like me in the garbage can. Like pretty echoey. And,
but is everyone just dead quiet, serious?
No. Even though they say, a reminder that this is the, according to the Pro Football Writers Association, this is no cheering in the press box. People will always groan or go, oh my gosh, or whatever else. So it can get a little verbal in there.
This is the Spanish broadcast calling the Cowboys Chargers with all the Bobby Belts
in the background
and Todd Archers right next to him.
La entrega es jugada. Ahí está Dak Prescott. Jugada engaño entrando a las diagonales. El número 4 dice, aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Wow, vaya jugada, vaya engaño. Y qué manera de abrirse el mar rojo para Dak Prescott. 6 puntos para la causa de los vaqueros.
12 acarreos en toda la campaña. En el número 13, jugada personal y en cuarta oportunidad consigue los 6 puntos.
All right, that's enough, Russ. So in the video, you see
Luis, the Colorado, is just pumping his fist.
But all the serious newspaper guys to the right, all turning. And look, these guys deserve a Marconi for this.
Yeah.
To call a game in that freaking environment that you got put in with everyone probably staring a hole through your head. What do you think the beat was thinking?
Well, first off, I take it back. The acoustics in the trash can on Friday sounded better than that. That's rough. They were probably all thinking like, what the hell are they doing sitting here? Why are they not? Because the radio booth is typically in any press box is a hallway. Like you got to walk down a long hallway and get to a completely separate area of that floor. And so, like, that's the first thing I do when I get on the road. I look for the radio booth since I got to go do my pregame hit down there, and it's completely removed from the press box. So, yeah, probably a little jarring, and them thinking, like, oh, nice job. You guys clearly care enough about the Chargers to have, this prepared.
Yeah, how do they not have enough for visiting Spanish radio? Like, there's a handful of, there's only, let's see.
Kylie Jenner needed a suite.
Not a lot of Hispanic people in California.
None. There's none. There's obviously zero in any part of California.
Or Texas.
Or Texas. It makes no sense. Every team in the league's probably got a Spanish announcer, and you're sitting there with nothing.
Bruce Bochy on how much trust we should have in Aroldis and what is on Austin Hedges' ass today. We get you ready for Game 3 tonight, next on The Fan. But first, let me get you ready for that brand new career. Y'all, I want 2 things.
Back to Sean and RJ. This segment is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Wow, someone who can actually read. Nice job, Ross. In for Pepe over the next few days with Peyton in Vegas.
Look, Ross is, University of Texas. It's none of this, Peyton sleeping through Denton classes. So
you didn't go to Texas, Bobby.
Yeah,
I can still
you
hook
can't.
them. Yes, I can.
No,
yes, I can.
Walmart fan.
I'm trying to see.
T-shirt Texan is what they call us.
I'm trying to see with the headphones. I'm checking my eyes. Does Ross have the earring in the right ear? We got the earrings. We got
double earrings. He's got two loops.
Does that mean a rocker? Is that what I should
double?
assume?
I don't know. Is that a rocker thing?
Are you a big music guy?
Well, if coming back with Metallica didn't give you a pretty good idea, yeah. I'm a pretty big music guy.
Oh, wow. They gave you control of music, too, on day one. Morning one. I didn't realize you had that type of pull. Now they give you the pull to give us the log commercial sheet. That'd be awesome. Okay, Game 3 tonight. Max Scherzer.
Thoughts and prayers, Ross.
Max Scherzer is going to be on the mound. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, last night in the email, no one, RJ Chopacrit writes, "This far from over." Oh, wait a second. Yesterday on the show, I'm getting sweep. This is done. He's wearing the goggles before their first series. Everything is just a ticket to the World Series. And now you're pumping the brakes last night in the email.
For tonight?
Well, if tonight you're pumping the brakes, that means you're pumping it for the series. Like,
no. The series is over. They're going to win the series. But tonight, I fully expect them to get work tonight.
Really?
Christian Javier in the postseason is a force. He is a nightmare to deal with. He in his last 3 postseason outings, 16 2/3, 2 hits, no runs, 23 strikeouts, 10 walks.
So he's due.
He's due. Yeah, you can say he's due. And that's just stupid numbers. When the Astros have started him in a postseason game, he's allowed a grand total of 2 hits. That is the definition of a stopper. You might have to beat the bullpen in this one if you want to win Game 3. That's not going to be easy either. Their bullpen's given up 6 runs the entire postseason, and 4 of them came in 1 inning off of Hector Neris. So that's 2 runs in the other 6 games. The pen's loaded. This is not a mess-around kind of game. So I think it'll be 2-1. I think the Rangers will probably finish it off at 5.
Okay, because you wrote this is 100% still a series.
It is still a series.
So that's what I took.
Yeah, it's still. There's no doubt it is still a series. Nobody thinks this thing is over. Houston has come back from 2-0 down.
There's a lot of the Tolos, I guarantee you.
I don't care what Homer thinks. I don't care what fans think. I've never cared what fans think. I don't care what fans of the other teams think, fans of our teams think. I don't care.
So do you have more confidence? I'll ask the question I asked again from yesterday. Do you have more confidence that Philadelphia or the Rangers are going to the World Series? My answer was Philadelphia.
Oh, Philadelphia is easy.
And I'm not saying the Rangers are not. I just feel like it's a foregone conclusion. Yeah. It's done. Philly's already there. It's probably because I cover the team. We're here in it. I don't want to jinx anything. I'm nervous. I don't have any nerves for Philadelphia where I'm like, no, this is not over yet. You're facing the champs. They're facing Arizona.
It's the opponent.
Yeah.
It's the opponent for me that means. That's why Philadelphia's going to. If this was the Dodgers they were up 2-0 on,
right,
I wouldn't be saying that. But Philadelphia is so far and away better than Arizona, and the Rangers and Astros are pretty even. They were even throughout the course of the regular season. They've been, the Rangers have been better than them in these first 2 games. But you win Game 3, Astros win Game 3. I don't think anybody really thinks this thing is over.
Right.
Yeah, it's like 99% to me to the Phillies. It's the Phillies. Like, I'm more confident the Phillies are going to the World Series, but it's like 99% compared to, you take the first 2 on the road in Houston, 85% probably. Like I feel like 85% for the Rangers at this point. It's not 99, but it's pretty confident. And I gotta say, I will be
stranglehold.
I will be interested to hear because I've not heard the song yet. I'll be interested to hear your song, Chop, and hear if there's a lyric in there about and the Rangers are going to finish the Astros off in 5. I'll be interested to hear if that's how you position it, or if you're talking about sweeps instead in that song.
I did talk about sweeps in that song.
Yeah, you did.
I did. I wrote the song though before I did my Christian Javier
Homework.
deep dive. Yeah.
Well,
7:20, Choppy's new song.
yeah, if you want to step into the booth real quick, Chop, and
No, I'm
just
not- I'm
work
not.
a lyric in about 5 games, we can.
And the Astros, have you pointed out, they've been here before.
In 2019, they lose the first 2 games at home to Washington in the World Series. They go to Washington, and they win all 3 games in Washington. And then they lose the home, too, at the back end. So that was that series, the rare series where the road team won every game of the 7-game playoff. We don't see that. That doesn't happen in sports. By the way, in those 3 games, they gave up a total of 3 runs in that 3-game sweep in Washington. 1 run in each of them. There's teams that have lost the first 2 games at home and won a series in the World Series. It's very rare. And this they were down 2-1 last year to Philly in the World Series in Philadelphia, and they won the final 2 games. They won the final 3 games of that series. 2 of them in Philadelphia. They've been here. They're not in that. Arizona feels like they've got no chance. I don't think Houston feels that way, especially with Javier tonight. And Scherzer's postseasons have been decent, but not it's almost like his regular seasons have been a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, that's to be expected for most pitchers. It's not the norm that you come in and you become a more dominant pitcher in the postseason. That's what makes it special when you get a guy like Madison Bumgarner. But I do think it's important. The one time the Rangers have faced Christian Javier this year, they rocked him. I mean, they absolutely rocked him. And so, look, he's a really talented pitcher. It's not like it's just some foregone conclusion, but the Rangers are swinging the bats really well. I think there's going to be a ton of emotion in the building tonight with Scherzer going out there. The crowd's going to be really into it. Scherzer's going to be into it. I got to imagine that's going to spread to everybody else. And so, I mean, if you come out, if Scherzer goes out there and gets 1, 2, 3, even if it's 3 weak ground outs or something like that, but if he gets 1, 2, 3, and then the Ranger bats step up in the bottom of the first coming off of that, I think that they're going to be locked in.
If he can get through 3 scoreless, I'm guaranteeing a Rangers win.
3 scoreless. So 6 innings for the pen.
No, not done. Not
okay.
gone. If the game starts off and Scherzer gets through 3 scoreless innings, the Rangers will win. That's my guarantee.
3 scoreless. Okay, I can see
first 3 innings. And look, I'm not. I wouldn't put money on that. That would be a tremendous feat. Max Scherzer hasn't pitched in forever. You'd think that the Astros are going to be due at some point. I don't know whether this is better for Max to be pitching at home or worse, because he's a maniac. Yeah. I don't know how you try to corral and control his nerves out there. And I'm like, would this be better off on the road? It's going to be more fun. It's going to be awesome for all of us. Incredible to hear it through the radio speakers with Eric Nadell on the call. But what type of breed? I want the heart rate on him. I want the heart rate on him and the zoom in on this guy's eyes and face as he's going crazy.
Last year, his only playoff start was a home game against San Diego. He gave up 7 4 2/3. Previously at home in the playoffs, 2021 against San Fran, he went 7, gave up 1. Against St. Louis, 4 1/3, gave up 1. Man, it's weird. I really get screwed up with his Dodger numbers because they give the hook so fast.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not going super deep in these games.
Well,
and I suspect Bochy will allow that if, depending on what the pitch count's going to be on him and how fast he can get through these innings.
And if you get to the bullpen, then we all, of course, have our lives shortened by a year with Aroldis Chapman and the other options. Bruce Bochy yesterday on KMC with his trust level in Chapman.
No, I mean, you see, we're putting him in there in the 8th inning. That was the plan for him to get to Brayu. Then we would have Leclerc. So, no, the way it was set up, that was set up, perfect for him.
Wow. I didn't hear. I feel like that's a full context answer I need to go back and listen to, because if you just judge it off that, that's worse than any Jerry Jones pause that we tried to read into.
We're putting him in there.
Yeah. It's set up for him.
Yeah, we call down to the bullpen and bring him in.
As slow as he talks, he's usually got a pretty good idea of what he wants to say. So I think that might be the first time that I've heard him lead into an answer with,
yes.
Well, I mean, you see, he's out there. It's like, oh, okay. Well, that also just tells me you have no trust in anybody else. You don't want to put Will Smith or anybody else out there is what that tells me.
Love the question from Corey Majors. Remember, after they won the ALDS, Bochy was in there with the champagne saying, I just got one question. How many numbers are on Austin's ass? And Corey Majors asked him about the rear end of the backup catcher.
3 balls and a strike.
No. All right. Here's UT coming through, baby. All right, look.
Should have gone A&M.
Cut 9. Let me know when you get it. It's cut 9. Ross, in for Pepe. You good with it? All right, here's Corey's question to Boch.
I don't necessarily agree with the quarterback.
Ross,
was
that's
too-
Jerry Jones.
That's Jerry Jones. Cut 9 is Bochy. Cut 9 on your sheet that you wrote out. Don't worry, it's all right.
Yeah, again, that's the thing. I can't go into it. Some things stay here, but we have a lot of fun with it. Hedges, he's a beauty, man. I tell you, he's just been a joy since we got him. I love his energy, love his humor. Plus, he's does a great job behind the plate. He's not getting any work right now, but no, he's. We have a little thing going here, but once it's over, I'll talk a little bit more about it.
All right, so he doesn't want to jinx anything, mess anything up.
All right. I mean, it's a number on his butt. It's obviously number 6 right now. Got to be what it is. I don't know the whole story, the backstory with this. Like, does he actually have a tattoo on his butt?
I don't know. I assume they're just getting a marker out and writing numbers.
I would guess so. Yeah, I don't know if it's an actual tattoo or not. The thing, again, that strikes me there is how comfortable Boch apparently is talking about Austin Hedges' ass compared to, just even Chapman pitching. Like, it's like, oh, God, please change the subject from Chapman. Let me talk about Austin Hedges' ass, please.
This is amazing. It's got to be like one of those major league things, and like where they every win, they peel a sticker. They peel a piece off of Rachel. Was it Rachel Green? I can't remember. The owner of the team.
Who do you think is favored tonight?
Texas.
Yeah, I would say the Rangers are favored tonight.
Rangers minus 130.
Okay.
What does that mean in terms of how much of a favorite?
57%.
Okay.
58. Not much. I mean, it's pretty close.
57, 58%.
Not allowed to bet. I don't know anything about betting NFL.
That's not what my cell phone video has.
Shut up.
I'm just joking. I'm joking, NFL. I'm joking, Dallas Cowboys. Has the world finally turned on Deion Sanders? A hump day college kegger, little college football from RJ Choppy, next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive going to hook you up. Woo! What a weekend in college football, highlighted mainly by one game, which was the Oregon-Washington thriller, where Washington wins 36-33. It is the College Kegger on 105 for the fan. Real quick, Sean, before we get into anything else, that game, we had said, bet the winning, whoever you think is going to win this game, bet on that quarterback to win the Heisman. Well, I hope you did, because Michael Penix has a stranglehold on the Heisman Trophy. He is minus 145, which means you have to bet $145 to win 100. Nobody else is less than 10 to 1. And that's Dylan Gabriel from Oklahoma and J.J. McCarthy, Michigan. And then you go, Caleb Williams not even in the top 5. He has completely fallen off the map after his 3-interception performance against Notre Dame in a 48-20 loss.
You see that very likable story from Florio saying that Caleb Williams, his agent has told NFL teams, if you draft me, I want ownership stake. Florio reported that.
Yes.
Just like Aaron Rodgers apparently asked the Jets for, after his Hall of Fame career.
Yeah.
But that I guess no harm in asking.
Yeah, look, there's no harm in asking, I guess.
I'll make it real liked in the locker room, won't it, Bob?
What organization do you think would actually do that for him? Like that seems like
one that you'd have to be legitimately scared that he was the report that he wouldn't go to Arizona.
If
he was maybe Arizona. Like, you got to believe in the threat, right? Partial ownership stake of the team that takes him if he declares.
There are a lot of great things about NIL. It has created definitely an era of demands from college football players that I think the NFL does not like.
Yeah, I love that he has the balls to ask for things, but he now listen. This is not a real ask. He knows he's not going to get this. This is just a fake. Because surely his agent told him that's not going to happen. We can ask.
Yeah.
But it's not going to happen. I mean, you make an offer on a car, on a house, whatever.
Probably New England would give in.
But I mean,
but I can see Bob Kraft doing that.
Oh,
Bill. I can see Bill doing that.
But if he does say, if you want a shot at me, you have to give me a 1% ownership stake because I'll go back to school.
Right. Okay, let's look at the teams. The Giants, the worst placed teams. The Giants are not going to do it. Denver is not going to do it with Sean Payton there. Again, these are guesses. I don't know. Carolina's not going to take him. Chicago that desperate?
Who owns that? The McCaskey family? They're not.
I don't know. I mean, the only time I know for sure he could get a stake is if he went to Green Bay, but they got Jordan Love, so there's no need. But
yeah, because you can't he instantly becomes the coach's boss.
Nah, not if he's got if they give him 10 shares or something, then no.
That's crazy though. It's a great story. I love that he did it, but just at least he asked. I wish I had the guts to ask for those things.
Did you see the Notre Dame fan that stormed the field after they beat USC? And he went up selfie and goes right up to him and goes, "Let me see the nails, Caleb. Let me see the nails.
Let me see them nails." I've been waiting for you to eviscerate Lincoln Riley.
Man, okay, Lincoln Riley is I can't stand him. He is such a fraud. He might be an all-time fraud.
Woo!
They barely they just got worked by almost 30 to a Notre Dame team that barely beat Duke and that lost to Louisville. They have no business being in the title talk. None. They're an average at best top 15 team. Everyone that has anointed this guy, all he has done is ride. He is great at finding quarterbacks. He has an elite eye for what makes a special quarterback. And he probably is.
Scoring points.
And scoring points. He probably would be a great general manager because he knows how to spot quarterbacks. He knows how to develop them. But he is not a head football coach. He is not a head football coach.
And why do you say that? Just because they haven't won it all?
Because every time he gets near a big game, he gets destroyed. And it doesn't matter who it is. And they are in a rude awakening when they join the Big Ten. In for a rude awakening. They're going to finally play teams that are physical with defensive fronts and offensive lines. And you're not going to have Caleb Williams? Maybe. Okay.
I don't know. Good luck to the Big Ten trying to keep up with their offense. That's going to be the biggest problem there. You saw Iowa, who we know they've had the contract stipulation in there about you got to have a certain number of points. You know they are 60% of their possessions this year. Iowa are 3 and out.
Yeah. Oh, Iowa is.
That is so bad.
Yeah, they have the all-world defense. They are the Kirk Ferentz's defense ought to riot for what's going on. They had 37 passing yards And they won a road game at Wisconsin.
Well, it's like a Ravens game.
Stop it.
Penix is 2-3 to win it. Dylan Gabriel 9-1. JJ McCarthy 9-1. And there it is, Caleb Williams down to 33-1.
Yeah, so it's tough sledding right now for USC.
And didn't you say Lincoln gave a little NFL quote the other day?
Lincoln was talking to the LA Times, and he usually does not speak about the NFL at all. He'll just brush it off and stuff like that. But he said the guys in the NFL, their lifestyle is awesome in a lot of ways. Once their season's done, life is a lot different than a college coach out of season. Yeah. And so the LA Times said he was acting a little more romantic about the thought of the NFL than he has before.
That first name just does him a disservice.
Lincoln?
Yeah. Just unlikable. He's got an unlikable look. Is he the most unlikable coach in college football?
Dabo.
Dabo's way up there. Yeah. I mean, the people who dislike Dion really dislike him.
Yeah, they do. And look, Lincoln's brother's not having a great year at Clemson either, Garrett Riley.
Ryan Day. That's the one. Ryan Day.
Yeah,
Ryan Day is the most unlikable coach in
unlikable.
college football.
Well, you brought up Dion in Colorado. They were up 29-0 at the half against Stanford. Stanford cut it to 29-19 after 3. And then they wind up winning in double overtime, 46-43. And Stephen A. Smith called this a disgraceful performance by Colorado and called out Dion. Maybe the honeymoon is over.
I believe that Deion Sanders is a coach. I think he's a hell of a coach. He needs some dogs, as he told us. He's about 7 or 8 dogs away, but here's the problem. The players got caught up in the shine their coach generated. And I'm calling out his son, Shadir Sanders, who I love and I think has star written all over him. But whether it was you or by accident, it was somebody on your social media team, you cannot have something being posted at halftime of a damn game. Tom Brady and your dad already joked with you about what you were driving around with and how you needed to be in the film room. Well, guess what? It is no longer a laughing matter. Y'all are getting your ass kicked. Show up, stand up, because your daddy, and to the players on that squad, your coach is as much bravado as he had, as much swag as he had. He was the best on the planet. Week in and week out, you knew primetime Deion Sanders was the best probably ever. Y'all ain't on that level. Stop acting like it and show up on the damn field and do what the hell you're supposed to do instead of getting your ass kicked on national television. Woo! Somebody got to say it.
Man, somebody's tweeting at half.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's bad. It's a bad look. That's a bad look. There's a lot of bad looks. Like Dion, I love that he
By the way, Dion agreed with this.
Yes.
Dion said he's right. Now let's move on.
Yeah.
Because he's tight with Stephen A. Goes on there, goes on, so he agreed with it.
He did, but you got to rein.
Well, he created it.
He created it.
What
is he gonna do?
What are you gonna say?
Yeah, you let him beat kids, but then you got to bring him in.
And that was Dion.
Oh no doubt, no doubt. This team wants to be prime. They can't always handle the prime, but that's what happens when you're 20 years old.
And the world was waiting.
Yeah,
the world was waiting to turn, and now it's happened.
And now it's happened, and now you got yourself a problem because they have 4 wins. They are 4-3. They go on the road this week to UCLA, or next week. They got a bye week now. So the next week to UCLA, that's a tough game.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go play Oregon State. Oregon State's number 12. That's a tough game.
Yep.
They got Arizona, which they should win, but Arizona almost beat USC. Then they go on the road to Washington State, a night game. That's a tough game. And then they're on the road at Utah. That's a tough game. They might have one more win. That's fine. They might not make a bowl.
Doesn't matter.
It's still a success.
It's already a success. All this doom and gloom, they're in trouble. They're not in trouble. They already won.
He hit the over already.
He already hit the over.
They already won the season.
Yeah.
And the only way he can lose is if, like, recruits are like, okay, maybe this isn't as cool as I thought. Maybe this isn't the place to go. All right, are you rooting for, or be honest, truckcart.com text line 877-881-1053. Right now, are you rooting for or against Colorado? I'm rooting for them.
It's in a big game, I'm rooting for them. In a game like this, I love chaos.
Okay.
I love other people's chaos, other people's misery at times. I know.
Show motto.
I know. So when they're playing like Oregon, I was rooting for Dion in Colorado.
Okay.
When they play Stanford or Arizona, I'm rooting for the other team.
I'm rooting for their entire culture. I'm not. What I'm not rooting for is.
So we don't have a Memphis Grizzlies type hate right now.
No, what I'm not rooting for is I don't want this to be just Shedeur and Travis Hunter like YOLOing it to victories. Like that's what I don't want, because that just to me that there creates a cockiness and a hatred that I think people would start to have for them a little bit. And so if Deion shows like, hey, I can raise up this entire program and everybody's starting to contribute and you're starting to learn about other names in these two, then that's what I'm rooting for.
Weekend ahead in college football.
What do you think the text is going to be?
Well, let's see. Rooting against, rooting for, against. So a couple of things there. Oh, real quick. Georgia, dude, does not have Brock Bowers the rest of the way. That's a huge loss. He was a outside chance at the Heisman Trophy tight end, which you don't see ever. And he'll be top 10?
Yeah, oh yeah. No, he beat Auburn like on his own a couple weeks ago. Brock Bowers is incredible.
And he's got an injury, so he is likely done for the rest of the regular season, maybe beyond. And that's a big loss for them. So I don't know. They got a easy schedule, except maybe like a road game against Tennessee and the SEC championship game. But that is something that may prevent them from winning the title. Oklahoma has Central Florida this weekend. OU's number 6 in the nation. Texas only at number 8. They have Houston on the road. A couple of top 25 matchups. Ohio State, Penn State, both teams in the top 7. That's a big one. You're going to have Florida State, number 4, hosting number 16, Duke. Utah at USC. And then on this station, on the Fan, on Saturday at 2 o'clock, Tennessee and Alabama.
Drew Aller's going to get vaulted into the Heisman talk if he goes in there and beats Ohio State. Like, that's going to be Aller's like, he's 2 years basically into playing. He didn't start last year. He spots like played, and then this year he started. But Aller hasn't turned the ball over yet. Like, he hasn't thrown an interception. He hasn't fumbled it away. Yeah. He has been really efficient. They haven't asked him to do a ton, but he's somebody who he's getting better each week. And if he continues to grow and progress and he goes into Columbus and beats them, that's going to be huge.
Texas, real quick, Sean, they need the Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan trio to all knock each other off. They need the Pac-12 to get knocked off. Washington's got to lose somewhere. Those would be ideal things for Texas to have to find their way in, along with Oklahoma.
And your college rankings, Bobby, you got your own list?
I do. I got my my top 10 here. I got Michigan 1, Georgia 2, Florida State 3, Penn State 4, Washington 5, Oklahoma 6, Ohio State 7 because they don't have a quarterback, 8 Oregon, 9 North Carolina. UNC's been really good. And then you're wrong. USC 10 still.
Really? How about Tez?
Man, they're
oh my God.
North Carolina has been like Drake May is going to be in the conversation of like Caleb Williams. I think by the time April rolls
and
around.
That wide receiver, he's not Marvin Harrison Jr., but that dude, he had his first game. Tez, his first game this past week or 2 weeks ago. He's amazing.
Who is going to Game 3 tonight? What is Bochy's plan for Max Scherzer on the mound and the Stars in a Western Conference Finals rematch? That's all next with Sean, RJ, and Roberto right here on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with the Tolo team of attorneys at Frankel and Frankel. You know they got your back no matter what. Look, accidents suck. They're scary.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3-2 again. Strike three called, got him looking on the outside corner. Herkering records the 13th strikeout of the night for Phil's pitching as they shut out the Diamondbacks. A 10-0 rout. The Phillies will head west with a 2-0 lead in the National League Championship Series.
Freight train. Absolute freight train rolling through the National League. Phillies radio with the call. It's more interesting to check out the NLCS because you have the Rangers on their path to the World Series as well. Good morning, Metroplex. It is the day and morning of Game 3 tonight in Arlington on this radio station, 105.3 The Fan. The Phillies have hit 15 home runs over 4 games. That's the most in a 4-game stretch in postseason history. You heard the final call on Phil's radio, and Kyle Schwarber Choppy matches Reggie Jackson for the most home runs ever by a left-handed batter in the postseason. 18 bombs from Kyle Schwarber in his career.
That's amazing. And, a lot of these numbers get, inflated because you have multiple rounds now. You got more rounds now than ever. It's still amazing. And he's doing this they have him leading off. That's the wild thing. He's been leading off all year, basically. And
he hit 197 this year. He led the majors in strikeouts. He didn't steal a base, but he hit 47 bombs in the regular season and drew walks.
It is the strangest leadoff we've ever seen. Judge led off at the end of last year, so they get him more at bats because he was chasing the home run American League number. Kyle Schwarber just leads off because that's what they do. And it's wild. It's really, really strange, but it works. It works for them, man.
Keep in mind, for the Rangers down the road, knock on wood, hopefully it happens.
Knock on Corian.
The Phillies are feasting on 4-seam fastballs. So keep that in mind with the insane atmosphere last night as they stomp out Arizona 10-0.
Yeah, I mean, the Phillies look really impressive. You had a little bit of a feeling like the Diamondbacks' miracle run was going to probably stop here. But, it's the same sort of nerves that Rangers fans probably had running into this series of okay, is this going to become real here in a sec? Is the little carriage going to turn back into a pumpkin or whatever it is? There was that feeling from Rangers fans and Diamondbacks fans both, I think, and just the Diamondbacks have come to this one. They've looked completely overmatched.
Yeah, they have. They are overmatched, and they're pitching Kelly and Gallen are decent. Now Merrill Kelly may be the dumbest guy in the world, because he made a joke about maybe I can't imagine that the Philly crowd is better than the WBC crowd because he pitched against Venezuela.
I was wondering why they were showing Trey Turner highlights.
Yeah, so and that was one of he said that he told a reporter that before the series started. I was like, okay, man. All right. You saw what Philadelphia did to Orlando Arcia in the Braves series where he said, attaboy Harper. They basically took that and, Harper was just staring him down. And now, the Philly fans, then that place is raucous. It's nuts. When the Rangers made the World Series, please, if you're going to that game, do not wear a Rangers shirt. You will be pummeled. You have beer thrown on you. I do not wish that I'm my worst enemy.
The G-Bag Nation will be at the Globe tonight, leading you up to Game 3 and the return of Max Scherzer on the mound. 6:30 pregame. First pitch at 7 o'clock with our boy Jared Sandler. Eric Nadell, by the way, will join us at 8:20 this morning. Yesterday, Bochy was on KMC, and they asked if there's going to be any limitations on Scherzer.
Well, I've said this. He went 69 pitches when he threw the hitters, 4 or 5, about 6-7 days ago. But so that's the starting point. But we'll keep eye on him, a watchful eye on him, where he's at. We'll be checking with him. We'll, of course, watch and see if there's any change in stuff, location, velo, things like that. But I'm telling you right now, he's good to go. He's excited about pitching tomorrow, so we're looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah.
Anyone dare to guess what we expect to see?
Nope, because my guesses throughout this entire postseason have been completely wrong. I've guessed wrong about the bullpen. I've guessed wrong about what Evaldi would give you. Yeah. I've guessed wrong about how, if you would have asked me how little I even thought of Leody Taveras in the second half of the season, I wouldn't have even made a guess. I would have just said he's not worth talking about because he's going to go 190 and he's come in and he's been great in the ALCS. So I'm done guessing. The only thing I can say for sure is that he will be out there physically.
He will be out there. That we know that for sure. He will be out there. He'll have two colored eyes. He'll be amped up. We don't. Other than that, we know he'll be amped. We know he'll be there, and we know about his eyes. We know nothing else. You can't say you can't predict it. And I'm surprised. I'm surprised Vegas even bothered. If I was Vegas, I'm like, this game's off the board. There's no way of knowing what Max Scherzer's going to give you. None.
We do know Tolos are going. Chris Navarre, I'll be in section 133. What are the ticket prices looking like for tonight?
So there's a handful of tickets left in section 320 that for $125. I think there's one. And then if you go in section...
One seat.
And if you go in section 117, which is home plate mezzanine, it's like the main level you walk in right by the home plate door. It's right there. There's a couple of seats left there. Those are $300 a piece.
And Bobby's going tonight.
I'm going. I'm going to be locked in. I'm going to be really excited. I'm hoping to maybe get an autograph from like Derek Holland or one of those guys.
How cool is all that they announced yesterday? First pitch schedule. Kinsler will throw out the first pitch tonight to Derek Holland. Michael Young will celebrate his 47th birthday tomorrow by throwing out the first pitch to Colby Lewis.
Yeah, that'd be very cool. It's and then you'll have Tom Grieve to Benji Molina if there's a game 5. That's very, very cool. They're doing it right. You're bringing back some of the, their history is not like from the 1940s. They're bringing back the most
2010, 2011 run
successful, era of this Ranger team, and that's what you do. That's what you do as a sports organization. You highlight.
They got Wangan back.
Mm-hmm. You highlight your most recent successes. Hopeful that let us out of baseball practice early.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's probably no better 4 to bring back from the World Series. I mean, you've got Josh and guys like that. Nelson Cruz is still active in the league. Like Napoli, but Napoli wasn't on both, and so that was something where if you want to talk about both teams, like I think Colby, Derek, Michael, Ian, that's about as strong a core 4 as you could bring back from that era.
And then you're getting info and impact on the local economy. What's going to happen for Arlington?
Yeah, so Arlington has already seen a pretty big boost after even one game. So Arlington has apparently told WFAA that they are projecting $4 to $5 million, like minimum, in extra revenue being injected into the city for each home game they play. And they say this is actually going to be a big boost for them because with the All-Star game coming here next year, it's going to help them learn traffic patterns, and there are other different things they can figure out about spending habits. But, I mean, they've built up that area, that Texas Live area and everything else. It's really, it's become a nice area, I think, too, if you want to take in a game or, do other stuff around there. Mm-hmm. They've set it up really nicely, and so they say they expect minimum about $4 million to come in each time the Rangers play a home game in the playoffs.
It's great. I mean, just add a train. Be even better. So it's the largest city in America without public transportation.
Yeah, I mean, add a train to the stadium. You already look so much like Houston Stadium. So
rematch of the Western Conference Finals last night with your Stars and Vegas.
The Golden Knights can get a save here from Aiden Hill and Rope Hintz. They'll win the game. Crossbar out. The Golden Knights win.
Hamster.
Yeah, look, I mean, you got burned by William Karlsson again. He has that goal late in the third period, and it felt like after Pavelski scored and they went up 2-1 that they kind of got back on their heels, and they stopped playing as aggressive as they were when they came out in the second period and really went on the attack and took that lead initially. But, just kind of played it conservative. It felt like trying not to lose, and then, of course, you get into the overtime period, which, thank God, they didn't lose, a 3-on-3, I guess. But you get into the shootout and the crossbar from Robo, and, that final one is just...
How about the fact they haven't played a week?
Yeah.
How about that?
That's frustrating. But I will say Ottinger, because I was in on the third period and some of the second, I saw the shootout obviously, but Otter was great last night. I mean, it was a miracle they didn't score 3 goals in that third period.
And their goaltender said, I can't remember winning a game in a shootout without having to make a save. So they were fighting and punching in the second period. Western Conference rematch goes to Vegas. and then we'll get the Stars again in another week, another month, I guess.
No, they play over the tomorrow night, right?
Yes, I saw something last night too. That was the first time in 5 years the Stars had been in 2 fights in a game.
What?
It was the first time in 5 years that they had 2 fights in a game.
Yeah, I'll tell you, we go to quite a bit of Stars games. And there always seems to be one ready to break out, and it never happens. We're always disappointed.
They won both of them last night, so
I wrote down Stars 75.
You got to take 75 to 35 to get to the Stars game. I don't know.
I talk about the top 100.
Yeah,
NHL top 100.
Yes.
So, yeah, ESPN came out with their rankings of the top 100 players in the NHL.
Where's Gretzky on the list?
Well, Gretzky's not on.
His daughter's up there.
Gretzky's not on the list, man. But Jason Robertson does make the top 12. Did not make the top 10. Connor McDavid, Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon, Jack Hughes, Austin Matthews are your top 5. And then you go down a little bit, and there's Robo coming in at number 12. You've got Miro Heiskanen was the next Dallas Star to come in. He is in the 29 category. Ottinger coming in at 34. Rupe Hintz at 36. So you got a bunch of the top 40.
You know it's bad in New England when the ultimate homer, Teddy Bruschi, on ESPN is talking about job security, suggesting it may be time for the hoodie to go.
I think Bill Belichick is considering it, and I also think Robert Kraft is the one that has to start to consider, is it time to move on? Because right now, if they get a top 5 pick, Mr. Kraft have to decide if Bill is the right one to take one of those 3-4 quarterbacks, whatever it may be, that you can possibly get, and if he wants to start over with Bill. That's Mr. Kraft's decision. That's an owner's responsibility. Bill always talks about doing your job, and that is Mr. Kraft's job to consider. But the wins now, I said this on NFL Countdown, Sunday NFL Countdown yesterday. Bill, I have always known Bill to only coach for meaningful wins. Meaningful in terms of division championships, playoff wins, Super Bowls. It's shifted now. The meaningful wins are now all for him. All right, it's for the Shula mark. Isn't that over all of him right now? Yeah. All of the organization? Sure. Yes. The 18 he needs to get Shula. I mean, I think it's 8 more until all-time loss record also. So, I mean, that's what it's all about, though. That's never what I knew Bill to coach for, and to coach, like the goal being. So is it all about Shula? Because if it is, we really got to look in the mirror and say, where are we going in the future? And that's a tough decision for Mr. Kraft.
So this will be it. This will be Belichick's last year there, and that's my guess. My question is, if you're Caleb Williams, would you want to play for Bill Belichick in New England? Personnel, weapons. Look at Mac Jones. Rigid, old school. He's one of these teams you're like, I don't want to go play for the greatest coach of all time. I could see it.
I could maybe see it. I could also see Bill saying, I want to draft Drake May anyway.
Yeah, I would not. I would not, if I was Caleb Williams, want to go play with Belichick. But I mean, look, he's also had guys like Bill O'Brien and Josh McDaniels and different guys that have come in there. Charlie Wise. Like, he has done a decent job most of the time, not recently, but most of the time, putting good offensive minds in place to help foster things on that side of the ball. But man, this is it's interesting to see the split, because Belichick and Popovich were kind of in similar spots, whereas it's more just like, let's get Wembanyama, and here it'll rejuvenate and give him another several years of a run. Whereas with them, it's like, well, if we get that type of talent, we got to make sure Bill's not here to actually deal with it.
And I think Schefter was saying it's going to be hard for Belichick to retire or walk away. So that will be a fun offseason discussion. Where does the hoodie end up?
Maybe Dallas.
Belichick or Dan Quinn?
Well, I mean, if Belichick gets the job, that'd be the second time he's beat Dan Quinn.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. The reason we need you to text is because we have another RJ Choppy Rangers song to keep the winning streak going. Will Chuck Morgan play this like Creed tonight for Game 3? RJ's brand new Rangers song, and we'll chop it up next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Q.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Expressway. We are commercial free on your home of the Rangers. You'll find that out tonight. If you're new to the station, 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Need you on the fan cam, apparently, because we have a music video for RJ's brand new Rangers song. So live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We've got a little MTV back in the day music video. Apparently, I've not seen this. I cannot wait. And the guy responsible for all of that is Ryan, who yesterday had his 21st birthday.
Look at that. 21, whole life ahead of you.
Happy birthday, Ryan.
Happy birthday, man.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, I was like, what alcohol do I get you? Like now that I know. And he is not 21. Apparently, he just turned 60. He likes gin.
Oh, man. I was a gin guy for a long time, gin and tonics.
At 21?
Not at 21. You were drinking that with me for the past 10 years.
Yeah, I was 21. I was either beer or like 7 and 7s.
Okay, so you were 51.
Yeah, that's pretty close. What is the oldest liquor? Like if you say like this is my drink, is it gin?
Or
scotch?
Like you're an old man?
Yeah, scotch probably.
Gin or scotch. Yeah. Gin, I can't drink. I mean, gin does something to me, man. You could make me drink vodka straight, like with ice to sip. If it's really good vodka. Tequila, obviously, but not with gin. I can't do it. It smells like cleaning solution. And it hits me like cleaning solution.
What is it? They're botanicals that was made out of? Is it something like that?
Sure. If you say so.
Yeah. So Ryan coming in, he's like, gin.
Gin.
I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, and you
have some old Dripping Springs gin to bring him in here.
You asked him too. You were I got sideswiped because you asked him. You're like, so do you drink? And he goes, I mean, not like Bobby, but yeah.
Yeah,
so,
not like Bobby.
I got sideswiped for no reason.
That's right. So happy birthday, Rai. Always making it, always killing it on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We're about to chop it up here. Again, commercial free up until 8 o'clock. NFL Power Rankings. Eric Nadell, one of the voices of the Rangers, is coming up at 8:20. But yesterday, Bruce Bochy was on KMC, and, we've been playing up this Creed thing. Jared Sandler making this go viral. The Minnesota Vikings adopting this in their locker room. So Corey asked Boch if the players wanted to hear any specific chants or anything tonight to get them going.
Man, good question. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you there. I don't know what chant they like. That's a good one. I just think more than anything, man, they just love the support. When we get those colleges up there, the cheering sections. No, it's what they feed off. Trust me, and they have fun with it, and it's cool to be back home.
I don't know about chants, but are you allowed to bring in trash can lids or whatever? Or are they going to ban that? That's what I would want to do.
That's a good question. I mean, I remember going to games as a kid and people would bring in, there was this one dude that would bring in a skillet and a drumstick and he would just bang it and play on it.
Irritating.
Yes, it's irritating.
Oh, yeah, it is. But
I can't even watch. My wife is an anal sound person. And if we're sitting there watching the game, she's got to get up and leave. She's like, who is that yelling in the background? I'm like, who? What are you talking about? She hears the one person yelling, screaming, or just that beating of the drum in the background. She can't take it.
The A's used to do that. The A's had these guys that were out in left field. They could pick the seat anywhere they wanted to be at that place, obviously. But they had those Home Depot buckets. They would just have the drums. They were playing it. And that was always cool. But it does get annoying. The Cleveland, back then they were the Indians. They were the Indians back then. They had the guy banging the drum.
That would be amazing, though, when Altuve comes up, if you just sit there and you get something and just bang away.
Yes.
Just bang away at it.
I'm gonna smuggle in a bunch of trash can lids. They don't have a lot of the steel ones around here. I don't think that you can bang on.
What stupid bit are you gonna do tonight that everyone on radio can't see?
I don't know.
You're having a heart attack.
Ask them if they probably one of these would you eat vomit to win the World Series or something probably something like that. But here's the thing is
the way you dressed up.
Oh yeah, that I almost killed myself.
Costume, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I don't want to do one of those again because
I Unabomber pitching coach.
I genuinely thought I was having a heart attack because the problem was that the big league chew, I took the entire thing and put it started chewing it, and there was just so much sugar. The insulin levels were off the charts, I think, and that that kind of screwed me over, I think.
So Boch does not know the exact chance that the players won. I would imagine that Chuck Morgan is going to continue to play some Creed. But RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt got in the lab for a brand new playoff inspiration.
Yep, I did. I was trying to figure this out. I was like, all right, what song could I do? I had gone through. We did Creed last time. We did Higher. Bochy's Team's on Fire was the name of the song.
Okay.
So this time I was like, all right, let's see what we can do. So I was looking at Creed. I was like, okay, none of the other ones are really speaking to me. I can't find any lyrics. I started going through my Spotify. I was like, ooh, okay, maybe some 2 Chainz. Let's go in that. And Sarah's like, you really gonna rap? And I'm like, all right, yeah, fine. And then we come to one of my favorite songs, one of my favorite all-time songs, and I knew right away that I had something here. And I wrote the first verse very, very fast. And Sarah's like, you can't stop. You have to go 2. This is the playoffs. You can't just do 1 verse, chorus, and out. You've got to do 2 verses. So I did. To one of the most legendary songs of all time.
So this is extra long.
Extra long.
Rangers, game 3 to try to go up 3-zip on the armpit.
All right, Ranger fans, let's get up ALCS Game 3, Texas style. We're World Series bound in this baseball town. Got Houston reeling, coming to the globe with the Rangers wear blue. Woo! The bullpen's finally getting back on track. And the Dolis will send the Astros back where they'll be alone. At home and watching you. We'll spend October nights with winds inside when the stick goes boom. Everybody! When you lose to Native Audi and Evan Carter drives home a Bombay. Watch the Astro Dreams die, section 133, and we'll be home soon. I think the Astro lovers are living in Big D can give their hearts to this Ranger team. Won't be on the end.
Sound like Nolan.
Of that sweeping broom. See what I did there? We all know how many years we played here and tried, or how many times that we've cried to the baseball gods.
Oh, God.
We'll be champs someday. Oh, these October nights, the series inside when the stick goes boom. One more time when you lose today and fall in. And Evan Carter drives home Milwaukee. Watch the Astro Dreams die, section 133, and we'll be home soon. Oh, right there, baby. Yeah. Who stepped my way to the Hall of Fame? Yeah. Let's go, Rangers.
Wow. I love it.
Thank you.
That was so good.
I appreciate it.
That was so good.
Thank you.
Well
done.
I
sang for the first time.
That was amazing. And the video with the words, I felt like I felt like I was at the stadium singing along with the words like bouncing on top.
Bounce it with the little ball.
Well, was that you?
Yes, yeah. I couldn't get the bouncing ball. That would have been nice to get that.
Yeah.
But
that was so good.
That was very
done.
good job.
Thank you.
It came from his heart, you could tell. Like that was a real passion project for Choppy.
So what are we naming that? The stick goes boom.
Stick goes boom.
When the stick goes boom.
Yeah.
Awesome. Ralph
Thank
James
you.
Choppy will replay that at 9:40 for KMC. We got to replay that. I was a little bit worried. I was like, it has to be another Creed song. Has to be. But
I tried. I couldn't.
Tough. Real tough.
It was tough, man, because like some of they start off so slow. Now that one started off slow anyway too, but that's just such a legendary.
Yeah,
it's probably one of my favorites.
It's rave reviews on the truckwreck.com fan text. It says Goosebumps RJ, let's go.
Yes.
903, that was absolute greatness. 469 posted on social media.
Yes.
People are begging for. Yeah, since we got the video, we can just post it to the YouTube.
So you'll be able to post it on there. And the Sean and RJ Facebook page.
Yep.
Heck yeah.
Try to make some money on that thing. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. RJ Choppy getting it done. Before we chop it up, one more note out of the American League West. Trevor May going off on his former team. Who is Trevor May, Ralph?
Trevor May is a now retired pitcher for the Oakland A's. And Trevor May has, he announced on his Twitch stream or YouTube channel, wherever his podcast was, that he was going to retire from the game of baseball. But as soon as he said, I'm going to retire, he said, I love everybody in the Oakland organization.
Uh-oh.
I love everybody involved with Oakland, except for one guy, the owner.
Now, Russ,
On the fan.
it was not on the fan. It was on his Twitch stream. Cut 22.
So in 2008, for those of you that don't know, I was drafted at 18 years old. I'm now 34 years old, 16 seasons, 10 major league seasons, and I am officially announcing my retirement from professional baseball. Now that it's official, to the A's organization and every single person part of it, I love all of you. Every single one of you except for one guy. And we all know who that guy is. Sell the team, dude. I tried to get a sell shirt. It didn't get here fast enough. Sell it, man. Let someone who actually takes pride in the things they own something. There's actually people who give a shit about the game. Let them do it. Take mommy and daddy's money somewhere else.
Ooh. Did he say dork?
Dork. He called him a dork at the very end.
Dork at the end.
Dork at the very end. Just amazing. He just eviscerates the team. That owner, and
I wish there was more players who retired, stepped away, and crushed the team that they didn't like.
I wish there was too.
The owner, his parents. How old is the owner? His parents founded Gap.
Oh, is that okay? Yeah, I knew he had rich parents.
When's the last time y'all went in a? Does Gap still exist?
Yeah, I wonder for my baby Gap, for when I had two
for
little
Jared
kids.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
When was the last time I went in a Gap?
No, the Gap. No, just don't answer it at all.
Oh, okay.
Second clip saying John Fisher is not taking any responsibility as the A's owner who's trying to move to Vegas.
So that's one thing I really struggled with this year, was not just eviscerating that guy. Do what you're going to do, bro. You're whatever. You're a billionaire. They exist. You guys have all this power. You shouldn't have any because you haven't earned any of it. But anyway, whatever. It is what it is. Reality is you got handed everything you have. And now you're too soft to sit and stand in front or take any responsibility for anything you're doing. Yeah, whatever. Oakland is Oakland. You can make all the cases. It's not a great city. Blah, 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 blah. But you're putting hundreds, if not thousands, of people out of work that have worked somewhere for decades, and you haven't acknowledged that at all. So, just be better. That's all we're asking.
Wow, that's awesome.
It's great, man. There's taught that this is a buddy relationship with Manfred. There's really been he's had no luck getting a new stadium. And that's part of it. He needs a new stadium, but prove to me that he's going to invest too. Now, he has made the playoffs. His teams have made the playoffs quite a bit, considering that he spends no money.
Tolo's lighting up my phone to post RJ's music video.
Oh, man.
Tolo, Mike, best mechanic around, Brian, over at the theater spot, hitting it up with please post it. Absolutely masterful.
It is posting to the Facebook. It's processing. So it's been uploaded and posted. It's processing. As soon as the processing's done, it'll be on the Sean and RJ Facebook page.
Yeah, post it at 10:01.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay.
10:01. Don't be like Spits and Suds and send it out during 5:30 to 10. we need as much as we can get. We need as much as we can get. Right now, it's a hump day. It's the expressway. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Do you make your girl go to the other side of the house to make poo-poo?
Yes.
That was the discussion between Shannon Sharp and Chad Ocho Cinco. This was on the Nightcap with Unk and Ocho podcast. Why do they call him Unk?
I don't know, like kind of the guy,
Like uncle.
Like he's everybody's favorite uncle kind of thing?
Yeah, it's just,
All right,
it's
that's fine. Yeah, just curious.
I mean, you knew what uncle meant.
Yeah. I was just like,
Bobby's street translator.
I mean,
Uncle's uncle.
Yeah, for all of his hip kids phrases he likes to use, then
I just didn't know if there was a specific
like Uncle Nate, but not.
We have to inform him. We just got to keep him up to date on a lot. I feel like for somebody who's so in tune with the youth, like how we had to tell him what spiced meant a couple weeks ago.
So the latest episode they said described as Chad and Shannon discussed the bizarre situation of Jerry Judy and Steve Smith compared to Jada and Will, and what is the right level of privacy in a relationship, and that got into a discussion. Here we go, Ross. Ready? Cut 28. This is the discussion between Ocho and Shannon Sharp about your girls' restroom habits.
Going to the bathroom with in front of a woman. I don't do that. I don't pass gas. No, hell no.
That's the number one. Listen, let me tell you what my grandma told me now. Baby, the minute she can use the bathroom and leave the door open, that's the one.
She can't do that.
Yeah, that's the one.
That ain't the one. That ain't the one
right here. I knew she was the one when she fought in the front of me.
No.
Yeah, that's how, oh yeah.
Oh, Joe,
yeah,
I broke up with a girl for doing that.
Man, stop playing. You left a girl for that?
I swear for God and two white men I did.
Oh, boy, you a tough crowd, boy.
No.
You a tough crowd, boy.
Oh, Joe,
you're a tough
we're in
crowd.
the
Come
bedroom. The bathroom right there. 5 steps. You mean to tell me you got no? I don't do that, Ocho. I can't do that. No, you can't do that in front of me.
She gotta get up and go out the room.
Go, boy, don't do that. That's disrespectful, man. Stop playing.
Oh, you tripping, baby. Let that. And I graded too. When she let one out, okay, that was about a 4 right there. That was about a 4. Wait, so she gotta when she used the bathroom, she gotta close the door too?
She goes to a different area of the house. Don't nobody go to the bathroom. If we're both home. Nobody goes to the bathroom in the master bathroom. Nobody.
Okay. There's a lot to unpack there.
I love this because there's no in between.
No, there's not.
Team Shannon or Team Ocho.
So we
know what team you're. I think we know what team all three of us are on right here.
Well, we do not use the restroom with the door open.
Okay.
The door is closed. Okay. There are some things of privacy, like. I don't get graphic, but there are things that you don't want her to see or you don't want to see from her.
Of course.
Now, I don't mind if I have to walk into the bathroom after her and I get slapped in the face. That doesn't bother me. All right? I grew up, my dad, we had to put a canary in the bathroom after he went. And if it died, we knew not to go in there. Like, that was what we had to do. But, that's too far. If the door is open, that's too far.
Puda's going to be on the phone.
But sending her to the other side of the house, that's too far, too, I think.
I mean, it's just across the house. That doesn't sound far at all.
I'll go to the other side of the house. I'm totally Team Shannon.
So you're on a permanent road trip. You don't get to use your home-based toilet ever.
She's a woman. She owns the bathroom, period.
That's fair.
I don't even get to get dressed or ready in there. We have 2 sinks, his and hers. For some reason, her hair, they're hers and hers. Her hair straightener or whatever ends up in my side of the sink. I have to take my stuff and go in the other. I don't even get a shower in there. I go in because the humidity would mess up the makeup. Yeah. So I just get up, and I don't want her in my vicinity afterwards anyway. Totally Team Shannon. I've never had a girl do it. If she did do it, it would probably mentally scar me, and I could never be with that person, period.
Yeah, I mean, they're...
Ocho and his grandma are like, no, that's a sign. That's a sign she's the one.
Yeah.
Nope. That's not that's a sign that you have things that you need to work through with a therapist or something, I think is what it is. Because, they have the irreconcilable differences and different reasons that I think that this should be a legal reason for divorce.
Team Shannon or Team Ocho on the fan text? That's all I want to know. Shannon or Ocho? I guarantee you Ocho dominates. 877-881-1053. Ross, are you in a relationship? You got the girlfriend or wife?
Nope.
Okay.
Single as a Pringle.
I can't imagine why.
Actually, Pringles come in a stack. They're not single at all.
No, but everyone eats them single.
That's true. Yeah,
No, people do the duck mouth thing and they eat two at a time.
Okay, that's if they're doing the duck mouth. But
no,
you're right.
Everyone wants because you want to test the saying. You're like, can I just eat one? Can I have just one Pringle?
Yeah, it's like, but you're also it's every other chip. You take multiple of.
Yes.
Maybe Doritos.
Yes, Doritos individual.
But when you get towards the bottom,
or Sun Chips.
Bobby
eats Sun Chips every day.
But like Lay's, I'm getting a million of them at a time.
This is 90-10, by the way.
Ocho. No doubt.
It's not even close.
Yeah, I don't mind her. I don't mind Sarah. She hasn't purposely yet, while she's awake, passed gas in front of me. She's not. She's not tooted in front of me while she's awake. In her sleep, she has once. Trust me, I let her know about it.
Spittle just liked the your song on Twitter.
All right,
we got it.
Thank you, boss.
He heard. We got it. We got it.
All right. I was nervous about that one.
Spitz and Sons endorsement.
I was quite nervous.
We
about
got
that
it.
one.
All right.
But
so
no, going to the bathroom with the door open, I'm out on that one. I'm out on that.
Yeah, because I don't like any of those particles mixing into the air at all. That's why I won't shower in there. The door's got to stay closed. Vent has to be on. 2 hours has to clear. So yeah, this is a hard no for me.
Yeah. All right. So by the end, like Bobby said, it is definitely Ocho winning on the Trucker.com text line. In the most obvious study of all time, University of Arkansas has published a research project, a survey that women prefer muscular men. Well, shocker.
Yeah, shocker.
Shocker. Women prefer muscular men. But
we all prefer in shape people.
Yes, but that's just for flings. For long-term relationships, they do not want that.
What?
And the prevailing thought and the analysis of the conclusion is that they don't want someone that is going to they don't have to keep up with. You don't want someone too in shape.
Right.
Because then you got to keep up with them. It's like, oh, God, I got to go to the gym today.
Yeah.
You don't want that. You want in shape, but not too in shape.
This is Akash Singh from the Flagrant 2 podcast has talked about this before. He's done it as a stand-up bit where he's like, the look of a faithful man is beat up shoes, poorly dressed, a little bit out of shape. Like the guy who's gonna cheat on you is the one who's dressed like super nice, and that's the guy you got to worry about straying.
Right.
This guy's clearly not trying to get anybody.
Right.
Like he's comfortable, and so there's
when you and I go home from this show, and like if I'm like 10:35, 10:40, because usually we're out of here faster unless it's a Monday. So if it's like 10:40, she'll text like, "Everything okay? Where are you at?" But I know when I walk in the door, no matter what, she's not thinking that I stopped by some girl's apartment on the way home, dressed like this.
She's definitely not thinking that.
For some type of rendezvous. Me and Bobby, like, unless, I don't know what type of girl will be in the sweatsuits, but, and hats every day, and coffee breath, and wrinkles under the eyes from 4 a.m. wake up. But I think we eliminate that threat in our house. Although your wife, no. Your wife thinks that you're like this freaking heartthrob now because you're on the radio for a minute.
No.
Yes. You're telling me when you don't walk around the state fair, when you don't walk and people are throwing
money at me.
They're not throwing bras at you, but they're throwing raffle tickets at you. That she's not like, oh my gosh, like this is a threat. There is no way your wife does not think that.
No, because
losing all the weight with soda. You know, all of a sudden your head looks smaller there, even though it's getting bigger.
It is getting bigger.
You're telling me that she's not thinking my man has shot up with his stock?
No. Well, I mean, maybe she would, but I would think again it would have the opposite effect. She'd start getting a little more like, well, like it'd be a little more insecure. It wouldn't be like think of like, oh, look what I have. It'd be a little more like,
oh yeah,
well,
insecure.
What kind of opportunities might he have now? Which there's still none. The people throwing coupons at me yesterday and stuff like that were male tolos. It wasn't like a bunch of women like throwing stuff at me or anything like that. So.
Yeah, if we were in like music radio, it'd probably be different. Because the women listening demographic would be so much higher. We're JT Springer downstairs.
Yeah, total. Man.
Then they would worry, but they're like, okay, how many women are really... Even though, when we go to the Firehouse tours, I tell you all this all the time, I'm amazed by the awesome sense of humor of the female Tolos who come up now. Listen from day one, they get it that we're joking, that we have fun about all that stuff, and we have a lot of female listeners.
This is a total, like I mean, just real talk admission here. Like, so my dad growing up, he was a jock. He did he did some top 40 rock. He did country. So
what was his radio name?
He was Bob Belt his entire career, other than when he first got a job, and somebody's like, no, you're not Bob. You're gonna be Bud Light. And so they had him be.
No wonder he got canceled.
His initial name was Bud Light in Abilene on a rock station. That's actually how they met. My mom and dad met over the request line in the 80s.
Really?
Yeah, dead serious.
Total request live.
Troy Hughes met his wife from a Vin Diesel lookalike contest, and then this. Why Bud Light?
That's just what the program director.
Did he drink Bud Light?
No, it's what they chose for him, and he never did it again after that. But I can say that my mom, she always just had this anxiety about he's out doing remotes and he's in radio and music and because it was a more female dominated listenership and not necessarily that it owned it, but I mean it's music radio, and so it's definitely more split, and so the people who really love you and stuff like that, it's a lot more women, and so it was always uncomfortable.
Chopping it up during the Hump Day Expressway here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Rangers tonight.
Halloween candy or girl names?
When is Halloween?
It's the 31st of October.
31st. We got time.
All right. Please, I am begging parents, do not, name your kid what you want, but I'm just going to tell you the real. You're setting them up for a life of getting made fun of. The newest trend.
Tell me about it.
The newest trend is giving little boys girl names at birth. Rose, Jade, Hazel are some of the most for
guys?
boys. Yeah, some of the most popular boy names going on right now. And I was just going to tell you,
have you all settled on a name?
Pudge. We named our dog Pudge.
Oh, all right.
I see what you did.
I want to see how far we were going.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, that's all right, Pudge.
But
I wonder if, in the times that we're in, with the greater acceptance of everything, whether this will be an issue like it was for us growing up.
Man, you're probably right. My kids are they don't. Now they're
can you get suspended for making fun of someone's name these days?
Oh, you absolutely.
The way Peyton was when I was secretly recording him during the Rangers game the other day, he would. So
making fun of
various names on the Houston Astros.
Oh.
So yeah, we couldn't play that.
Yeah, you're right. I bet you in general you probably wouldn't get
how much more acceptable these names become when your kids are oh, I played with so and so at recess and I'm doing this after school. Do you ever get a name that they say and you're like, who? What?
Yeah.
What is that name? Or not?
Yeah, we get some names. It's the spellings that really throw you off now. It's because for example, just the name Jackson. There's a lot of people who just spell Jackson, Jaxon.
Yeah.
Yes, I know somebody that I talk to every day that spells his name like that.
Yeah, and it's cool. They'll uniquely throw a Y in there in place of an I.
Yeah, or I remember there's this one guy that I knew. He spelled his name Shan, and we were all like, "What the hell is that?"
Stop it, Matt. Because when we were kids, if there was a guy named Rose, we're mercilessly making fun of him.
Yes,
to the point where he's going to be in therapy, and that's a problem. Better help if you need it. But
if RJ Choppy makes fun of you, use the RJ promo code and better help.
RJ's making money off of bullying people in therapy.
Life hack.
I hope this works out for him. I hope that they're right, that we're in a time where they can get away with this and no one's going to make fun of them.
Parents, man. I hate parents who do this.
It's selfish.
Northwest, Compass, all the Kardashian names.
All the Kardashian names.
King.
Yep.
My sister did this. She named her
Cash.
kids just weird stuff.
They just want to show their friends how cool they are.
Like what?
All they want to do.
It was
Bud Light?
No, it was Poema and Pax and I don't know. She's naming them after old television networks and stuff, I guess. But
Uppin, UPN.
Uppin.
Yeah,
it's tough. It's tough right now.
One more.
One more. Okay. Well, do you know this girl in Australia had relations with 300 people this year?
Congrats.
This
year?
Well, over the last year.
Peyton's listening. The guys are even funnier listening in this side of dial. Okay?
Okay.
All right. This
Peyton
side,
drinking early.
In this side of dial. He sent out the radio in his car. 5 to 10. Sean and RJ.
Yeah. Can't read or write.
So she said that she slept with 300 people in a calendar year. Sometimes up to 5 a day. Always had it on speed dial. It was just her most empowering year ever. So my question to you gentlemen is, do you know your girls' count?
No. But I would not mind unless it was like this number.
Unless it was 300?
Yeah.
they're
I would not mind. My wife has this policy, like, I'm kind of like, all right, let's just tell each other everything. It's transparent. She goes, nope, I don't want to know. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear the past. I don't need to know about it. Bam. Ignorance is bliss. So I have no idea. But I don't think I'm hoping it's not really high.
Yeah, you don't want the "this is Sparta" number. That's the one for sure. But no, it's funny. It's sort of the similar. Like, I'm completely cool knowing.
Yeah, because y'all got married at 13.
No, but
I was
not there. It was 25. I'm completely cool knowing
25.
Yeah, I'm completely cool knowing everything about her
your
background.
age.
Yes, I'm completely cool knowing everything about her background. She doesn't want to hear anything at all, ever. She wants to know none of it, which probably for the best, knowing how she can get in her head about some stuff like that. So,
and I can't imagine you would care.
I don't care if she tells me. I don't know it. I've never asked. I don't care. She can tell me whatever. It doesn't bother me.
And would she care?
She already thinks I'm a little bit easy.
Oh.
Yeah, she already no, like she doesn't know. We haven't.
I think she'd be surprised. I think she'd be surprised that I would think your number is surprisingly low. Because you were,
I was in a lot of,
you're schooling. You didn't touch girls or think about anything until 21, till Ryan's age today.
Yeah, I was a late bloomer.
University of Tennessee. I mean, were you balling at Tennessee like that?
I had a girlfriend for like 2 of the years there.
There you go.
So that
the Mormon.
No, that was high school.
Oh, okay.
That was high school. That's why I didn't touch anything.
You wouldn't get on dating apps around here.
No, I didn't go on
always with a
dating
girlfriend, always in a relationship. So
always.
I think you probably have Bobby has the lowest number, then you, then me. I'm not trying to sound like a pimp. I'm just talking about relationships.
I was cuffed. I was cuffed for quite a while.
Yeah, and then like Sean said, you went to a college where like everybody, it's nicknamed Rocky Top. Like I don't know that that's where you want to experiment.
I climbed the Rockies, baby.
All right, Micah Parsons has a problem. Micah Parsons has a problem with the Cowboys media and around the NFL power rankings. Next, then Eric Nadell on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, it's all of a sudden Friday.
Power rankings.
Get into the weekend, boys and girls.
Ross.
Last week.
Ross. Isn't it Ross?
It's
You're
Ross. I just
Stop. Hey, turn the music off. All the way off. Yeah. And this one.
There we go.
That's degenerate music. This is Power Rankings here for the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan, along with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell.
Look, it's like Cody Bradford, right? Like first appearance came up, Ross, got shelled a little bit, but you're going to bounce back. You're going to contribute big time in the postseason.
Yeah, do we blame Peyton, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Peyton trained him. This was either incompetence from Pepe or purposeful for job security. And he's listening right now. That's the giveaway. You don't listen when I'm not here. I'm not listening to this show.
No offense taken.
Yeah. You don't even listen while you are here. So
Fair.
On my way to Vegas, I am not listening to this show like Peyton right now. Peyton just tweeted he was listening. Troy would do this. Troy would get the sixth satisfaction whenever his replacement messed up a little bit. And he'd always hit us up. Like, I know I'll never hear from Troy the rest of my life with a text message, but he would text, everything fine?
Everything good?
Everything go well?
Good?
Da-da?
See, here's how I knew that Ross was in trouble today and that Peyton's the reason to blame.
Ross.
He's still playing the music.
This is the wrong music. This degenerate gambling music. Just put another regular music. Just put a regular music bed. It's all right. We're just joking around. We're just busting your balls.
See, let me ask you, when Peyton trained you, how much time did you run our show?
He didn't run it.
Exactly. Peyton did it. You don't learn by looking over somebody's shoulder. Peyton should have been over his shoulder.
Because both of y'all did this, right?
Yeah. So,
you ran the board for Coop?
For Chuck Cooper's did it my first day.
I bet that was a blast.
I'm still my armpits are still sweating. Okay, and that was 20 years ago. You put the trainee on the board and then you stand over their shoulder.
Yeah, whenever I used to train anybody on a board, it was always
get in there, man.
Like especially if it was like just a once a week show, it was always 3 weeks watching, and then the final week they run with you in there. But Peyton didn't want to do that. Peyton wanted his job security. Especially after he's about to go gamble away his entire life savings, all $57.23 of it, or whatever he's got in his bank account, or whatever mom and dad let go in the trust fund this week, and that's where it is.
All right, so we're gonna do power rankings 1 through 5, or
Peyton said power.
Hey! Turn off your mic. Your mic's on. I'm just trying to save you, man. We don't want you to get fired or anything like that.
Yeah,
that would have been awesome. We called Peyton out right there.
I would have been great.
He was about to say something like, Peyton, you effing idiot.
Stop, man.
And do we have a dump button in here? Everyone needs
do that red button right there.
All right, so that's live.
Well, I don't know.
That works.
We'll see.
Okay.
Well, I was told it's live, so
yeah. I blame Tim Collins, really. Not even Pepe. I blame TC. Okay. Let's try this again. Power rankings 1 through 5 or 5 through 1. And let's see if the ultimate homers get the Cowboys in their top 5. How did the rest of the country, and Ross, music bed when you get a chance. How did Are you doing degenerate music?
Yeah, no, that's the power rankings right there.
Sort of.
Yeah. Wait, let me hear it one more time.
No, you get one shot with this.
No.
I'm a one-take guy.
I love how you're only shy when it comes to how's that song go? You'll belt a song out. You'll sing a song. You'll talk about your freaking, love of men's rear ends. You'll go to the bathroom at the door, but you'll fart in front of us. But then when it's like, hey, how's that go again? You get all scared. All right, I got it now.
He did chase us out of the studio yesterday at first. He was like, you guys can't watch me while I sing. And he was like, trying to run us out. But I was like, I got to film a music video. He's like, okay, fine, you can stay.
Yeah.
It's got to be nerve-wracking. All right, Blogging the Boys had the Cowboys go from 9 to 8. NFL.com kept them at 8. ESPN kept them at 7. USA Today kept them at 8. Basically staying put. Yahoo kept them at 7. CBS Sports from 7 to 6. Athletic dropped them from 7 to 9. SI had them at 5, which was dumb to begin with, and dropped them all the way down to 8. So basically 8 for the Cowboys, averaging out for the national power rankings.
I stacked the top 10 just because I want to be able to, like, I just want to have, when the Cowboys are outside the top 5, which, you know, then I got to know. And so, like, I think that's fair. I think keeping them around there is probably fair.
Okay.
That's roughly where they probably
stack
belong.
the top 10. Okay.
Before we exclude the Cowboys, I like the music, Ross. Before we exclude them, Micah Parsons has a little problem with the media. I guess Micah didn't talk recently to the local media, and he explained why during his Micah podcast the other night.
I just don't condone the bashing of Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys and have the same energy for the Eagles. We want the same energy for everybody because there's a whole bunch of bashing when it's Dak Prescott, but not the same when it's the Eagles. I got time today. A lot of people said the Browns defense was overhyped. I said the Browns are the real deal. Acho said this, which pissed me off. I'm not worried about the 49ers. They were missing Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel. The Browns were missing Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb. They were missing them key factors before the game even started. So why is it that we are just scrubs and we're nobodies that don't deserve to be on the field and we're just all talk? But there's 100 excuses for these other teams. If y'all just want to hate Cowboys Nation, just say y'all hate Cowboys Nation. I'm tired of people trashing my quarterback. I'm tired of people trashing my team. And that's why I had nothing to say to the media this week. You want to hear me talk? Come to hear me talk on The Edge Monday night. And that's point blank period.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fine until the league fines you for not talking to junior media availability during the week. I mean, it's like what I think it's interesting that if he didn't, because I mean, I wasn't out there for his normal media day last week. If he didn't talk last week to Dallas media, I think that's like, does he expect them to cover the Eagles or the 49ers or like they cover Dallas. They're only going to talk about what impacted Dallas. It's not going to be a bunch of reporting on, well, how did the 49ers and Browns play this weekend?
Yeah. Like the Chargers haven't even been mentioned up there on TV over the last 24 hours. I feel like they're just running replays. Are the Cowboys too conservative on offense? And then RJ Choppy's question making national TV to Jerry on, was it an indictment of the offense that McCarthy kicked the field goal end of first half? That's all there. Look, Mike is right. It's just also the way it is. So we know this. All right. 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Let's go 1 through 5.
Okay.
All right. Was this easy or difficult for y'all?
It was pretty hard because I had to figure out where I was going to and how I was going to deal with San Francisco and Philadelphia.
And do we have our last week rankings?
Yes, we do. Last week, Sean, you had San Fran 1. Philly 2, Kansas City 3, Buffalo 4, Miami. Well, they won. Oh, they won though.
They struggled though.
Who was it? You just said? Oh, Buffalo barely over the Giants. Yes, ding.
And then Miami 5.
Okay, 3 of 5. My worst showing yet.
Bobby, you had San Fran 1, KC 2, Buffalo 3, Miami 4, and then you did eventually put Philly 5 at the end.
Yeah, because of bullying.
3 of 5.
I had KC 1, San Fran 2, Philly 3, Miami 4, Detroit 5.
3 of 5?
3 of 5, correct. And then Peyton had San Fran, KC,
we don't care.
Philly.
He's not here.
Yeah,
we don't care. Whatever Ross has is what we care about. All right, so let's go 1 through 5.
All right, 1 through 5. My number 1 has not changed. Still Kansas City. They got a mini bye. They had the Thursday night game that should hopefully for them provide dividends for them or prove dividends because they're going to get a little mini bye here. My concern, they are becoming a little Hollywood. Travis Kelce's gallivanting all over the country with Taylor Swift.
SNL cameo.
Cameos. He's on more commercials than Peyton Manning at this point.
I know.
My goodness.
Mr. Pfizer.
Mahomes got a bunch. They do have a top 10 defense, though, this year. Like their defense has come to play. That's good for them. So I think they're number 1 still.
The only reason I'm not shredding you for this is because San Francisco lost, because they're just not impressive.
Oh, they're not. No.
They lost to Detroit. They beat Jacksonville by 8. They destroyed the Bears. They beat the Jets by 3. They beat the Vikings by 7. They beat the Broncos by 11. None of that is impressive, except for Chicago. I don't know how they I know your justification, but I never even thought about putting them at 1.
Yeah, and I get it. Like, I think the bigger error, like you said, it's been previous weeks. If you already had the Chiefs at 1, there's no reason to like put San Francisco or anybody else ahead of them this week. My number 1 for the last several weeks was the San Francisco 49ers, and my number 1 continues to be the San Francisco 49ers because, again, they were missing a ton of big contributors, and even at the end of the game, even with everything going wrong, they still should have won. Like, Moody misses that kick.
Yeah.
They were in position to win that game on the road against the best defense in the NFL with a number of stars missing. So I still have San Francisco 1. I'm not dinging them too much.
Same for me. San Francisco won. They should have won that game, and they lost a bunch of their stars. Sounds like McCaffrey dodged a big injury, though. So San Fran 1 for me.
All right, I got San Fran 2. I'm not going to be that slave to the result. They're good. They're very good. They're loaded. Their defense did not get worked, even though it was like a backup and everything. It was a bad loss. Like, there's no doubt, and there may be a crack or two in that Brock Purdy facade. But remember, Tom Brady missed the playoffs the year after he won his first Super Bowl. He wins the Super Bowl in 2001, and then he missed the playoffs the next year. You could have a bad start to your – you could have a – when you're early on in your career, you're a 6th, 7th round pick, you might have a downward spiral at some point. It's okay. One loss, not going to be all roses.
Number 2, the Kansas City Chiefs. And if there would have been anybody more impressive directly around the Chiefs this past weekend, I would have dropped the Chiefs because they are, just like Sean said, they're not impressive so far this season at all. There's nothing about them that just goes, whoa, this is a different team. Like, this team is not the same Kansas City team we've seen in recent years so far through 6 weeks of the season, but they hold at number 2, and that's just because the teams behind them weren't super impressive either.
Well, you're wrong. So congrats on that. The team around them that was impressive was Miami. Miami dropped 42 on Carolina after being down 14-zip. 42-21, historic pace offensively, and the Miami Dolphins are my number 2.
All right.
If they play tomorrow on neutral field, I would feel more confident in Miami outscoring Kansas City. That's why I'm going Dolphins.
Okie doke. I got Miami 3. There's no doubt they got their warts. That was a bad start. You can't fall behind Carolina 14-zip. Now, obviously they can because they just basically rolled them the rest of the way. But, dude, there is nobody faster, and they churn out weapons. And Tua,
Stephen A. went viral yesterday for saying, all Tua does is throw 2-yard passes.
I mean, that's not really true at all. He's the most anticipatory quarterback in the league.
Yeah, he anticipates dump-offs and screens.
Yeah, right. But, like,
he should play for Mike McCarthy.
How does he? So he has his time to throw is one of the lowest in the league, right? He gets rid of the ball as fast as anybody in the league. Yet his average depth of target is high. Why? Because he's anticipating they're going to be there, and he makes the throw, little touch pass, and that's how he's able to do that.
So Miami's your 3.
Miami's 3 for me.
Yeah. I have the Buffalo Bills 3.
Ooh.
Because the Buffalo Bills absolutely rocked teams 3 weeks in a row. They have to go to London against a Jaguars team that is starting to play better and was able to stay out there the entire time. They didn't have any of that travel stuff and barely lost that game. You then have to come back. You don't get an extra day of rest or anything else. You're playing against the Giants. You struggle, but they ended up, finding their rhythm later in the game. And I just think that right now, again, if you lined up Miami and Buffalo again, I think Buffalo beats them.
Wow. I'm going to go Kansas City at 3.
Okay.
And then I'll just, for the sake of time, roll through my number 4, the Detroit Lions.
All right.
Can't ignore it anymore. There are someone I saw vote for Detroit as the best team in the NFC.
I think it was Dan Graziano.
People are believing they're definitely better than the Cowboys. I'm putting Detroit at 4.
I, too, have Detroit at 4. Rebuilding since 1957. If you're not on board now.
And how about Dan Campbell saying there's no such thing as road games for us anymore? You're telling me the Lions have fans in other cities? Or are they just traveling?
I cannot wait. I'll be at the December 30th game.
Whoa!
Yes. I cannot wait to see what that play. Detroit is traveling like the Cowboys do, man. It is insane. They play the Ravens this week. That's probably their last real test till they play the Cowboys. They get your tickets now. They took over Tampa last week.
Yeah, they've traveled really well. Number 4 for me, I have the Miami Dolphins. So my top 4 remains the same. And then, for the sake of time, I'll join you guys. My number 5 is the Detroit Lions.
So my decision here was Philly or Buffalo. And Philly a little bit more consistent, so I'm keeping the Eagles at 5. I'm bumping the Buffalo Bills.
I thought about putting the Eagles here at 5 because the Bills did not look good in their win over the Giants, but I still think they're very good. That London game's throwing me off. It's such a crapshoot going out there. It's totally unfair for either team to play out there. I'm kind of dismissing that one a little bit. So I'll put Buffalo at number 5.
Shangelo. That's your new nickname.
Wow.
You're Shangelo, keeping the Philadelphia Eagles anywhere near the top 5.
And your 5 was who?
49ers, Chiefs, Bills, Dolphins, Lions.
San Fran, Miami, Kansas City, Detroit, filthy.
Kansas City, San Fran, Miami, Detroit, Buffalo. Trucker.com text line real quick. 49ers first, Detroit first. Detroit could be any team in the league. Browns need to be having some love up here. Not enough Detroit. All that stuff.
The voice, the Hall of Fame voice of your Texas Rangers gets us ready for Game 3 tonight. Eric Nadell next on Sean and RJ. But
upcoming segment sponsored by Window Nation on 105.3 The Fan and Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-33-333-3333.
All threes. All good. Still the same. We have Brett Boone coming up at 9 o'clock. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. Tonight is Game 3 with Max Scherzer's return. 6:30 pregame on this radio station. Then you will hear the Hall of Fame play-by-play voice, Eric Nadell, who joins us now on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Good morning, Eric. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing? I'm good.
Doing well. How fun has this run been for you?
It's been fantastic. You know, after missing it for so long, I think I'm so much more appreciative of it than I would have been. You know, we got in I wouldn't say a rut, but we got in a habit of expecting to be in postseason every year in that great run from 2010 through 2016.
Oh, are you there, Eric?
Did we lose him?
We lose him.
On every single pitch, it really is a whole different experience than a regular season game.
You know, compare this run, this feeling to the first one, to 2010, like, because the season as a whole kind of came out of nowhere from the expectation standpoint, and then in 2010 we knew it was going to be a good team, but I think they surprised a lot of people as well going to the World Series.
Yeah, the thing in 2010 was, you know, the acquisition of Cliff Lee at the trading deadline, you know, made you feel certain that the Rangers would win the division. This year, with the acquisitions of Scherzer and Montgomery and Chapman a month before that, you had that feeling too. So you had that same feeling riding through the whole second half of the season that this team is going to win the division and has a really good chance of going far in the playoffs. The difference this year is the roller coaster that happened during the course of the second half, where they wound up literally just squeaking into the playoffs as a wild card, and then getting hot again once the playoffs started, basically continuing the pattern of winning streaks and losing streaks and catching the winning streak again at exactly the right time. In 2010, I think they clinched with 8 days to go. So it was kind of a very different feeling going into the playoffs.
Eric, which has been more surprising to you about this playoff run? I mean, everybody's been really surprised by the fact that, you know, they've gone on this run. They haven't, you know, lost a game yet. But which has been the more surprising aspect to you? The fact that these young guys seem so unshaken by the moment, you know, Tavares, Young, Carter, or just the fact that the pitching has come through in a way that none of us really anticipated?
Well, the fact that the young guys have been able to perform at such a high level, you know, when you look at some of the other teams that didn't get that sort of performance from their first-time playoff performers, I think that's the thing that's probably been more surprising to me. You know, I even remember going back to 1996 when I thought the Rangers had the best team in baseball that year, but it was the first time in the playoffs for all of those players, and they didn't perform up to capability except for Juan and Pudge. You know, everybody else offensively had a bad series. And I certainly expected that, you know, some of the young guys on the Rangers wouldn't perform well, you know, as the playoffs got underway. And that just didn't happen this year. The pitching isn't as surprising to me because the Rangers have been able to pare it down to their very best guys. And that's why I think with the emergence of Jose Leclerc late in the season, it hasn't been as big a surprise to me that the Rangers have pitched well. This well is a surprise, but I thought they would pitch well in the shorter series where they'd be able to use Montgomery and Eovaldi and, you know, Dunning, Heaney, and just the three relievers if all went well.
Eric Nadell here on 105.3 The Fan with Game 3 tonight in Arlington. Eric, have you compared Evan Carter to anyone, or does he remind you of anyone in terms of just either the ability or the it factor that he seems to have?
I don't know that we've ever had a guy quite like him. You know, Ruben Sierra had the it factor when he first came up. but he was coming up I think in May, early in the season, and he had such unbelievable tools that he was immediately labeled the franchise by the hitting coach Tom Robson, the golden child by my partner Mark Holtz. He had been ballyhooed for such a long time, though, ever since the Rangers signed him out of Puerto Rico as like a 16-year-old. Evan Carter, it's a very different situation, where he wasn't heralded when he was drafted, surprised a lot of people by performing as well as he did in the minor leagues, and then coming up and showing the kind of maturity that he has. Sierra was a big swinger with a lot of charisma, didn't have nearly the discipline that Carter has. And that's the thing that surprises me the most, about a kid coming up for the first time, playing in ballparks for the first time, and handling that tough left field at Minute Maid the way that he did. I don't know the Rangers have ever had a young player come up and display that type of maturity at the age of 21.
Eric, what are your expectations for Max tonight? Like, is this one of those things where we may know right away whether or not he's got his command or if he's lost his control a little bit because of the layoff? Or what are your expectations going in?
I have no idea what to expect. I really don't. It's possible that in the first inning he'll show some signs of rust and then find it. I have a lot of trust that Max will figure out how to get it done one way or the other. So I certainly don't expect him to give up 3 home runs in 3 1/3 innings like he did last time he faced the Astros. I think that, we'll see a good outing. How far he can go, I don't know, but I think the difference this time, he won't be planning to go 7 innings today. You're going to see the very best that he's got right from the start for as long as he can possibly go, with the Rangers having a fully stocked bullpen behind him. But as far as what to expect, I don't think any of us.
Eric, do you give any consideration to changing things up in the 8th inning if it's a close ball game? Do you just roll out there with Aroldis Chapman? Do you consider maybe going back to Will Smith or changing things up, moving Spores up? How would you approach the 8th inning if you're the Rangers?
I think it depends entirely on who's coming up. It's that pocket that has the 2 left-handers. If there's still a pocket, that determines the way you're going to use the bullpen. Now, Dusty Baker was talking yesterday about dropping Kyle Tucker lower in the order because he hasn't been hitting. So if you've got Alvarez hitting 3rd and Tucker maybe batting as low as 6th, I don't think it's an automatic that you bring Chapman in to face those guys. I'm not really sure. It depends on what exactly the score is and specifically who the hitters are coming up. But I don't think it's automatic that Chapman pitches the 8th. I don't think it's been automatic all along. It's just worked out that those guys, those lefties, have been coming up in the 8th inning.
When they turn it over to the bullpen, do you take something? Do you breathe into a brown bag? What happens to the stress level? Are you calm and cool throughout?
My stress level is pretty high during the postseason, all through the game. But the Chapman, what I'm now calling the Aroldis Chapman experience, every time he comes into a game, that raises it to the highest possible level. Just because that's the way he gets it done. It never seems to be easy. But I'm not really holding my breath the way I was during the regular season. Especially the way that Spores and Leclerc have been pitching. But at some point in a 7-game series, the Rangers are going to have to use somebody else. They've got 3 games in a row now. Unless they win the first 2, it'll be the first time they've got 3 in a row. Now, you figure if they lose one of these 2, there's a chance maybe they haven't had to use Spores and Chapman and Leclerc. But at some point, they're going to need to use Dunning. They're going to need to use Heaney. They might need to use John Gray out of the bullpen. And we don't know what to expect from him in terms of rust. So there are going to be more anxious moments, and hopefully all these guys will come through.
Eric, what have been your biggest Bochy takeaways through year 1 and being up close for the magic of his postseason touch?
He just has the instinct on the right thing to do. Starting in spring training where he decided that Josh Young would be his number 5 hitter. and that carried through almost the entire season. In fact, if Young had not gotten hurt, I would guess he'd still be the number 5 hitter. He just has a feeling of, who can do what, who can perform the best. That's the manager's job.
Eric Nadell joining us here on 105 through fan. I think we lost you there for a second. Get us set for Christian Javier. I know he's not like a household name from unless you're like a really, really big baseball fan, but his postseason numbers are tremendous over his last 3 starts.
Yeah, and some guys have the ability to raise it to another level, and he definitely seems to be one of those guys. I don't know, I don't know if it's a mental thing. You would think it probably is, but this guy's a lot better than people give him credit for.
Now, you're a huge music guy. Have you gone head first into the Creed craze that will continue tonight?
I love the fact that the players are into it and that the fans have gotten into it. That in itself is fantastic. I don't have to be the biggest Creed fan in the world to appreciate what's going on. I have listened to a lot more Creed over the course of the last week or so than I have before, and I'm still not the biggest Creed fan in the world, but I have a better appreciation for them. Just as I never thought Sweet Caroline was the greatest song in the world, not even the greatest Neil Diamond song, but, I love the way everybody gets into it in Boston. So the fact that the Creed thing has caught on to me is wonderful. And I love the fact that, our own Jared Sandler was largely responsible for it. He and Andrew Heaney getting that message out to the public.
Eric, thank you so much. It's great to have you back on these calls for this unimaginable playoff run. We can't wait to listen tonight and keep it going moving forward. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Eric Nadell, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Why the Dak Prescott critics may finally get their wish. That's next in Below the Belt right here on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead and make your
Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, great runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
That's right. This is Below the Belt. Be careful what you wish for, Cowboys fans, because it just might come true. Now, before we dive into the specifics of Dak Prescott's future here and why a future without him might very well be possible and not necessarily because of what the Cowboys want, there are a couple of interesting things that I need to reference. Now, gentlemen, you are aware that yesterday I texted 50 links to our group chat, several of them. And one of these that I had tweeted was an analysis from Patton Analytics, which is it's a guy named Stephen Patton. He does a lot of, NFL research stuff.
George's kid.
Yep. That's exactly it. George Patton's kid. Definitely not his grandson, would be his child for sure. He does a lot of research keeping up with basically, EPA, which is, expected points added and, things like that. It's markers that basically measure efficiency, how, teams are performing when you strip away all of the, luck factor and some of the other things. It's just basically how are you, moving the ball down the field and what are you executing that's within your control? How are you playing above expectation? Similar to WAR with baseball, wins above replacement. So when he charts every week how efficient the offenses are doing. Who do you think is the number one ranked offensive play caller in the NFL through 6 weeks?
Play caller?
Yes.
So we could. By the way, are we differentiating now play caller and OC?
I think you have to. Like, would we say this is Schottenheimer's offense?
No, but okay. I see what you're saying.
Nobody ever said it was Bieniemy's offense.
Mike
McDaniel. There you go. Number one. Number two, though. Who do you think it is, Sean?
Mike McCarthy.
No.
Dak Prescott.
Nope. Think of maybe somebody who would really
Kellen
help.
Moore.
Kellen
my
Moore.
God.
You're a football genius, Sean Sharif. Look at you.
Take that, Mike Lombardi.
And now look, I would love to just have us play this guessing game all the way down the list, but I don't think we have time to guess 23 names before we get to Mike McCarthy at number 24. Among the top offensive play callers in the NFL. So I want to bring that up in addition to the PFF grade, which again, as I've said, Pro Football Focus, big fan of the work they do there. I think they're really doing some innovative stuff in regards to quarterback analysis and the way they look at the game. Dak Prescott, the highest rated quarterback from PFF this week. My BFF grade, a little bit higher. I was a 93. They had him a 90. But when you look at this, I think that, the analytics side of it, you can look at raw data or anything else. The analytics side of it is saying that the Cowboys have made the wrong move. Now, Sean Sharif, is this where you would say that the eye test should trump whatever silly analytical measures you can come up with?
No, the offense is an issue. It is. It feels like they're going to start off running into the line of scrimmage with no run game, and they're going to end up in 3rd and 7. And they're going to throw like a 4 or 5 yard pass. Is this the ideal scenario? It is not. But, again, I'm going to keep repeating this throughout the entire year. If you believe that Dak Prescott is not the guy, in my opinion, you had to change up the formula. So they did the right thing in the offseason. The problem with the formula is your defense is overrated and you do not have the run game that you were hoping for. So the bye week discussion, in my opinion, has to be a real discussion with Dan Quinn and Jerry and Steven. Yo, man, what is our defense going to be? What is our run game going to be? And if the replies back to that are not excellent, solid, like top of the league, I would remove the word solid. That's not great. Then you got to open up the passing game because you're going to have zero shot. If the Dallas Cowboys defense was what we thought it was going to be after the first 2 weeks, Mike McCarthy would not be getting criticized and killed like this. Yeah. The defense is overrated. They have tremendous flaws. The running game is non-existent against the Chargers, not that good. Therefore, this formula cannot thrive.
You mean judging a defense based off of Daniel Jones and Zach Wilson was a bad idea? Was a premature exercise? That couldn't be the case. I mean, if you were to the problem with the defense is you can't plan for it. You can look back on it. If you were to look back on it and say, if they have the 2000 Ravens defense, yeah, by all means, win how you can win. Just however you can win. The defense will take care of itself. You don't have that. It's a good defense.
Well, they thought everyone thought. The majority of people thought they had a San Francisco type defense.
I don't even know if San Francisco's defense is good enough to win that way, where it's just like
they're giving
run.
They're giving up 14 a game.
Yeah. And again, you may run into a situation where you play, a high flying offense, and you got to win a shootout.
Yeah, see, that's the important thing to remember about the 49ers too, is that they've got a game against Mike McCarthy's offense in there, and so that really kind of skews their defensive efficiency a certain way. I'm kidding, John. I'm kidding.
You can take all the shots you want. The reality of the situation is your guy isn't good enough, so they have to move all the checker pieces and rearrange the chairs and do all these things, and you can make 50,000 more excuses. It can be whatever system you want next year or 2 years from now. It can be Kellen Moore's system. The quarterback is not good enough to win a Super Bowl with the offense being the absolute focal point, and all the rest is noise, and all the rest is decorations and all this. That's the reality of the situation.
How much of the frustrations you think that we've seen to this point, or how much, I guess, for you, do you feel like what we've seen so far are two factors here? One, McCarthy has had a long layoff, getting into the rhythm of being a play caller and attacking defenses. That's going to take some time. That's 6 weeks. We shouldn't make any snap judgments on the rhythm he gets into 6 weeks into it. And the second aspect of it is, if it is technical overhaul about footwork and everything else, that you've got to give time for Dak and receivers to completely adjust more than 6 games.
The latter, combined with my worry that McCarthy was antiquated, the Aaron Rodgers worry in Green Bay. All the criticism coming out of Green Bay, I tried to balance with, Aaron Rodgers is a know-it-all, jackass, pompous California genius in his own mind. Mm-hmm. So, he thinks Nathaniel Hackett is a genius. All right? Aaron Rodgers thinks that Nathaniel Hackett is the man. Why? Because Nathaniel Hackett probably laughs at all of Aaron's stupid jokes. If you watch Hard Knocks, you see that Nathaniel Hackett seems like a great person. He does not seem like a head coach. So, Aaron Rodgers, I don't know how to weigh his opinion. I love listening to him talk football when he's on with McAfee, but I would love for McAfee to ask Rodgers about, because they go around the league with him, and it's fascinating for me to learn from. I would love for them to ask Rodgers about this Cowboys offense, and he would give us the truth of what he thought about McCarthy. So I'm worried about McCarthy being old and antiquated, and I think you do have to give a little bit and leave a little bit of time for adjustment with Dak and these steps of getting the ball out.
I mean, look, there could be, whether he likes McCarthy's offense or not, how much of that with Rodgers could have been an element of control. If you're in a system where it's bam, 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 very rigid, very structured, and there's not a whole lot of room for improvisation, a lot of quarterbacks may not like that.
Right.
I can see that. I mean, you think Josh Allen would like to play in this system? I don't think so. First of all, it wouldn't even fit to his skill set.
Agreed.
Well, I mean, goodness, when you talk, the word from Sean Payton, obviously, about Nathaniel Hackett also was that, he didn't even know what he was doing. It was just like, crazy inmates running the asylum. Like they're running around doing whatever they want. That may be why Aaron Rodgers loves him so much, is just because, he doesn't tell me what to do. Right. He lets me basically run the offense myself.
Right.
And so that's why he's a genius, because he trusts my genius.
And I'll tell you what, Nathaniel Hackett, I mean, he seems to be helping out Zach Wilson a little bit this year. Zach's had a halfway decent turnaround.
Or is Aaron helping Zach?
Or maybe Aaron.
Because Zach, when we heard him mic'd up, Zach talked about, there are all these shortcuts Aaron has taught me. It's stuff I had no idea, just the way you can, look at the defense, you can do this and this. I think a big part of that could just be Aaron, and also he seems to have gotten a big boost of confidence. It's almost ever since the trash comment and seeing players rally, he sort of got a little boost there. Now, Dak Prescott last week, we talked about the Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy thing. Dak was asked last week about if it was personally difficult for him to lose Kellen Moore. Was there any, outside of just, you always say it's a business, but was it personally difficult? And did you have to deal with that this offseason? And he was like, yeah, of course. You have a time during the offseason where you're frustrated and you're upset about losing somebody who's really close to you like that. But he went on to say that, but in a way, it really reinforced it was a business. He's like, because I lost Kellen, I lost Nussmeier, I lost Zeke, and so it actually makes it easier to deal with because it helps you understand, essentially I'm paraphrasing, how rigid and, cold the business end of it can be. That it's just, at the end of the day, it's about dollars, cents, wins, losses. That's what it is, and there's nothing else to it. And that's a little more...
Just how the Cowboys feel when they have to pay Dak this 40 to 50 mil. It's a business.
It's a little more jaded than I think I've heard Dak talk about being here with the Cowboys before. And for the first time, I was having this discussion with somebody recently.
Wow.
For the first time in Dak's time here, I'm really starting to say I can see a future where he's not here anymore. Regardless of what, Jerry says about, we want to sign him to 20-year deals. He's only in his third year, so let's sign him to a 20-year deal or whatever it is that he would say. But Dak, I think, is looking more fatigued and more worn down by the Monday through Saturday aspects of being the Dallas Cowboys quarterback than I've ever seen before. You talked about in the San Francisco game that you've never seen that look on his face before.
Yeah.
In a game. And that's things that I kind of wonder if we get a similar situation to the Kellen Moore issue, which was like, fine, you're not sure that you want me. I am sure I don't want to be here anymore. And I wonder if over this next year and a half, as we play things out and get to the end of Dak's contract, for the first time in his career here, I feel like it's a viable path potentially to say Dak could mirror the same. If you're not sure you want me, well, I'm sure I don't want you. And so let's go ahead and just get a fresh start for everybody.
So now we'd have two people in this radio station wearing different jerseys every Friday and Monday, because you'd have Bassick with T-Law or Mahomes and Bobby with wherever Dak went.
Every Friday, I'd wear it all the time. That's all I'd wear anymore.
The Dak Denver Broncos jersey. Or wherever.
Out with the hoodies, in with the 80 different Dak jerseys.
There you go.
Below the belt on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get to our Odyssey insider, former major leaguer. He's believed in the Rangers this entire time. Let's talk Game 3 in ALCS with Brett Boone next.
in studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3-2 again. Strike three called, got him looking on the outside corner. Herkering records the 13th strikeout of the night for Phil's pitching as they shut out the Diamondbacks. A 10-0 rout. The Phillies will head west with a 2-0 lead in the National League Championship Series.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ along with Bobby Belt, and the Philadelphia Phillies are rolling. They take a 2-zip lead in the NLCS by beating Arizona 10-0. Let's talk Game 3 and the baseball playoffs with Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast, an Odyssey original, featuring the most notable names in baseball and all-around sports every week. Brett, who looks like the bigger freight train, the Phillies or the Rangers?
I don't think whatever these Phillies have right now, that aura, that whatever you call it, they've got it. The mojo. I mean, those guys look. Harper looks like he's possessed. Everybody's hitting home runs. The city's going crazy. But then again, on our side of the ledger, Texas Rangers, they're just methodically working through just 7 straight in the playoffs. So they're both looking really good now. The Phillies, man. That's about it. I wouldn't want to be playing the Phillies right now, but in a week from now, that could change because you can't keep that level of intensity playing that well that long.
Like in football, like a crowd can really like impact another team's, the visiting team's offense, with the counts and everything. But in baseball, like does it have a huge impact? Like that crowd seems like it's the loudest in the sport.
Well, the thing about it is you got to quiet them. Okay, but like for the Arizona Diamondbacks, you got to find a way to quiet that crowd. You come out and put a 2-spot on the first inning, that crowd is not going to be like that. But it seems like every night, that first inning for the Phillies, something happens. They have a shutdown at the top, they come to the bottom, and in Game 1, it was Harper hitting the 2-run shot. Yesterday, Schwarber led off with a home run, so you get the crowd. Or I'm sorry, Schwarber hit one his second at bat. You got to get the crowd out of it. So you got to keep them from scoring early in the game. You got to put some numbers up on the board.
Brett, have you ever, on any of the teams that you were playing for, did you ever have a situation pop up like this one that the Rangers have had with Scherzer, where it's, something where it felt like there was no way he was going to show up for the rest of the year? Now it's, he might show up, but maybe it's an inning of relief, and now it's, no, he's starting, he may go a couple innings, or maybe he could go a certain number of pitches. Have you ever encountered anything like this in your playing career?
Well, I was watching the series, the previous series with the Rangers, and you saw the shot that I saw. Everybody saw Scherzer in the dugout. I mean, he looks like a caged animal. And I said, that guy's going to pitch. That guy's going to pitch in the next series. I had Bruce Bochy on the podcast a few days ago going in. I said, Boch, you got Scherzer? He goes, looks like he's going to play, Boone. He told me he's ready. I didn't know you were going to get John Gray back as well. So, I mean, that's a double whammy for them in a positive sense. So I wasn't sure after Game 1, Scherzer wasn't pitching. They went with Montgomery, obviously a great choice. 2, Evaldi backed that up, and then they announced that Scherzer was going to be Game 3. I wasn't expecting him to use him in a relief role. I think he's going to be on a pitch count. I think they're going to be really cautious of how many pitches but it's Max Scherzer, and you see him in the heat of the moment. That's going to be a conversation between probably just him and Bruce Bochy of just how far they'll let him go. But it sets up a lot of intrigue for tonight's matchup.
How much of that, you just kind of referenced it there a little bit in terms of Bochy, how much of when you run into something like this, do you think you just trust the player? Like the player to tell you, hey, this is what it is, versus you worry that maybe the competitor is trying to lie and stay on the hill longer?
Well, I think it's a really unique situation having the likes of a Bruce Bochy that's been there, done that for so long, and then Max Scherzer kind of is the perfect complement to that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's just so much experience on both sides, the managerial side and the pitcher side. There's going to be a lot of mutual trust there. It's not like a rookie manager and a veteran pitcher, or vice versa, a veteran manager and a young pitcher that really doesn't have a track record. It's 2 guys with impeccable track records, 2 future Hall of Famers, and I think that dialogue makes it a lot easier that they can really trust each other. You're going to let Bruce Bochy's going to let a Max Scherzer have a little more leash than your average guy. If Max tells him, Bruce, I'm good, I know Boach. He's going to trust his instincts.
And is that also a thing where like they may give him, his command may be down in the first inning, a little bit off of the first inning, maybe even the first two, and if he can get by they'll let him go a little bit longer because of who he is?
Well, without a doubt, he's going to have more rope than probably 99.9% of the league because of who he is and what he's done. That being said, I'll guarantee you they have a soft plan going into this game. It's what do you think? All right, on paper, and you're sitting there. Once that adrenaline hits and he's out on the field, throw that plan away. I'm telling you, if he's dealing, he's going to go as long as he can. He's going to tell Bruce when he's done.
Brett Boone on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline here on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Do you think that the Astros are shell-shocked, or we're the champs, we're fine, we've been here before?
I think the latter. The one team in the Final Four that are still playing. If anybody can be down 2-0 and stay poised, it's that Houston Astros team. You look at the lineups with the Phillies, obviously an electric lineup. The Texas Rangers have been number one in the American League all year. But that Houston Astros lineup, top to bottom, has got as much experience as anybody. They're really a next level lineup as far as thinking the game from the mental standpoint. I've seen it for the last 5, 6, 7 years. Altuve and Bregman and Brantley, they're constantly talking, making adjustments throughout the lineup, talking to the guy hitting behind him. That guy hitting behind him is talking to the guy that's hitting behind him. I think they're the most astute lineup in all the game. And the experience on top of that, Dusty Baker on top of that. If anybody's not out of this playoff series being down 2-0, which is a bad spot. I was reading something the other day. It's teams that start off down 0-2, they're like 0-21 and coming back and winning the series. But if anybody can do it, it would be the Houston Astros. So the last thing Texas can do is kind of get complacent right now, because this Houston team, they're world champions for a reason. At any time, they could get back. So you got to keep your pedal to the metal right now. It's not going to get any easier. Obviously, Texas is in a great spot, but you can't sleep on this Houston team.
Brett, even the biggest fan of the Texas Rangers would not have guessed they roll into the playoffs and win 7 straight. And they're doing it with a lot of different things. They're getting young guys to step up. The pitching has been better. The bats are picking up. Is there anything about this Texas team, though, that you say, that's maybe a little fluky, or I don't know how long they can sustain these young players just not being rattled by October, or sustain the bullpen not giving up, big late game runs? Is there anything about the team that you say that's going to eventually come back down to earth a little bit?
Well, I look at the Astros team, and they're the one team, they really don't have a weakness, top to bottom. Bullpen's really solid, been there, done that. The one thing about this Texas Rangers team, if they're vulnerable in that bullpen. Now, Evalde Montgomery, to this point, they've given him long enough starts, and I think Bruce has done a really good job ham and egg in that bullpen. You get to Chapman in the 8th inning, that's the question mark to me. You never know what's going to happen. It could be dominant 3 strikeout performance, or it could be a 3-spot real quick. Leclerc, I think, has really done a great job shoring up the end of that bullpen. But if they're vulnerable anywhere, it's that bullpen, and the Astros know that. So I'll guarantee you that Astros team sitting in there going, we got to get into that pen and get into that pen early. They're going to have an opportunity tonight, because I don't know how many pitches, even though it's Max Scherzer and he's going to go as far as he can. He's not like the normal on a normal start where he can go 110 pitches. He's going to be limited. So this is the one opportunity, this game 3 for that Houston team to get into that bullpen early. And I think if Texas is vulnerable anywhere, it's right there. But that being said, the way they finished the season, and you guys know I've been a fan of this Rangers team for a long time now. Yeah. This year, I thought they were really good. They had the dips and valleys like most teams do. But and then they finished with the Seattle Mariners and dropped 3 of 4. And I'm thinking, oh man, that's not a good sign to lose the division on the last day of the season. But then they bounce right back, get on a plane, go to Tampa Bay, and just have rattled off 7-0, 7 straight. That's pretty darn impressive. I mean, that shows the state they're in and just what they're feeling right now. When you win 7 in a row, and no matter how good the team I've been on or how decent the team's on, you win 7 in a row, you're starting to feel like we can beat anybody on any given night.
Brett, how has Houston done this on the road throughout their run? They're not a great home team this year. They've been really good on the road this year, but even in the playoffs in the last few years, and they sweep Washington on the road when they were down 2-0. They took 2 or 3 from Philly on the road last year. They swept New York on the road last year in the playoffs. What is it about them on the road?
It's just experience. They've been to the postseason so many times. I think they've won 6 or 7 of their division. And that it's about that roster. It's about the individuals, and they know, especially now. They obviously you want to at least be 1-1 at this position, but they know once again, Houston. That's why Houston's so unique. And once again, they go on the road and they know, from a mental standpoint, the Texas Rangers know that the Astros are really good on the road. Not only do the Astros know, but the Rangers know. So it's kind of a mental thing that you develop over the years. And I used to love going into hostile territory. I loved going into a Philly when that crowd was just rabid. I mean, that's why you play this game, to be in those big moments, to be in those exciting crowds, and to try to shut those crowds up. Because when you silence a crowd on the road, like a Philly, I know we're talking the American League now, but like a Philly, when you have the ability to quiet a crowd like that, it's really empowering. And I think Houston's going to take on the challenge. They're not sweating right now. They know they play really good on the road, and they're looking forward to the challenge.
You just had on Boch. Of course, you got the Brett Boone podcast. You talk with everyone around the sport. Do you still feel this Astros hatred from people within the sport?
Well, I do, but I don't think it's an educated opinion. I have a different take on that whole Astros scandal.
Okay.
And it's not I'm not in the majority. I just know this. As a player, when you're on the ground, as a current 26-man on that roster, you know things that nobody else knows. And the one thing I know throughout my playing career is that if one team's doing something, they're not by themselves. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this Astros thing, everybody's, slinging arrows because they got caught, because they won. But I'll guarantee if one team's doing it, it's pretty much league-wide. Just the other teams aren't saying anything about it.
All right, Christian Javier, let's get set for him. He's basically what's standing in the way between this and a 3-0 lead in this series, but he's been really, really good in the postseason. His last 16 innings as a starter, just 2 hits, no runs. Is he on that sort of like? Is he trending sort of that playoff dominant type starter?
He is. He's feeling his last outing in 7 innings, no runs. And Valdez has been the guy, in the past few years that's really been that guy you don't want to face. I heard an interesting point made by Smoltz on the broadcast, and he said, I'm sorry, we're talking about Valdez now. Javier, I'll get to in a second. I think the Valdez thing and the problems he's had, and it makes perfect sense to me. He's that sinker ball pitcher with an occasional cutter. Now he's been 50-50 split on the cutter and the sinker. He's gotten away from his bread and butter. So I think that's why Valdez has been having problems. But Javier's really stepped it up in the absence of the Valdez dominance. And then, of course, you've got Verlander at the top of the ticket, who's been great. His last outing gave up 2 runs. That was his worst outing in probably his last 4 appearances. So I'm looking for a big game out of Javier tonight. I think he's feeling about as good as you can feel. He doesn't remember the last time he gave up a run.
Now you're normally, suffering on the beach, looking at the water when you wake up with us. But now I'm hearing you're in the woods. What are you doing in the woods today?
I'm in the woods. I got my dad with me, my son, and a couple really good friends over the last 20, 25 years. And we're hunting. It's hunting season. We're going home tonight, but we've been here 5 days now. We're having a good time, and we're out spotting right now. Everybody's listening to me in this car. We got to keep it close. We don't want the animals to hear this interview.
Now this is for deer?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I never. It's a little too gamey for me.
You don't like deer meat?
No.
Venison? Oh man.
Yeah, you gotta know how to cook it.
How do you do it?
I don't know.
The private chef's not in the car with you?
But we got a buddy of ours, Jared. He He's our guide. He's the pro up here, and he knows how to cook that meat. He doesn't give us any of his secrets, though.
Hell yeah.
But I'll tell you, if you get somebody that knows how to cook it, it's tremendous. But I understand the gaming. If me or you probably put it on the grill, it would be gamey. But you get a pro doing it, it's really, really good.
Well, not me, Brad. I am a pro.
He's a barbecue guy.
Yeah. Hey, man, enjoy the time with the family. Thank you so much for making the time for us, and enjoy the game tonight. We'll talk next week.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline with Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast and Odyssey Original. Make sure to follow the Brett Boone Podcast on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Atolo asked me for the color scheme tonight, like for the fans, you know?
Yeah.
Jared told us red for the Baltimore game. I asked Jared, what's the color scheme tonight? He wrote red or blue. So thank you.
Jared doesn't know.
Very helpful. He must think I'm asking about like the team. Like, I didn't know if the team put out a message, like, for the fans. I don't know.
Some insider he is. Doesn't even know what colored shirts they wear.
Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. Let's check in at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Cowboys insider Nick Eatman. DallasCowboys.com is next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell.
Unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Rangers crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. It's time for Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. He said it was the first must-win of the season, and Dak Prescott ignited it. Here's Nick joining us on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. Was there more celebration or relief in that locker room after this Charger win?
A little bit of both. I mean, I feel like, after a game like that and knowing how long that week was before, and knowing what you have ahead of you, with the bye week, you just, when you get later in the season, one game difference is not going to look that different to you on the schedule. But man, 3-3 and 4-2 just looks astronomical. I mean, and I think that it feels that way too. And it was good. I think it's good for this team to get a close win. Their average margin of victory was 27 points, wins and losses, and the Chargers, they hadn't played anything but close games. Their average margin of victory was 4, so now it's a little under that with a 3-point game. So it was good for the Cowboys to get a win like that.
How many times did you find yourself? Well, first off, did you hear the Spanish play-by-play in the press box?
Who didn't? I mean, did y'all? It was unbelievable. But I loved it, by the way. Yeah, we heard it. We were down a little bit, not exactly behind them, and that was on the Chargers for putting them, right in the center of the press box, front row, right in the center. I mean, they had it coming. So I loved it. I mean, I know those guys. I talked to them. They weren't happy about it, but they brought it. They brought the noise.
So for those that don't know, they didn't get their separate press box. So the Spanish call of the Cowboy game sounded like this next to Nick Eatman.
La entrega, el Juan, ahí está Dak Prescott, juega el gallo entrando a las diagonales. El número 4 dice, aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Wow.
All right, that's enough, Ross. Were the stuffy media members all worked up?
No, not really. It's abnormal. You know what I mean? You're not supposed to have things like that. But you knew right away. And here's the thing about Victor Villalba, who's the play-by-play guy for the Cowboys. And the Mavericks, I believe. He gets that excited about every play, Cowboys or Chargers. Like the Chargers had a 7-yard slant to Keenan Allen for a first down, and you would have thought that they were about to go to a bowl game or something like that. I mean, it was a huge deal. And so I guarantee you the Chargers play-by-play announcer doesn't do that for Cowboys plays. I actually was like, you know what? I'm leaving. I'm walking out at the end of the game. I'm going in the elevator because I feel like if I haven't gone in the elevator, something good is going to happen. So I went to the elevator. So I didn't hear the interception call on Stephon Gilmore, but I bet you that pissed off a lot of people up there because they probably went nuts.
Nick, how much were you comparing all the Kellen Moore versus Mike McCarthy routes from the up top view?
Nah, I don't. Not at all. I don't. Maybe I'm not wired that way, but no, I didn't necessarily look at it that way. Now, I'll tell you, hold up. That is actually not true because there was a time where I was like, if I know Kellen at all, he's going to run a little out pattern here to Keenan Allen for a first down to stop the clock, which is what they did. It wasn't exactly an out, but it was like a quick sideline pass. So maybe once or twice, but not a whole lot.
All right, we waited long enough. What did you think about what happened right before the half?
I didn't like it at all, and I didn't hate the 8-second one down to 3 as much as I did the 50-second down to 28. That's the one I had a problem with when it was 50 seconds, and I forgot exactly the Gallup caught a pass. And they just kind of kept going in line. And I was like, call a timeout. Because then at 28 seconds is when the next snap was, and then there was a holding penalty. So it kind of pushed them back. If they didn't get that penalty on for the Jake Ferguson catch, they would have had to kick like a 50-something yard field goal, which he probably makes it. But you get down there. I would have called timeout. I would have called timeout at 9 seconds, 8 seconds, and you have another timeout. You're probably not throwing it into the end zone, but you can throw it something short and try to get in, and then you get tackled. You call a timeout. So I didn't like that. I mean, I would have done something else with it. I definitely would have. Now, as it turns out, they kick a field goal, and as Dak says, we won by 3. But I didn't love it at the time. I didn't.
How does Dak take that as anything but a lack of faith in him? Like, I can't. I'm trying to think of the quarterbacks who wouldn't be allowed to call the time out there and make an attempt at the end zone that are in the league, that are at least top half quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah. Well, I mean, did those guys lead the league in picks the year before? I mean, like, the way I look at this is that everyone said, hey, they've got to fix this problem. They got to fix it. They got to fix it from last year. They sat down. They reviewed every interception. So in my mind, this is fixing it. And does it look like does he have the handcuffs on a little bit? Yeah, somewhat. But isn't that kind of what we've seen out of this team? He can't throw a pick there. I think the Tony Pollard pass at the end of the game, I think that a lot of that is him just, them instilling in his head, you can't throw that ball towards the center of the field. It's got to be either cheerleaders or Tony on the sideline. And, of course, he made sure it was not going to go to the middle. But I think that he is playing it safe. And whether that's him, whether that's, the coaching staff on him, but, they are not going to let him make a mistake and throw an interception here. And to be fair, though, from the 14-yard line, this isn't the easiest place in the world to go. I mean, I think you have to throw it short and try to hope your guy can get in. I don't know if you can you stand back there long enough, because think about this. He was sacked 5 times in the game, and of course, every time the officials had a chance to throw a flag, they were throwing it. So I think Mike looked at it and said, "Hey, let's play it safer than I would have done. I probably would have run another shorter play to try to sneak into the end zone if you can. If not, you kick it really short." That's what I would have done.
Nick, given Dak's competitiveness and his confidence and his ability to make those sort of plays, how sustainable or how long can that position from the coaching staff go before it starts to frustrate your quarterback?
I think the wins and losses will help, Bobby. I mean, you know that. If you're winning, you can kind of you accept a little bit more. So I think that them winning games, and I also think it's not a set in stone deal. I think it's like just like you. I don't like to compare it to a kicker, but I'm just saying, like from a leash standpoint, it just gets a little longer and longer. You're making plays. You're showing that you can make some of these throws. And again, and you're not as worried about it. And also, the trust of the receivers and the understanding of the offense. As that continues to grow, I think that you'll see, more plays like that. But, right now, even the touchdown to Cooks, it's outside. Everything's kind of outside. But yeah, there's going to be a time where the teams are going to get on. I mean, they're already on that. They already kind of know what the Cowboys want to do, and the play over the middle is going to be there. It's going to have to be, that 20-yard, down the seam pass to the tight end that we saw them do so many times over the years, and that play is going to be there, and they're going to have to trust Dak and trust the receivers and tight ends to make it.
Nick, you just said there, winning helps a lot, and it absolutely does. When they come out of a game like that, where there were clearly still some issues that you want to iron out, whether they be defensively, discipline, offense, any concern for you that the win will just kind of cover over the focus that those issues need attention? Or do you think that they recognize, hey, the win's nice, but we got to really work on this?
I think that's what coaches do. I think, when you have 30 coaches on your staff, I mean, I think that's what you do. That's what you have to do. You self-scout and in the bye week and those times and that's what they say, at least. Hopefully that's what they do. But they say that the best types of wins are the ones where you can win, but you also have some things that you have to correct. And there are certainly some things here. I mean, everyone can see they're having a hard time running the football, like and whether that's just the offensive line, With the back, is it the same? It's always different when you're the lead back, and I think we're seeing that out of Tony Pollard. So there's things to do. That like you said, there's the running game. I think there's some parts in on defense. Even though I thought the defense played really well in that game, but there's always things to clean up.
Jalen Tolbert going to start getting some Gallup reps?
Is Gallup going to be blocking on special teams down there? Like, is he taking over that role?
Did you know that rule? I have look. I watch and follow enough sports. I'm never ashamed to admit when I don't know something. I know I'm not being lazy. I didn't realize you could just block them into the returner.
Yeah. You can. Now, what you can't do is you can't put your hand on his face mask and the legal hands to the face. I thought would have been called, considering the fact that they called everything. I thought they would have called that one. Now, what you can't do is Jalen was going after the ball because he thought it hit Turpin and thought maybe it hit himself, and so he was going after the ball to make sure that he covered it. But if he was just standing there, you cannot hit the guy into the ball just to say, oh, look, he touched it. But as far as the blocking goes, yeah, I mean, you can do that. And that's why I talked to John Fossil after the game, and he said short punts like that, just they actually drive the special teams coaches insane because you get a lump in your throat every time there's a short punt because weird stuff like that happens all the time. You like them that it's a short kick and hopefully a shank, but he goes you always have to be fearful of stuff like that.
Thank you, brother. Enjoy the Rangers tonight. We appreciate it.
All right, man. See you. Go Rangers.
Nick Eatman, every time he says it, they win. Just undefeated.
Yeah.
He's the good luck charm. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. This thing is catching fire on social media. It is by far the most popular song he's ever created. If you missed it or you just want to enjoy it again, RJ Choppy's Game 3 Rangers song with Crosstalk with KMC next. But first, let me go ahead. Unlike the changing leaves of fall, our money does not grow on trees. Give Trajan Wealth.
Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Let us now crosstalk and get you ready for Game 3 with the KMC Masterpiece here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fam. What's up?
Ross got a good voice. Ross got a good delivery, good voice.
Very good voice.
Yeah, way better than Peyton's.
Thank you. It's the choir kid in me.
Can you? Ooh, you can sing?
You are talking to a 3-time All-Region choir member.
Whoa!
Now if we can get him to run a board.
We are talking to. Oh, wow.
Sing Amazing Grace.
Yeah.
Right now?
What's your go-to song?
Yeah, what is your go-to song?
Like, what's your Will Ferrell moment?
Good King Wenceslas.
Any song by Josh Turner, you know the.
Oh, really?
A little taste for y'all. Baby, lock the door and turn the lights down low.
All right.
Nice. Look at that.
Hey, all right. Well, Choppy's song just got knocked off the charts.
In your face, Chop.
You sing the song.
Yeah, give him that hat, that Captain Country hat.
No, we should have a song. You're gonna be in here Friday, right, Ross?
Oh yeah, I ain't going nowhere.
Oh,
what?
How long's Peyton in Vegas?
You sounded so disappointed when you said, "Oh."
I'm just joking. I think we write out a song for Ross to perform on Friday or early next week, depending on what the Rangers do.
Corey was trying to get his way in when we recorded yesterday. He's like,
Ross,
"Hey, if
let
you need
him
a
do
feature, like let me sing."
I'm always down for a feature.
You can sing as well.
But let Ross get after it. I mean, he's an all-region guy. So.
Okay.
All region.
All right. What's coming up on the show?
We do have Derek Holland today during Baseball Nuggets. Mike allowed it. So reached out to him.
I really want him to Happy Gilmore this thing. I want right when Kinsler releases the ball for him to snap his glove off and wear it in the chest and then flex to the crowd and be like, let's go Rangers.
He is such a serious in the moment, like this type of dude. There's no chance of it happening.
Do you think that they can Adam Jones this thing? Now, I'm not saying it helped out Baltimore, but did you guys
Go
see
to jail, Pac-Man?
No, that's the bad Adam Jones, who was
he called
highly
me Adam.
There's no way that Adam Jones went to a day of school at West Virginia.
Who is that?
Not a day. Wow. But Adam Jones, the baseball player, threw out the first pitch in Baltimore, and he was like, let's go. And, he's getting all the crowd hyped before the game. I feel like Kinsler and Derek Holland are going to do the very baseball thing of very quietly go out to the mound, like give a quick wave and then throw the ball to Derek. They both hug each other, take a picture, and get off the field. I need them to fire the crowd up.
So Kinsler to Holland tonight.
Because Holland has the broken elbow, so he can't throw a ball.
Oh, yeah.
Rangers wouldn't let him pitch before that either.
Michael Young will throw it out tomorrow for his 47th birthday, throwing to Colby Lewis. And if there's a Game 5, which Mike is rooting for,
it'll be Tom Grieve to Benji Molina.
Okay.
All right.
Now, Bobby, where can the Tolos find
I think they should make Benji Molina run a triple again like he did at Fenway Park.
G-Bag is doing their show out there, and Bobby, you're going to the game.
I am going to the game. Yeah, I got a credential, but I'll just be kind of floating around the outfield, I would imagine, just like I did last time. So.
Okay. And then you're going to go to Game 5 possibly.
4 and 5. I have taken Game 4. I believe I'm in section 29.
Okay.
And then Game 5, I'm in section 132 with our guy, Mr. 133, Caden. I don't know his last name.
My guarantee for tonight, Corey.
Okay.
If Scherzer gets through the first 3 scoreless, I guarantee a Rangers win.
Okay.
Is
there a reason behind that other than
I feel like I'm worried about his emotion.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, this is totally unpredictable. You can get, 3 up, 3 down, but what's going to happen in the second inning? What's going to happen in the third? If he settles down and this place, the roof is going to blow off if they don't score in the first inning. And I just feel like by that point in time, the Ranger bats will do their thing, and I feel great about it. But I'm worried about Max and the heart rate.
Okay, and that goes kind of along with what Mike's been saying the entire time about, hey, in the 5th inning, have a lead. And if you can get 3 scoreless innings out of Max Scherzer to start this game.
And I'm not saying he'll be done after 3. I'm just saying.
No, but if you can get 3 scoreless to start, man, you're putting yourself in great position, especially the Rangers during the regular season didn't hit great to start games. It was later in the game when they got better, but they've been great in the playoffs at it.
Mike, tell us about their guy and what you could possibly try and predict from Scherzer.
I don't know what. Scherzer is unpredictable. It's been 5 weeks approximately. He threw on September 12th. So he didn't throw well in the series against Houston when it was Verlander versus Scherzer. It was built up tremendously, and unfortunately Scherzer a little bit hurt and also didn't have it. I have no clue. Christian Javier is an interesting guy because
real quick, if this wasn't Bochy, would we be saying, dude, this is clearly not the right move? Like, he should be an opener. He should be coming out of the bullpen.
Scherzer? No, he should not come out of the bullpen.
Okay.
Because he wasn't, I can only recall this off of feel, not real, and that would be just looking up the stats, which I haven't, is he wasn't very good. When I remember him with the Washington Nationals and they would use him out of the pen in, obviously, hey, short rest, I don't remember him being very good. There's a routine as a starting pitcher that you can't go through as a bullpen guy. And for his whole career, pretty much, he's been a guy that gets his stretching done with the trainers and then maybe gets on a bike for 10 minutes. And then he goes over scouting reports with Mike Maddox and Jonah Heim. And then he goes out there and he plays long toss for 10 to 12 minutes. Then he goes to the bullpen mound and he throws 30 to 45 pitches where he has a routine of exactly what he's trying to do to get ready. Then he walks down to the dugout and then he's super serious. Nobody talks to him, nobody touches him, and then he has like 3 minutes where he's just sitting and he's kind of thinking about what he's about to do and what he's about to get into. Then he goes out to the mound and
could you imagine if he went outside, if he was coming to the bullpen and he goes outside the stadium to do long talk?
Yes, like that's totally the thing is, as a bullpen guy, the phone rings and you'll try to give him extra time, but still you can't predict how long you're going to hit. You might hit for 15 minutes. You might hit for 3 minutes. And it's like, all right, go into the game. So you totally take him out of a 20-year routine. And I'm not saying he couldn't do it, but with an arm injury that he's coming back from, I don't want to risk him being on the team next year and going, hey, no long toss. You have somewhere between 5 and 15 minutes. We have no clue to get ready to come into this game and be effective. So I understand he's much better here in an opener situation. And that's for the Astros real quick. I wonder, their lineup has always been pretty much Altuve, Bregman, and then they start mixing it up a little bit. Obviously, we saw Kyle Tucker, then Yordan Alvarez. The game before, we saw Yordan Alvarez, then Abreu. Is how much do you want Max Scherzer facing the lineup twice, especially Altuve, Bregman, and let's just say it's going to be Yordan Alvarez. That's going to be interesting.
They got to put him third, Yordan.
That's what I think. So I was thinking, and I know that I would try to bat him second to make sure he gets one more at bat against Scherzer off, because I'm assuming, I don't know this, but I'm assuming it will be either Heaney or Bradford. Now, Bradford isn't much of a lefty on lefty guy. He's left-handed, but he doesn't really have like a dominating breaking ball. He's more of a fastball changeup guy. So I'm thinking Heaney with the slingshot might be a little bit more difficult for Yordan Alvarez to affect the game, possibly in the third, fourth inning.
So Yordan's home run will go to left center instead of right against Heaney.
Man, I'll tell you what.
No, I would have
unless he's sick.
Wouldn't.
Yeah, unless he's sick.
If the game is somewhat on the line, even in the third or fourth inning, this is. Yeah, I almost feel like this is Barry Bonds like, where and look, they have a great lineup behind them. Like, I know Abreu didn't have a good year. He is a threat. Kyle Tucker is a perennial all-star now. I mean, and then Chas McCormick has crushed the Rangers all year. They have guys behind them that are threats, but it's not like Yordan Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez, he scared the crap out of me going into the series. Great job in game one. I broke down every pitch to him and the way that Montgomery got him out.
Well.
And then 2 days ago, he shows us how great he is. Nathan Eovaldi barely misses his spot, but barely missing with a Yordan Alvarez is trouble. Chapman threw a perfect first pitch breaking ball to him. You can't throw a better breaking ball from lefty on lefty than he did, and he hit a home run off of it.
And a no doubter.
Yeah.
I did want to, in 17, he had a blown save out of the bullpen, gave up 2 runs. In 19, that was against the Cubs. In 19, he had a hold in 1 inning. And then in 2021, he also had a save. Other than that, he wasn't in the bullpen that much. He doesn't typically go over 5 innings in the playoffs.
Holland listening, saying, I'm actually debating this idea with Kinsler. I talked to him. So there's Derek with the feedback. Give us a minute preview before we play Choppy's song of Javier.
Well,
Stan's kid.
I'm looking up Javier here as fast as I can on Baseball Savant, but he is a guy who can throw hard and get a lot of strikeouts. Now, he is a guy that can get a little bit wild, but he's so good that he can get out of walking a couple guys in an inning, if that makes sense. So sometimes if guys walk people, it can be death in that inning, but he's good enough that he can still dominate you. Now, he's a 93-mile-an-hour fastball guy, and he throws it 54.8% of the time. So just to give you kind of a little bit of insight, he will attack with the fastball. The Rangers have been very aggressive on first pitch fastballs. We saw the other day 8 pitches and 4 guys had already hit in the game.
And they rocked him last time out.
Yeah, he gave up, what did he give up in July? Like 7 runs or something against the Rangers? They hit him pretty hard last game.
How was your interview with Hacksaw?
Portland?
Not Hacksaw. It was with Al Snow. It was really good.
He's struggling with Snow again.
If you have seen the show The Wrestlers on Netflix, it's like you would like it. It's kind of melodramatic.
Okay.
But I think it's for wrestling and non-wrestling fans alike. It's super fun. It's on Netflix. It was in their top 10 for a while. Well, it was a good conversation.
So real quick on Javier, looking at his numbers, he is I'll say a 4-pitch pitcher against left-handed batters. He's fastball, slider, curveball, changeup. Against right-handers, he's a 2-pitch pitcher. He's fastball, slider. He only threw all year, he threw 37 curveballs to right-handed batters and 10 changeups. Just to give you those numbers against lefties, he threw 180 curveballs against lefties and 109 changeups against lefties. So he doesn't use it tremendously, but he really will almost never throw a curveball or a changeup to a righty. He's pretty much just a 2-pitch pitcher against righties.
Okay, this has been shared over 100 times on the Sean and RJ Facebook page. By far, his number one song ever created, and Bobby made it into a music video on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube to get you ready for Game 3, RJ Choppy's Rangers song for tonight in Arlington.
All right, Ranger fans, let's get up. ALCS Game 3, Texas style. We're World Series bound in this baseball town. Got Houston reeling, coming to the globe with Rangers wear.
Everyone's watching the video.
How can you not? Woo! The bullpen's finally getting back on track. And the Dolis will send the Astros back where they'll be alone. At home and watching you.
Does he sound like Nolan?
A little bit. We'll spend October nights with winds inside when the stick goes boom. Everybody! Oh, when you lose to Native Audi and Evan Carter drives home upon me. Watch the Astro Dreams die, section 133, and we'll be home soon. I think the Astro lovers are living in Big D can give their hearts to this Ranger team. Won't be on the end of that sweeping broom. Yes. We all know how many years we played here and tried, or how many times that we've cried to the baseball gods. We'll be champs someday.
Loved that bite. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, these October nights, the series inside when the stick goes boom. One more time. When you lose to Native Audi and Evan Carter drives home upon me. Oh, watch the Astro Dreams die, section 133, and we'll be home soon.
Yeah!
That's great.
Now I know why your hat says Captain Country today.
That's right. That's right.
KMC
That was
is
to say
good.
something different. We had to change it.
KMC is next
I
on
give
the
that
fan.
an A+.
Thank you.
Go Rangers.
Be a part of the show.
Fort Worth. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation as we lead into Game 3. I had an idea for you guys, and I wanted to see if you'll go on this journey with me. Have these trends through the first 2 rounds of the Major League Baseball playoffs carried into the ALCS?
You know what I say about this journey, Kevin? Take me home tonight.
Okay. All right.
Is that a Journey song?
I don't think so, because I used to play that in spin class, and it was more of a random person that sung that song.
So I'm going to go through a variety of different things that have kind of dominated the first 2 rounds of not just the Rangers, but MLB playoffs across the board. And then I want to see if y'all think that that has been the case in the ALCS. Some are more obvious than others. All right. By the way, fun fact, did you know that it had been 5 years since the Rangers won multiple games consecutively at Houston?
No, I did not know that.
It makes sense. They have dominated us for a long time.
This team was bad for the last, 5 years?
2016 was the last year the Rangers were good at baseball. So, and then obviously that started the Astros' reign, so it makes a lot of sense.
I know a lot of our listeners have been catching the games on 105.3 The Fan and 1080, but did you see the breakdown when they said head-to-head series 13 through 16, and it was like 51-21 Rangers? But since then, it's like 73-33 Astros. This is very humbling. Score early and hold the lead.
But don't just hang on to it, right?
Well, we did that in the last game.
That was
Actually,
terrifying.
I guess we did that in both games.
Yeah.
But Game 2 felt more terrifying for me because at least in Game 1, Houston hadn't scored at all. In Game 2, it was 5-1 and then chip away. But the Rangers have scored in the first 4 innings in every one of their postseason games. They've scored in the first 2 innings, 5 of 7 innings, or 5 of 7 games. So I wanted to go from your perspective, Mike, and I know we've talked about this before, but when you're a pitcher and you have a lead, especially let's say in the first 2 innings,
yes,
what does that change physically, if anything, and what does it change mentally?
It's a good question. Just specifically, it needs to be like a 3-run lead or more for it to really change. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because if it's just a 2-run lead, a guy gets on base, I challenge a little bit more aggressively, the game's tied up. Or they take the lead, right? A 1 or 2-run lead. A 3-run lead, I'm not saying, hey, it's okay to give up a home run here. You're not trying to just pitch to contact right there. But I do think when you get off to a few of these leads the Rangers have gotten off to and you're up by 3 or more, yes, you can become a little bit more aggressive in your approach. Now, when the guys get on base, I think Nate Eovaldi, aggressive, base hit, error, then he's like, all right, I got to make some really quality pitches here because now it's not, hey, just give up a couple runs and no, because now it would be 5-4 if I gave up a couple runs in this situation. So it can change your aggressiveness. Not that you're not being aggressive, but you can get more aggressive in the zone when you're up by 3 or more runs as you get a little bit later in the game. That's why, like, for me, Chapman, that was an aggressive breaking ball on the corner, and it mattered. It cut it to 1, but it could not tie the game. If it was a different situation, I might have to see if Jordan will chase in that situation. But it has been a lot. The other thing, too, is as a pitcher, yes. And then as a hitter, you can be a little bit more aggressive trying to take bases. When you're down, when the Astros are losing like they are, or the Orioles are losing, you have to be really careful on the bases because we have to try to get the tying run up, or we have to try to get the winning run up. And even if that guy's up, I can't really try to take extra bases because I got to keep that guy up at the plate. When you're leading, you can be more aggressive on the bases trying to add to that lead. And when you're on the bases and you're behind, you have to watch how aggressive you are because you're always trying to have the tying run up at the plate or get the tying run to the plate.
In the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, starters' ERAs were hovering around 4.5, while relievers were sub 3.
Well, that's good.
So, and that kind of feels like the way this series has played out thus far is the Rangers have scored early and they have continued.
Really, the whole playoff for them.
Yes.
They've only been down 1 inning.
That's a good point.
If we could just score runs late, I'd be a lot happier right now.
I agree with that.
Which we didn't do in the regular season.
Yeah.
If you think about it,
that's true.
That was the issue with closing games is, look, we're okay as long as we keep adding at the end. But if you were down by 1 or 2 runs going into the 7th inning, the Rangers rarely, I don't have the stat, but I mean, it was less than 5, I feel like. If they went into the 8th inning losing, it was a loss for the most part. And so the Rangers have not been all year as great as they've been. They haven't been a great team coming back late in games or really maybe adding in the 8th or 9th inning in like a 1-run situation.
Now, this one intrigues me quite a bit. What do you think about the idea, and it's about to be put to the test, 2 really good starting pitchers might be enough. Now, think about it. Nathan Eovaldi and Jordan Montgomery. And if you look at what the Phillies are doing with Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola, it used to be, you need at least 3 like pretty good starting pitchers. Have we seen a shift to 2 really good starting pitchers can get you by?
Well, yes and no. If you look at it, we did see that in 2001, but it was the 2 best pitchers in all of baseball, Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling, right? You're like, I don't care who else is pitching for. Nobody can even name another pitcher on the Diamondbacks. Nothing against the Diamondbacks, think like Brian Anderson, a lefty or whatever. But if you look at it and you start looking at series and then the off days that you have, you're just asking in a 5-game series, can one other guy win a game for us? And then in a 7-game series, you're set up where Montgomery and Eovaldi are pitching games 5 and 6.
Yep.
And so you look at it and you go, can we find one other win? And if they're that good, we don't even, if you're Schilling and Johnson, you don't even have to find another win. You're like, I don't know what you guys are going to do, but, Schilling and Johnson are just going to do their thing. But to your point, if you look at, I'm just looking at the 04 Red Sox, for example. This is, I know these teams better because it's when I played, so I had scouting reports on them. Well, they had Pedro, Schilling, but then they also had, and why am I drawing a blank, is Derek Lowe, who we interviewed. And
at the golf tournament.
Right. And so you could look at it and go, hey, we have depth here in our rotation where certain teams, and the Rangers are riding it right now, certain teams can go, we don't have depth in our rotation, but the Rangers are riding victories from their 2 guys. Montgomery and Eovaldi are winning every game.
During the regular season, Philadelphia, Kevin, I don't know what the rest of their starters were through the season, but they had a top 7 bullpen. So that was beneficial.
Sure,
and so far
helps.
in the bullpen too, or in the playoffs so far, the Rangers have like a 2 ERA.
Their
in the
bullpen has been fantastic in the playoffs.
But the bullpen for Philadelphia has 11 walks, 22 strikeouts, a 1.14 WHIP, and a 1.09 ERA. So their bullpen, like that's what our bullpen has to be if we only need 2 pitchers. Like I want that opportunity.
So I'm gonna kind of ask this back to you.
Yep.
In the first game of the Baltimore series, I remember doing the postgame show, so I'm having to do all the interviews, wait till the interview's over, and then talk about it. One of the reporters, I don't know if it's a Baltimore reporter or a national reporter, it wasn't a Rangers reporter, said, hey, you guys feel like you escaped with the victory here because it was 3-2.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the Rangers are escaping with victories?
No.
Or do you feel like they are doing their job and holding on to the lead like most teams do in these situations?
I think it's that because, like, I realized with the Evan Carter catch and everything like that, but in the 2-0 win, it felt like you were in control of that game the whole way. And in the win in game 2, you never lost the lead and got it back. So it's tough for me to argue we escaped when they have not trailed for 1 second in this series. Like, I'm not. I'm not going to argue that.
I'm not against your answer at all. I just find it interesting going into the playoffs. People thought like if the Rangers win a 1-run game where it's a 1-run game going into the 6th or 7th inning, that there's no way they're going to win these games. And let's face it,
that's how I felt. For
scouting
the
reports
time.
Against the Rangers are if you can be within a run in the 5th or 6th inning, you have a great chance of winning the game. They will most likely 50% of the time blow that lead.
Next trend through the first 2 rounds of Major League Baseball playoffs has this carried over in the ALCS. Home runs are still king. Now, only 2 of the 7 Rangers runs have come via the home run. However, 3 of the 4 Astros runs have come via the home run. And overwhelmingly, if you hit more home runs, you have won in the playoffs. Although the Rangers did win a game 11-8 over the Orioles in which they had less home runs. But the vast majority of games in which one team homered more than the other, that team won.
Okay, but what about dribblers to the pitcher? What's the numbers on that? Do you have any trends there? Because the Rangers
don't lazily
win there.
toss it over to first base, or it's going to be trouble.
We know the Rangers can hit home runs. That's been shown over their history this season. They have lots of dudes that can do it. Jonah Heim can do it. Everybody in this lineup can put one out of the park. So hopefully that picks up. The Astros, that seems to be in their place. What they feast on is home runs because it's such an easy park to hit home runs out of. So I think that, in certain areas of that park.
Right. It's an easier place to hit home runs than our park.
This team, this Rangers team, does feel pretty comfortable in their park hitting home runs, though, and that's something fun.
To your point, Alex Bregman's home run, I think that only gets out of 4 stadiums in Major League Baseball. So out of the 30 stadiums in Major League Baseball, that's a home run in 4 of the parks, and it's not a home run here. That's a fly ball out. So it just shows kind of how easy it is to hit home runs in Houston when you can keep the ball near the foul line. I would look at it this way. Home runs are king when there's people on base. If
you said this many times.
This comes from Fergie Jenkins.
The solo home run, more often than not, is not what kills you.
Right. Now, obviously, you give up 6 solo home runs, it will kill you.
Fair enough.
But if you give up 2 solo home runs in your start, that is 2 runs. But if I go 6 innings and they can't score by putting pressure on me and get runners on base and hit with runners in scoring position, if you think of the Astros, so far in this series, they've gotten 0 hits with runners in scoring position. I think they got 1, and it was to Evan Carter, a 1-hopper, and he threw the ball home, and Candy Martin Maldonado couldn't score on it.
Third, yeah.
So you look at it, when Yordan Alvarez Michael Brantley hit the double in the gap, Yordan Alvarez scores from first base. Then all their other runs were solo home runs. So to me, what's king in the playoffs, yes, home runs matter a lot because it immediately puts a run on the board. Can you hit a homer with a runner on base? And then 2, to me, because usually bullpens are so good at this point, you're down to the final 4 teams. Usually bullpens are doing a great job if you've made it this far. Usually starting pitchers are doing a pretty good job if you've made it this far. Can you get a big hit with runners in scoring position? And for me, the greatest teams I ever played against and the greatest teams I ever played on, and I'll always say this, and I believe this till the day I die, they're able to get big hits with runners in scoring position and 2 outs because those are going to be a lot of your situations. Pitchers are going to do a good job, and probably they're going to get 2 outs, but you're a good hitting team. You might have a runner in scoring position or 2 runners in scoring position with 2 outs. Can you get that big hit? And you know who the best teams are? The teams that figure out how to do that a few times. And the best teams on the mound are the ones that have runners in scoring position with 2 outs, and they're able to make a pitch and get out of the situation.
Now, I have a bonus one, and Corey, I need you to help me set this up. Have the Rangers been awesome in the playoffs so far?
Yes. The answer is yes, Kevin.
Have they lost a single game?
They have not lost a single game. They're 7-0, and that is undefeated in the playoffs.
Never lost.
Now,
Never lost.
I want to make sure that's very clear until we deal with this other tough-to-deal-with point. The Texas Rangers can't figure out the number 3 spot.
What are you doing right now?
Look. We got to deal with some reality here. It's been great. They can't figure it out.
What are you doing? What do you mean the number 3 spot?
In the playoffs.
I feel like Seager's walked a few times and Garver's come through, and then Grossman had a big hit right to the pitcher where he got him to throw it away to start the game.
Yeah, that was definitely the way we planned it out. So I'm glad that you brought that up.
You don't know the plan.
That's a fair point. I do not know the plan.
Back to Framber Valdez. You stay low when you throw. He's going to stand up tall, and he's going to
over. Yeah.
There was a Rangers pitcher, Garcia. Matt Garcia, was that his name? He couldn't feel the position. Matt Garza. Yes, thank you. He couldn't feel the position. Oakland kept bunting and laying down little dribblers and stuff, and they were like, "We know he can't feel the position. Keep hitting it to him. He stinks at it."
All right, go on with your real point. We're being facetious. Is that the word?
That is a use of that word that is accurate.
That's how I made that SAT score.
So it started with. This actually goes back to September with Nathaniel Lowe. He hit 160 in the final month, so they pushed him back to 7th in the ALDS games. In that spot, Robbie Grossman hit 3rd in both of the games against the Rays and once against the Orioles. He went 2 for 14.
Okay.
Now, the good news is Mitch Garver did come in those last 2 games against the Orioles, went 4 for 10, including that monumental grand slam that we all love so much. So that is a positive.
And if you hit a grand slam,
you get to play the next
lineup.
day.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
I like that.
That's a fair point.
I feel like a lot of managers wouldn't do that because up top they would say, well, analytically speaking, the guy is 3 for 4 his last game, but the guy he's facing the next day, he only bats 150 against, so just take him out of the lineup.
No, we're going to play
There's
him.
no such thing as humans playing the sport.
In the ALCS, Grossman, Carter, and Garver have combined to go 0 for 8, though I know Carter did draw a walk.
Huge walk.
That was a big walk.
That's 6 for 32 in the 3 spot in these playoffs. That's
that makes sense.
That's 188. But think about this, just to take it one more step further. You take out those 2 Garver games, they're 2 for 22 in the 3 spot. That is an 0.91 batting average. Look, this has been an incredible playoffs. Nobody is disputing that. I'm just saying, if we're picking apart the Rangers because you want them to win the World Series, they need to figure out a way to be effective in the number 3 spot.
I don't think they will.
I don't either.
I mean, you're asking Grossman or I guess Garver tonight. I don't know. I don't know who's even going to bat third. When you don't even know who's going to bat third, you're not going to solve the problem.
Yeah, that's what
you consider just going wild and throwing Carter in there.
Look at you now! All of a sudden, you called everybody dumbasses for not
that
liking.
is not true.
Now here
that
you are,
true.
loving Evan Carter.
He's taking a 180 here.
That is also. I've always liked Evan Carter. I'm just asking. I realize you don't just willy nilly shuffle your batting order.
You could. I don't think you're going to put Nate Lowe back there.
No.
But you could move if you wanted to. You could move Garcia from 4 to 3 and just kind of move everybody up if you wanted to, and move Garver or Grossman down in the lineup if you wanted to. I don't know, but because I don't really think there's a solution, I don't think that's going to be like all of a sudden you're going to bat 300 from that spot the rest of this Astro series, or if you make the World Series, you're going to have a 300 hitter for that series in that spot. It's just, in a weird way, it's the weakest spot in your lineup. You're 8 and 9 because you could move Josh Young back there. Josh Young is doing better than that, but they see such value in Young batting 8 that they're not changing it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike asks all the football questions. We're doing that earlier today. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, I got the place you need to go to get a
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Back on his right, they'll give it to Pollard. He's going to be hit from it. Oh, he kept it. He's still good running up the middle. Touchdown. Oh, he faked me out. What a great fake and an 18-yard run up the middle by Dak Prescott. There's a highlight you won't hear later. Wow, what a great fake.
What a great fake indeed. Welcome back to the K&C Masterpiece, where we say things and they happen. Don't worry about the timing on that. CJ Nikowski tweeted out while we were in crosstalk with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. I did not see that. The Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy told him that Evan Carter will bat third tonight. I knew
it.
I did not. I know he alluded to moving him up in the lineup, and so the guess was maybe third, but now confirmed.
To your question, the 3-hole hitter has to get better, and Bochy is like, the only way it can is if I put what I consider a quality hitter in that. I'm not trying to take any shots at Garver or Grossman, but they have a career. We can look at their history and go, it's going to be really tough for them to be a 3-hole hitter on a, the way that you'd want a 3-hole hitter to be. And the other thing too is real quick is the Houston Astros do not have a left-handed reliever. So at no point can Houston then bring in somebody, let's just say like a Jake Diekman, and go, here's Jake Diekman against Seager and Carter.
Yeah.
And you're like, dang it. This is not what we wanted in this situation. So they cannot change to a left-handed pitcher at any point in this game. So besides Framber Valdez, this will probably be your lineup for the rest of this series.
And you love seeing
and hopefully
that.
you don't face Framber Valdez again, because that would be game 6.
Look, it was just you had to do something. I appreciate that Evan Carter is going to get his chance after we talked about outside of that those two Garver games. Number 3 has been a tough spot for the Rangers this postseason.
But I will go along with the idea that having a patient hitter like him, again, this is very similar to what I said with Grossman. With those two guys, as aggressive as they are, he can slow it down and then put the ball in play far better than Grossman.
All right, you ready for football?
Let's do it.
Questions?
Let's do it.
My first question is going to have audio with it. Micah Parsons was on his podcast, and he is upset that Jalen Hurts isn't getting the same heat that Dak Prescott gets. Here is Micah Parsons, and you can react to it next.
I just don't condone the bashing of Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys and have the same energy for the Eagles. We want the same energy for everybody, because there's a whole bunch of bashing when it's Dak Prescott, but not the same when it's the Eagles. I got time today. A lot of people said the Browns defense was overhyped. I said the Browns are the real deal. Acho said this, which pissed me off. I'm not worried about the 49ers. They were missing Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel. The Browns were missing Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb. They were missing them key factors before the game even started. So why is it that we are just scrubs and we're nobodies that don't deserve to be on the field and we're just all talk? But there's 100 excuses for these other teams. If y'all just want to hate Cowboys Nation, just say y'all hate Cowboys Nation. I'm tired of people trashing my quarterback. I'm tired of people trashing my team. And that's why I had nothing to say to the media this week. You want to hear me talk? Come to hear me talk on The Edge Monday night. And that's point blank period.
All right, guys. Tell me what you think of Micah Parsons' comments.
He's upset as a teammate of a guy that they're trying to win something together. I get it, man.
I have an answer to his question. Is because the Eagles were in the Super Bowl last year and Jalen Hurts was the runner-up for MVP. Like, it's as simple as that. And for the San Francisco 49ers, because they were in the NFC Championship game. Like, it's as simple as that. Playoff success, whether it's last year, year before, buys you more time. It honestly does. Look, I know Cowboys fans want to win the Super Bowl. I firmly believe, people might disagree with me, if they made it to the NFC Championship this year, that would buy them more time. Like, I don't think people would go into 2024 and be like, oh, they're not going anywhere. I think people would be like, I don't know, man. They were wild card round a couple years ago, then divisional round, then NFC Championship. Winning in the playoffs or succeeding in the MVP race seems to buy you time, and that is the reason.
And you know what, though, Kevin? Like, do you think half of the people would say that? The other half of the people are going to be out there going, that's as far as this dude can get. That's what, like, there is the because, and this is what it really boils down to. The Cowboys audience is bigger than any audience in sports.
See,
yes,
you're really onto something. Okay, this is going to be some harsh.
And you look at our country right now, Kevin. You can't get everybody on the same page.
That's right. It is very aligned with politics, I feel like. Look, if you were going to compare them, people don't care about the San Francisco 49ers or the Philadelphia Eagles anywhere near the Dallas Cowboys. I'm going to say that one more time. It's not even close how much people care, one way or another, about the Dallas Cowboys compared to the Eagles or the 49ers. So if you want another reason why, that's why.
I love what you're saying. I was listening to Marcus Spears this morning. He kind of had they were having a conversation a little bit on ESPN about this, and he said what Micah doesn't get or understand, and he didn't say it in this way, but he's like, if the Cowboys win, it will be more celebrated and not even close to the celebration of the Eagles winning a few years back or San Francisco winning if they won. Like, it doesn't matter who wins the Super Bowl. It's celebrated, but it will not be anywhere close. So Micah, kind of what he's not understanding is you will be celebrated more than any team, any franchise that wins the Super Bowl, and it won't even be close if the Cowboys win. They just haven't played well enough in the playoffs to ever feel the love that they would get, the love that would be given to them more than any team that has ever been given to them, because the celebration will be spectacular if the Cowboys win. He only sees kind of the negative side a little bit of being a Cowboy because they can't win the big games to then be celebrated the way that they could possibly be celebrated.
Yeah, every time, Kevin, like, there will be teams that will have great seasons, like the Miami Dolphins. They're looking really good right now, right? With all their yards and their offense and everything. But anytime you can fit the Cowboys into that conversation, everybody will, because they know it stirs up emotions.
I had this question as question number 4, but I'll move it to 2 because you brought up Miami Dolphins. Is Tua T that good, or is it his weapons around him?
Both.
Well,
actually all 3, because you didn't say the most important part, and that's that Mike McDaniels is a genius with offense.
Expand on
he has the best weapons. Like, if Patrick Mahomes, like, we saw what he did with Tyreek Hill, and he's still continuing to do his thing. You give him Jalen Waddle and that running game too. He hasn't had a running game in forever, but like, that dude is the best quarterback, right? Like, we can all agree that he's the best quarterback, and most of the other quarterbacks fall in line around 2 to whatever. But Mike McDaniels, the way he balances his running game and his passing game, Tua T is the benefactor of them. He definitely is the benefactor. But Mike McDaniels wouldn't put the dude out there if he didn't think that he could do the job. And so that's why he's like, look, you go out there, you need the swagger, you need to be a starting quarterback, you have to be that guy. He's worked very hard with him, and he's gotten him to that place.
I think he is that good. I really do. Is last year, and I realize every conversation with him comes along with injuries. I understand that. But last year, halfway through the season, before he got hurt, he was the favorite to win MVP. Right now, him and Mahomes, it depends on where you look.
Right.
It's either Tua or Mahomes. And I don't feel like anyone questions how awesome Mahomes is. He is the favorite for MVP again. In back-to-back seasons, that's pretty impressive.
Let me follow up with that because I have a friend who drives me insane with his Dak Prescott love. I get it. He loves him. He says that only Kansas City, that's the only team Dak would go to and make worse. So if he was the quarterback of, I'm going to go back to the Miami Dolphins. He believes that if Dak was the quarterback of the Miami Dolphins, they would be putting up historical yards, historical points, and be the greatest offense in football history if you just put Dak on that team. There is no difference between Dak and Tua. There's differences, but he's like they would do the exact same thing. Exact same thing would happen in Cincinnati the last few years. The exact same thing would be happening in Buffalo. The exact same thing would be happening in Philadelphia. Do you believe, let's just specifically do Miami first. Do you believe if Dak was quarterback of Miami, they'd be 5-1 and be historically great offensively?
No, I do actually agree with one of those if we go down the line, but it's not Miami.
Probably a year or two. Yeah, I think they would be historically. I think that highly of Mike McDaniels and the speed that he's brought in. That's the biggest factor for him is, can I get dudes that are just faster than everybody? Because you can't change that. Again, it goes back to the prime time. Dion could chase things down, and that's why he used him over and over and over. I think a lot of those things are similar.
So you're not that impressed with Tua T?
I
am.
I think it's all three of those things combined. Man, I give Andy Reid a lot of credit for what he does with Mahomes.
Man, we're not going to get too many football questions, but I love it because expand on who you think, like if
Buffalo.
Okay,
I think Buffalo. Josh Allen. I've seen some people come in with Herbert. I've said my piece about Herbert in the past. I feel like he got
He's
past.
Just George. I think Dak is better than Justin Herbert.
I think Josh Allen gets a huge pass on the turnovers that he makes in key situations and has for the last year or so. I think Dak might fit in with Buffalo better. I think what Hurts does and what Burrow does are different. So I think Cincinnati would suffer. I think Philly would suffer. That doesn't just because Hurts runs a different style than Dak. I think Buffalo, I think he could be just fine.
And you're keeping Aaron Rodgers out of this whole thing?
He's hurt.
All right.
Okay, it's an interesting take. We'll follow up more on that later because I have another question for you guys. Who had, I don't know if worse loss, I just want you guys to expand on this. Who should be more concerned? You can take it either way. San Francisco or Philadelphia with their loss this week?
I'm going to go with San Francisco because the one point that at the very beginning that I thought Micah was really spot on with is, my goodness, Cleveland was also missing some things. And I know Cleveland's defense is tremendous, but there have still been some questions about Brock Purdy's ability to throw the deep ball. So I would be a little bit more concerned because Cleveland was also missing a lot.
I wonder did they find the blueprint? No, because Shanahan will go back and draw up different plays. His playbook is pretty deep, but maybe there is a blueprint to slowing Brock Purdy. And maybe that's something that Cleveland was able to do even without some of their best players. The Jets, we already knew were going to have a good defense. Like that was going to be a tough team to deal with. Could they score enough points? And they barely scored enough points. I would probably be worried if I'm the Eagles on that because I haven't really thought their season has just been, hey, we're the best. Look, we're back again.
It's a bigger discussion. We're out of time, but it's interesting just thinking about y'all's 2-T answers and how different they were. Is how much does the quarterback matter? Now, I'm not asking that question. We're out of time. We need to get to baseball nuggets.
A transcendent quarterback is the difference. A dude that is the difference.
There's only one every 10 years.
Exactly, and you hope that you're
the
lucky
others
to
are
get
the
that
others.
guy.
See, that's a whole another topic that would be fun to discuss.
Yeah, with a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets.
Well, we get you ready for Game 3 with Derek Holland. Hopefully, Happy Gilmoring the first pitch next.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Hit high and deep into right center field.
You're tipping your cap to the crowd.
Nathaniel Lowe, did you?
To come home and play in front of these fans that deserve a championship team is a great feeling.
We're enjoying this amazing ride together. You deserve this, Rangers fans. So turn it on, leave it on. Day one Rangers station is 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is sponsored by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, Baseball Nuggets brought to you by The Diamond Factory. Go to thediamondfactory.com to make sure that you have everything that you need for whatever it is. Engagement, holiday time, just being a nice person, I guess.
Okay. Wow. Man, that is nice.
And that's
I think
something
those are
we
the
can
best
all
gifts.
Yeah, we can all benefit from becoming a nicer person, right?
Yeah. All right, so let's talk about here Game 3, because obviously this is getting national attention, which is great. Look, ESPN, it's really weird. ESPN carries Sunday Night Baseball. They consider themselves somewhat of a baseball station. I know way more football, basketball, but it's like they don't even give any attention to the playoffs when it's happening, because it's like, dude, nothing against Marcus Spears, what is Marcus Spears going to say about baseball? Or what is...
Makes sense, yeah.
I'm sorry, the white dude who used to be an
Orlovsky?
Well, he's the quarterback, the offensive lineman for like the Denver Broncos that's on and stuff like that. But because Max Scherzer is pitching tonight, they've actually had to, on these morning shows, give a little bit of like, hey, let's talk a second about what happened in Philadelphia 1. But number 2, Max freaking Scherzer is pitching in a playoff game. And so now we bring on our guest.
Courtesy of the Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill hotline.
Oh, man. The guest of all gifts. Here it is. Derek Holland, who knows Adam Sandler, who I've told him you need to Happy Gilmore this first pitch, just the way he was in the batting cages, getting ready for hockey tryouts. Derek Holland, make sure the wind's not blowing in your phone too much. Derek, what's going on?
I'm doing the best I can to block the wind, okay?
Are you in a hurricane? What's happening?
Great.
Oh, my God. Okay, I'm going to switch to I'm taking this off.
Nice!
How's that sound?
Better.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like you're in a wind tunnel. Derek, when did you get the call and to catch first pitch, and how excited are you about it?
I got the call a few days ago, but they said it was either going to be the first game or the last game at home. It all depended on if Neftali was going to be available. They're trying to get him in town. I didn't spoil anything, but yeah, unfortunately he's not able to get in town, so they called the backup. They called me.
Okay, well, that's all. And Ian Kinsler throwing out first pitch tonight, right? So I just want to ask this question. I know you're not going to Happy Gilmore. You're not man enough to do it. But
oh, my gosh.
Well, let me just cut you off right there. Actually, I've been talking about it, and I'm just going to leave it up for you to see what happens. I can't make any promises. The one thing I will say it all depends on is if he decides to throw an absolute missile at me or if he actually throws it like normal. Because if he throws it normal, then I will just gladly just pull a Happy Gilmore.
Can you throw a baseball right now? Are you back to that yet? Or are you still...
Corey, I'll throw a baseball better than you right-handed right
okay,
now.
I get it.
Oh, my gosh.
I was just asking. Can Kinsler throw a curveball? Like, does he have a deuce for you?
A deuce with yeah, he could throw a curveball. I don't know about the deuce,
okay.
But yeah, he will, but I don't see him doing that. The only person that I think that would cross me up and be like kind of funny with it and it would really upset me would be Cliff Lee. He did that to me one time in Tampa. We were playing catch, and in Tampa they have the fans like right there, and he decided he was going to throw a knuckleball without telling me, and I took it straight off my kneecap. Because I wanted to protect the fans because there was no way I was catching it. So it's either body it up or try to catch it, and knowing me, I can't catch, so I just bodied it up.
All right. Well, we try to knuckleball each other on a daily basis here.
Yeah,
that's our thing where we give knuckleball fives.
Yeah.
I know. I used to be a part of the show with you guys. Knuckleball.
Yeah, what's the story?
Hey.
Yeah, what's happening?
I don't know.
All right, so let me ask you what's happening with these Texas Rangers. One, to be specific, what has been most impressive about this 7-game playoff winning streak?
Man, I think what's huge is the questions that everybody was asking about the bullpen. I think they've been doing an excellent job. The pitching staff has been lights out. I mean, you really got to give a lot of credit to Nasty Nate, Montgomery, Now we're going to get to see Scherzer. All these guys are stepping up, doing their part. This is what we paid for, and this is what we get. Our guys are doing it. It's what we wanted. I mean, it's an exciting time to be a Ranger. I mean, I'm pumped. Obviously, I made as the Houston Astros try to make it a cringy video. Well, that video is a hit right now, and the Rangers are also a hit right now. So take that, Houston. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
As far as Scherzer goes, I know Bochy sounded really confident with the 69 pitches in the simulated game.
Nice.
How does a simulated game, like I understand the terminology of it, but how would that actually compare to a real-life playoff game in terms of stress on your body and your mind?
Wait, you cut out a little bit.
I will answer the question first, Derek. Throwing a simulated game versus throwing in a playoff game is not anywhere close. But there's nothing he could do about, like, that's the only thing he could do to try to get ready. But yes, the adrenaline rush. So now, Derek, you can kind of talk about the adrenaline rush from throwing a simulated game to throwing in a playoff game and how Max is going to have to try to handle that.
Well, it's going to be tough to begin with. I mean, I've heard you say this already, too. He hasn't thrown in, I think, what is it, a month and a half?
Yeah, September 12th was his last game.
Yeah, so the thing that people don't realize is when you don't see an actual hitter for that long, it is different. It's going to be something you have to kind of adjust to, get back into. I think we'll see the first inning, in my mind, will be kind of tough just because the intensity, the noise of the crowd, the adrenaline flowing. You haven't seen a live hitter like this. I get live BP. It's just not the same. But I think after that, he settles down just because of, one, look who he is. It's Max Scherzer. He's a big-time pitcher, big-time guy. I think you're going to see good things. It's a matter of how he starts off. With his experience, I think he's going to be fine. It's just a matter of getting through that first inning, getting the jitters out.
You know, Derek Framber said the other day that the Rangers got lucky whenever they got a couple of little hits and got on base and put those runs on the board. Does the clubhouse hear something like that, and then does it tick them off?
No, you can't really worry about what they're dealing with. You got to focus on yourself. The main thing is what they're doing is they are focused really hard on themselves, being themselves, control their own destiny. Don't worry about what's going on. It's kind of like what we've said before going into the playoffs. Don't look at what other teams are doing. Worry about what you're doing. Control your own, control yourself. So for me, I don't think they're too worried about him. If anything, they're excited that they were able to put the beat down on.
So I know that you're way better than me. I'd like to admit that you are way better of a pitcher than I was. My pitching coaches and managers would tick me off because they wouldn't even let me pitch to 8-hole hitters with a runner on second. They'd be like, no, you're going to have to face the pitcher here in the second inning so we can try to get out of this situation. What I'm getting to is Yordan Alvarez. I know for a fact that everybody that I had would say you are not pitching to him. But let's just say it's Derek Holland and you have to pitch to Yordan Alvarez. How are you approaching that situation?
For me, it's a left on left. I want to make him as uncomfortable as possible. Get in there, back him off the dish. Because to me, watching, he does seem a little too comfortable. So I want to like brush him off the plate, get him out of the way, and then I can expand away. It'll make my slider look better. It'll make that fastball away look a lot better. So the main thing is just make him uncomfortable. That's the big thing that stands out to me.
And if you are managing the Texas Rangers, I know Bochy's a much better manager than we could ever imagine. If you are Bruce Bochy, at what point do you say, I get Kyle Tucker's an all-star, I get Abreu's a former MVP, we are not messing with Yordan Alvarez?
Well, I heard you say this, and I thought that was kind of smart, too. Is even if there's a big situation in the third inning, you got an open base, let's just go ahead and put him on. Let's kind of treat him like you said, Barry Bonds. The guy obviously – he hit a great pitch off of Chapman. I mean, that's the one thing that stood out. I heard you talk about that too is, Chapman came in, everybody's like, oh man, he gave up a home run. Well, no, he made a great pitch. Sometimes you got to tip your cap. And that was the situation. I mean, I'd rather take the solo shot than the 2-run shot. So go ahead and if you have to, put him on, get the next guy. Just to me, it's Bochy knows what he's doing. I feel very confident in that. And I just think with Alvarez, you got to treat him like Barry Bonds, like you said.
And before we let you go, Derek, the relationship with pitcher and catcher is so important. What kind of credit do you give Jonah Heim for what he's been doing back there?
Man, we've talked about this before. He is incredible back there. I mean, you got to give this guy catcher of the year, whatever you want to do. I mean, both offensively, obviously, and defensively, but he controls that pitching staff so well. You saw it, obviously, against Houston with Leclerc. Started getting a little erratic. He puts his hands up. Hey, calm down. Let's stay within ourselves. Let's just me and you play catch. Like, you can see the hand signals. He does such a great job of keeping those pitchers in their zone and where they need to be, rather than, just leaving it alone. He goes out and talks at the right time. He does everything, to me, textbook. It's something you don't get to see, and his leadership is incredible. You hear it from all the pitchers, too, about how great he is calling a game, interacting with the pitchers, just making everybody feel – basically, he makes them feel like they're the greatest thing that's ever happened, the hottest thing since sliced bread.
Nice.
Well, Derek, good luck tonight. And in the words of a great Rangers coach/manager, Bobby Jones, don't screw it up.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that.
You got it, dude.
See you, man. There you go.
Yeah, he hung up as quick as he could. You know why? Because he's on the first tee right now.
Yeah, I thought maybe it was.
That's all he does.
In a wind tunnel
Just
or something
think,
like that.
Could you imagine if you were so good? I tried to. That you were so good at something from, let's say, the age of like 19 to 30 years old that you didn't have to work the rest of your life and could just do whatever you wanted from age 30-something till death do us part.
I would be in such a weird place. I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I really wouldn't have a clue because I'd be spending all my money on a beach
I'd love for
somewhere.
you, if you had time, which you don't because you have 3 kids, but if you had time to just write out your monthly schedule. If you had a whole month of doing absolutely nothing, what would you do for that month with not unlimited funds, but funds that you don't have to worry about too much?
Kevin,
because then when you turn 60 years old, you get $200,000 a year.
What? We do?
Well, that's what Derek
Not
gets.
you.
Oh, why not me?
Or me.
Why not me?
Because you didn't pitch in Major League
He
Baseball.
got 10 years of service time. He's fully tendered, man. Tenured. Or tendered. I don't know. Maybe he got in a bath of
We're the
neat
KNC
water.
masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk Stars. Plus, we'll talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola next right here on The Fan.
All right.
and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you guys.
Now, something I don't think we got to dive into a lot yesterday that I'm really fascinated by is, this might sound odd, but this was kind of the Cowboys' first competitive back and forth game. The only other one that would come close was Arizona, and even that felt kind of sort of out of reach towards the end. But this game, lead changes back and forth. And with that in mind, what did you think about the run defense in this game?
Well, the run defense
seemed phenomenal.
Well, yeah, compared to the week before, right? When they gave up, 170 yards rushing?
Yes.
Or in the two losses when it was 170 and 222. So, yeah, they did a significantly better job against the run, and I think that stemmed from what was going on up front. I think their front four did a much better job against the run, and let's, put an asterisk by it. Their leading tackler, Leighton Vander Esch, wasn't in the game.
Yeah.
So they did that despite losing him with a combination of Marquise Bell and Micah Parsons playing linebacker. And maybe Micah Parsons playing linebacker and having a true defensive end out there on first and second downs might strike a light in their the way they're formatting their defense, right? Think about it. A lot of times it was DeMarcus Lawrence and Dorrance Armstrong at defensive end instead of a pass rushing linebacker at defensive end. So I thought the front four did a much better job and took some pressure off everybody else having to make tackles 5 yards down the line of scrimmage.
Mickey, I was really rough on Dak after the San Francisco game. I wasn't pleased. I don't think anybody was pleased with that at all. And I'm just trying to figure out, when you're watching him play, does he look comfortable in the scheme, or is it discomfort in the pocket that I feel like I'm seeing?
If you look at this last game, when you're getting sacked 5 times and hit 6 more times, you're probably not very comfortable in the pocket, right?
Yeah.
So that's got to improve. And it started going downhill in the San Francisco game, by the way, which doesn't make sense because now they got their starting 5 back in there for the first time since the end of the 2021 season, right? Maybe they got to play together more. I don't know. But the protection, and it's not just the protection, right? They're not running the ball well either.
Nope.
What did they finish with? Maybe 60 yards? Right? No, they finished with 96, I think, but it sure didn't feel that way, right?
Yeah, and I think Dak was the leading rusher, which is usually, if you're not like the Ravens, that's usually not what you're looking for.
Yeah, it was a leading rusher with, I want to say off the top of my head, 40 yards, and 18 of them on one run.
Yeah, something like that.
And the rest of them were running for his life, right?
Yes.
So that's got to improve. That's got to improve up front. But to go back to Corey's question, I thought this past game, other than having to scramble, when he was protected, I thought that was the most comfortable I think I've seen him since the start of the season. Because
that's a positive. I mean, it's a huge positive then.
Yeah, but previously, he looked like he was in a hurry. And call me old-fashioned.
I'm right there with you on that.
But everybody's making such a big deal out of, he gets rid of the ball in 2.3 seconds. Okay, great. But is he getting rid of the ball to the right person?
Yeah.
Right?
And no matter how fast he's getting rid of it, is he putting it in the spot? Is he putting it in the right place for that person, too?
I was one of the people guilty of that. I was impressed with how fast he was getting the ball away, but I definitely get your point.
Yeah, but is he going through all his reads?
Yeah.
Is he missing guys that eventually come open in 2.5 seconds? How much does 0.2 of a second mean? Right?
Potentially a lot, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, he got rid of it in 2.3 seconds in this game, and he got sacked 5 times. So what does that prove? I'm with you, Corey. I just felt like, and I don't know if it's the scheme. I don't know if the wide receivers aren't doing exactly what they need to do. But he did not look comfortable in some of those others, especially the San Francisco game.
Yeah, and that's where I've been kind of going through this in my mind is like maybe I need to be a little more patient with him learning this offense. And I know
but it's not we're not doing geometry here or calculus.
Yeah.
It's football. And it changed a little, but it didn't change that much.
Okay.
Right? They still got a lot of the aspects of what they've been running in this offense. So it's not a complete, changeover. And so I heard your guys' discussion about, where Dak is if he was with another team.
Oh.
So right now it's 6 games, right? He's got 6 touchdown passes. That means you're averaging 1 a game.
Yeah, less than ideal.
What does that factor out over a season?
17.
Very good. So
it's like a Troy Aikman season.
In 2021, yeah, right. In 2021, so that would have been his last season that he played, I think, almost every game. How many touchdown passes do you think he had in 2021? Don't look it up.
30.
Curry?
29.
36.
40.
Oh, dang.
Oh, dang. That's pretty good.
You think a quarterback with 40 touchdown passes in a season could help somebody out?
No, I definitely – I think the
And he had 11 interceptions.
I think the
But
difference –
doesn't that feel like an outlier, though?
Oh.
Well, it was his career high.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
Yeah. That's kind of where I'm trying to say, okay, it's more in the 27,
But
29
where he's at
range.
right now is a career low.
No, I agree with you there. I thought the difference for me was I think Dak can help out. They were just talking about the elite of the elite.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I get it.
So I think that's where I draw the line. But I got what you're saying too.
See, and I understood what Micah Parsons was saying.
Sure.
He just hadn't been here long enough to understand, the popularity one way or another of the Cowboys across the country.
You're right about that. And
I mean, the bashing and the celebrating goes to the extreme in both cases, right?
Yes, absolutely yes on that.
So so that's just part of the part of the dinner that's served with playing here.
Well, since we're talking about Micah Parsons, he did say one other thing. I'm just curious your general thoughts about the likelihood of this. He said he wants to join the Olympic flag football team and create a super team with CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, everybody that he can think of.
Was he going to be the coach?
I don't know how that part is going to work. Just maybe the running back is. Do you think the NFL would want that because of global scale appeal, or do you just think injury not happening?
Oh, when I read that, I said, I can't imagine that the players would buy into, or the owners would buy into that from the injury standpoint. I mean, you can tear an ACL just as easily playing flag football as you can playing real football, right?
Yeah.
You're still cutting and, running routes. And I'm sure these guys, it's flag football, but they're going to play it close to tackle, I'll guarantee you, right? It's going to get real physical.
Those dudes do. They get physical.
You know what it reminds me of? Back when I was in college, I did I refereed intramural basketball games.
What?
And one of the teams that played was a group of football players, right? I never blew my whistle more in my life than in that game because they were playing basketball like it was football. And they complained, and I said, well, quit beating people up, and I don't have to call a foul, right? And that'll happen in flag football, I guarantee you. Heck, they can't even now run on the field together without getting in a fight.
Sounds like you were on this last crew, Mickey, that was throwing flags left and right.
That was unbelievable on Monday night, right? 20 accepted penalties.
Yeah.
And a lot of times the ones that weren't accepted were 2 on 1 play.
Yeah. Yes. We saw that a couple of times.
Right?
Yes.
So imagine these guys playing flag football and kind backing it up, right? Kind of, okay, let's settle down here. We're not tackling. They'll be out there tackling or they'll be hitting, right? I just think the owners got to think twice about that from an injury standpoint. I mean, Mike might need to help me out on this. It was the New England running back that was playing at the Pro Bowl.
Robert Edwards,
Thank
Georgia.
You. Yeah, and he tore his knee, ended his career playing.
I do remember that.
Flag football on the beach. On the beach.
Yeah.
Not a way to do it.
So I'm thinking, I don't know about that.
So maybe that Randy Moss, Emmitt Smith commercial could come to life for the Olympics. So instead of the NFL, we get them in the flag football.
But do you remember there was a whole bunch of recently retired NFL football players that entered that $1 million flag football thing?
I do not.
And so they got to play. It was like almost like they got to play the champions of the people who didn't play professional football. They got killed because there's so many different rules in flag football than what you're thinking basic, because they hand it off, then pass it, and then they'll throw a pass, but it's obviously a pass behind the line of scrimmage,
right.
And then that person passes it. So there's so many crazy things happening in a flag football game that don't really happen in what you'd consider real football that confuse the professionals tremendously.
Yeah, I'm with you. And, obviously the quarterbacks would stand out, but what about the rest of them? What are they doing downfield? And what I guess Micah could play wide receiver. He could play
whatever he
wanted
wants
to, right?
Yeah.
And be good at it, by the way, because they don't really hand the ball off in flag football very much, do they?
No, but they do. It's like a pitch, but then that person is like a run pass option guy.
Okay. Well, I bet he can throw the football too, right?
Yeah.
I bet he could kick it also.
A ton. Yeah. And he could probably coach it and all those things too.
Yeah, he might be a real good coach, I think.
Kevin,
I kind of want to see this.
God, you guys opened up a new can of worms.
Yeah.
Kevin and I also covered a lot of 7-on-7 when we were covering the high school beats. And those things were a blast. That was a lot of fun, and they got extremely competitive too. It was a lot of fun to watch and see. And you knew, Kevin, based on what we were watching, we were going to watch quarterbacks. There were certain quarterbacks that were like, got to see what this kid's about to do because he did things amazing.
Well, I think that's one of the aspects why the state of Texas produces so many good quarterbacks, because they get to play 7-on-7.
Yeah.
And now you're playing football year-round, and you're improving your passing skills and your ability to read defenses.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you get to college, you're ahead of everybody else in a state that doesn't play 7-on-7 football. Yeah, I think it was brilliant that they did that.
For recently, some Ranger games, there's been kind of a Cowboy suite. And I'm just wondering, do you know if any of the Dallas Cowboys, are they getting a suite to go to this Game 3 and cheer on the Rangers?
Well, no one's invited me.
Sorry, Mick.
Me either, Mick.
I bet if one was available, it sounds like they were there for Game 3 against Baltimore, right?
I think so.
I think I heard something passing through the hallways like, well, I heard somebody's got tickets to go. And I'm thinking, well, maybe they had a suite. And it's the bye week, so, after today, they're clear. They can do what they want.
Okay.
For the bye week, and you got to have 4 consecutive days off. So I would imagine there's no studying going on tonight or tomorrow or Friday, by the way.
Kevin, you would study year-round, wouldn't you?
Oh, no.
What? You took days off?
Yeah, sorry, Bill Belichick.
Well, did the fan get you guys a suite?
They have a suite.
Yeah.
It ain't for us, Mickey. Thank you very much, good sir.
With that, you go, okay, get this guy off here.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for bringing us down. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, see ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. I feel like we need to talk a little Stars hockey. Cut number 24.
I watched.
Let's hear it.
The Golden Knights can get a save here from Aiden Hill on Rope Hintz. They'll win the game. The Golden Knights win.
And the Stars did, in fact, hit the crossbar twice in the shootout, and they lost the Golden Knights.
I watched the game. First period, pretty boring. Second period was awesome because Jamie Benn decided to kill somebody. It's amazing in hockey where they're like, no, fighting is great. In fact, neither one would go down. So So they both looked at the ref about a minute into punching each other and go, "We're really tired. Can you finally break this up?" But I think Jamie Benn got the best of whatever the Las Vegas night guy he was fighting.
Nicholas Hague.
But the goal with about 3 minutes remaining for Las Vegas, that was a hell of a redirection or a tip, however you want to call it, that Pavelski's good at. That dude was like, he wasn't close to the goal.
Carlson.
And it was really nice by him, but it was fun to watch. Like I'm into this. I'm trying to find out who I like the most. I'm going to tell you something. Ottinger is the guy that I don't know. Like he's the goalie.
Yeah.
But I really am thinking about getting a 29. Rope Hintz, I really like him in some moments and then really dislike him in some moments.
Why do you dislike him sometimes?
I feel like he can kind of I don't know the game well enough to say he's making mistakes, but I feel like there's times where I'm like, are you in the right place right now? And 3-on-3 hockey's really fun.
Yeah.
I don't know how they didn't score on the Stars in overtime, because when you turn the puck over, when they kind of get the puck going in the other direction because you didn't score / it just feels like you have these runs that you should score, but Ottinger was able to hold them there. So great pass by Sagan when he threw it kind of behind the goalie across to old Smitty Smith. And then that new 95, I call him the doucher. I know that's not his name. Duchesne. But he is
good for you for knowing exactly.
He's fun to watch. Like he's quick,
and that was somebody that Brian Ray was really hyped about when we talked about it last week.
And he had our goal in the shootout.
Maybe you just call him Matt from now on. Just like that's his first name. So we'll call him. I think he's the only Matt on the team, right? So maybe we could just.
I would just
Matt.
like to say I'm watching hockey. I'm 2 for 2
I
in
appreciate
watching hockey.
that.
I just wanted to tell you all the
Do you
things.
feel
I
like
saw.
you're catching hockey fever then?
I do. I do like the sport. I will say this. Watching playoff hockey and watching these two games.
It's different.
Yes. And you can tell it's early on in the season. There's kind of sloppy turnovers that you don't see as much in the playoffs, but you've played 80-something games together. So there's not going to be kind of the sloppiness, I think, as much in the playoffs.
The one thing I did take away was I thought this game ended up being a frustration because you had the 2 points against the defending champs, and then you ended up not getting them.
I don't know what they could have done, though, on that goal.
Yeah.
Like it was from
a nice goal.
The blue line. It was kind of from the corner, and he tosses it that way, and that guy's not in front of Ottinger.
Yeah.
Like he's so far away. Once he redirected the I think it was to his stick side, right?
I believe
it was
that
on his
is
right side, Ottinger's right
correct.
side that he scored. I don't know what he could have done there, and I don't know what Heiskanen, is that how you say number 4? I don't know what he could have done. I don't think that was like a place to check him. He's probably thinking he's so far away from the goal. There's no way that he's redirecting this into the goal.
Yeah, but they do still get 1 point on the road against a team that is now 4-0-0. My goodness, Vegas looks awesome to start the season.
And they got a chipmunk on their team, Theodore.
Okay.
That's for
I would not have gotten
I'm
that.
not getting I will say Hill is their goalie, but the only name I remembered on Vegas was Theodore.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, and this segment's been in the work for a while. Inspired by a tin of cookies, are there foods you're convinced taste better in a certain shape?
Okay.
877-881-1053. Let's have a little bit of fun next right here on The Fan.
Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for preposterous nonsense. We've talked about the Cowboys. We've got plenty more Rangers to come. But right here, it's time for nonsense. And we have discussed this off air for some time. And Reginald, you might have to get involved because I think you disagree with this theory. This is based on the Royal Dansk Danish cookies. And if you're like, what the hell is that? It's the blue tin of butter cookies. I feel like everybody should know that. Either it was gifted to you, or you gifted it to someone else, or it was at a holiday event, or whatever. Are there foods that taste better because they're in a certain shape?
So,
I firmly
like
contend
Milano's.
yes.
by the way,
The rectangular round cookies.
Our friend Jesse Holly did message me last night on Twitter because of that tin, Kevin. Because most people, they were saying they thought it was a cultural thing that never had cookies in it.
That's right.
That tin typically unless it was holidays. Holiday season was the only time I would find cookies in that tin.
Because it was a fresh bought one?
Yes, but it was used for, what did you just say?
Do people store wheat in it?
Some, but yes.
Did you say wheat?
Do they eat the cookies first?
Weed, as in marijuana.
My grandma always had sewing
Thanks for
kits
that.
in there. My grandmother always stored her spool of sewing.
Yep, it's thread.
Yeah.
A lot of thread.
Thread and needles and that little tomato-looking thing that you put
the
Yes,
pin push.
the pin cushion.
the pin cushion. Yes,
That's what it's called? Yeah.
that and then yes, as Kevin, as the older happened, the is it miscreants? Is that what you would call them?
Oh my goodness,
The riffraff.
The
Yeah,
riffraff
right.
would
Yeah.
have
That feels so
would
rude.
store their marijuana.
Don't
in
act like
there.
you don't call people riffraff all the time.
I do love that
recall
word.
the last time I've said someone was riffraff.
But yeah, that was so. But that's so. I just wanted to confirm on this 10 also, Kevin, on the fan text, because that's what Jesse, he sent me a video, or people were like, I thought only black people did this.
No,
and I was
this is where we can have a cultural exchange. There's a lot this is one of those, we're a lot more alike than we sometimes care to think.
And I was
I'm
like,
glad
yes,
that you said that
great.
Shout out to my
because
Asian folks as well, because they definitely in this 10 with us.
I know you can Google everything, but we like having conversations where you have to try to figure it out on your own, especially off air. We're like, what are those cookies called? Feels like everybody knows that blue tin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, I don't know. And it took us, and then I think Corey was like, is it dance cookies or
They're-
something like that? And
You just kind of go, they're butter cookies.
yes.
Yep.
And so we figured it out, looked it up. You can get it on Amazon for $4.68. So still a good value.
Hold on, what?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Should people be eating that?
Look,
That's don't tell people how to eat.
That's a lot of
That's true.
cookie for only $4.68.
Yeah. How are we managing that?
okay.
And that's a high quality tin. Clearly, that's why we use it to store
Yeah,
stuff.
the 10 is like a $3
The
10.
tin is $3 for that $4.68.
And again, can be used for so many things after.
Like when you go to Hobby Lobby or Michael's or something like that, and you're trying to buy 10s or stuff
Yeah.
like that to put in Christmas presents, you're spending $3 to $8 just on something like that to put a present in.
And that is where the conversation started to flow. Because I personally think most of those cookies taste the same, with the exception of the one that's kind of shaped like a pretzel, because I always thought it was fun to eat it in sections. All right?
So on which section first? Because here's the deal.
Top right or left.
If you don't know Kevin,
Ears.
Yeah.
Kevin
Yes.
is, what's the word?
OCD.
OCD.
Crazy.
We were walking down the
you
hall
are
yesterday,
Bald.
and he saw a paper
Sexy.
thing that
Technically
was
correct.
that was sideways, and he moved it to straighten it up, and then I moved it back immediately.
That's not where it goes.
That's where it is.
needed to be put back in
But
that
so
right spot.
you eat the top left of the cookie, of
course.
then the top right of
Yes.
the cookie. Do you
Same-
then flip it over and eat the bottom part of the pretzel cookie, or do you just say now it's done?
No, you just dive straight in.
all right.
Yeah. And so
when you just dive in.
And so it's the same thing, I think, and there's nobody that can change my mind about this. So maybe this isn't a helpful discussion. That dinosaur chicken nuggets taste better than regular chicken
That's a
nuggets.
fact.
And there's nobody that can
Preposterous.
change
That
my
is
mind.
asinine.
I made homemade chicken nuggets the other day.
What?
Yes.
That's great.
My kids were like, oh my gosh, this is outstanding.
Wait, you
Like the
had like
Chick-fil-A
an egg
version?
wash and you battered them and you.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Because
You know we readily have chicken nuggets
I
available.
know,
in
but if
Who
you
are you
ever
trying to
make
impress right now?
homemade chicken nuggets, they're so good. And the chicken in it, it's really meaty. And my kids were like, these are better than Chick-fil-A.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
He told that whole story so he could brag. That was it.
Wow.
That was the only reason
I
it
want
came
to
up.
make nuggets for you guys, but I don't think they would transition quickly enough. You got to get them right when they're out of the fryer too. Like when I put them in the oil and take them out, that's when my homemade chicken nuggets are the best. And I know how to I didn't know this, but if you put cornstarch in your flour when you're making your flour mix and also other stuff to kind of give that some flavor too. I know Kevin, just go with me on flavor. Is the cornstarch kind of makes it crispier too? Yeah, I've learned a few tricks.
Okay, all right. Yeah,
So-
the only other nugget, which I don't know if it's a nugget that tastes better than a Dino Nugget, which I'm with you, man. Dino Nuggets.
Thank
are better.
you.
Nope.
Reggie, so that's asinine.
Y'all eating raccoon meat.
Would be popcorn chicken. Does that count as a nugget? Is that the same thing then, or is that different? Popcorn.
I think it's different.
Okay, then I will
What
leave
part,
that
what
out
part
of
of the chicken is the popcorn?
You don't want to know, neither do I. Just like
It's
when I
so
eat a hot
little.
dog, I don't want to know.
And sometimes
It
you
means you
bite
like-
into it, it's just the stuff. You
Doesn't
know,
that
there's no
mean-
chicken inside.
Doesn't that mean you like the breading more than the
I don't know.
actual chicken? Because like a popcorn shrimp, I don't know how much shrimp you're really getting.
Oh,
You're
it's the little shrimps.
Yeah, I know,
It's the
but you're
little- it's
getting
not
the more taste you're getting is the
Popcorn,
flour,
yeah.
the popcorn. Yes, popcorn.
This person gets me, and I feel seen by this person. From the 254, one of my other ones was the Reese's Pumpkins. From the 254, the Reese's Pumpkins are better than normal peanut butter
100%.
cups because they have a higher peanut butter to chocolate ratio. That's a fact.
Science.
Yes.
They're girthier.
Yes.
He's technically correct.
No,
The
I
best
said
kind of
yes.
correct,
So I'm with you on that. I think whether it's the pumpkins or they throw out the trees or whatever, I like the consistency of those better. And I'm not going to pretend like it's not the shape. I'm also not going to pretend like back when I drank soda, I didn't think Coca-Cola that came out of those little snow globe looking bottles wasn't better than regular Coca-Cola.
Okay. All right. Let me explain two things.
Were they
One,
clear?
the rectangle.
No, they had red on them.
The rectangle cookie out of the Danish tin is the best. I'm sorry, the pretzel one's fine, but it's the rectangle one.
Okay.
I don't know why. It just
Okay,
is. I
it
think
just
there's-
is.
It looks like there's more cookie, and that's what matters. It's kind of like cutting your burger diagonally. It just gives it more burger.
It's true.
The bottled Coca-Cola is superior to all Coca-Cola. That's been a long, well-known fact.
But isn't that just because they use like cane sugar or something?
Yes, and I think that's interesting too because I always see like on the menus it says Mexican Coke, and I'm like, all right, so Kevin would love it. But then I'm like, okay, is this do they make it differently there than they make it in Georgia or wherever they make Coca-Cola? So I think it is Georgia.
Yeah, it
right?
is Atlanta, Georgia. I've gone to I've taken the tour. It's pretty boring.
So
I'm sure
maybe
they have
it is
other bottling plants.
maybe it
though.
is the fact that it's the cane sugar that just changes the difference rather than just the shape of whatever it comes in.
How do you think a tour of how they make
You're so
Coca-Cola?
dismissive of
I
that.
remember doing that when I was playing in Columbus when I was 19 years old.
What, they didn't show you
for
the cocaine part? Is that why?
Well,
That was an old
they
thing.
actually mentioned, early on the ingredients of Coca-Cola, and there was a little bit of Coke in it, like cane. I don't know why I stuttered there, but I did. Okay. So anyways, all right, what else? And then you're there for an hour and a half, and they're like,
okay.
hey, would you like to taste Coca-Cola? I'm like, this isn't an experience. I've tasted Coca-Cola 1,000 times.
Square pizza is better than the triangle
like
pizza.
school pizza?
Yeah.
But also sometimes some places in the thin crust pizza, they'll square it off
Yeah,
for
that
you
too.
instead of the regular slice.
But also, like pizza rolls are better than pizza on a bagel. That's a fact.
Man, I haven't had a bagel bite in 16 million years.
That's
I
because
hate
you'd
to
rather.
admit it, but I
Okay.
think you're correct in that premise.
Yeah.
Have you,
You'd rather have pizza roll.
Reggie?
Yeah.
I know you know this place, Corey. Reggie, have you ever been to Love and War in Texas?
No.
Okay.
Wait, is that near Frisco or
It's in Plano.
It's
Yeah.
right across, right on the other side of George Bush, like right
I
there.
might have, but I don't think so.
I know that the science won't back me up on this. I am convinced that their Texas-shaped cornbread tastes better than regular cornbread because it's in the shape of Texas.
Because of the shape of Texas.
No,
I'm with you.
More
I'm
border,
with you
is that
on
what's
this.
happening here?
Edges. You like the edges. You like the
Yeah.
crispy edges.
Okay, so maybe it is
So if you
based
get
in
a-
science.
So if you get a square or a square piece of cornbread, you might not be getting any edge to it. You're getting the middle part, and you like the crunchy edge.
Or maybe you just love this great state of Texas,
love
which the
Texas.
Rangers are named after.
There's no such
Not
thing,
that
by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like
Yeah,
to talk
Texas
cornbread
Rangers.
for 1 second.
Okay.
There's no such thing as too much butter on a piece of cornbread.
I agree.
Like, I feel like I could dip the whole thing and just have a whole stick of butter on it and take a bite, and I'm like, yes,
Yeah.
Do you put anything else on your cornbread?
I can
ever?
sometimes put honey on it.
Yeah.
But I just think if you get a lot of butter on a piece of cornbread, it makes it 5 times better.
Is your
And cornbread's
cornbread-
good already.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, I don't remember the last time I added anything to my cornbred.
From the
Put some
817,
butter on top.
a Texas-shaped waffle is superior than any other waffle. A sausage patty is way superior than a sausage shaft.
What?
Agreed.
A link.
Yeah, I was just reading the
Yeah,
fan
no,
text.
my reaction was not to the questionable word choice. It was to actually the opinion, which I thought was nonsense.
Because when I went to Disney,
I agree. Give me patty.
The Mickey
What?
Mouse.
Well, then it's definitely wrong.
You're wrong. You are wrong.
Well, you were with me on the other thing.
Well, that doesn't mean we have to be together on everything, Kevin. But
That is fair.
I remember going to Disney and seeing the Mickey Mouse waffle and an ostrich egg, and I was like, "What is happening? You can eat ostrich eggs?"
Yeah.
And then Atlanta showed me I could. But the Mickey Mouse waffle was better than just regular waffles.
And then for the 817, the character-shaped macaroni is the best of all the boxed macaroni.
No, it is not. That is not true. Shells and cheese are the best. All right, the character-shaped stuff is it sticks. It doesn't cook the proper way. I'm sorry, I can't agree with that person. I appreciate their text, but we have to disagree on this.
Well, we've read a lot of texts and got a lot of feedback. I don't know if we actually accomplished anything, but I think that's quite all right. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are these teams better than their records indicate? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk about.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
2:28 left in the first quarter. Shotgun snap to Burrow. He wants to pass.
Nice.
His throw. Caught.
Nice.
Tyler Boyd lurches into the end zone. Touchdown. Bengals as the Bengals go 75 yards.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Spoiler alert, the Bengals are going to be one of the teams I ask about as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip!
Now let's start with a couple of injury updates. Deshaun Watson said it's up in the air whether or not he can play this weekend, but on the flip side, things seem positive for the 49ers. Christian McCaffrey has avoided serious injury. Now, whether or not he can play on Monday Night Football, to be determined. He said it's possible, but I think more importantly for the 49ers, they have avoided a major injury with Christian McCaffrey, who could be the MVP of the league so far. I realize that's not really how they do the MVP anymore, but he's been really important for them.
Great.
For McCaffrey, the
great.
49ers?
And for the 49ers, sounds like, Kevin, you're really rooting for the 49ers over here.
No, I'm not rooting for the 49ers. I was
delivering the news.
I was just giving you an update.
You and your news delivery. That's I mean, he's
what about your guy Debo
go.
and your guy Trent Williams? How are they doing?
Yeah, how is Debo?
Also, TBD on that. I think they believe that all three of them avoided serious injuries.
Well, I have
we'll
Debo
find
on a
out later in the
fantasy team.
week. Okay, I'll get you more info as the week goes on about availability this week.
The way they play, the style in which they play, that could be the problem for them late in the season, is they play physical and they play physical every single week. Now, does that harden you? Yeah, but it also is going to put you in that situation where you might risk a lot of injuries there. So that's
fine to agree with
that's
that.
the thing by the end of the season to see, are they beat up and does that, or are they fine? I often wonder how they are able to play as physical as they are as often as they do and stay relatively healthy.
Now, I wanted to run through this. NFL.com had a list of, I believe it's 5 teams that they think are better than their record. I wanted to run through these teams with you. The New York Jets. The New York Jets are 3-3, but by most people, they were dead, right?
Especially after the Cowboy game.
Exactly.
Right? They beat Buffalo to start the year, like, hey, well, and then Cowboys blow them out, and you're like, okay, they're going to be the Jets.
Dead in the sports water, not in the literal terminology, but they're sitting at 3-3. I have to admit, I'm surprised. I don't think they're better than their record, but I'm surprised they're 500.
It goes to show, if they did have a healthy Aaron Rodgers,
Quarterback,
they
yes.
could have been a very dangerous team.
They're still a quarterback away. That's what. So I think they are better than their record, but they're a quarterback away still from being that much better.
Okay.
The rest of the team's pretty stout, dude.
The Los Angeles Rams. The Los Angeles Rams are also 3-3. Did it not feel, and if you didn't, I felt this way in the offseason, like the Rams could be one of the worst teams in football.
I thought they would be. I really did. And so I guess I will say I was wrong.
What were they last year? Weren't they one of the 5 or 6?
4-13-ish.
Yeah, so they were one of the worst teams last year.
So I thought they were going to be awful.
I thought Stafford's arm was going to fall off. I really just thought he was his elbow injury last year was a struggle, and I didn't know how it was going to be that much better already.
5-12 last year. So
and then the Cooper Kupp injury, I was like, man, that's going to stun him even more. But
Puka Nacua took off.
He
Aaron
shows
Donald
up
is
and
still
does the
good.
thing, yeah.
Do you believe?
That's who we play next.
That's right. Do you believe the Cincinnati Bengals are better than their 3-3 record would indicate?
This is interesting, Mike, because there was a part of me that wanted to believe a while back that they were this good. And then there was also part of me was like, are they playing at the highest level they can possibly play? And I don't know what to think of it right now but I do think they're better than what we saw early in the season when they were 1-2 or something like that. Whenever they start off really rough. I thought they were better than that, but I was concerned about Joe Burrow's injury for the rest of the season. But I do think that the team is better, but there's some T. Higgins has a contract coming up that he's concerned about, and there's some thoughts on his stats and numbers, and Jamar Chase has got to be Jamar Chase again.
If Joe Burrow is 100% healthy, he can carry a team to a championship. So, Joe Burrow's health, I don't know, other things have to go along with it, but he's had an average to below average offensive line his whole career. And I know it's a short career. This is his 4th year in the NFL. But he can carry teams to places that other people can't. So, yes, I do believe they can be underrated at this point because of Joe Burrow.
Now, this kind of ties together because they've already played. Do you think the Cleveland Browns at 3-2 are better than their record? They lost to the Steelers by 4, just beat the 49ers. They smoked the Bengals in the first game of the year.
I say no.
Okay.
Because I don't believe in Deshaun Watson. I know he's hurt right now. He might play this week, but I look at them and go, they fall into the category a little bit of the New York Jets. Can Zach Wilson, and maybe you guys think Deshaun Watson's way better than him. I understand. That's maybe not my argument here is, can Deshaun Watson beat Patrick Mahomes and Tua T? And you start naming Joe Burrow. I'm going to take Justin Herbert out of there. I watched that game against the Cowboys. I've watched enough to be like, Justin Herbert's not the guy. He's going to be an average quarterback for his career with a whole bunch of talent and ability that never gets realized. So I just don't think in that conference that they can do anything special come playoff time because of the quarterback discrepancy.
I know they have Amari Cooper, and Kevin Gray will point out every time Amari Cooper makes a catch.
Don't worry about this other time.
That offense isn't good though. That offense is poor, and I just don't know how much I trust. Like Mike's saying with the quarterback situation, but the rest of the offense, no Nick Chubb. I don't know if I believe in them in that
playoffs.
way. Yeah, I don't believe in them in that way.
All right, I'm going to ask you that next question about this. That same question about this next team. It will sound preposterous, but hear me out.
Get rid of them.
The Houston Texans.
They're better than this.
Are better than their 3-3 record.
No.
They smoke the Jags. They smoke the Steelers. They just beat the Saints, and their next games are against the Panthers, Bucks, Bengals, Cardinals, Jags, and Broncos.
That sets up well.
4 of those feel very winnable, and they already beat the Jags, so I'm sure they think they can win that game.
Yeah, they have their quarterback's playing phenomenally.
Yeah,
they have a really good running back in Pierce. He's really good. I know Tank Dell was out, but their offense is coming along very well. And man, when you watch Caleb Stroud right now, the dude is playing not only with confidence, but he's delivering throws on time, even better than on time at times. He looks really good, but give DeMeco Ryans the credit for it that he deserves for right now. He walked into a really bad situation and said, I got to convince a bunch of young players to ride this thing out with me, and we got to turn it around quickly, and he's doing that. I think they are.
Let's talk. Go ahead.
In the end, I don't think they make the playoffs or play over. They're at 3-3. I think they could be 7-10, which probably, or maybe even 8-9. And
if they're 8-9, I think they're going to be stoked.
Yeah, I don't think
they
a lot
already
of
have
people
a win over the Jaguars.
Oh no, that's what I said, and they should. I think they
beat the Jaguars already.
Yeah,
too.
so they have to think they can
Corey.
win that game again. Yeah. Did this guy drop the ball, or would you want to help him?
Michael Gallup in the end zone.
No,
yes.
That's true.
But that is true. That was an awesome pass.
Sean McEwen.
Yeah, I thought that was a catch too. The internet is trying to help a Dolphins fan. He took a picture with this gal in an orange tank top. Have you seen this story?
No.
No clue.
All right.
I love when the internet does this, though.
Crossing guard?
No, I don't believe so. It looks not like a crossing guard tank top. And it said, anyone know where I can...
Air flight controller?
No, I don't believe that either. Okay. But to be fair, I do not know what she does. Anyone know where I can find this girl from section 347, row 5, hashtag fins up. So he sent it out to the internet. A lot of people are trying to help. However, there are some people who are like, hold on. So you got a picture with her, but you didn't ask for her number then,
Yeah,
or her handle then, I guess is the way the kids
So
see
she's
it now.
AI generated is what the internet thinks?
No, there's at least one other picture of her in
No,
that.
she's real. This dude is just clout chasing because he thought that this would get engagement on the internets.
Do you think there's any chance he genuinely was like too nervous and he's like, I blew it. How do I go find her?
Possibly.
Would you help him?
I don't know
Maybe.
her. I've never seen her before.
That's a good point.
I don't know if y'all were the target audience.
It seemed like you were being very specific to us in the room.
However,
how is Reggie or Mike going to help this person?
Yeah, that's a great point. I don't really have that big of a reach. But, like, if you felt comfortable enough asking for a picture.
That's what I think.
You know.
That's your chance.
Hey, can we get a selfie?
Yeah.
And he
Hey, can we take a picture
and
together?
that's an easy, like, hey, what's your number so I can send it to you? Or, you know, hey, what's your Instagram
handle so I can tag you
exactly.
in it? Yeah. I think I'm with you on that. But the internet is working. I don't know if they found it yet.
They did find her.
They did?
Yeah. One girl tweeted out, or one person said, I am in direct contact with the infamous Dolphins girl from Section 347. She's quietly observing the chaos from afar.
Yes, I did see that. But I don't know if that's real or not. I saw that picture.
Oh, you don't know if they like hooked up?
Yeah, no. I don't know.
Like they call each other.
Yeah, I don't know if they've called each other or texted each other. But yes, I did see that. I'm rooting for that fella. I have definitely been in a situation like in the way back days when I thought.
Is he her type?
Like 2017?
No, further back than that.
Is she his? Is he her type?
I don't know. I don't know these people personally.
I got a story about this, but I'll have to save it.
About Dolphins girl?
No, not about Dolphins girl,
Oh,
but
okay.
about this kind of situation.
Couple more quick things for you. Good news, Mike. Trevor Lawrence is optimistic he can play Thursday against the Saints. Roger Goodell.
He's still disappointing this year.
I'm sorry. I can't help you on that part.
I thought he was going to be not to a T, but I thought he would be better than what he is this year.
It's just not.
Give him time. It's a lot of football left.
11 more games.
And the Roger Goodell extension finally got done, so he will be the commissioner through 2020. At least that is the contractual game. And do you care about Julio Jones getting signed by the Eagles?
Not yet.
It's over.
No, what do you mean it's over? For the Eagles? Like
who?
they had to go to the Julio Jones
now we
bank?
got to cover Julio with Brown and with Smith.
Just like they did against Tennessee Titans back
and
when
Goddard. Oh, my gosh. Julio. Doesn't he get like one catch a year for
We're
the
the
last 3
KNC
years?
masterpiece. Sheesh,
Let's
right
look.
here
I don't know,
on
maybe we should
105.3
sign.
The Fan.
What's AJ Green up to right now? I'm sure he's available.
Coming up next,
He in Arizona still.
playoff
Maybe he's not available.
Mad Max. The hopes and reality for Scherzer's start today. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, today, tomorrow, and hopefully not Friday, but they will be if necessary, the G-Bag Nation will be out at Globe Life Field leading into the Rangers game. I know you want to see the G-Bag Nation, but I think we would all agree, hopefully they're not there on Friday.
Yeah.
Because that means we're in the World Series.
Yeah, it's interesting when you're up 2-0, you start going, I hope there's not a Game 5 or Game 6.
Yes.
But
Unless you're Ray Davis. Ray Davis probably would like to see a Game 5 in that stadium. And he's like, hey, just fill it up one more time.
I know certain people that were on the Cincinnati Reds in 1990, and Marge Schott, who's just a horrible owner.
In person.
She wanted them to intentionally lose in Oakland so they could come back to Cincinnati and win in Cincinnati. So she was mad that they won the World Series in Cincinnati or in Oakland. Furious about the financial aspects of it, celebrating on that field, and then she took the money that MLB gives an owner to buy the rings for the team and pocketed the money.
Wow.
Just for the record, I definitely do not think the Rangers are so good that they can pick their shots like that, and I don't think this series is over by any stretch of the imagination. So take whatever wins you can get. But wanted to focus in on Max Scherzer, the playoff pitcher, because we've talked a lot about Nasty Nate and what he does in the playoffs and everything. Do you think you can see playoff Mad Max, and do you think that's a good thing? I don't know if you've seen the numbers or not, but just off the top of your head, what do you think his career playoff ERA is?
It's like 3.5, right?
I was going to say about 3.5.
3.58.
Okay.
But let's take a closer. So
I do know a little. In 133 innings, that dude has thrown 133 innings in the playoffs.
Indeed,
it's almost a season.
It's been a while since he's gone. He hasn't gone the distance in the playoffs, I believe, but he has gone 7 a number of times. But a lot of it lately has been like 4 and 5.
Choppy would say blue chew.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
but
okay.
4 and 5 innings. Which again, if I get 5 innings out of Max Scherzer today, I'm feeling very good.
Oh my gosh, I'm expecting 3. To your point, I'm expecting 3 innings. Anything over 3 innings means he's pitching well enough, and the pitch count is down low enough. Super duper gravy. I don't know if it's cream or brown, but it's up to you for the flavor.
Mm-hmm. You get to decide.
Okay. So, yeah. So his career ERA is 3.58 in the playoffs. That's a little thrown off by his start for the Mets last year. It went poorly, right? So 4 2/3, gave up 7 runs. So that inflated his ERA. So what I decided to do is...
Did they have Creed playing then, or were they playing something else?
I don't... If I had to guess, probably not, right?
So... The playing Creed at our stadium
take us higher.
We haven't even talked about that today. Is just that you got to make sure to belt out Creed. That this is a team of Creed,
dude. Yes. I hope
they feel the need for Creed.
I hope that stadium is so loud during the sing along, and it just carries over today because, like, that's important, man. Jared was the one that broke that story, Kevin.
Yes.
I don't know if you know this or not.
We don't want to lose the Creed.
Ken Rosenthal was on our radio show.
I do recall
and he talked about how Jared deserved all the credit for that. And, you know, he's on our station, too. I don't know if you know that, Kevin.
I was aware.
But that's that group. They love the Creed song. So, and the fans are going to get to sing it. You can belt it out as loud as you want and be part of it. It's so much fun.
I think tonight will be a great sing-along because this is only the second home playoff game you've had.
I know.
I know the Rangers are 7-0.
That is wild.
This is game 2. So I am willing to bet.
They played 1 home game. Let's see. They had 7 on the road.
Yep.
Then 4 on the road, so 11. Then they played 1 home game and then 2 more road games. So out of their last 14 games, they've had 1 home game.
So I'm willing to predict, even though there's not a lot of backstory to it, this will be by far the loudest Creed sing-along
All right.
ever.
I'm looking forward to tonight's Creed sing-along.
Now, let's isolate Max Scherzer 2016 through 2021 playoff stretch. And that's what I wanted to take a look at. Now, he did have a couple of relief appearances in here, but he had 11 starts and threw 66 innings. So he averaged, I know that's 6 on the nose, but with the relief, he had just a little touch under 6 innings per start. His ERA in that run, 2.73. 10.8 strikeouts per 9. So fair to say, like, if that is what you're bringing to the table, you feel pretty good about that, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Real quick, I just wonder, I'm sure there's somebody who's done it. I just don't know the history of somebody having a month off and then pitching in a championship series. That's the only thing. Like, these numbers, I care about these numbers. I want to keep hearing these numbers. It's just so weird because I just don't know how somebody has a month off of pitching because of injury. And they're like, all right, this is the most important moment of the whole year because we're in the final round of the series here. And then we go to the World Series. Can you be this person that these numbers say you are?
And I'm glad that you brought that up because I brought Nathan Eovaldi to the table. And I just want to add to all of this because I see people already asking the question. We asked Bochy a few different questions about this yesterday, and he sounded very firm about this. Scherzer says he's ready, and we believe he is, and that he thinks he can go at least the 69 pitches he had in the simulated game, if not further. So who am I? I'll just say, who am I to question somebody who seems to have pushed all the right buttons in the postseason? If Bochy says he's ready, I get it.
And just real quick, again, Max Fried pitched for the Atlanta Braves in the divisional series. He had 18 days off because of a blister situation that he couldn't pitch in, and then they didn't have to play in the wild card round. And their manager, Snitker, was like, dude, he's throwing great. He's throwing 98. His fastball's there. He's having to throw more breaking balls because of the blister, and he just doesn't have the same command because he's had 18 days off. So I do expect Max Scherzer's stuff to be there, as in I expect his velocity to be there. I just don't know about the command of it. And then remember, he had a lot of trouble with his slider. Remember when we traded for him? We're like, hey, the pitch that has really gone bad for him in 2023 in New York has been the slider. For some reason, that is not an effective pitch for him anymore. And then he felt like him and Maddox figured it out when he got traded over here. So will that slider be his Ranger slider? Will it be his Met slider? Will it be somewhere in between? I don't know.
And I think you can look at Eovaldi potentially as the progress line you might see. And people might not love this, but just for comparison's sake, Eovaldi had a month and a half off, right? Came back in September. It's a little tough because he had 3, pseudo starts, whatever you want to call them. But he really got back into the flow on September 19th, and he had 3 starts before he hit the postseason. In those 3 starts, he pitched 13 1/3. His ERA was 10.1, and you could see it was off. Like, he did the buildup, the 1 1/3, 2 1/3, 3 1/3 before he got to really, really starting. And it took 3 starts for him to really get going. Now, I know if you wanted to optimism this, that could mean that Max Scherzer is good to go by Game 7 of the World Series. But if you're looking at it
November 4th, is that the date?
Yeah, November 4th.
Somehow you already know all the dates of the World Series.
Yeah,
He's
I looked him
prepared.
up last night. I woke up in the middle of the night.
But if you look at it on the flip side, that could mean a start that is disappointing to a lot of fans tonight.
And
right here on the fan.
I think us Rangers fans are so we're so timid about this right now. A lot of Rangers fans are very timid and kind of nervous.
We've never ultimately had success.
And never had this manager do what he's doing, right? And never had this much, the pitching talent is different than we've ever had before. And so this is one of those where you're like, we can't let our foot off their throat, right? You can't let our foot off the Astros' throat because they've done it before. Just put them away as quickly as we possibly can. Let's get done with it. Max Scherzer, we need you tonight. But man, if he did work his way back in and he was that Max Scherzer by the end of the World Series, if that was possible, that would be great. But tonight, you need everything from him. You need as much as you can get out of him. I am kind of curious, if you don't mind me asking, Mike, the stamina, where does a pitcher's stamina come from? Because you were saying earlier, you and Derek were talking there's no way to match the adrenaline.
Yeah.
But the stamina that Eovaldi didn't have, he would get up there and it would be
it's confusing to people because you're not sprinting, right? People can understand, the stamina in a basketball game because they can understand, yes, I've done this before. I've ran up and down a basketball court, and you do it 2 times in a row, and you're like, oh my God, my heart rate is pounding pretty much, and I'm getting out of breath right now. And so people can understand the stamina in basketball. But the stamina in pitching is tough to explain because you can have a person like we saw Bartolo Colon, like a 5'11", 300-pound man, be able to throw the ball 110 times. You're like, how does he have the stamina to do this, that he is 50 pounds overweight? And it is a stamina of practice, because it does take a lot of energy to throw the ball that hard. The push that you're having with your back leg, and then the velocity and violence that you are releasing the ball with and then finishing that pitch off, it is unexplainable. But all I can say is that it takes time to build up that endurance. That's why no matter how built up you are, if you can get a pitcher to about pitch 30, no matter if they're built like Michael Jordan or built like Bartolo Colon, they will start dying and in a hurry, because no person can have the ability to throw 30 pitches without a break and still be throwing the same quality of pitch if you just had a 5-minute break to then get up, warm up, and then pitch. So stamina will be important. I think that, to your point, Max Scherzer will be running at a 10 out of 10 adrenaline-wise, and he's had it before. He does know what it feels like, but it will be something that he's going to have to deal with, and a lot of times you can elevate pitches by accident. Your ball that you want to be down in the zone just elevates into a hitter's area because you're so fired up. Keeping the ball down can be the toughest part of dealing with an adrenaline rush, and then the endurance will be, let's not get to, you'd love to not get to 20 pitches in an inning.
Now, this is an interesting text, and I kind of wanted to address it because I'm sure some Rangers fans feel this way as well. Why is Scherzer being hyped up so much? It's old Scherzer, not the Scherzer of old. But if you take a look at that, the last time he pitched against the Astros, which was next to last start, he got, well, it didn't go well. Let's just say that. It did not go well. However, sandwiched around that start are 3 other really good starts against the Twins. 7 innings pitched, 2 earned runs, 10 strikeouts. Against the Twins again, 6 innings pitched, 1 hit, no earned runs given up. Against the Blue Jays, 5 1/3, 3 hits, no earned runs given up. So outside of the Astros start, which obviously was not good, is the 3 out of 4 around that, where his latest starts were really good. And I think we're all just thinking of get the win tonight. Because then you'll be up 3-0, and the Astros will be facing a historical deficit that only one team has ever come back.
And I'd pass this to you, Corey, and then to the fans listening that asked that question. Haven't we seen certain pitchers? Colby Lewis will be there. He'll probably be there tonight, but he's going to be with Michael Young tomorrow for the first pitch. Haven't we seen certain guys? And Colby Lewis, love Colby, buddy of mine. He never came close to being Max Scherzer. But for some reason, in big moments, he could elevate his game to a level that we're like, where was that?
Yeah.
That is awesome that he is able to, in the biggest moments when the heartbeat gets a little bit bigger, he's able to be calmer than everybody else and execute his pitches at the best moments. We've seen that from Max Scherzer in his career. There's a reason he's a world champion with the Washington Nationals. What we're hoping, I get it. He is not Max Scherzer of the Washington Nationals. He's not Max Scherzer of maybe later on in his Detroit Tiger career. But we know that we've seen this guy elevate to levels that other people can't. And maybe he can do that for you tonight because it has been seen. Yeah. Nolan Ryan, they thought his back was done one of the games that he couldn't pitch. And he's like, I'll give it a try. And then he threw a no-hitter in Oakland. Like they were worried. They had a guy ready to pitch that day while he was warming up in Oakland, and his back loosened up while he was warming up, and he said, I can give it a go. I can go out there, and then threw a 9-inning no-hitter when he was 40-something years old. Special people can do special things when you don't expect it from them anymore.
Kevin, the roof will be closed tonight, according to Jared. You think that's good?
Yes, I do. I want all of that noise trapped inside. That place is going to be loud as hell.
And thirsty, so it'll be like a thirst trap.
Well, that was not totally what I was going for.
Makes sense to me.
But you know what, Mike? That's good. As long as you're on point, I got another question for you. Because this person needs your help.
Okay.
From the 214, I'm timid for sure. A buddy wants to bet $1,000.
Oh, no.
That the Astros went out. Bassick, what should I do? And then they send. Then
they're going to win the next 4 games.
Yep.
It's just a straight up $1,000 bet. So even if the Rangers were
that
to
is
lose,
the way I understand it.
if that person is saying, I bet the Astros win 4 in a row, you take that bet. Now, obviously, $1,000 that can be a lot of money to somebody. And
They
not
send
a lot
another
of money.
text asking for help, so they want to know.
I don't know.
I would say because even if you say bet $1,000 the Rangers win the next 2 games, I would take the Houston side. I'm not telling you that it's going to happen, that Houston's going to win a game.
Statistically, the odds are in your favor.
Winning 2 games in a row is very tough. So I would say if you think the Astros are going to win the next 4, and you know that Montgomery's starting game 5 and Evaldi's starting game 6, that seems pretty difficult to run the table in those 4. It can happen, but the odds are in your favor. What's that movie?
Hunger Games. I did that.
I was confused.
I thought he was like Star Trekking us or something.
And for people that are asking, do they have other people ready to go? I
Absolutely.
mean, I know Bochy didn't want to tip his hand, but you still have Heaney, Dunning, John Gray. Like if you just want to Perez.
I would bet not Dunning.
Yeah.
Just my thought.
Okay. But
you
if
have to save somebody for tomorrow.
Exactly. Yeah. But if you just want to focus on those as options, you have other starters that can pitch in this
Jordan
game.
Montgomery and Evaldi for the next for 2 games again at some point if you need them. I
would expect it to be Bradford or Heaney coming in after Max Scherzer.
Okay.
That's my expectation. It doesn't mean that is what is going to happen. If it's not Heaney, then I wonder if he's going to start the next day. And if it's not Heaney immediately, I'm wondering if they want to use him later in the game for more of a, if Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker come up in a big situation, I want the slinger Andrew Heaney ready for that situation rather than maybe pitching me 2 or 3 innings to get to the 6th. The goal is to have Max Scherzer and one other pitcher get you 18 outs. If you get that, if you get 18 outs from Max Scherzer and one other pitcher, and then you get to the 7th inning and you have to start using your other bullpen pieces, success, Texas Rangers.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. We could power rank the power rankings. Plus, it's been a tough road to October baseball. But do you believe in this Rangers bullpen now? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
by QC Kinetics Non-Surgical Regeneration Treatment Care.
Prescott in the gun. Snap back. They've blocked it up. Now he pulls it back. Now he escapes out to his right. Somebody run for him. Pollard in the middle of the field at the 35. Up to the 40. He broke away to the 40. Pollard's taking this all the way. Oh, no. At the 15-yard line. Oh, they caught him. Asante Samuel Jr. caught him after he got 60 yards.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get back to the Rangers in just a minute. But it's time to power rank the NFL Power Rankings. Do you want ESPN, The Athletic, or NFL.com?
Well,
The NFL runs the NFL.
I think we should go with ESPN this one time. And the reason being is the Cowboys are on a bye week. So I think, Mike, you're right. But for bye week Cowboys, let's go with ESPN this one time.
So you say go with ESPN. Who is the number one team in all of the lands?
Miami, Detroit, Kansas City. You pick. I just gave you 3 options.
One of those options is not correct.
Well, 2 of them.
He said 3 options, and 2 of them have to be.
That's the best. 2 of those options
incorrect.
Are incorrect.
I'm going to go Kansas City.
What were your 3 choices again?
Kansas City, Detroit, Miami.
But what I didn't tell you, Corey.
All 3 of the options
are
incorrect.
All 3 of those options are incorrect.
God.
You should have known, because usually I tell you one of those options is correct. Went out of my way to not do that.
What team am I for? Oh, San Francisco.
San Francisco
Who
49ers are number 1 in all of the lands.
That's fine.
They lost.
I get it.
Drop them.
They stayed the same. They were 1 last week.
Let's go with KC.
So loss doesn't do anything to them.
We'll see. What about Philly? Kansas City is 2nd.
Is this where your Lions come in?
Did you know, by the way, this is the latest in the season the Detroit Lions have been tied for the best record in football since 1993.
What?
And who won the Super Bowl in 93?
The Dallas Cowboys.
What was the Cowboys' record at this point?
In 93, it wasn't good because they were 0-2 to start the year.
Oh, was it 4-2?
Dude,
hold on.
I don't know, but I just know that they went 0-2 because
I'll look it up.
You have to look up the 92 season.
No,
Kevin.
you don't. That is wrong. Broadus tried a mind trick with us. It didn't work.
What was the Cowboys' record in 1993 when the Lions were holding the division lead at this point?
All right, as you'll recall, Cowboys lost their first 2 games because the Emmitt Smith holdout. I have some news for you.
They're 4-2.
It's going to blow your mind. Not only were they 4-2, their bye week came right after.
No way!
They were 4-2.
No way! This is awesome. This is awesome. Who'd they play after the bye week? Was it if it was the Rams? I'm losing my mind.
Been the St. Louis Rams.
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, they play the Eagles next week. So,
it's the same.
The next week.
Ram, Eagle. They're both animals.
Yeah.
What? So they're the same?
Have you never been to the animal kingdom?
Hey, I think the point was, do you pick the Lions to be 3rd in the power ranking?
I don't. They're not going to give them that respect yet.
I'll put them 4th, but I'll put Miami 3rd.
So you have Philly down at 5?
Yeah.
I like Miami 3. I'm with them.
Miami 3. Philly 4.
Now it's Lion time. Now it's time to roar.
The Detroit Lions are number 5. Where did the Cowboys come into this?
9.
Oh.
8.
7.
Also, that is correct.
Oh.
It goes
9 or
7.
Oh, okay.
Because it goes Buffalo and then Dallas. And then, it's already over. You lost. We already gave the answer.
Reggie, would you like to guess?
I have quarterback power rankings pulled up.
You know what, Chris? Do you have an answer?
It doesn't
matter if you have an answer.
Oh, man, he turned into the Rock.
Did he just rock bottom us?
I did.
He just smelt something.
I am so excited about that. I'll give you a chance later. Cleveland Browns.
Good try, jabroni.
The Cleveland Browns are number 8, which will no doubt infuriate Derek Holland.
He's about to person's elbow you.
No.
The person's champ?
No.
Chomp. I forgot.
The worst.
Chunk.
It's chunking at the bit.
Spittle, I get what you're saying. I really do. Panthers are last, followed
Chunk
by the
Liddell.
Broncos.
All right. Okay. All right.
Do you want to quarterback me or do you want to move to baseball?
Quarterback.
All right.
Number 1. Quarterback.
I was talking about him earlier. Give me Tua.
Tua's number 1. You're
It's probably
correct.
Oh, great.
Number 2, Corey. Pick.
Mahomes.
He's number 3. Pick. Number 2, Kevin.
Oh, my God. PJ Walker.
You're wrong. It's Josh Allen. Number 4.
Josh Allen after this week?
I know. This is not going to be the best quarterback ranking.
Jared Goff.
Tua T's 1. Josh Allen is 2. Patrick Mahomes is 3. Corey, who's number 4?
Jared Goff. I already told you that.
Jared Goff's number 5.
Brock
Corey.
Purdy.
Brock Purdy's number 4. Jared Goff's number 5. Number 6. This is stupid.
Lamar Jackson. Stupid.
CJ Stroud.
We just saw him.
Justin Herbert.
Is it CJ Stroud?
Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert. We just saw him throw
He hates Justin
incomplete
Herbert.
pass after incomplete pass.
And he's only 6.
And
Most of Mike's career, he said Justin Herbert wasn't going to pan out.
No, I really
that
like
is
Justin
not
Herbert.
true.
I'm trying to get rid of all of his cards. He's going to be Jeff George. And guess what Jeff George cards are worth? Doodly squat.
Okay, all right.
So if anybody believes in Justin Herbert, please text me. I don't want his cards anymore.
It's a heck of a sell job that you're doing there.
Number 7, Lamar Jackson.
Where's Jalen Hurts?
Number 8, Lamar Jackson.
What? You just said he was 7.
Number 7, Lamar Jackson. Number 8, Jalen Hurts.
That's what you said. Where's Jalen Hurts? He said number 8, and then
Yeah.
I don't know why he said Lamar Jackson.
6 is Herbert. 7 is Lamar Jackson. 8 is Jalen Hurts. Will Dak be number 9? No, he won't. It's Kirk Cousins.
Okay.
Will he be number 10?
Yes.
No, it's CJ Stroud.
Wow.
Will he be number 11? No, it's Trevor Lawrence. Will he be number 12? No, it's Joe Burrow. Will he be number 13? Yes.
Oh, great.
Why did you say no?
Because
You don't think Dak could be a top 13
But don't you
quarterback?
feel like he was setting us up to fail every time? All right.
14 is Matthew Stafford. So Matthew Stafford right behind Dak, Joe Burrow right ahead. Top 10 quarterbacks. Somebody needs to get off the crack cocaine because Justin Herbert is not a top 10 quarterback
Who's
in the
the
NFL.
worst?
Who's the worst quarterback in the NFL? Remember, there's injuries, so it's
Zach Wilson?
Tyson Bagnet,
Bagent.
The Bears quarterback?
Bagent.
Mac Jones, 31. Aiden O'Connell, 30. He's the Las Vegas Raiders
He might be
quarterback.
okay.
Malik Willis, Tennessee Titans, and Zach Wilson. Those are the 5 worst quarterbacks in the NFL.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. No break, all content. Give me cut number 5 if you can, because it's time to talk about this bullpen.
3 balls and a strike. Was set by Leclerc, and the pitch to Altuve swung on in a high drive, well hit left center field. Tavares into the gap, has a play, and he makes the catch in front of the track, and the Rangers have won it 5-4. They've won 7 postseason games in a row and grabbed a 2-0 lead in the American League Championship Series with a pair of wins in Houston.
Now, Mike, I realize that this has been a fool's errand at various times throughout the season.
I'm listening.
Can we possibly leave in the bullpen now in the regular season?
Why do you keep saying? I feel like this is the super jinx.
That's what I said. We've been through this.
I don't believe in jinxes, but I do believe in your super jinx.
All right, so this is a regular jinx.
Yeah, do you know why? Because I feel like this is the 5th time this season that you've asked this question.
One time it worked for like a week. The other times it didn't go well. All right. I want to ask about the bullpen, then I more specifically want to ask about Jose Leclerc.
Can I ask you real quick?
Hit me.
With this bullpen, how lucky are they getting that they're only having to use 3 guys for the main outs that they need?
It's been very fortunate so far, but kind of how you draw it. Like you hope it, you draw it up and want it to
Like
be
it's
that
just
way.
Spores, Chapman, Leclerc. We haven't had to use somebody else. You have 3
Yes.
games in a row here.
Yes to all of
The other
that.
thing, too, is Leclerc, man. Is he going to get tired? Because he's literally pitched in all 7 games.
I think Corey is onto something, though, is because I saw this stat. Through the first 7 games of the postseason, Ranger starters, 2.25 ERA. But potentially more important, in 40 innings, they've only given up 4 walks, which allows them, one would assume, to get further in a game. I know it doesn't always work exactly like this, but the fewer walks you have, the longer you could potentially go in the game. And Mike, you've brought this up, and Ferguson Jenkins brought it up. All 3 home runs have been with the bases empty.
Right.
So it doesn't feel like it kills you.
Huge.
So the starters aren't walking a lot of people, which is allowing them to be more effective and get further into the games, which does facilitate the lack of need to expand out your bullpen.
And I guess the other thing too is you do feel a little more confident attacking a place that maybe you don't want to go to with runners on than whenever you have Yordan Alvarez up by himself and nobody on,
Yordan
right?
Alvarez.
Yeah, when those guys, like you probably feel a little more confident saying, I can put this pitch here and challenge it. And but if he has 2 runners on, you're like, nope, not going to do that. We'll work around this as best we can.
Now,
I believe in the bullpen to answer your question, though. I am.
And Leclerc?
I think Spores found something. He's not He's not 100% accurate on everything, but he's pitching to the locations they're asking him to pitch to. He's doing that. Aroldis Chapman, man, it's going to be a ride. And you might get the dude that gets to puff his chest out and look at everybody in the dugout. You might get that. I have 1,000% confidence in Jose Leclerc.
I will say today they're going to use Chapman. If the 8th inning is the inning that they need 3 outs and it makes sense, they're going to use Chapman. But he is going to be pitching, if he does pitch today, 3 out of 4 days. Because he pitched in, right? I mean, yes, he's not pitching back-to-back days, but 3 out of 4 days we have seen where he has really struggled when you start using him this much. So in a way, I bet Bochy doesn't want to use Chapman today. But if he has to, he's going to because it's the playoffs. So if you could somehow, I'm just wondering if Heaney doesn't pitch after Max Scherzer because he's going to save Heaney for more of the Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker inning later in the game.
Now, we're going to get back to the bullpen as a whole, but let's talk about Jose Leclerc because what a wild swing through the season he's had. 29-year-old, had a neck injury in spring training, kept him away from the World Baseball Classic. And then he posted a 6.08 ERA in May. He was demoted from being the 9th inning guy to barely having any role of any consequence in this bullpen.
Yeah.
But look at
there was a point where I don't remember what point, but there was conversations of because he has an option in his contract that you don't have to pick up. Right. Should they just designate him for assignment and move on and move forward? That was this year. During this season, there was a point where there was kind of questions on should we just move on and see if once you DFA him, you can trade him, but he has just answered the bell in the second half of the season tremendously.
And I'm glad you said the second half of the season because in August, ERA of 2 flat. September, 1.98. And now in the postseason, ERA with a 1.23, 7 strikeouts to 3 walks. I think if we're talking about confidence, I actually do think I have a lot of confidence in Leclerc.
He is unassuming. Like, he doesn't look like a dominant athlete by any means. He looks like a kid that just kind of got put in the pants and sent out there. But the thing that I see right now so much of is trust in his catcher, trust in his pitches, and like his extreme confidence. That's the deal for him right now. He is riding high on confidence. He looks patient. He looks like he understands that he belongs. I know we asked Boch yesterday about the mental aspect of the game, and he was like, I think it's required now. And it looks like he just breathes different than he was earlier in the season. I don't know how much of it was the neck injury versus just growing and becoming a more mature player. But all these guys, man, the whole team looks like it just became more mature throughout this season.
And then, Mike, I understand your trepidation about this. Just the drop for the bullpen is amazing. Is 4.77 ERA in the regular season. Not good. We would all agree with that. Going into game 2, their ERA had dropped down to 1.8 in the postseason. And you mentioned Spores has found something. 4 1/3 with no hits given up and 4 strikeouts. Now, he did have 2 walks, and you want to stay away from that, of course. But I don't feel like 2 walks in 4 1/3 is the end of the world. He's found something. We talked about Leclerc. I'm still nervous about Chapman. I maybe foolishly have in this moment have some faith in the bullpen, especially the way it's been used.
Okay.
You think that's going to end up?
No. Look, I'm living on an edge.
It's backfired.
I am confident about Leclerc. At the same time, if he pitches today, he would be pitching 8 out of the 8 playoff games. That gets impossible to do. I mean, at some point, I don't say you give him the day off. Hopefully you win by 5 or 6 runs. You've done that before, but still didn't feel comfortable putting in, let's just say, Will Smith or somebody like that to just close out the 5-run lead. They're like, screw it, we're not messing around, pitch Leclerc. But man, would it be awesome if somehow you were up, let's say 7-2 going into the 9th, and you're like, we believe we can get 3 outs without having to warm up Leclerc today.
Can I give you some Gold Glove finalist news as they're being rolled out?
Yeah, you can.
American League catcher. Do you think Jonah Heim deserves to be a Gold Glove finalist?
100%.
Maybe the best.
He is one of the 3 finalists, along with Kirk from the Blue Jays and Rushman from the Orioles. First base.
Kirk might try to peel off the gold, see if there's chocolate underneath the glove.
What?
You might want to go look at Kirk.
All right, I will do that.
Oh,
Is
that a mean-spirited comment? Rude.
I think it's a good joke.
Yeah, how's that worked out for you?
Horribly.
All right, first base for the American League.
No.
No?
No.
Anthony Rizzo, yes. Ryan Mountcastle, yes. Nathaniel Lowe for the Texas Rangers.
In your face,
also,
Mike.
yes. He is one of the finalists for Gold Glove.
Marcus Semien, yes.
Yes. Correct.
Corey Seager, yes.
Corey Seager.
They have not gotten that far yet.
Josh Young, yes.
I think he got hurt enough that he won't be.
They're only up to third base. So they're rolling it out on the Rawlings Twitter account.
Where's Evan Carter?
Not on there.
Well, he would be outfield, and we're not there yet.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Did you say there is third base out?
Third base is out.
I don't know all the third basemen in the American League off the top of my head, but I would lean to no because he was out near the end of the year.
Do you like all three of these better? Bregman?
Yeah, I mean, you got to.
He's really good. That's
Jose Ramirez?
He's one of the most underrated players in all of baseball.
Say Rafael Devers, I dare you.
No, there's no way.
Matt Chapman.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, he's
I
good.
do think, I'll tell you what Josh Young has done in these playoffs. I know he got credited with the error yesterday or the other day.
Yes.
He's done enough in these playoffs that he is going to be way more respected next year in Gold Glove.
I could see that. And it does usually feel like it takes a minute for everyone to
in a
fall
weird
in line.
way, most Gold Gloves have a lot to do with your offense.
For sure.
How stupid is it? It's very stupid.
Derek Jeter won at least one Gold Glove, and he was not.
Rafael Palmeiro won one as a Rangers designated hitter at first base.
Awesome.
As it near the end of his career, like, yeah, he played 17 games at first. Give it to him. He batted 300.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for some Mike Likes It.
Just an update. We gave this to you earlier. Evan Carter is batting third tonight. So that was earlier in the show that we found. We were actually having a discussion. Kevin brought up the 3-hole hitter has to get better. And I'm like, I don't think it can get better if you're going to bat Grossman and Garver. They're just limited in what they can do. They've come up with big hits, but they're limited in what they can do. Well, the Rangers and Bruce Bochy felt the same way as that article and said, because there's no lefties in Houston's bullpen, they cannot bring in a lefty to face Seager and Carter. We are now going to bat Carter third, at least tonight. We'll see what happens as the series goes on. But now you will have what an ascent from a month ago. Now, instead of batting ninth, it will be Semien, Seager, and Carter hitting in the first inning. Hopefully also Garcia. And do you think Heim bats fifth? It was Heim's been batting sixth.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like
Josh Young is Josh
Young will
still
probably
late?
be eight, and Leote will be 9. It's going to be interesting. Now that Carter goes from 5 to 3, do you just move Garver or Grossman? Which I'm going to give you some stats here on Christian Javier versus our hitters in a second. But it's going to be interesting. Maybe the lineup's out, and I just haven't seen it. It doesn't have to be out at 12:45, but it'll be interesting. We kind of know who 8 and 9 is, and we know that Jonah Heim will be 6 or 7. He's been batting. Well, sorry, Nate Lowe is 7. Jonah Heim is 6th. So do you just move, or do you move a lot of people up and move Garver or Grossman down to 7?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I've not seen the lineup yet.
Okay.
Either.
What's crazy too, Mike, is a lot of managers would probably not want to mess with their lineup too much, but Bochy feels completely comfortable saying, "Hey, and even telling Evan Carter, look, I'm going to get you into this game at some point. You just got to understand what we're doing." And the guys are like, "Yeah, okay, we got you, boss."
Okay, so let's go over the Rangers lineup and what they have done in their career versus Christian Javier. Marcus Semien is 4 for 19. That is a 211 batting average. He has a 638 OPS. He has 1 extra base hit. He does have 5 walks. So if you put that together in his on-base percentage is 375. So it just goes to show Javier works a lot off of fastball command, but at times he can lose it and he can walk you. So Semien has walked 5 times in 24 plate appearances. So if you look at on-base percentage, it's good. If you look at just batting average and OPS, not that good for Marcus Semien in his career. Corey Seager, he is 5 for 20. He has not walked at all. He does have 2 home runs, so he has a 900 OPS. So I'm going to feel like, because there is a young 21-year-old who I know he's batting 350 in these playoffs and getting on base at a tremendous rate, I just bet that if somehow there's the opportunity to pitch around Seager. It's not going to stop them from pitching around him to get to Evan Carter. So there will be the pressure that you talked about the 3-hole earlier in the show. There is going to be pressure on Evan Carter to perform behind Corey Seager if they're pitching around him, because Garver made Baltimore pay when they did it. But let's see if Evan Carter in today's game can make them pay, because I don't think 2 home runs in 20 at-bats. I know 250 batting average. I'm betting they do not want to have Corey Seager swing the bat in a big situation.
And this is a whole different level of pressure, but most everything we've seen from Evan Carter thus far leads me to believe he's up for the challenge.
Yeah. Now here is who's batting behind Evan Carter. Obviously, Evan Carter has not faced Christian Javier. This is the scary one right here, and not in a good way. Adolis Garcia is 2 for 17 with 6 strikeouts. That's a 118 batting average and a 368 OPS. Not on base percentage, OPS 368. So Christian Javier has owned Adolis Garcia because he has such good fastball command. He elevates that fastball so many times, and then he throws the breaking ball, the slider down and away, and gets Adolis to chase a lot. So Adolis batting 4th overall in his 17 at-bats has not figured out Christian Javier at all.
Okay.
All right. So now I don't know if it's Mitch Garver or Robbie Grossman. I don't know if this would determine who you want to play in this game. Mitch Garver, 1 for 5 with a home run. Robbie Grossman, 3 for 8 with a double and a home run.
Robbie Grossman has shown out against a couple of these starting pitchers historically, so maybe.
So do you guys want Robbie Grossman to DH this game, or do you want Mitch Garver? It's not a huge
Still think I'm
sample
going
size.
Garver.
Okay, Garver 1 for 5 with
But
a
I
homer.
understand.
Grossman 3 for 8 with a home run and a double against Christian Javier.
I'll take Garver, yeah.
And that'll be the choice that Bochy has to make on that guy batting, I'll say 5th or 6th. All right, let's go to Jonah Heim. Jonah Heim, 1 for 9. He does have 3 walks. 1 for 9 with a single against Christian Javier. Number 7, Nate Lowe, 5 for 20 with 1 home run off Christian Javier.
That's not too great.
Go to Josh Young, obviously only this year. I'm assuming he said off him. He is 2 for 3 with 2 singles. So,
okay,
really little sample size, 2 for 3. And Leody Taveras, 5 for 16 with a home run.
I'll take it.
And that dude has been
So
maybe
he's
the
locked in,
breakout.
bro.
When you look at
playoff.
this, I know it's very little sample size. 2 for 3 for Josh Young, 5 for 16 for Leody Taveras. It looks like once again there will be opportunity in this game for Marcus Semien to knock some guys in on base.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting on how this game goes here versus Christian Javier. So those are your numbers for the Rangers lineup against Christian Javier. Obviously, some other guys have numbers, but I don't expect anybody else to play besides Garver and Grossman.
Yeah.
Is a little bit up in the air today on who's going to play. All right, guys. I watched some of the Philadelphia Phillies game yesterday.
I was going to ask you about that.
They crushed Atlanta. It looks like Arizona's coming back to reality of barely being over 500 and making the playoffs. And then Philadelphia, just like the Rangers, they're playing their best baseball of the year. And isn't it crazy that you opened up the season with them? Opening day,
it's
Jacob
unbelievable.
deGrom is starting for you against Philadelphia. And right now the odds say that it's going to be Texas opening up game 1 of the World Series versus Philadelphia.
With Jacob deGrom on the mound.
With Jacob deGrom.
Not that.
He's out.
Yeah.
He got hurt.
Thanks, Corey.
Anybody new to the station and new to the Rangers? Jacob deGrom is injured.
Yes. You will not see him for
I'm glad
some
you talked
time.
about station. I think this can get confusing. Last night, I was at my son's Bishop Lynch black-white game, so they got to play each other. They split up the teams. It was really fun to watch. In fact, Jake had a really nice night on the mound, and it was really fun to watch. That's my Jake. But people were like, I couldn't find, you're on 105.3 The Fan, right? You know, some of the parents, and I couldn't find the game on the radio the other day. Game 2.
Yeah.
And I was like, it was on 1080. You know, if you're listening to us, you would know that we said it a zillion times, but if you weren't listening to us on Monday.
That's the only one of this series that will be there.
And that's it. I told all the parents there that were frustrated that they couldn't find the Ranger game on the radio because they know that it's 105.3, and they're like, I can't find it anywhere. Where is this game at? They didn't find it. All the rest of the games for this American League Championship Series will be on 105.3 The Fan. So if you're driving around tonight, tomorrow night, hopefully not, driving around Friday afternoon. But if you are, all the games will be on 105.3 The Fan the rest of the way. We apologize. I'm apologizing for the station. We have to run Cowboys pregame. It's in the contract. There's nothing we can do about it. So they have to get that in. That is set up by the Cowboys. It doesn't matter if it's a World Series game or ALCS game. We cannot run a Ranger game on our station over Cowboys pregame. Now, next thing. The game tonight is on Fox Sports 1. That doesn't make it the easiest to get. I get that some people do not have FS1. So if you're really into this and you're having fun, you're like, this is so awesome too. The games are on Fox. I don't have to have FS1 or, Bally's.
Yeah.
And by the way, Bally's does run an hour post-game show. I'm not on tonight, but they run an hour post-game show with Emily Jones and Leslie McCaslin and everybody doing that. If you're like, hey, I want more Rangers after this is over. You can also listen to 105.3 The Fan as Jared Sandler carries about an hour or so post-game show here on the radio too. So it gives you options after the game is over if you want more Rangers, interviews, why did they do this, what is happening, are they going to talk about Game 4? That can happen here on 105.3 The Fan too, or you can tune over to Bally's and have an hour post-game show with Emily Jones, Leslie McCaslin, and everybody else. Have this question, and maybe we're out of time, but if you were to rank the best hitters in baseball, where would you put Yordan Alvarez?
I've had him number 1 for quite some time. Like, I think he's...
I get he's not the best player because he's mostly a DH and a below average left fielder when they put him out there. But when you're just talking about hitting, it's tough right now when I watch him play in these playoffs and last year in the playoffs not to go, why isn't he considered the best hitter in baseball?
He's pretty high up there.
I do wonder how much it has to do with I know the Astros have been in the World Series and he's a huge part of what they've done, right? But I do wonder if it's because he's just kind of down there in Houston, and maybe it is down there in Houston and Texas, nobody's paying attention on the East Coast.
Okay, and that's really interesting to me because I would have thought the fact that they're in there all the time, like been in the ALCS again and again and again, that familiarity.
But the East Coast wants to act like that's an outlier. Like, it really belongs up here in New York and Boston. Like, that's where it really belongs. So they just ignore a lot of what goes on down here.
I wonder about Yordan Alvarez and maybe a little bit of the lack of... Now, he gets, I think, all the respect in the world from the other team's pitchers and other teams. But you just start looking at his career and you start looking at his age. He's 26 years old. He has 129 home runs. That's not a ton because he seems to, in a weird way, not play the field a lot, but he seems to miss at least 30 games a year. This year he only played in 114 games and had 31 home runs and 97 RBI. So
smooth swing, and he puts the ball in play.
He does have, when you start looking at his numbers, I don't know if career-wise he can get to 500. He's going to have to start staying a lot more healthy, but he does have the ability, if he just stays healthy, it looks like to hit 50-plus home runs a year. Because we kind of, I also forgot about Aaron Judge. Because when Aaron Judge is healthy, is he the best?
He's very good.
Because sometimes I think of this year, Ronald Acuna Jr., Corey Seager, Ohtani, now Yordan Alvarez, and I'm like, God, is Aaron Judge the best when he's healthy? But Yordan Alvarez is in that conversation.
The best can't stay healthy.
Oh, no. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I got a lot of him from like little nuggets on the Rangers, so mini baseball nuggets, if you will, but also, Kevin,
buckets.
How AI is going to affect everything in football. Next on The Fan.
DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag Nation out at the Globe. We will talk with them in just a little bit, but right now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really do appreciate that. I am trying to look and see what we have on Fox tonight.
So, why the hell is this game on FS1?
I get it, Mike. We were looking this up. Yeah, the game will be on FS1.
Do they have that old man trying to get an old lady?
That's an ABC show.
But the most important thing is the Rangers game is right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Rangers. We've had Bochy on every Tuesday. He's been with us. It's been awesome.
Can I give another compliment?
CY every Monday, and then the Player Show with G-Bag. It's awesome here.
I had a father yesterday say, it's amazing. I was listening to the game on the radio, and he was like, it's so easy to see the game of baseball the way that, Eric Nadell and Matt Hicks, I'm going to give Jared Sandler props too here. The way they call it, they're like, I can see what they're saying, where the pitch was, what's happening in the outfield, the runners running. He's like, it's just, they do such a good job that you can see it in your imagination happening.
Yeah, no, and there's no doubt about that. I've said since he got here, Matt Hicks is a gem of a broadcaster. He's very good at what he does. Jared has grown into that spot. I'm looking forward to the future of Rangers baseball with him. And Eric Nadell, we've been spoiled by the Hall of Famer for many years. And I'm glad, he went through what he went through this year. And I don't know exactly where he is in that space, but it seems like he's relishing and cherishing these moments a lot right now. But, man, Brad Sham told me a long time ago whenever I was at UNT, because I went to UNT, Kevin. That's where I graduated college. And I was in the great Hank Dickinson's class. And Brad Sham came to speak, and he was like, y'all, we're spoiled here. He said, I listened to Eric Nadell, and he's talking about the color of the cuff just underneath his jersey. He's talking about the stripe down his pants and where the sun is and everything. And we get the entire story from Eric Nadell. And he said, and then, he was just talking about all the other broadcasters we have here. We have great broadcasting in DFW here. Yes, Kevin, it is the Masked Singer and season 1, episode 4 of Snake Oil. So
the David Spade show, I see billboards for that everywhere.
So Fox
they promote the crap out of that.
They just could not. So they said put it on FS1. So there you go. Also, I think this is important to note, Kevin. Lots open at 3:30 today. Gates open at 4:30. Rangers intros at 6:43. Okay, keep that on your clock.
Okay.
National anthem. The Strikeout Kings are going to be doing the national anthem.
Oh, that's a fun
at 6:50. The ceremonial first pitch, 6:52. That's Derek Holland and Ian Kinsler. Derek Holland will catch that. Kinsler will throw it.
He said you got to watch to see what happens.
Do you think he's going to bid it up? I don't think he's going to bid it up before this game.
A little bit,
Bochy would be like, get out of here. I don't know. Bochy knows the guy.
I just hope they fire the crowd up. I know he's playing golf because that's what he does for a living now. But if Adam Jones did such a good job in Baltimore, I know it didn't matter, but he was on the mound, just firing the crowd up. Let's go, and I'm just hoping Ian Kinsler and Derek Holland kind of get the crowd going.
And
give them what
isn't
they
that
want.
kind of guy. He just seems, he's just like, hey, look, I'm out here to play some ball. But by the way, and then first pitch, 7:03. So that's the order: 3:30, 4:30, 6:43, 6:50, 6:52, and 7:03.
Has anybody shown more disappointment in their life when they didn't hit the ball where they wanted to than Ian Kinsler?
No. When he popped a baseball up, that bat was going to get it. The other thing that I learned last night, Kevin, and if you want to do this to confirm, go Google World Series schedule 2023.
Okay.
Because I did this. I was laying in bed last night, and Mike, that place where you're just about asleep. You're almost you're drifting into your sleep, and then out of nowhere, it just boom, you're awake, right? You're like, oh my gosh, what is going on? And it happened for me last night. I had this moment where I was thinking about the Rangers and industry plants, and then out of nowhere, I said, when is the World Series? Kevin, when are the last 3 games of the World Series?
Last 3 games of the World Series would be November 1st, November 3rd, and November 4th.
Now, November 3rd and 4th, I guess 4 would be here, correct?
Yes.
Game 7 would be here.
Correct.
Who's ahead in the NLCS right now?
The Phillies.
The Philadelphia Phillies.
Remember, you could have bought a Phillies Mike Bassick jersey on eBay.
That's right. There was
when
a time.
I announced it. Tolo snatched it up.
They're also Kevin, who's leading the ALCS currently?
That would be your Texas Rangers.
So if it plays out the way that it is right now, the Texas Rangers, who are in the Arlington area, or actually they're in Arlington, in between DFW, they could end up playing the Philadelphia Phillies. Kevin, what happens the next day? Because November 4th is a Saturday. What happens on Sunday after that?
I do believe that the Dallas Cowboys are on the road against the Philadelphia Eagles.
That would be that to me is industry plants conspiracy theory if I've ever seen one.
I like it.
All sports wants Rangers, Phillies to match up and 2 cities hate each other. I know we hate Houston, they hate us and everything, but like that would be a lineup that would set right up for the Eagles game on Sunday. Rangers win the World Series against the Phillies, and the Cowboys play the Eagles the next day. And whether or not they win, that's a different story. We don't have a clue. This is Rangers talk at the moment. So there we are. That's my conspiracy theory, is that we're setting up for Rangers, Phillies, and it leads directly into Fox. You know Fox is going to take advantage of that. Or is that a night game? I can't remember.
No, that's an afternoon game.
I'm pretty sure World Series is always on Fox.
I was talking about the Cowboys-Eagles game.
Football game is an afternoon game. Let
so
me
that
ask
could be
you this.
that would be on Fox, and Fox would be like 2 cities
All
hate
right.
each other.
That's great for them. Those ratings are going to tank.
Uh-huh.
What percentage of DFW is going to be sober at 3:25 the day after the Rangers win the World
we're going to
Series?
still be drinking, Kevin.
Yeah,
So
you're not going to remember it's on Fox. You're going to be like, give me football, and hit the remote against the TV, and that's not going to work.
Is there any way if the Rangers were to pull it off and win the World Series that you wouldn't care about what the Cowboys do?
Yes.
Like not only that Sunday, but the rest of the way? You just be like,
yes.
I don't care what the Cowboys did.
Yes.
We are a world champion.
Yes, to all of that.
I see what you're saying. I would still care very much about the game the next day. I would be very invested in everything and what's going on. But I'm right there with you. I would probably be so exhausted and riding the high of a World Series. And I know that Boach doesn't like to talk about that, but I guess we're allowed to talk about it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
But man, I am. That's where my mind is. I'm constantly now like sleeping and thinking about things like this. All right, so I saw this story on The Athletic, and I think it's a fascinating story. Ted Wynn did it. He's great. If you've ever read anything that Ted Wynn does, he does great work. Did y'all watch the Kansas City Chiefs Broncos game on Amazon Prime Vision the other night? The Prime Vision?
Vision.
Yeah. Prime Vision has the next gen stats on it.
Yep.
And one of Amazon's 3 broadcast options that they do have, they unveiled something called Defensive Alert. Now, Defensive Alert is powered by artificial intelligence, otherwise known as
AI.
Thank you, Kevin. To identify potential blitzes before the snap. So Defensive Alert will basically signal, hey, this guy could probably blitz in just a minute. Keep an eye on what he's about to do. It highlights players that have that probability, and it gives them a red circle that goes underneath them. Sam Schwartzstein is one of the guys who came up with this. His mind came up with this, and he did go to Stanford. He blocked for Andrew Luck back in the day. And the Amazon Machine Learning Team is the group that he worked with. Yeah.
Is that really what it's called?
The Amazon Machine Learning Team.
That sounds kind of scary.
And he was like really watching this, and he got confused out of nowhere. And he said, hey, why are we highlighting the nickel cornerback in the middle of the broadcast? He was like, why are we highlighting this guy? This doesn't make any sense. He was like, there's got to be a flaw. All of a sudden, we put this out there wrong. Because this dude has been picking up blitzes his entire life.
Yeah.
He spent time doing this. He didn't think that the nickel was that much of a threat on this specific play. Right before the ball was snapped, the inside linebacker dropped to the nickel side, and the nickel finally moved toward the line of scrimmage, and the program sniffed out the blitzer before the man.
Whoa.
Watching the game on like a wide-angle camera shot, he's watching it. He's seeing it this way, and no one really knows how Defensive Alert did it. That's the other part. Like they're sitting there going, hold on. how did our program? That's where I get freaked out. They're asking, how did our program know that this was going to happen? It's a self-learning program. It's analyzed thousands of plays. It analyzes movement patterns. It analyzes everything faster than we possibly can because we're only humans. We're only dumb humans, right?
Wouldn't you be really sad if you're like, hey, we'll eventually make this defensive program available for $149 and the defensive coordinator got replaced by that?
Yeah, and you can use it for your high school football team. But it's trained to identify unique players who rush the passer on 60% or less snaps. And so it's being fed tracking data from Next Gen Stats, which it receives from the RFID chip that's on every player's shoulders. We see these things, right? We see those little squares that they're sewn into. Even in their practice, it's the GPS that Mike McCarthy's always talking about. So the data includes players' acceleration, their orientation, where they're facing, everything about it. And from all that data, the machine then starts to understand familiar movement and patterns, and it helps them predict which player is going to blitz. So that's what Schwartzstein said. He said, we're highlighting things starting at the line, and it's happening in real time. Real information's coming to the viewer. They're being able to see it. And Defensive Alert, along with other Prime Vision, has turned Thursday Night Football into like a living, breathing broadcast. Like it's happening in real time where you're seeing things that a quarterback is supposed to see, right?
Man, that's really interesting, especially too when we talked with Steven on Monday and he talked about analytics like across all businesses. This kind of makes sense. That is fascinating.
And that's where I started like wondering a lot more about this because the machine's processing this information the same way a quarterback has to go line up and says, okay, I have to conclude that this dude's blitzing and I have to go this way. You know, he has to do certain things with it.
Would you take the machine or Peyton Manning?
The machine at this point.
Oh,
I know there is that human element of things, but the percentages are going to tell you more often than not. I mean, this AI is telling you the right thing. Now, does Peyton Manning see the nuances in practice and stuff, or in the film that he watches? Of course, but the AI has the same stuff. It has the same information. So the only thing that it probably can't pick up that Peyton Manning can is, well, when this dude's left hand is pointed this way, usually he doesn't blitz. But when his right hand's, you know, those little things, when his knuckles are white, that tells us that it's going to be that. So that's one of the interesting things that I thought from AI. If you get a chance to read the story, it's pretty interesting. Can they use it down the road? But I also wanted to throw this out there, Kevin. Then we'll just do a short second.
Okay.
RJ Choppy did a song this morning.
He did.
And it is an awesome song based off of Brooks and Dunn's Neon Moon.
See, I don't know that song.
All right, we'll listen to it on the way home, Kevin, because obviously we go back to the house together and hang out every day.
That's right.
This is a little excerpt of that song that I wanted to play for a specific purpose.
Oh, when you lose to Native Audi and Evan Carter drives home a Bombay.
Okay, I like that.
Watch the Astros
Very good, very good. Bring that down just a little bit, Chris. Great stuff there.
That's a top-notch line, right?
And Evan Carter brings in El Bombi.
Is he going to hit fourth?
It can't happen.
It cannot happen tonight.
Oh, yeah, that's
it used
true.
to could, as my cousin says. It used to could be able to happen, but Mike, I don't think that it's possible that he could get El Bombi.
So you would change it from El Bombi to Corey because you can't do Seager, and you can't do Marcus, and you can't do Simeon.
Evan Carter drives in Corey. Yeah, that would be the way because Evan Carter, Kevin, is batting third tonight.
Yeah.
He is not batting anywhere else behind El Bombi. So great work by Choppy. If y'all get a chance, go check out that song. I've seen it on Facebook. I've seen it on Twitter. It's fantastic. But he can't do it tonight because the kid got moved up.
He did.
The little savior was moved up to number 3 because he's just that great.
He did.
He'll probably be batting 4th next year, though, right? Because it'll go Simeon, Seager, Langford.
Yeah.
You think Langford's going to be 3-hole next year?
In the playoffs.
To start the playoffs.
Like, we save them for playoff.
Yeah. Do we even care about the regular season anymore?
Not with this
I'm
team.
just kidding. It's been 7 years since we've been in the playoffs. Cut us some
Mavericks
slack.
didn't care about the regular season last year. That went well.
Yeah, it did.
Also, again, I want to remind everybody, get ready to sing your lungs out to some Creed tonight. Y'all, whoever's getting into that stadium tonight, y'all are awesome. Y'all get to take part in something that we've been part of here at the station, Kevin. We've been singing Creed like crazy. but y'all get to take part, be in a stadium where everybody's singing along and having a good time and getting hyped up for an awesome game.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll give you the rest of the Golden Glove finalists, but we're also remembering the greatness of Mark Holtz. How many Rangers fans know who that is? 877-881-1053. We'll get Bask involved in that next on The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Game 3 of the American League Championship Series is tonight at 7 on your Turn It On, Leave It On, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-3333.
It's baseball time in Texas. Opening day 1997 for the division champion Western Texas Rangers.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That right there is Mark Holtz. And Mike, we wanted to get you involved in this conversation because we were talking about Holtz just kind of spur of the moment on Friday. And I was nervous, but then very excited at how many people remembered him. And this might trip this person out from the 214. My daughter, who is now 26, would sit in my lap and stare at the TV when Mark would talk, fell asleep to him calling games one summer. That would have been his last summer, because unfortunately he passed away in 1997, I want to say due to leukemia. And so,
yeah, I don't know his story too much. I obviously remember him.
Sure.
But I'd love for you to give a little bit of a biography here.
Yeah, absolutely. So, just one of the reasons I brought this up is because Eric Nadell is awesome. We all agree with that. And you brought up how great Hicksy is, how great Sandler is, and Sandler has really taken to this job, and it's been incredible. But I always wonder if people forget about Mark Holtz, and there is a lake around the ballpark called Mark Holtz Lake, but he passed away in 1997, and he only broadcast, I want to say maybe a month or two that season because he had leukemia. And so he died later that year. But when I was going back and looking at some stuff from 1982 to 1994, so 13 consecutive seasons, it was him and Eric. And that is rare to have the exact two people calling play-by-play in color and switching it up for 13 straight seasons.
Yeah.
And so I wonder for how many Rangers fans who are maybe about our age, maybe a little older, is they view that duo as the voice of the Rangers.
And Eric's dad's name was DJ. Do I have that right?
No, that is a callback to a joke that Mike hates.
Kevin, whenever I was when I was a kid, going to baseball practice, I remember distinctly I would go to baseball practice out at Seagoville. That's where I played with one of the teams, and I'd go to my parents' softball games. And on the way out, on the way home, that was what I listened to. That was the broadcast of Friday night on the way home as I'm getting ready to fall asleep. I was hearing Eric Nadell and Mark Holtz. And then whenever, the TV, whenever he was doing the stuff on HSN, I was just like, oh, that's what he looks like. That was where my mind was. But man, yeah, dude, he was my childhood.
And so there's a lot of things that this club, or you still think of with this club, that he helped originate is Hello Win column. I think is probably what most people immediately think of. But also, you heard that intro, it's baseball time in Texas. We still hear to this day, the only time Eric Nadell has ever said Hello Win column was October 12th, 2010, after the Rangers beat the Tampa Bay Rays for their first playoff series victory ever. I don't know this. We know Eric. I haven't asked him this because you don't want to jinx it. I am willing to wager if they win the World Series, he would say it again. I have no inside information on that whatsoever.
I definitely think it's on the ledger. There's no way that it's not in that mix. And what a perfect line to be delivered.
Yeah.
If something like that was to happen, I would probably tear up and cry. Mostly,
I could see that.
There are a lot of different reasons for it, but there's a lot of rich history. If you grew up here like we did, Kevin and Mike, we all grew up in this area listening to those games. There's a lot of rich history that's still ingrained in what the Rangers have been since our childhood. So it would be a very meaningful moment.
From the 817, I remember Mark Holtz. I still hear "Hello Win" column in my head after every win. And yeah, Corey, to your point, 903. If we win the World Series and Eric says it, I'm going to cry like a baby. Now, I realize this was an iconic moment, but I want to take you to cut 27 right here. Cut 27. The closing of Kenny Rogers' perfect game. This is Mark Holtz on the call.
They are standing at the ballpark. It doesn't get any better than this. The count is at 0-1, 2 out, 9th inning, perfect game. Kenny Rogers for the Rangers against Gary DiSarcina of the Angels. On the pitch, swung on, line to center. Greer is there, he's calling, he's got it. Hello, perfect game. Kenny Rogers mobbed on the mound. 27 up, 27 down on July 28th. Kenny Rogers has pitched the first perfect game in Texas Ranger history.
So just phenomenal. And
didn't he just sound like here?
Yes. And like a radio person.
Yeah, he sounds like he sounds like what you expect here to sound like. And that voice, that sound of a dude that's just kind of right there in the middle of Arlington calling some baseball games.
That made me feel good. Do you have more?
Yeah, do you have any more of those? Because I want to hear.
Play more?
Yeah, do you have? I would like a whole stack of those.
Okay, I didn't prepare Chris for that. If he wants to do his own work while we're in the midst of the segment, that would be phenomenal. And I don't know if they're being sarcastic or not. From the 214, ain't nobody gonna cry. You are out of your mind if you think nobody
they don't know any
in
better.
this Metroplex.
I cried probably 20 times in my life over 2011 Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, and
of joy.
And when that dude called in,
Rick and Burleson called the other day, and Mike and I both teared up. I mean, obviously, Rodeo Ron had us all laughing and everything, but Rick and Burleson got us, man. It wrapped us up, all the memories, all the things we've seen, and yet to get to that point. And that's, I don't know. There are a lot of things that I don't get emotional about. Since I've had Lucy, everything's changed for me emotionally. Having a daughter changed everything for me. But there's not many things other than sports that really move me that much, like sports do emotionally. There's no doubt about it. I will.
From the 325, I've already got chills. From the 469, I am crying right now thinking about Eric saying that. If we do that. And from the 214, y'all need to stop me tearing up. It's if it happens, it would be emotional. Not that he has to say that. Eric Nadell has clearly carved out an incredible Hall of Fame.
He can say whatever he wants.
He can say whatever the hell he wants.
He could say a lot of good things.
You know what?
Can't say whatever you want.
The hell he can't. If they look.
It'll be at nighttime. I think after you guys did no shirt 9. After 9 o'clock, you can say whatever you want.
I think we should eat the fine.
Safe harbor.
If the Rangers win the World Series and Eric Nadell says, oh my God, the Rangers just won the effing World Series, except he doesn't edit it. He's too much of a pro to do that.
Because Kevin, he can't though, because he knows if that was to happen, it's going to be played forever. All right. Whatever he says will be played forever, and they'll never be able to play that in its full content.
I am.
But I trust him to do whatever's best for this organization.
He'll do the right thing. But I'm just thinking in my mind of for all the employees that have been here, for all the fans, for all the players, for Mark Holtz, hello win column, the Rangers have won the World Series. That would be insane. Now you have to win tonight to keep that train going. And I realize there's still a lot to go, but
they don't have to win tonight.
That is fair. You would like to win tonight. That is fair. To keep that train going.
If they don't win tonight, they could win on Friday.
Okay, fine. You guys don't give a crap about winning tonight, apparently. I would like to win tonight.
You just made it a must win.
It's not a must win.
You said must win.
You're right. I rescind that statement.
They must win if they want to sweep.
That is true. If you were to win tonight and we were just listening to those cuts of Mark Holtz, and it just got me in that space where I'm like, I'm so pumped that we're back in baseball that matters.
I think, and the other thing too, Kevin, I think to what you're kind of saying there is it almost makes all of this Eric Nadell content must listen, as you're going along here. It almost feels like, you're at this, you know what, I gotta hear the whole stretch run. I gotta hear all these things that we're rocking with, because the way Eric Nadell calls these games, the way that Matt Hicks calls them, it does give you a great visual for it. So you need to hang on to every word with it.
From the 972, if the Rangers win the World Series, I will cry harder than I did when my daughter was born. And I take you to the epic producing of Chris, who I believe brings us more Mark Holtz from the first time the Rangers ever clinched a playoff spot.
It is over. The Oakland A's have beaten the Seattle Mariners, and let us pause for a moment. See how the Rangers react to this.
They don't know what to do.
They're looking up. They're about ready to flip up the final out there. The moment, not quite the anticipated moment for the crowd, but it is a moment.
Now, if you remember, the Rangers were in the middle of their game, but everyone, did he say the A's that needed to lose? And that everyone was tracking.
Seattle game, right?
And it was like 8-1, or it was not competitive. And people were just tracking that scoreboard on the green, that score on the green scoreboard. And
manual.
Yeah. And you just clinched your first, you'd been here since, is it 72? You'd been here since 72. Never made the playoffs. So your 25th season, just made the playoffs for the first time. I love it when he goes, they don't know what they're going to do. I also was like, I don't know. We just made the playoffs. Should we just be like, yay?
From the 214, nah, give me David Murphy comes up in the room and yells like a boss.
That
would be one of those that would be good for us. That would be good for our show. I get that.
I do get that.
I love these calls. Great work, Chris, man. That was awesome.
Absolutely great work right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This should be an interesting next segment. Coming up next, theoretically, we have a chit chat with those fellows from the G-Bag Nation as they are live at the Globe. We might not. Instead, we might talk more baseball. Also, I have a question. Do you know what the hell a white card is in soccer?
No.
Let's talk about all of that. Maybe G-Bag? Next on The Fan.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment brought to you by D&M Leasing. And if you missed it from earlier, the Rangers have 5 finalists for the Gold Glove Award. At catcher, Jonah Heim. First base, Nathaniel Lowe. Second base, Marcus Semien. Shortstop, Corey Seager. And right field, Adolis Garcia.
No Evan Carter, huh? Wow, that's ridiculous.
Feel like, did you not
see the plays this dude? Oh, is this because he jumped too soon, Kevin? Like you said the other day.
He only played a few games.
Furious about him for not catching that ball in Seattle off of the short J.P. Crawford.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I do
remember that one? You were like, if Evan Carter would have just still been in AA or AAA, we would have won that game.
You could
we
give
would
this
have been
kid a
division
break.
champs.
I don't know why this is all put on.
Do you love
me.
Evan Carter right now?
Evan Carter is awesome.
Evan Carter might have misread some balls in Baltimore. Don't give him a Golder Glover.
Well, don't just say you don't agree with me. Do you disagree with me?
Did you know that he won the Gold Glove in AA? He has a picture of it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
Did you
awesome.
know in soccer we might or might not connect with the G-Bag Nation soon? Rest assured, they are at Globe Life Field, and they're probably now inside Globe Life Field.
They're getting the green and red margarita machines going.
For the show. Did you know in soccer there is a white card?
Never seen it. I watched the Beckham deal. It was great.
Wasn't in there?
Nope. He did get a red card in the World Cup, and it really caused an S-storm for his life.
Yes. The white card is when you display incredible sportsmanship on the pitch.
Like that guy from Colombia, Escobar, who kicked it in for the other team.
Mike, you know what happened to him, right?
He got a white card.
No, he
got tagged.
Like when Cristiano Ronaldo does something, like is really like, hey, you should kick this goal in instead of me, like that.
I guess
That's
theoretically,
messy. I think Ronaldo doesn't like passing too much.
that would happen, but the white card is in 5th tier. Well, it was used in 5th tier Portuguese football.
Okay.
Because of a positive action on the soccer pitch. Only the second one that we ever know that's been given out.
He didn't fake an injury.
If they get a
everything was
yellow
fine.
card later, then it balances out. It neutralizes.
Well, this is probably going to make you mad. There was a center back who fell to the ground and was in significant pain. Instead of taking the ball and driving to the goal, the other player stopped, put the ball out for a throw-in, like kick the ball out of bounds for a throw-in, so the injured opponent could get the necessary medical attention needed.
Can't do that. They fake so many injuries in soccer, dude, that you just
That's a
can't
good
be like,
point.
well, I'm just going to start faking injuries and fall down. So the guy will be like, you know what? Maybe I should kick it out of bounds instead. Oh, you weren't really hurt. Look at me. I'm a dummy.
And the person who says the white card is for loading and unloading only, that's the white zone. Thank you very much. And right now, I do believe we have those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya and what happened?
Hey, security's tight. We're in the place to be. The biggest sporting event in the entire world is here in Arlington tonight. And, the MLB folks, they heard some stuff about us apparently because when we arrived, our status was still pending and we were trying to clear security. But we got greenlit. Spittle called some folks over here. The next thing you know, stuff was moving. And a gentleman named Carter in a terrific suit. I think he might be FBI. He came to usher us through.
If one person on your team wasn't going to pass the security check and wasn't going to be on the show today, who do you think it would have been?
Probably Wolchuk.
No, these people know me here. I think
that's why.
maybe no. Oh, you think so?
Wolchuk's
You think
hiding
so?
in plain sight, sort of.
No, what it is
They have
is
no idea the animal they're letting through those doors every day.
that is very true. You guys know me well. It's still the chair debacle when Brian and Eric went ahead and just stole that one chair And they came over and said, we need these. You guys are not allowed to have these. Now, since they have learned, and they bring their own chairs, and they are gorgeous, and they are both rocking back and forth as we speak. But I think that certainly left a bad taste in some of the people's mouths.
Yeah.
Man, I'm kind of jealous of them right now. I want to be honest.
Should be.
Yeah, you
Should be,
guys-
bro.
Y'all are
Good
in
luck
the-
trying to get in here.
There
Y'all
was
are
the
in
spring training 2020 incident that Brian was involved in, a security breach.
Yeah.
Oh.
I acted like I knew what I was doing. Dawson went with me. It just so happened that the Rangers PR staff was following us as we were walking through the clubhouse.
I would say they were surveilling us.
Yeah, yeah. And we got outside, and they say basically, don't ever do that again. And I said, oh, okay, well, thank you. You got to act like you've been there and you've done it, and you kind of move on. But
That's their show's MO, isn't
With
it?
Chiafalo,
Yeah,
too, sitting on the
Chiafalo.
couch?
Yeah, just sitting down, Wolchuk walking across the tee.
I didn't walk across the tee. I do not put that on me. That was also Eric.
Okay, that was also Eric.
Now I think it took
Eric
a normal
spilled coffee on the tee. That's what happened there. Yeah.
Now I think it took a normal amount of time. You guys are just entitled to let us in. Do you know who we are?
That's the way it is. Basically at the end of that game, the last home game we had for the divisional, we sat in the owner's row. Is where we acted like, hey, we're supposed to be down here watching baseball, with these people, and they were super nice to us, though. They really were. I talked about Texas OU football with a gentleman, down there. He's like, hey, Broadus, I know you went to that Texas OU game. Kind of tell us what we think about that, my Texas defense. And so between innings, we watched guys warm up and talked a little football down there.
Now, Broadus, we were kicking this around just a little bit ago because this would probably fit you best. Do you remember?
Nothing fits me best.
Did you listen to Mark Holtz?
I did.
Okay.
I did. I can go all the way back. I mean, I could go back to the 70s with these broadcasts. Mark Holtz was excellent too. He really was really good. Him and Eric did a super job together.
Do you guys have a positive feeling, especially now that you're out there, about Game 3 tonight?
Yeah, I really do. I mean, Carter actually was just asking me as we walked in, what do you think about Scherzer tonight? And that's Rangers Carter, by the way, not our Carter or your Carter there, Corey.
This one's more competent.
This one, dressed to impress.
Well, this is baseball Carter as opposed to college football Carter.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't baseball Carter be Evan Carter?
No, that's the baseball savior.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's the man, the myth, the legend.
That's Jesus in cleats.
Yep, he
Oh,
absolutely
my
is.
goodness.
But I think you're going to see vintage Max Scherzer. How deep into the game does he go? We'll wait and see. But I think he's going to give you at least 5 innings. I just expect him to channel, much like Nicolas Cage does. We saw that with Evaldi. He goes to another level in the postseason. I don't think Max Scherzer is doing this unless he feels like he's 100% ready to rock and he can go out there and perform. I think he excels against this Astros team. Gives you 5 shutout innings.
I think Max Scherzer is probably in big trouble in this game. But the good news is the Rangers offense is going to pick him up.
Okay, all right.
He might give up 2 or 3 in the first inning. He won't even make it out of the first.
But you'll be up 8-3.
Yes.
Take that, Christian Javier.
That's my thought. That's my thought, guys.
I'm ready for you.
Call me crazy.
Yeah, crazy. I'm crazy.
That's a pitch in a month.
I'll tell you what, though. I think
Maybe I'm a little bleeping crazy.
I think this crowd is going to make Max Scherzer. He's going to turn him into something that we've seen back in the day, guy. Seriously, I think there's going to be some inner channeling of Max Scherzer. And I know you guys did a great job talking about that and the unknown and everything. This crowd does things to people.
Yeah, it does.
It really does. You can say by the way they play and stuff like that. I think they're going to, Max is going out there and he is going to battle his ass off. And I think he's going to have some success tonight.
From Creed all the way to the 9th inning. I can feel it.
I wish.
He's going to take us higher, baby.
Yes.
I was just going to say, especially since it's only the second home game and maybe for other reasons, I think the crowd is going to be jacked up tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
It will be incredible.
We're going 125 dBs, I believe.
Oh.
Going into hearing damage territory.
I saw
it's worth it though, right?
I saw 106 for Philly, 107, something like that. I was like, that's
nothing.
cute. That's cute. The Rangers got to 109 the other day. I think Bobby and Sean do that at the dinner whenever we go into Oxnard.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's cute that they got to 106.
Bobby is 107 decibels, that's for sure.
Yeah, man. I think it's gonna be loud. 125. That'll be awesome.
I love Bobby Belt. Just the only thing I was like, dude, I'm sitting right next to you though.
Yeah.
You could just talk to me in a normal tone.
There are times.
Yeah.
If anybody can imitate Bobby's walk, I think you got something going on. A little chassé with how they kind of that.
It's on the hips.
Sachet?
Chassé. Is that how you say the word?
Power walking with the hips all over the place.
The arms are
Everywhere.
swinging around like he's a I don't know.
Walking with a purpose.
He's
He
got
does
places
walk with a
to be.
purpose, yeah.
And then our guy's getting some cereal in the morning.
Yeah, he sure is.
I know what that means.
I know you do.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Do have a lot of Rangers guests swinging by the broadcast position. Eric Nadell at 3 o'clock. We're going to call baseball expert Casey Stern at 4. He hosts Unfiltered. He's a good baseball expert and talker. And Derek Holtz is going to join us at 5 o'clock.
If you get the opportunity, would you? Because I have a feeling he would have a great answer. Would you just ask Eric Holtz about? Eric Nadell about Mark Holtz? I bet he'd give you a great answer.
100%.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
By the way, real quick, Mr. Dawson.
Yeah.
You confused me tremendously yesterday. I was getting excited about your Chris Young interview, and you teased him as he has brought championship basketball back to our Metroplex. And I was like, wait, who is he talking about? Like, in what championship did we
He's about to go over, after he wins this one, he is going to go over and help the Mavs. When this
I
is all
think he
said and done.
could.
Need some help.
Yeah.
I think he would do a better job.
I think he could honestly. I wonder time-wise if you could do it, be general manager of the Rangers and the Mavericks.
Yeah.
I think they do that in New Orleans. I think they do that in New Orleans because they're owned. The Saints are owned. Our team down there in New Orleans, basketball team.
Mickey Loomis?
Yeah, Mickey Loomis does both. I think he's like president, general manager. Yeah, of both.
I think you can go out there and still get you 5 or 6 boards a night too. You know,
We might need that as well. All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation, or maybe you're rolling out to the ballpark to see the G-Bag Nation and the Rangers. We'll be back tomorrow, KNC, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's baseball.
Nighttime on the Fan means Rangers baseball. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe. Very exciting times. You thought last week was exciting. Now you could cut the tension and the excitement with even a dull blade. You really could, as we are here for Game 3 of the ALCS. And this building is ready to absolutely explode tonight. Can't wait to get all the Tolos and the Rangers fans in here with the pregame coming up at 6:30. General at your service. If you see me, bear me, N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Emmy Award winner, and Super Bowl champion. #1 influencer on Cowboys social media. He's a must-follow at Brian Broaddus on the Twitter X. Lucius Alexander's back there in the Pimp Cup at Master Control, keeping those Gators down. He's in for 4.5 hours of flawless radio producing and engineering. Of course, you got your Nosebleed brothers, Wolchuk and Giafalo. They're at the broadcast table here at the Globe. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And your main man, Ruben Portillo, remote engineering here, getting this all set up. Suite level, center field. If you're coming by, please do say hi. This is great, guys. This is exactly what it felt like to me when the Mavs went up 2-0 in 2011 against the Lakers in round 2. The Lakers were also the defending champions. And you're like, wait a minute, what's going on here? You never underestimate the heart of a champion. We're not counting anything before it's hatched, but a win here makes it 3-0. And that is pretty much game, set, match. You know, there's a 1% chance because the Red Sox beat the Yankees like 17 years ago.
Yeah.
And if you lose, it's series back on. Right now it's 83%. You can go over 98% probability with a dub here tonight, or you could drop back into the 60s. So this is a massively pivotal game because it ends the series if you get the win tonight. You're going home thinking this evening, holy crap, you're one win from the World Series. It would be so close. You would be tasting it. You would be tasting it tonight, guys.
Just saying that.
You would be dining
starting to get chills.
and drinking World Series cold beer.
We've been smelling it for a couple of days now. Tonight's the night where we start to taste that bad boy. And that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And you don't want to give any life into this Astros team.
None.
Who has had some pretty special runs themselves, even at times trailing in series and then going back and making something happen. So you got to really stomp on them. And they've been able to do that in these games. And I think tonight it's hugely important as well. And Choppy's been laying it out all week long about how, the Astros don't come from behind and win games very often. If you're up in the 6th inning, 7th inning, like that, you've won the game versus them. And so when you can put it on them early, it's like, okay. But when they go ahead and get that first thing going. That's why I think they're better at home, or I mean, better on the road.
They clearly are. I mean, they've got one of the worst road records ever for a team to even make the postseason.
But I think part of the reason why is because they get to go to the plate first, and they all of a sudden, boom, here's a run, and now they just start to roll a little bit.
That makes a lot of sense.
Well, I think they're going to roll tonight, as you heard in crosstalk. I think, I don't have a lot of belief that Scherzer's going to be great. I hope, but I think that the chances of that are a little rough. I don't want to rain on anybody's parade. If you're excited about Scherzer, please, tell me off on the truckwreck.com fan text, whatever you got to do there. I am predicting a 12-5 Rangers victory, though.
I would love that.
I think it is absolutely time for the bats to explode, and I think maybe Martin Perez comes in and pitches 4 or 5 scoreless innings. The super prospect from 2010 and 2011 who just could not get up to the big league club and help that effort to win the World Series. His story comes full circle this evening, boys.
Yeah, with the team, with the Rangers up 2-0, and now you're back at home. I feel like they always say you're playing with house money. I think it's easier to start Scherzer tonight being up 2-0.
Absolutely.
And if something wild were to happen where it doesn't work out for him, and Gavin kind of laid things out, maybe the bats fight their way back and Martin Perez comes in. If this series was, say, 0-2 Houston, I don't know. Would you start Scherzer?
So
does it make it a little bit easier?
The decision was made before they got up 2-0. They said we're rocking Max Scherzer for Game 3. So
but
I think you're right.
It makes it a lot easier.
You feel much better now.
You feel much better about the situation because as much as you'd love Max Scherzer to pitch a deciding game, at least you have some wiggle room.
You got breathing room. And I hear you. And you've also got guys where if he does come out and it is kind of like an Eovaldi where he struggled in his first game back, you've got an Andrew Heaney. You've got a Cody Bradford. You've got a Martin Perez, as Gavin
You got a bunch of starters waiting.
You've got guys that can go in long relief 100%. Yeah. For me, it's just you've gone this entire postseason. Every decision that Bruce Bochy has made, it has clicked. It has worked out. You make the decision to go with Robbie Grossman. We're not going to go ahead and start Evan Carter against Framber Valdez, the lefty. Robbie Grossman finds a way to get on base for you in that first inning. You score a run, right? I mean, everything that they have done when it comes to, I'm putting Aroldis Chapman out there. I don't care what the public perception is on back-to-back days. He's out there. He's getting it done. Jose Leclerc has finished all 7 games for you. If he's making the decision to go to Max Scherzer on this stage in this game, I believe Max Scherzer is going to come out here and deliver, and he doesn't have to go 7 innings. The longer he goes, awesome, that's fantastic. But if it's 3 innings of shutout baseball, still, I think that's amazing, and it's great for the team and great for their confidence.
Yeah, I wonder if Max Scherzer is going to be too amped up tonight.
And that's because I think that's a good
Max
question
Scherzer to me. You watch him in the dugout when things are going on, and he's a guy that's always kind of fidgety, moving around, talking to people, involved. He's going to stand on that hill, and they're going to start chanting his name, or they're going to start chanting, strike him out, strike, and Max, and you're going to hear the grunts all the way up here in section 133 when he's trying to blow that fastball by somebody.
I got to get down there behind home plate and see this Max Scherzer, maybe listen to this Max Scherzer.
Yeah.
When you have a press pass, which I'm pretty sure I'm going to have at the end of the show, you kind of can pick your seat as long as they're open. And I want to get down as close and get a feeling of what that's like. The opportunity to observe a player like this, Max Scherzer, on this team. He's a massive historical Hall of Fame figure. I want to get as close as possible to that show. Okay, 469 says we've had winning streaks, we've had extended losing streaks. Going up 3-0 does not necessarily guarantee anything with the Rangers. Never. I hear you, and that is in the back of my mind. I think there's 2 ways you could play this right now. We're on an amazing winning streak. There's a feeling of invincibility. If that's how you want to play it as a Rangers fan, I get it. I've been there with you. Or there is I've been through too much to totally trust 100%. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit of that scorned lover. I've seen my lover stay out one too many Saturday nights and not come home until Sunday, smelling like perfume and bad cigarettes. And
no such thing.
I'd kill for one of those now.
I'm sitting at a beautiful Sunday dinner. The spouse hasn't stayed out too long in like 3 or 4 months. This is great. The kids are playing. Everybody's happy. Nobody's drunk, right? But damn it, it's still in the back of my head.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at, guys.
You can't unsee some of that stuff.
No, you can't. You
remember that
feeling?
Whitman?
You remember that feeling?
Gosh. We're watching it.
I liked it.
It's Bull Durham. We're tying baseball movie into baseball part. My man, he's Walt Whitman over here. He's spinning a yarn.
He's got baseball
right
poetry
now,
on
this. This is veteran postseason leadership. You know what I'm saying? This is what it calls for.
Give me the hair on fire guy. Give me Max Scherzer tonight. Give me that guy. That's the playoff baseball I want.
You're not going to have to worry about that, dude. There is no doubt that is the most exciting thing about being here and seeing Scherzer pitch and the way he works that mound. Like just Evaldi from last week and watching him just alpha beast out on that mound like he owns the place, and you can just tell like he's in a completely different frame of mind when he is out there and the stakes are this high and the energy in this building is ridiculous. And Scherzer is that way on a random day in May. You know, and
don't let him strike the side out.
Oh my gosh! Strike this side out the first, and this it's going to blow up, dude.
He the minute he sits Altuve's ass down on a strikeout, then this place is going to blow up.
Damn right it is. Yeah. And the exciting thing is just looking at the matchup against the Astros. I saw they're 28th basically in plate discipline. They're a team that does not work counts like the Rangers are. So in a game where Max Scherzer is probably going to be on a pitch count, that's not a team that's going to have some really tough at-bats with him where you're getting a 10-pitch at-bat. He's a dude that can do some swing-and-miss stuff here, and I'm hoping that he's showing that early in this game.
Okay, Cowboys at the bye. That's a big story as well. And you know what's going to happen here at the bye, and how are they going to come out of it against the Rams is huge. The trade deadline is sitting there, so I feel like it's a team at a crossroads, like with their players and the coaching staff, and they got to get some things figured out, but also the front office. And I feel like reinforcements are needed. I think you could pick a lot of different positions right now.
Somebody asked me that on Twitter today. I went linebacker and corner. I know, Gavin, you've thrown running back in there, right? Is one that you – what else do you got? Did someone say tight end yesterday, blocking tight end or something?
I think we're okay at tight end. I think if they got a blocking tight end, they probably wouldn't put him into block.
I get a lot of people have reached out asking about wide receiver. I just wouldn't trade for a receiver because I don't feel like the offense is going to use that player. I think it'd be a wasted assets that you're trading to get a wide receiver in here.
Are we thinking it's all defensive guys then? Is that what we're thinking?
Well, unless you could trade for if you could trade for a new offensive coordinator, perhaps
that'd be nice.
I think that
is there
would
any
be
way we could work out like 2-1s for Mike McDaniel or something.
With them 4-2, they're not going to a new coordinator. Not at 4-2.
No, I know.
I kind of felt like that if it was 3-3, that would be the case. That would be the case that McCarthy would say, okay, maybe I don't have it, and he still might not have it. The thing about it is they're not going to practice this week. These players are basically, they did all their stuff. They're off. They're all scattering around the country or going places, wherever. But, any type of adjustments or thinking about what you're going to do as a coaching staff, I mean, it's all going to be about sitting in a room and saying, hey, self-scout this thing and, where are we having some issues?
Speaking of scouting, Brian has Krusty's Corner coming up at 2:40. He's going to give you what Cleveland did to San Francisco to fluster them. And I'm wondering if the Cowboys can apply any of that. I know the personnel for Cleveland is terrific. They're the number one defense in the NFL, but the Cowboys is really good as well. So how much can the Cowboys take from Cleveland's game plan? Right now, I just hope the Cowboys front office isn't lying to themselves and everybody around them thinking, no, we're in this thing. That's what Stephen Jones sounded like. Hey, it's changing every week. Like a team's looking like they're the best, and a couple of weeks ago, people were talking about us as the best. That's because you played New York, okay? It was Daniel Jones and Zach Wilson, and your defense feasted on their corpses for 3 hours. That's what happened in those games. You're not championship material. And if you're thinking you are right now with the trade deadline coming up in 2 weeks, I think you're talking yourself into a missed opportunity. But, we'll see. We'll see. And I absolutely think they need a running back. The run blocking is not good, but Tony Pollard's not helping. Tony Pollard does not have that burst to get through that hole before it closes. And, at this point last year, he had been making house calls and nobody was catching him. Now there's no house calls.
Yeah.
He's more like Zeke than he was last year's Tony Pollard.
Well, it's amazing. These running backs sort of tend to age overnight a little bit, and that can be an issue. But I think the other problem that
why are you looking at me when you said that?
I did that purposely.
You gave me the side eye,
and then
I'm about to level you out with something
and
here.
Then not only
box
that,
out,
that was daring you to say something.
But with my cadence, I made it clear that I'm not giving you space to jump in. I'm going to actually box you out, and we're going to keep this train moving along after I just flipped you that bird. but it's not like, oh, we've got injuries and we got to make up for that. If you're making trades right now, it's because you're acknowledging we got this guy wrong. We got this guy wrong. It's not that so-and-so's hurt. Okay, Van Der Esch, sure, I'll give you that. Yeah, I guess you could use the Trayvon Diggs thing to an extent. But for the most part, you're looking at it going, our safeties kind of suck right now. Our offensive line sucks right now. I can't blame it other than our guys just aren't playing well. And for a team to admit that in a lot of different positions is probably not going to happen. Whereas the Eagles right now, Howie Roseman, he's going, I got injuries all over the place. I just lost my wide receiver. I got to go get Julio Jones. I'm hearing that with all the safeties and the way they're secondary, they can say we've had injuries. We got to go make up for that. The Cowboys would just be saying, well, the guys that we thought were good aren't good, and so are we gonna go just replace them right now?
Yeah, I think those are good points,
but
man.
You should, right? I mean, this is a week for self-scouting going into a bye, and I think they've got to realize they aren't as good as they anticipated. Hell, as we anticipated, I thought they'd be much better at tight end. They're not getting production at all from tight end right now. Those guys aren't blocking. They're not playing well. The offensive line, all 5 starters are out there. It ain't working right now. Maybe eventually that improves and it gets better, but I think you've got to do some self-reflecting, and if ultimately you want to be a team with aspirations of a championship, you got to make some changes.
You do, and I don't think they want to. I don't feel like that they know they need to, because I think this season is going perfectly for them. We're 4-2. We're probably going to make the playoffs. Everybody's paying a lot of attention to us, and we can not blow up our cap for the future. We might have to, make some tough business decisions in the coming years, and if we can have just a little bit of cap discipline right here and not go all in, then we can make the playoffs now and maybe the next 2 or 3 years. And, you look at how far Tampa and L.A. fall when they are no longer in a championship window. I think that's what the Cowboys are avoiding. They don't care about not winning the Super Bowl. They just want to make the playoffs. And we're going to see it play out once again here at the trade deadline. When you're going to win the Super Bowl because you go on runs like San Francisco just did, and you smash good teams. You make them look bad. You don't win the Super Bowl when you're hoping you're the best team. It's rare. A couple of those happened. Like the Giants did it a couple of times in your division.
Right.
Baltimore did it once. When Ray Lewis got healthy, like week 16, Ray Lewis came back.
Peck injury,
We're a wild card team that won. Well, Ray Lewis is your best player, and he got healthy. That's really what happened. Yeah. So I'm sick of hearing that line from Jerry and Steve when they just get in the tournament. No. The teams are damn good, and it's easy to pick. Oh, look at the best team in this conference and that conference. That's your most likely Super Bowl champion. For a while, the wild card teams were making it. There was an era of that. But that quickly closed. We got a Run Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Little college football super segment. We're going to be talking a lot of baseball and Cowboys with you here today and throughout the rest of the week. But, Zach, what do you say? I need that college football fix, buddy.
I got you, man. Why is Texas making it tough for Jimbo to have a future in Aggie land? And have you ever injured yourself in frustration? That's next.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with Lucius. Every day at 5:40 right here on G-Bag Nation on The Fan.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson.
College football super segment. We are live at the Globe and ready for tonight's Game 3. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. Go to truckwreck.com. It's 214 or 817-333-3333 for the Frankels. Here's Wolchuk with your college football stuff.
877-881-1053. Have you ever injured yourself in frustration? Shane Beamer certainly has. We'll get to that audio in just a moment. But the Aggies went 8-4 last year. They went 8-4 and then 5-7 in 2022 under Jimbo, right? They're 4-3 to start this season. The Longhorns, definitely a different trajectory. They did drop to Oklahoma, but there is the potential of an OU rematch in the Big 12 championship game. They're number 8 in the country. If the Horns were to win out and then they get revenge over OU, they could be still sitting pretty to make the college football playoff. Bruce Feldman of The Athletic reporting that Jimbo, who does have a $77 million buyout, he is told by Texas A&M that they will find the money to get rid of Jimbo if he can't get this thing going. And yes, it absolutely does matter to important folks down there that Texas has a chance to be a college football playoff team this year, and Sark has been on the job for half as long as Jimbo.
Yeah, that's the thing. Texas A&M, if they feel like that they're not getting what they paid for, yeah, sure, they'll figure out ways to kind of pull things together. They'll talk to boosters. They'll get 6, 7, 8 of those guys and gals together, and they say, hey, you pitch in $1.5 million, you pitch in $2 million, and then they'll come up with the money. They will find a way to, Texas A&M doesn't have to take a back seat to anybody when it comes to the facilities or,
they don't.
The fan base, the interest in the team, any of that stuff. But have they been on the treadmill of mediocrity when it comes to their coach?
Yep.
That's the thing that they've struggled with. They've tried
You're
to
not
throw.
going to get better in Jimbo, though.
They've tried to throw a lot of money at it. They've tried to go kind of the up and coming guy. Anybody that's ever kind of stepped foot. R.C. Slocum lasted a long time there.
Quarterback luck.
And that's a great
Just
point.
Be patient. He's going to get a quarterback, and you will be in the national championship picture.
Yeah, and they might have one. Unfortunately, got hurt this year.
Get frustrated and find the next up-and-comer who does not have the resume Jimbo does, and in 2 seasons when he's disappointing, you're going to be thinking about firing him as well.
Well, they're on that treadmill right now.
They are.
Texas A&M is on that
Jimbo
treadmill.
should take you off that.
Yeah.
Jimbo's different, man. There's skins on the wall. There's recruiting classes.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, and Texas A&M, Bob Petrino. So it was always about Jimbo and the offense. You're supposed to be an offensive genius, and that your play calling lacks any kind of real creativity. And how do you have all these 5-star recruits and you don't do anything offensively? Look at the running back down in the Dolphins.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you not? Why was he never in the Heisman picture as well? He comes to the NFL and he rips off about 10 yards a carry
back in football
playing.
second.
So how do you? That's always been the question about Jimbo Fisher is, you're supposed to be an offensive genius.
Yeah.
Where is that? How do you go score? You don't just pound people on the scoreboard with your offense. These SEC games, they struggle to move the ball. They struggle to score points.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, and that's why ultimately he brought in Bobby Petrino to be his OC.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
they say there's the inflexibility, and he brings in Petrino, and you wonder how much Petrino's really is helping the offensive cause there.
So the way this season ends might determine the future, especially if Texas has success for what happens with Jimbo. Now, finally, I do want to get to South Carolina. They lost a 41-39 heartbreaker to Florida on Saturday night. They led by 10 points midway through the fourth quarter, and they gave up 2 touchdown passes to Graham Mertz, who's not very good.
He's hurt
Florida
now,
Gators.
too. Yeah.
So Shane Beamer gets really ticked off, and he injures himself. And today he has his press conference with the media there at South Carolina. Shane, what exactly happened?
Shane, a couple of things. Did I see a limp in here? Do we need an injury update on you?
Yeah, I might as well say it now because y'all are going to ask on Saturday after the game. I broke my foot on Saturday, so I'd rather just get it out there and say it and not have y'all speculating. And then after the game on Saturday in Missouri, you ask. I called Coach Tanner, told him, make sure he was okay with it, and he died laughing when I told him. So obviously there's not a lot of empathy from him. It was after the game, and certainly that was a gut-wrenching emotional loss, and I was frustrated and kicked something that I shouldn't have kicked, and thought I was okay, but journaling of the game wore off, and before anybody starts the narrative like the head football coach is frustrated and lost his poise and all that, no, I care. And I care about these kids, and I was really upset on Saturday night because I didn't do enough to help them get over the hump and win the football game. So don't think I have to have surgery, but there is a broken bone in my foot. It hurts like you know what, but, I've got to show toughness and fight through it. Been one of those years.
Oh, Coach. So frustrated he kicks a Gatorade.
He cares so much.
Bottle, one of those ones they have on the sideline, that they'll end up dumping you if you win a game.
Sure.
Yeah.
But you got to empty it. They got to dump it on you.
Yeah.
But you got to get the win. So he's kicking a full Gatorade bucket
You
because
gotta
he
have a
didn't
plan
win.
for this as a coach. You're going to lose control. You got to have a go-to, a hat throw, a jacket throw, a headset toss. You don't put your own body in danger like this.
Sometimes you take a page out of Bochy's book and you just grab an orange.
There you go.
Rip it against the wall.
Yes.
Who was it I saw punch through a dry erase board, though, one time? One of these coaches just straight
Not
just
a bad
punch
play.
right through.
Not a bad play.
Yeah.
Those things are not built well.
Yeah.
I'd rather break. I mean, would you rather break a hand or a finger than the foot?
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
100%. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, I broke a big toe playing football one time. Yeah.
One?
The big toe, yep.
Oh,
yeah. Totally changed your walk and everything.
Yeah. I mean, and you've got recent experience with the ankle, too.
I'm still dealing with that ankle. I'm still dealing with that ankle.
Pain in the butt.
DJ Disability in the building. Yeah. It's your boy.
It's your boy.
DJ Struggle.
Thinking about getting one of those placards myself.
Yeah, my dad has one on his Lexus and his SUV that he got from Coach Patterson. And he tells everybody, "Hey, TCU's old coach, Coach Patterson? Yeah, this used to be his car." I love my pops. I love you, dog. Let's see. All right, our
He
winner.
had to crank that seat way back when he got the car, though, didn't he? Because he was driving real close to the wheel. Your pops is a big man, I'm sure, tall, lanky, can kind of handle himself. The guy he got the car from, he had a phone book he sat on, and it was real close to the wheel.
Go ahead and get yours off, B. Pause.
I don't
like
really
that.
care. I
Clearly.
just don't care about that
You said
guy.
that, too. You said that about it when I told you a long time ago. Pops bought Patterson's old car. You was like, let me tell you about Patterson.
Yeah, let me tell you about that, man.
All right, well, we have a vacated title right here for G back in the day because Rangers' #1 fan, Rowdy, went 5 times.
There you go.
Congrats, Rowdy.
Congrats. Absolutely. So let's see. Let's go through these. Choppy, RJ, and Choppy, or from the RJ and Choppy show, excuse me. He made a song for the Rangers. Yeah, have you heard that song?
No.
When the neon man.
Oh, yes, Brooks and Dunn. That's a banger.
Yes, I like that song too. She got them ropers on. Some little Wranglers on, some Rocky Mountain jeans on.
It's a good look.
You got your hands by her waist and everything.
Everything.
Love these girls in their boots.
Yeah, listen to Choppy's song though.
All right, Ranger fans, let's get up. ALCS Game 3, Texas style. We're World Series bound in this baseball town.
Yeah.
Got Houston reeling, coming to the globe with Rangers wear. Blue. Woo! The bullpen's finally getting back on track. And the Dolis will send the Astros back where they'll be alone. At home and watching you. We'll spend October nights with winds inside when the stick goes boom.
When the stick goes boom.
When the stick goes boom.
Oh, that is so good, man.
That was awesome.
Chop.
Chop. Which one of these guys is Chop?
Yeah, which one?
Which one of these guys you think is Chop?
Which one?
All right, let's see.
Be the meatball-looking guy, maybe.
Yeah, that's Chop right there.
Got the marinara hanging off his mouth.
Yeah.
We'll give you 3 and the first 2 don't count.
A little slide and salad. Family Stone coming at you.
Oh.
All right. Let's go to this number 2 right here. Coach McCarthy decided he was going to roast a beat reporter. I don't know this beat reporter's name. You guys probably know him personally. But beat reporter had a brain fart. Coach McCarthy found out at a great time to crack a joke at this guy.
But yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm looking forward to playing at home. Skyler.
Sorry, I blanked on you there. Sorry. I lost.
Can I use that moving forward? I like that. That's a great response.
I got it.
No, that's all right. No, we're good. No, it's okay.
It's okay. Yeah, Mike might have to use that in the game real soon.
Oh, sorry.
It's our brain fart play.
The brain fart.
What was his name? Scott something, Brian?
Who was that?
What is Skyler? I lost his last name in my head. I had the brain fart now too.
Dixon? No, that's Skylar Dixon.
Skylar Dixon. That's right.
Skylar Dixon.
Skylar Dixon. That's right.
AP,
Yeah.
I think.
There you go.
All right, let's go to comedian Michael Turner. He's out there at the tailgatings for the NFL teams. Let's go to Tennessee Titans. He was out there for the Tennessee Titans game. Now, this is like not last week when they were in London, but before that, right? Do you guys know the Tennessee Titans punter? You know his name?
Don't.
No.
Go ahead and do a Google.
Okay, let's Google
Is
it.
It's
not.
I don't want to
It's
say
not
it's.
who you think
I don't
it
think
is.
Is it an
so.
Australian dude?
Does it start with a P? Does the last name start with a P?
I got Ryan Stonehouse.
Okay, there we go. I like that one. I like that
Ryan
one.
Stonehouse is a good name.
All right. Yeah, Stonehouse is a fire name for a football player or any athlete. Old Stonehouse is up to bat.
Oh, well.
What you got for Stoney? Yeah, Michael Turner out there at the Tennessee Titans tailgate. He didn't know who the punter was.
What's up with the Ryan Fitzpatrick jersey? No, man. Stonehouse. Who the hell is that? Is that you? Who is that?
That's our punter, dipshit.
That's our punter dipshit. It's the first time that's ever been said in the history of America right there. That right there, that's a punter dipshit.
Yeah.
That's our punter.
And he was also out there at the Arizona Cardinals tailgate. Now, this is embarrassing because some dude's drunk daughter started confessing all her love for the team.
Oh.
Huh?
You know Matt, right?
Yeah, I know
He
Matt.
follows you.
That's my buddy.
Oh my God, I love him. Tell him I want to get with him too.
Oh, good Lord. So
I love Matt Rife.
that's my daughter. What do I
He's a great comedian.
You got any more crushes you want to holler at? Joe Burrow?
James Conner, Joe Burrow. Who else we got in there? Any big black linebacker?
Oh.
Yeah, I love them all.
I love them all.
Oh my dear God, dude. Somebody step in there at one point and say sorry about my daughter.
Yeah, that's my daughter, man. I'm
Yeah, that's my
sorry, bro.
daughter.
Oh.
He went to
Probably
grab a
last
drink
tailgate
after
she
that.
goes
Fantastic.
Everything she knows.
We're down
daughter.
to two season tickets in this household, honey. Me and your mom.
That's it. Well, I wouldn't even take mine. Where'd she get it from?
Yeah.
Oh, Dawson, speaking of things, what did you say yesterday? Listen to this tease from the great Gavin Dawson.
It all came.
And it just clicked.
Came full circle for me right there.
You like that angle?
Which is a perfect tease and a perfect segue to our savior, the man that has brought championship basketball back to the Metroplex, back to Arlington, Texas, is Rangers GM Chris Young, and he joins you next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Boy, giving somebody else credit for somebody else's work is very toxic.
Yeah, it is.
You did that on a Toxic Tuesday.
That's my bad.
I feel like you were taking shots at Mark low-key. Didn't even know, like subconsciously taking shots at Mark.
You just read a Mark tweet. It's in your brain. Like that guy.
I don't know. I can't believe people are trying to give JD the credit for CY's work. You know, I might have gone a little more.
You've been on that for a good 2 weeks.
Half this team is guys JD brought in. Well, yeah, he was fired 14 months ago. I'd hope so. Luckily, we didn't have to replace everybody, just 15 of them.
Yeah, it's not full. This ain't Colorado, bro. We don't have the transfer portal.
Yeah, come on. What do you say, Lucius?
Yeah, let's go, because we're up against it. I want to give time for Brothers to get in his breakdown.
Yeah, dude.
I get in trouble from Tolos for real. Hey, Lucius, what were you doing, man?
Sure shooting up, Brian.
Nah, man, you're good,
short up
Lucius.
Brothers, bro.
No, man, you're good, Lucius.
I do
Always
want this
good in my
Cleveland
book.
report on what the Browns did to the Niners.
Hey, so what's the average size for a linebacker, a black linebacker in the NFL?
Wait a minute. You were getting on me yesterday about profiling people.
No,
you were yesterday.
But she said what she wanted.
What kind of
average.
dimensions are you looking
You guys are trying to colonize a new foot flat.
No.
Damn
You're
right.
out there. You're out there doing work.
Got that scout side.
6'3", 240.
No, see, that's the thing, dude.
Sounds like a big fan.
As long as he's big, I don't think she cares.
I'm just looking out for myself. I'm about
Micah
6 foot,
Parsons.
225.
Yeah, Micah Parsons. That's what she's probably looking
See,
for. Yeah.
Hey, you're the new age linebacker.
Yeah, I'm more of a cornerback.
Okay, is it the RJ Choppy song? Is it Coach McCarthy roasting a beat reporter, or is it to Michael Turner at a Titans tailgate, then a Cardinals tailgate? I'm voting for Chopster. Chief, how about you?
Man, if that girl was a fan of football in the 90s, she'd be really, really happy. With
Carl Banks.
She should have just followed around the Bill Parcells
Yeah,
and the teams. You get the biggest linebackers you ever seen.
I'm a Giants fan.
Here's 6'4",
Oh my God,
260.
LT would love her, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Look at his chops, them gold teeth. The spaced out gold teeth, by the way.
That's right. The real hole pluggers were linebackers
What?
in the 90s. Let's give us Chop.
Terrible.
Chop. It's 2-0, Lucius. What do you say?
Tailgate guy. Michael Turner, comedian.
We're at 2-1 here. Wolchuk.
I'll go RJ.
3-1, Brian.
I'm going to vote for Dawson.
Yeah.
1-1. And your
The
new
subconscious
G-Bag-
shot at Mark Cuban. Yeah.
I'm going to text Mark and tell him, hey, listen to this segment we're doing today.
I tell you what, man. Mark even knows he's screwed up because now he's not even around. He's like, oh, no, this isn't my doing. That might be the biggest red flag for the season. Oh, no, I'm detached from this team. It's Nico's team now. Yeah, because he doesn't want to be associated with losing anymore. And now that Dirk's off the team, he's okay. He doesn't like it anymore, Brian. Where are you going with Krusty's Corner?
Yeah, I promised you that I was going to take a look at the Browns and how they defeated the 49ers. I'll break that down for you next.
Miss any show segments? Tisk. But fear not. You can go back and listen to our bad shows, and it's easier than ever on the Odyssey app. Check it out.
You know how celebrities have their own chefs? Well, I might be able to top that, as I have got my own personal nutritionist I can text whenever I want, thanks to Soda Weight Loss. Sometimes I can't believe how readily available they are for their clients, like me. So if you've been struggling in the middle of the day and you need encouragement, a scenario I've definitely been in, my personal soda coach has consistently been there for me. Or maybe you get nervous going out to eat because you don't want to throw off your progress. Well, don't just listen to me. Check this out from Steven.
I'm an incredibly picky eater, but it caused me to branch out. The other cool thing is, even if you do want to eat out, I can get on my phone, I can text Soda, and I can say, hey, what can I have? And they immediately send you a response. It's fast.
That level of personal service is why SodaWeightLoss.com has more than 8,100 Google reviews, including ones from me and Steven, with an average score of 4.9 stars out of 5. The change is available and at your fingertips by going to SotaWeightLoss.com. That's Soda. Wait for it. State of the arts.
Did you fall a little short on your fitness goals to get in shape over the summer? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. You still have time to get your edge back before you see family and friends over the holidays. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here from my friends at Permapure Foundation Repair. With the cooling temperatures this fall, Texas soil will be shifting. When shift happens, call the Dirt Nerds. The team at Permapure is trained in geological science. To truly fix a foundation issue, you have to have a complete understanding of the ground you're working on. The science for a long-lasting repair is based in the dirt, and the Dirt Nerds have you covered. Visit Permapure.com. That's Permapure, P-I-E-R.com, and schedule your free foundation evaluation today.
Eric Chiafalo here, the G-Bag Nation, and Tolos, the summer heat has put more stress on your AC unit than the undrafted rookie free agent trying to make the 53-man roster right now, okay? But Keller Services is here to make sure your unit is feeling like snowballs are coming out of that bad boy. When you call Keller Services technicians, you'll get just that at your house. Technicians, not salesmen working on commission. Their goal is to fix and repair, not upcharge and replace your unit. They tuned up my system, and I've had the lowest AC bills this summer during these record temperatures, and they can help you too. Visit Keller-Services.com and ask about their maintenance program, Keller-Services.com.
This summer's been a scorcher, and that's been evident by looking at my energy bill. Zach Wolchuk of the G-Bag Nation and my friends at Rhythm Energy are here to help. They're offering the lowest daytime electricity rate in Texas, and on top of that, Rhythm Energy loves partnering with their communities and bolstering a bright future for every market they're in. That's why I switched from my old energy provider to Rhythm Energy's Power Shift plan. Head to rhythmenergy.com/fan to find the best power shift plan for you and start saving today. PUTC number 10279. Daytime rates between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
Tolos, I'm here to bring you the good news. Cousins Barbecue has expanded their all-you-can-meat deal. Now it's Monday to Saturday, 6 days a week, all day. You can get your prime Texas barbecue, the quality and the quantity that you desire. 3 DFW locations. Stop in and tell them Chia Follow sent you.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Hey, Scott. What brings you into the pharmacy?
I'm thinking about getting one of the updated COVID-19 vaccines.
Great. Do you know which type of vaccine you'd like?
There's more than one?
Yep, there are different types of vaccines available. You can learn more about them at WeDoVaccines.com. If you have questions or want to make an appointment, give me a call.
What was that website again?
WeDoVaccines.com.
Thanks. I'll check it out.
This message was brought to you by Novavax.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello, teams. I'm happy to inform you it's time to return to the office.
Read the room, man. It is time to refresh the office.
I know, this whole cubicle thing is so 2019.
Did you see the office across the street?
Yeah, I did. It looks like they've got a bunch of living rooms and great open meeting spaces.
As I was saying, it's time to return to the office. But before we do, we'll be getting Dallas Desk in here to update our space.
Tell Dallas Desk what you do, and they'll do the rest. DallasDesk.com.
There's nothing like football season. And this year, fans in the Metroplex can listen to University of Texas football free. Catch every Longhorns game live with KRLD News Radio 1080. Free on the Odyssey app. Every touchdown, every tackle, every win. All right here. To get started, download the Odyssey app today. That's AUDACY. And search for KRLD. Available for Dallas-Fort Worth listeners only.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Game 3 of the American League Championship Series is tonight at 7 on your Turn It On, Leave It On, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We are live here at the Globe where we will all be singing Creed. Probably second inning again. That's when they did it last time. Scherzer is on the hill. We're excited about it. Eric Nadell's coming up at 3 o'clock. It's time now for Broadus and Krusty's Corner. Here's the King.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. It's great to be out here, man.
That's right.
I'm super excited about this, and we were already kind of planning. I know Zach and I were planning on about where we're going to sit, try and get back in that Section 133. That thing is a blast. So if you're in that area and you see us, or if you stop by on our broadcast position, say hello, grab a picture, and all that. And everybody loves to do all those things. On the bye week, no really Cowboy game or anything to look at, no opponent to look at. I was just really curious what the 49ers, the struggles that they had against the Browns. And I'm thinking, okay, we watched the Cowboys just floodgates open. They couldn't cover anything. They couldn't get any pressure. They couldn't do anything defensively that they needed to do. After watching the Browns play the 49ers, the Browns are perfect in the way they match up. With you look at the physicality which their defensive line plays, and you look at their ability with their safeties. Their safeties in this game were huge.
Your guy Delpit?
Yeah, they controlled the middle of the field. When we traditionally see San Francisco play, what are we worried about? the crossers, the inside breaking routes. Brandon Ayuk, everything they have to do with Kittle, everything they do in the middle of the field, you worry about that. And the Browns are equipped to handle that type of a game. And so it's going to be tough if you're the Cowboys and you don't have good safety play, or you have a corner, say like Gilmore, that struggles to carry inside routes because of the lack of speed or the lack of quickness.
Right.
You've got to be able to run with these guys, but you can put pressure if you're able to put pressure on this quarterback. He looked like a totally different quarterback sitting in that pocket. And I'm talking about Brock Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
When he dropped back, and what they were able to do all week long on our shows, we were screaming the right side of the 49ers offensive line.
Yeah.
McKivitz, Buford, those are the guys you have to kind of go after. Well, I'll tell you what the Browns did. Their big stunt, and they ran it several times this game, and the 49ers had no answer for it, where they took they slanted the front. And what they did was they slanted their defensive line away from the strength. So what they do is they're going weak. They're taking their guys and going weak, and it forced the 49ers to have to move their offensive line with them. And then they ran a blitzer away from the slant. And the 49ers didn't pick it up 2 different times, caused them huge problems in the game. I mentioned they ran some twist stunts. They pressured the right side with the 2. They got penetration in this game like no other when it came to the pressure that they were able to force, pushing the 49er Buford and McKivitz, pushing them back, and then running a looper. We've seen Micah Parsons do this, where he's the in man on the line of scrimmage, and then they push really hard, and then they go around the penetrators there, and then he's right on top of the quarterback. There were several times where they were able to get that type of blitz home. They blitzed against, they played man coverage 71% of the time in this game. They didn't play much zone at all. They said, okay, we're going to lock up. But the thing that they did that they took away from the 49ers, again, the crossing stuff, the safeties. They played too deep with 2 men with their safeties on the hash. That's what they showed the quarterback. That's what they showed Brock Purdy. Okay, middle of the field, 2 safeties. Hey, maybe we have a little opening there. At the snap of the ball, they played what we call robber, and they went too deep to single high, and they drove one of the safeties into the middle of the field. So they were playing man. It was almost like they were playing what we call man free. Okay. So they had deep safety free, and then man underneath. But they had a robber taking away anything that was going to cross. So these massive Brandon Ayuk crossing routes, or Deebo Samuel crossing routes, or Kittle crossing routes, all that was eliminated in this game.
And seeing that defender cause Brock Purdy to be timid and not want to throw
Didn't want to throw the ball. Just did not want to throw the ball. But it was really their go-to. They played, like I say, that man free. They kept somebody in the middle in case something went deep, but everybody else was playing man underneath, and they drove that guy into the middle of the field. And that's
something the Cowboys could copy.
It absolutely
easily.
Can. You can absolutely do that. You can clearly take that approach in this game. It's not that hard. But the Cowboys play so much single high, but they play their second safety down near the box. But if you were to play too deep and then like I say, defend the middle of the field, you'll be able to do that. Hey, I see Eric Nadell showing up. Okay. Let's get him on the air here. We'll get back to Krusty's Corner after that. How about that? Is that okay, or something like that?
We're up against a break here in a couple of minutes. Can we just do? You got like another minute? Or
I was just going to say real quick. Okay, I'm sorry. We've got a deal where when you look at though. I think the biggest difference was the physicality. The 4-man rush was a problem for them. The slanting away from the defense, take it away from the strength. Usually teams slant towards the strength of the offense. They went the opposite way, and then they were able to play with that blitzer. That affected. They gave Brock Purdy that too deep look, drove with the robber right there, able to pick everything up. They're able to run with them man coverage-wise. They were able to run with – the Cowboys weren't able to do that. You know, they didn't when you watch the way that the Browns play, they can play man coverage when it comes to Newsom, Emerson, and Ward. Those guys can cover. They don't worry about them. That frees up their safeties to be able to play the way that they need to play to control the middle of the field. They immediately, Kyle Juszczyk was in a situation, too, where he was playing as an offset, and usually they could run him into the flat and throw him the ball. They immediately mugged him. They immediately attacked him right off the jump with their linebacker, and they made him have to fight to get off. They try to throw a screen. It's not there. Purdy has to throw it in the ground. They had an understanding. Jim Schwartz had a real understanding of what that Kyle Shanahan was going to try and do. He won the middle of the field. He didn't let him beat the screen game, and he got pressure with 4. And when he brought the blitz, though, he was able to get his guys home, and that affected Purdy in that football
Love
game.
it, Brian. Thank you so much. Personnel a little bit different, but there's one blueprint on how you can slow down the 49ers. No doubt Dan Quinn's going to be looking at that. And as you heard, Eric Nadell sits down to talk Rangers and Astros with you next here on The Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Master.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 2 of the G-Back Nation here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe. The pregame is coming up at 6:30 with Jared Sandler, and shortly after 7 o'clock, the man right here, Eric Nadell, and Matt Hicks will have the call. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
Gavin, I'm doing great. Really excited.
It's so good to see you here once again. At this time of year, it's special. And now with this game tonight, you win, and you're one step from the World Series. Your percentages come close to 100%. You lose, and it's series back on, right? It's 2-1 against the champs.
You're right. And, you know, everybody says after game one, well, how important was this game one win? And I always say, not as important as game two. And then after the game two win, everybody says, how important was this game two win? And I say, not as important as game three.
Yeah.
And that's where we are today.
How confident are you?
I'm confident based on the way this team is playing right now. You know, their incredible defense has continued into the postseason. They don't give anything away. They're not walking people. Now, granted, they've used a limited number of pitchers to this point. And today, with Max Scherzer coming back, having not pitched in 36 days, we're opening a whole new element of the Ranger pitching staff. With Scherzer to be followed by, who knows, some combination of Dane Dunning, Andrew Heaney, Martin Perez, Cody Bradford, John Gray. We don't really know, but guys who have not figured in this series before, and the Dunning-Heaney combination only once in postseason so far.
Is there any case to be made that things are going so well and it's been so long that maybe this isn't the best place to work Max Scherzer in when you're riding momentum, or is it just a no-brainer? It's Max.
I think it's a no-brainer because it's Max. You know, if it was somebody else, it'd be a different story. And, you know, even in the case of John Gray, who's not as built up as Max Scherzer, the Rangers aren't thinking in terms of starting him. And if they do, it would be in an opening sort of situation, you know, with the definite idea of just going through the batting order one time. With Scherzer, it's let's see how far he can go. Let's see how his stuff plays. And maybe most important, let's see what kind of command he has or whether he's rusty.
What's a simulated game usually worth?
It usually gives a pretty good idea if the pitcher is honest. And in the case of Mad Max, he knows his body. He's been through this kind of thing before. You know, he knows if he came out of a simulated game feeling good and the batter said that his stuff sustained itself through 68 pitches, which they did, I think we can trust that you know, this is not going to look like a guy who hasn't pitched at all in 36 days.
And he was so honest. He admitted to being hungover during that simulation. How can you blame him? That dude partied his rear end off the other night.
Maybe that's the ticket for today too.
Absolutely.
I have a feeling that's not how he approached it.
No, I don't think so. When it comes to Boch, it seems like he's just pushed all the right buttons, and he always has been a very successful postseason manager. And you've been around a lot, but is there any differences or things that you've noticed that stood out being around Boch during the postseason to how he's just so even keel and is able to have his pulse on all the little moves? Even Evan Carter may be bumping up to third in the lineup tonight.
Yeah, we just got an advanced look at the lineup, and I can't reveal it to the public, but you know, there are a lot of rumors about Evan Carter moving up to third in the lineup, and they do make sense given the fact that the Astros don't have any left-handed relief pitchers. I think the bigger question may be whether he goes with Mitch Garver or Robbie Grossman tonight, because Javier is extremely tough on righties. The splits are extreme in his case, where lefties are much better. But Boch always goes by more than that. There's always a lot more to it, what a specific hitter can do against a specific pitcher. But in direct answer to your question, he's been the same in terms of temperament, in terms of attitude, in terms of the way he deals with us, the media, on a daily basis, answers all the questions. But clearly he's considered everything, and he's getting reams more information for each game from the analytics department than he would get for a regular game.
Man, hearing you talk about the splits with Javier and how he's much worse off when going up against a left-handed pitcher. Well, or hitter, excuse me. Hello, Evan Carter, and hello, Corey Seager.
Sure.
Right? I mean, and you got Carter in the 3-hole today.
You would think so, and especially you come back here where Seager has just been a force of nature, both this season and in all his postseason action. And you would expect that Corey, who has been fairly quiet, you know, in the first two games of this series, you know, he won't be quiet for much longer now that we're back at Globe Life Field.
Are you ready to do the sing along with Creed? I'm sure the Jumbotron would love Eric Nadell up there belting that out.
I'm catching on. I'm
Okay.
catching on. You know, the more it grows, you know, the more I grow along with it. I'll be a bandwagon guy on this.
Yeah, it's fun. I'm in. Now, from your perch, how's Section 133 and what they're doing and changing ballpark dynamics? We were right down in it for the one game last week, and it's intoxicating being there.
We notice it, that's for sure. You know, it's in our direct line of sight, so it's hard to not notice it. And I think it's wonderful. You know, sometimes in a big building like this, the people way out in the outfield get lost. And, you know, we're more surrounded by the people in the infield. But with what they're doing out there, it's impossible not to notice.
Eric Nadell here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, what do you think's going on in the Astros' minds right now? They seem like a very confident team and city, you know, going into the weekend. I don't think you could find an Astros fan that would say anything but sweep of the Rangers, considering how, you know, the last month or so of the season, they got to be pretty rocked back on their heels, but you can't expect them to lose confidence, right?
No, not at all. Defending champions, you know, World Series, you know, 4 times in recent years, winning 2 of them. And even in 2019, if I remember right, they lost the first 2 games of the World Series at home, went into Washington and won the next 3 games.
Ooh.
Now, they did wind up losing the World Series in that odd series where the road team won every game, but just being down 2-0 and having to play on the road, I don't think phases them one bit, and especially considering they've been a much better team on the road this year. They've scored far more runs on the road than they score at home.
But this team is not the same as the champion Astros, are they?
They've lost a lot of the players. I mean, you still have the aura.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about the actual team itself, you know, from last year, of course, they have almost all the guys. But if you're talking about going back through this whole so-called dynasty, it's really Altuve and Bregman, the 2 guys who have been through it all along. And Verlander, of course, has been a part of the whole thing, too.
At what point do you consider pitching around Jordan?
I guess it all depends on the game situation. You know, and we'll see who's batting behind him today. You know, Dusty Baker certainly dropped hints that he's going to change his batting order and, you know, drop Kyle Tucker down. Tucker's been struggling. You know, whether he will bat right behind Alvarez or not is doubtful because it's 2 lefties back-to-back. So, you know, he'll have to find somebody to put behind Alvarez, either in the 4-hole if Alvarez hits 3rd or in the 5-hole if Alvarez hits 4th. And that'll be part of the decision-making process, too. But you definitely consider it.
The bullpen's been fantastic so far this postseason. You mentioned the limited amount of pitchers that they've used, and Boch continues to go with Aroldis Chapman, even with back-to-back days. And I think a lot of the fans and the questions that we get are, you know, why? Why would you keep going back to Aroldis Chapman where it seems like he's not as on pitching in back-to-back opportunities? You don't have to worry about that tonight, but I wonder your thinking on that.
Well, he's still your guy. You know, he's still the guy who's out there who can throw 100 miles an hour. He's proven he's had all of this postseason experience. And, you know, honestly, when you get past those 3 guys, you don't have anybody right now who you're 100% confident in. If he did, maybe it would be less likely to use Aroldis Chapman. If Chris Stratton had pitched throughout the entire season the way that he did in the first 6 weeks he was with the club, for example, maybe you wouldn't be going. Or if Will Smith had pitched the whole season the way he did for the first 4 months of the season, maybe you wouldn't be going to Aroldis. But I think the way they have to look at it in any given situation is he the best guy we have available for the situation? Now we're looking at a possibility of 3 games in a row. And so the bullpen situation might become a little more complicated if you wind up playing close games tonight and again tomorrow night.
I mean, just insanely impressive has Leclerc been? What have you seen from him? And just the turnaround is nuts.
Well, first of all, he's totally cold-blooded. You know, he definitely is not affected at all by the situation, by the pressure of it all. He's got a rubber arm. You see him pitching in less than 24 hours a second time, and he comes out and gets 4 batters out. And it's not just facing the 4 batters, it's having to sit down in between innings and come back up and still maintain that stuff, which a lot of pitchers have trouble doing, including Chapman. For him to be able to do that, for him to have been able to pitch in all 7 games, it's It's phenomenal. Now, the schedule, of course, has made that possible with the off days and the fact that the Rangers swept both of those first 2 series and had extra rest. And in his case, too, you're going to be looking at a situation now, potentially over the next 3 days, where you might not be able to use him in every game.
Gavin asked you about Section 133. It was an unbelievable atmosphere for Game 3 of the DS. I expect tonight is going to be even better. Did you get a lot of Ranger fans? Did you notice a lot of Ranger fans in Houston for Games 1 and 2?
Not as many as I expected, to tell you the truth. I thought there would be more, and especially the way the Rangers played, I thought that the Ranger fans in the building would be more audible, and I was surprised that that wasn't the case. Maybe it's just where we happen to be, or even when we stood up during the 7th inning stretch and looked around the crowd, you know, they have this thing there where the broadcasters throw peanuts and Cracker Jacks out into the stands, and we were looking for Ranger fans to throw to, and at least in that club level underneath us, there weren't that many of them.
Well, hopefully that remains the case tonight with home fans dominating.
Yeah, hopefully the same thing happens. And
bleed those Astro fans out.
Where's Kinsler go with your favorite Rangers, or do you have a memory throwing out the first pitch tonight? It's cool to see these guys back here.
He's very high up, very high up. One of my top Kinsler memories is him hitting for the cycle and getting 6 hits on Jackie Robinson Day.
Wow.
One year, because Kinsler, you don't want to compare anybody to Jackie Robinson, but in terms of style of play, Kinsler was like that. He was intense. He was fearless. He would steal a base in any situation. And then in the 2011 World Series, he had a huge stolen base, which enabled the Rangers to come back for Game 3 at home, tied 1-1 in the series. He stole a base, scored the winning run, in the second game there, which enabled the Rangers to win that game. So I think those are probably my biggest memories of Ian.
I always felt like fans unappreciated him a little bit, or underappreciated him a little bit. Hopefully they show him the love tonight.
They didn't like the fact that he hit pop-ups.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was before his time in terms of launch angle.
Yep.
They thought, well, this guy's hitting leadoff a lot. He should be just punching the ball different places.
Mm-hmm.
He knew before any of these analytics guys knew that his best game was to try and drive the ball, to slug the ball. And if it meant popping up sometimes, well, that you're going to live with that some of the time. He had the launch angle swing before a lot of other guys
Sure did. What'd you think about the Gold Glove Award finalists? The Rangers have quite a few on that list, but no Josh Young.
I think that's outrageous. And maybe it's the fact that he missed a quarter of the season. But I've been wondering all year, and we've been talking about it on the air, how in the advanced analytics he cannot rate higher than he does. I have no idea. I don't understand how all these UZR ratings and things like that are actually computed. But I just know what the eye test says. And the eye test says the Rangers have had Gold Glove play at almost every position, and certainly at third base.
Yeah, the play that he made in the DS on the short hop, it wasn't just that he made it, but he looked so in control while making a 10 out of 10 level of difficulty for third base.
Turn it into a double play in a totally pressure-packed situation. And in the last game, he makes 2 incredible plays, one going toward the line and then one going to his left, having to leave his feet both times. And getting up quickly and making an accurate throw. I can't imagine how anybody would think he's not a Gold Glove candidate. He doesn't make errors either. He doesn't botch the routine plays.
Not very often. Now, how about Taveras? We got to give this guy some love. He's coming up huge in the biggest moments, right? This guy's got clutch gene, apparently.
No, he has been streaky this year, and fortunately, his good streak came in September. The latest good streak came in September, and after a little lull the last week of the season, which everybody on the club seemed to have, he got back into the hot streak, with selectivity at the plate and, showing a real maturity both offensively and defensively. You forget sometimes he's only 25 years old.
It's crazy.
He's been around for a while.
Speaking of showing love, Jonah finally did get some acknowledgement and recognition this year, made the All-Star team. But, even listening to guys like Mike Maddox when he's talking about his mound visits, he's not telling the pitcher a lot, according to him. He's trusting Jonah Heim. How critical is Jonah for the success we've seen from the pitchers and the bullpen so far this postseason?
I think he's been a really big part of it, Zach. You hear the pitchers mention Jonah every single time a pitcher is interviewed here. It's incredible how it's never left out of the interview. And Bruce Bochy, if you get him talking about Jonah, talks about how Jonah has gotten better and better as the season's gone on, at taking control of the game, knowing when to go out and talk to the pitcher, and how his pitch calling has improved, how every aspect of the game that you can't really measure numerically has gotten better. The Rangers are incredibly blessed with how that trade turned out. That was the Elvis Andrus trade.
Yeah.
And to think what the Rangers have from that trade it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it is indeed. It's amazing to have you back, Eric. The Tolos, obviously, everybody here cares about you so much. They're wondering on the text, is there any sort of an update, how you're doing, everything great?
Everything's great. These games are providing so much joy for me. I'm so grateful to be back here doing this. I can't tell you how appreciative I am.
I mean, the only downside is you have to deal with Jared Sandler every day, right?
Yeah, even more so in the postseason.
Man, absolutely. Hey, KNC did want us to ask you, they were talking about Mark Holtz, who, of course, you have an outstanding and had an outstanding relationship with. What are some of your memories and some of the things for young Ranger fans that didn't get to hear Holtzy? What can you share about him?
Well, I would say Google him and find some of his calls. You know, some of his dramatic calls, the end of the Nolan Ryan no-hitters, the end of the Kenny Rogers perfect game. You know, you'll find some other odd things in there too, but he was the master of the dramatic moment. On top of that, he had a perennial smile in his voice. You immediately felt like he was your friend, and that's how he was as a person too, just tremendously kind, humble, gracious, and outgoing. And he never got to call a Ranger postseason game. You know, he moved to television the year before the Rangers made the playoffs for the first time in 1996. And I remember the very first Ranger playoff game at Yankee Stadium. It was before we all had cell phones, and I had to go to a pay phone in the press box at Yankee Stadium so I could call Mark, you know, about a half hour before the game, before we went on the air, to tell him how much I missed him and how much he deserved to be there. Because once you go to TV, you've gone to the dark side.
Yeah.
And if you're working for a team's broadcast, you don't get to do any of the postseason action. It's one of the reasons, one of the many reasons I've always preferred to stay on radio.
Awesome job once again, sir. We can't thank you enough for your insights on such a big day. A little bit of your time. Have a great night.
Great to see you guys. Hopefully we'll be seeing you again a week from tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
When that Fall Classic gets underway.
Right
here.
Yes, sir. There he is, Eric Nadell, right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. The first pitch tonight, 7:03. Pregame coming up at 6:30 with the aforementioned Jared Sandler. Okay, NFL News of the Day with Zach Wolchuk's coming up next right here in the G-Back Nation. I want to chat about Men's T Clinic with you. Welcome back, Nation. We are live at the Globe here, suite level, over the center field wall. If you're coming through, stop by and say hi. Pretty cool merch tent over there. Looks like Wolchuk might have picked up a hoodie there at the break.
Yeah, I
don't
did.
blame you. That's a sweet postseason hoodie.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel. Free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now, if you are coming in, highly recommend you try the Oaxaca dog. It's not available over there at Hurtado. I tried to order one yesterday. They said it's ballpark only pretty much. So the Oaxaca dog or the birria tacos will just make it rain happiness for you.
Do you feel like the dog is in our future, or did my questioning a bun choice on it kind of...
That might have soured Brandon on us temporarily. We might have to patch that back up. But one way or another, I'll be eating a Oaxaca dog, whether they want to bring it by the broadcast position or I got to go buy it after the show.
Man, he great guy, and he was very nice to me about it.
Yeah.
But I went into food critic guy is what I did.
Yeah, it might have been a one-time thing for us now because of that. But either way, I think that you have a great opinion when it comes to food. We all definitely respect it, and I'm sure Brandon did as well.
Well, I tell you what, there's nothing better than getting a rally towel at the door and then using that as a napkin.
For the queso that drips all over the Oaxaca
and
dog.
then waving it during the game with the queso all on the rally
fly around,
towel.
and then go back and give it to our baseball Carter Freeman.
Yeah.
We are all over the Texas Rangers. We have a baseball expert, Casey Stern, coming up at 4 o'clock. Just chatted with Eric Nadell. If you're on the Odyssey or TuneIn app, go back and listen to that. If you want more baseball content, here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Thank you very much. I know Eric Nadell couldn't confirm if Evan Carter was in the 3-hole. He is. The lineup is now officially out, so Nadell can tell us that it will be Mitch Garver who slides down and bats 5th. So it'll be Heim, Garver, Lowe, and then, of course, Josh Young and Leody Taveras. But NFL news of the day, we did have a trade that happened a little while ago as the Kansas City Chiefs are getting back wide receiver Mecole Hardman, who signed in the offseason as a free agent with the Jets. Jets are sending wide receiver Mecole Hardman and a 2025 7th-rounder to the Chiefs for a 2025 6th-rounder. So the trades are happening fast and furious. The Titans apparently are very open to the idea of trading Derrick Henry at the deadline, which was an offseason rumor-ooski there for the Cowboys. And then right now,
wait. Do we have a Derrick Henry yes, please?
Yeah.
Chief, you okay with that?
No,
because
I'm
my
not.
guy Tajay Spears has taken his spot there as the starting running back.
Derrick Henry's not fixing these offensive issues.
Should have drafted Tajay, man. Should have drafted Spears, my guy. They're out of Tulane. The Steelers, though, have signed cornerback Darius Rush, who was a South Carolina cornerback that we studied off the Chiefs practice squad. They are now going to look to either cut or trade DB Desmond King, who is a former All-Pro,
my guy a long time
can
ago.
play safety corner, and I know that. So for a team that might be looking for secondary help, maybe you can just sign him if he is cut. But would you, if you're the Cowboys, be interested in looking into Desmond King?
Man, I think Desmond King's a lot like what you have in Stephon Gilmore. Got a guy that
just can't run as well.
Can't run as well as he was. It was funny. He was kind of a 4.59 guy coming out of Iowa, but man, super tough, ball hawk. Can cover, physical, all those things. But I just think that he's kind of dealing with some of the things now that if I was the Cowboys, I would try and get me a little bit more speed in the secondary is what I would try and do.
Yeah. Now, yesterday, we had the viral Chargers fan. She started making the rounds. You had TMZ reach out. Pat McAfee reached out.
Looks like she's been making the rounds.
Yeah, she sure has been. But
to other
then,
stadiums.
Well, right, okay. So there's this picture of her in a Vikings jersey with the Vikings face paint on. So now people are saying
she's stolen.
She definitely was a plant. Now, the reality to this
she's
is
just not loyal.
She talked about it. She said, I grew up in Minnesota before moving to California almost 20 years ago. I don't think you have to be a single team fan. I love my Chargers, and I'm not going to deny my Vikings. At
She
the end
doesn't
of the day,
look more than 25 years old, though.
She looks fantastic, but
How
she's
old
got
was
a
the
kid.
Minnesota picture?
2018.
Yeah.
2018. So then when the
so
Chargers,
she's a split fan? She's a double
she's
super
a split fan, but she
How
really
can you be that rabid about?
she became a Chargers fan when they moved to L.A., where she then lived. It's like, I think it kind of does make sense, but here she is in describing the excitement of being a fan. She goes on TMZ. She's letting us get some insight on her as a person and her fandom. Here is the Chargers super fan with TMZ.
I am a little bit in shock. It's been a whirlwind. I'm kind of low key. I cheer for my team, and that's what I do. I've always done that, and to be able, during the game, I kept getting messages, and I wasn't looking at them because I'm like, okay, I'm in this game. And then when I finally heard that it made it on Monday Night Football, I was like, okay, whatever, it's not a big deal. And then I started getting messages, and then I was a little bit shocked. But it's been a whirlwind. It's been kind of fun outside of my normal routine. Getting the kids to school this morning was a little bit insane, and hoping that their friends treat them good today, knowing that they have a crazy mom.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, it's been a little bit different of routine, and it sometimes is kind of fun because diehard fans to be able to recognize as a diehard fan is kind of neat. They tell us you're being paid. I'm like, I wish I was being paid. Like, if they only knew this is how I am every day.
Mm-hmm.
My kids are like, Mommy, that's how you are at my flag football game. Why do they think you're getting paid? I'm like, I know, but they don't know me. But it's funny. It's interesting. I've kind of enjoyed this ride. As a fan, we ride the highs.
Mm-hmm.
We hang with the low, and we hope for the high again. And I think that's how every fan is. We don't necessarily kind of show it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, hey, our life, we live once, let's be passionate about what we love. And football is something, and the Chargers is something that I love. And so I'm going to be passionate because why not?
Why not?
I've never seen someone ride highs the way she rides.
She was riding the highs.
She reminds me of that meme of the little kid at the hockey game, at the Pittsburgh Penguins game, where they show him and he's all charged up and all that.
The little kid in the green shirt, and he lifts his shirts up.
Not that guy.
That's
It's about the little kid in the Penguins. Just kind of all like he's
now.
on sugar high guy, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, to me,
you're not buying it, huh? You
no,
think
I'm
it's
not,
a plan.
because the Chargers don't have fans. They just don't. They're
that's why she's a Vikings and Chargers fan.
She
she's got to
recognized
share
the
her
void,
loyalty.
and she's trying to fill it by herself.
I'm not buying that. I'm not. I mean, they went right to her on the camera
A lot.
They went to yeah.
Well, Marion Doe, the G-Bag Nation isn't sure. Were you a plant? I don't know. But she's trying to sell her story like it is absolutely
She seems like a
accurate.
wannabe actress who moved to L.A., and she can just turn it on. I'm a super fan now.
She did kind of slide that in there. Like, I wish I was an actress. If anybody wants to go ahead and hire me for a role, maybe she will get a job.
She's trying to,
She might just be overly passionate about whatever I'm watching, gal, though. Those do exist.
Yep, they absolutely do.
My brother loved dating them.
Oh,
like,
really?
Dude, another annoying one? Please.
That was his type,
They
huh?
talk so much, and they're so loud. Why is that your type, dude?
Apparently in London, there was a fight that happened between Odell Beckham and Jeffrey Simmons. Now, we didn't see this happen. I guess it happened after the cameras had already turned off. But Marlon Humphrey, who does a podcast weekly, was discussing this altercation. Here's what happened, according to him, between Jeffrey Simmons and Odell Beckham Jr.
Okay. Well,
Bro, did you see?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Bro, did you see the post game? Did that get? I don't think that got out.
I don't think. Why? What happened?
Dude, I'm sitting there after the game.
That's weed.
I jersey swapped with a dude. So, like, it took me a while. So I'm, like, taking my jersey off, and, like, I saw Jeffrey Simmons. And he's looking like this. Helmet on.
Helmet on.
I'm like, oh, he must got, like, family on our team or something. So just looking. So, like, I'm over here trying to take the jersey off my pads. And then I walk up to him, like, I'm thinking, like, oh, he wants to show me love. Like, he respects my game. So, yeah, bro. And, like, he wasn't. Like, I really just went up to him. He wasn't waiting on me either. So I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, go holler at somebody. And then as my back's turned to him, our guy goes, Rodney. Starts yelling. Rodney's our security's name. And I'm like, anytime you start yelling security, like, Rodney, like, freaking out. I turn around, Odell and Jeffrey are, like, fighting.
No way.
Bro, I'm pretty sure Odell's grabbing his face mask, like they had to get separated and everything. I don't know how this has not hit, like, the media.
Crazy.
Dude, he wanted the fade from getting that PI, that Odell. He wanted the fade from that.
Jeffrey Simmons is 6'4", 305. Odell Beckham Jr. is 5'11" and 200. Yeah, I'd be like the other Ravens player calling for security. Run, get me the hell out of here. I don't want the smoke with Jeffrey Simmons.
I think Odell wanted the smoke, actually.
He clearly did.
Yeah.
He started it.
Yeah.
He went up and grabbed him by the face mask.
Yeah, it's a Mississippi State LSU thing.
Oh, you think so? Some bad blood going back to college?
I think it was a dirty play thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, there might have been some.
OBJ had like some, he almost did like one of those deals where you send the knee to the thigh on somebody.
Ooh, okay.
And then Simmons like shoves him at one point during a pile up situation in the game. And I don't know if that's where it started or if that was.
I think it started with Simmons. Okay, so Zay Flowers has the ball and he's up, and it's one of these situations where they're wrestling and it's getting blown dead, and Simmons dives in at his knee.
Gosh.
And there was like a little scrum in the game on that. I think they might have followed up on it afterwards.
That makes sense.
Like,
and I'd be
dude, you're trying to end my buddy's career. We
Yeah.
got to fight now. I don't care if you me by 100 pounds.
No doubt. That's off-putting, but interesting, and I hope we get video. I hope we get video that comes out for this. It is official. Anthony Richardson's having season-ending surgery, so the rookie season for Anthony Richardson is over. Rams running back Kyron Williams is expected to miss multiple games. They're looking to try and add some running back help there in L.A. And we were wondering, hey, the 49ers, they suffered some injuries. Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, Kyle Shanahan saying, hell, they might all be available to play on Monday Night Football. Injuries don't seem to be that serious right now for the Niners, and the Dolphins have activated the window for Jalen Ramsey. He is practicing. He is back there. And, man, that Miami Dolphins team just adds another layer of fun to get Jalen Ramsey back in the secondary.
How much did the McCaffrey and Debo injuries to San Francisco help the Cleveland defense when you were breaking that film down, Brian?
You know what? I was watching because I went back and watched all the McCaffrey's runs, and they did a pretty damn good job of getting up the field and being disruptive there. But you could tell the thing they were trying to get the ball. The problem that the quarterback had is even when Ayuk, when he was trying to get the ball, was behind. He had an interception he threw that was behind. I don't know if the Samuel they were running around. It wasn't their top flight guys for sure. But Kittle, Juszczyk, Ayuk, those guys were all still playing.
Jennings made some big catches late.
Yeah, Jennings made a play to get him into field goal range is what he did. But overall, though, it was a rough day for that quarterback. He looked like a completely different quarterback than the one you faced on that
That's exciting.
Sunday night.
Maybe there's a
pressure
to get a book out now on how to slow down
pressure.
Brock Purdy a little bit, thanks to the guys in Cleveland. Baseball expert Casey Stearns coming up at 4 o'clock. Little sports hodgepodge next with the Chief. Where are you taking us?
Evan Carter makes more history, and the real reason Leclerc is on fire right now. Next, right here in the Nation.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. And coming up at 4 o'clock, baseball expert Casey Stern. He hosts the Unfiltered podcast, very popular baseball talker, coming up at 4. Right now, it's time for a little hodgepodge. Here's the Chief.
Man, parking lots have opened here at Globe Life Field a matter of 15 minutes ago. Let the tailgating begin. I already got buddies texting me from the parking lot with the grillers rocking, and everything is beautiful right now. So looking forward to these doors opening here very, very soon. And, of course, you will be able to, if you are one of the first 30,000 fans, pick up that beautiful red Texas Rangers rally towel. Brought to you by On the Border. I noticed a little difference here on this one compared to last week. They slapped a little On the Border on that action. So
quality sponsor right there.
This is a sentence I've said many times, but thank you once again, On the Border, for bringing it strong. How cool would it have been? I thought maybe could we get Creed doing some national anthem stuff here tonight. Turns out we're going to get the DFW bass quartet, the Strikeout Kings, for the national anthem. It seems very on brand.
That works. I would like to see Creed get on the schedule here pretty soon. If not for the national anthem, maybe a post-game concert. I think there's synergy going right now.
Yes, yeah. One way or another, we got to get Scott Stapp and company out here to dial it up. But
this roof open somehow, preferably. I mean, it's too hot, it's too humid, it's too cold. I mean, what's going on here? Does it got to be the perfect temperature?
Yeah, a little windy today. But yes, there's like a very specific type of weather that you can have for any one of these places to feel like, okay, we can open it. And it's one of those things that you get like it feels like once every couple of years.
Between 69 and 71 degrees.
Yes,
with
precisely.
Zero humidity. Yeah.
And dew points and stuff. Now, tonight, they're going to be debuting a new food item here.
Oh, another one.
At Globe Life Field, a brand new one. I think for like every time they advance, they're like, okay, it's on us now. Our team is advancing. We need to level up ourselves with the way that the dining experience goes here at Globe Life Field. They're not taking any shortcuts. And so as the team advances, they advance as well. They've advanced all the way to the Big Tex Torta. How about that? Sandwich from nearby Marquez Bakery comes on a red and blue bun. Okay, so we're getting festive with this bad boy.
Okay.
Topped with Nolan Ryan's brisket.
All right.
A split hot dog.
Wow.
How about this for good measure?
It's a hell of a torta.
An egg. I assumed a fried egg that might just be running down your sandwich.
Well, we know Brian's out.
Down your palm and into your wrist a little bit. I love when I get licking the yolk sort of off my elbow is one of my favorite things to do. So I think that's a nice touch there. You'll get the tomatoes, the lettuce, the queso fresco, the salsa roja, and the mayo as well. So that's going to be, I imagine this thing, like looking at the photo, it's huge. And it's very, I mean, certainly experimental to some extent when you think about the different colored buns and the idea of a hot dog being split down the middle and laid perpendicular to the Nolan Ryan brisket. It's inventive. They're trying to do some special things as the team is on the diamond. I like where they're going.
Well, I'm always looking for a good torta,
100%.
I think it's an underappreciated sandwich.
It really is. It really is. I think the key for me is making sure there is enough meat to compensate for the amount of bread that we're working with here.
A lot.
Because there's a fair amount of bread.
Near a loaf.
And as long as that bread is the right kind of bread, then it's exactly what you want. But let's not skimp on the meat. And it doesn't look like Globe Life Field is going to be skimping on that meat, thanks to Nolan Ryan.
It does sound amazing. I just think since Hurtado is set up here, for me, going into 2024, I think we need at least 3 more Hurtado locations. Because to me, there's one place to eat here, and maybe one place to get an ice cream.
About time for some expansion.
No disrespect to a lot of these other places. They're doing great work. I love the Golden Chick folks.
But you're on
They're
record.
doing awesome. But Hurtado's here. No disrespect.
You said that Oaxaca was the best hot dog you've ever had, and you're a man who's had a lot of hot dogs.
That's right.
Gosh, so many hot dogs. Evan Carter's going to make history again.
Is he?
He is. Now that it's confirmed he's batting in the 3-hole, it looks like he will be the second youngest ever to start and bat third in an LCS or World Series game.
Dang.
So the young man continues to make history in multiple different ways. The fact that he's batting third tonight, which is really, really good when you look at the splits of Christian Javier, the two first-named having gentlemen who will be on the bump for the Astros tonight. He is not the same pitcher when going up against lefties. Hello, Evan Carter. Hello, Corey Seager. Can't pitch around Seager when you got the lefty Evan Carter sitting there right behind him in that 3-hole. It's going to be fun to watch. Mickey Mantle is the only player who batted in the 3-hole, started and batted in the 3-hole in an NLCS or World Series game that is younger than what Evan Carter is.
I feel like it's a legendary type of figure here with Evan Carter that we're looking at. I know some people have accused me of hyperbole, but when you look at what he's accomplished at such a young age, it goes up there with some of the absolute legends of the game. And, I think his eye is as good as Ted Williams. There's something weird going on against the lefty pitchers where he can't hit a big league lefty. So that gives me a little bit of anxiety. But this guy is a natural in every way.
Every way.
For the game of baseball.
He's incredible, and I cannot wait to watch him tonight. The electricity in here is going to be nuts.
I mean, he kind of wins game one, with the running and the defensive play.
For sure.
Scoring runs, getting outs. Genius on the base paths. Right now, he'd probably be MVP of the series.
Yeah, even if it's just as simple as a timely walk, whatever it is. Like, he finds a way to impact every single game. It's been special, and tonight he makes history.
I think it's
once
been
again.
inspiring. How as a veteran are you going to let the kid out quality at bat you, out patience at the plate you? So the kid's coming up and he's doing. It's like, I better get my stuff together.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the trickle effect, dude. The impact is ridiculous right now with Evan Carter. Super excited to see him bat in the 3-hole tonight. We are getting some feedback. Tortas, according to the 972, Tortas normally have hot dogs on them, even though another 972 is saying the hot dog is what throws the whole thing off for me. 469, the egg on the torta is usually hard-boiled. So, I mean, we're getting some torta education here.
A lot of different ways.
But this feels like, as Evan Carter makes history, so does the cuisine at Globe Life Field. I'm very excited about that. Now, who do we think for Jose Leclerc? Listen to this quote. He told Yahoo Sports, because he's pitched the 9th inning of all 7 Ranger wins this postseason, but he had a rough stretch earlier this season, fell out of a high-leverage role. And so he tells Yahoo Sports about coming home one day this summer and having his 7-year-old son, Josh Well, ask whether the Rangers had won. And the quote from Jose is, "I said, yes, son, we won." And he said, "Thank God you didn't pitch today."
Oh, my goodness.
That's what his 7-year-old son responds to him.
Those 7-year-olds.
He says, and after that, my mind changed. I always think, okay, I got to be doing good because my kid now, he knows how the baseball is.
Man.
It's the 7-year-old son who started putting the pressure on Pops as he walked through the door. I mean, the trash-talking level there is so significant to go face-to-face and say, did we win? Yes, it's because you didn't see the field, Dad. Thank God Bochy benched your ass, and that's why we got the victory tonight.
Okay, there's 2 different things going on. Number 1, the honesty of kids, but number 2, how kids can inspire you to change yourself in very meaningful ways without even thinking about it. It's just like you had a kid, your kid turned 2, your kid asked you, what's that in your lip? Your kid asked you, do you need another beer? And all of a sudden, boom, entire life changed. And I think we got that 7-year-old to thank for our mighty Jose.
Damn right.
Dude, let's get that kid on the show.
100%.
Get Jose's son.
This guy is in his bag, the master motivator, the 7-year-old. I hope he's in the building tonight. I'd like to give him a nice little fist bump and say thank you because your Pops is on a legendary run right now, and it ain't stopping tonight. It ain't stopping tonight, and it's all thanks to you. Appreciate you, Josh Well. That is, my gosh, can you imagine Jose Leclerc? I mean, trying to go to sleep that night after your kid looks you dead balls in the eyes and said, thank God you didn't play because if you had, we would have sure as hell lost.
My son thinks that I stink.
Like that, it's a school night, and I'm up late to find out just to make sure you didn't play tonight.
Please don't play my dad. Please don't play my dad.
The kids slept great that night.
Real quick.
Yeah, dude, that is just fantastic. Almost as fantastic as this next sound we're going to play as we go into the state of Arizona. Kind of, because it's Fox 10 Arizona. They sent out a reporter to go live at Citizens in Philadelphia amidst the crowd there for Game 2, expecting to have some Diamondback fans they could interact with during their local broadcast in Arizona. Take it away, Fox 10.
Hayden is live tonight in Philly, where he caught up to some D-backs fans cheering on the home team. Troy, you found the one?
No, we found no D-backs fans. Not one. We were here for almost 2 hours.
Wow. He didn't find one single Diamondbacks fan, which to an extent I understand. I mean, that is geographically.
Most of them are on a fixed income.
That's a challenging deal, but not one. I imagine that reporter probably got some investigative journalism in his background somewhere along the way. He was leaving no stone unturned there at the park last night, and even his ass couldn't find one single Diamondback fan to just get a, hey, go team, go.
Well, if they did show up, they probably left fairly early. It was a
blowout. Yeah, it was a romp.
It was a good game to skip there for those people.
Unless they're fans of home run derbies. Because, my dear God, Philadelphia is a mash
They love
unit.
some Kyle Schwarber.
In a good way, mash unit.
Can't wait to tear their asses up.
Gentlemen, I know you guys were over there schmoozing, but I just want to let you know there's a new torta in town, the Big Tex torta.
Yes,
so
I'm excited.
Rangers are making history tonight along with Evan Carter.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, Chief. There it is, a sports hodgepodge there as we're broadcasting live, suite level here in the G-Bag Nation. Now, Saturday is our Tour Day DFW. If you want to get your hands on a G-Bag Nation flag, the 2023 G-Bag Nation flag, the theme Pure Gold as always is majestic. You can see pictures of it on social media. And you go to 105thethefan.com/flagtober. The Tour Day DFW starts 10 a.m. Saturday morning. It makes a giant lap around North Texas and concludes at 7 p.m. So check the sched for when we're going to be at the Whataburger near you coming up on Saturday for the Tour Day DFW as baseball expert Casey Stern joins you next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
Fan Studios, secured by TFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go, hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. We are live at the Globe in Arlington. Pregame is coming up at 6:30. Game 3 of the ALCS. And baseball expert Casey Stern, host of Unfiltered, joins you now to lend his expertise to the discussion. And a good afternoon, Casey. How the heck are you?
What's going on, gentlemen? Always a pleasure. Happy Game 3. How are you?
Well, you know, we can't get much better with how everything's going here with this baseball team. It's just so amazing. How surprised are you that the Rangers have reeled off 7 straight to start the playoffs?
You know, I'm surprised because I think we're all victims of not remembering how quickly momentum can shift in baseball versus the other sports. It is why it becomes such a crazy rush in October, and the heroes and teams become very different, as we've seen, especially this year highlighting it. In the regular season, 100 wins for the Braves and the Dodgers, the Orioles, they go home. But I think the way Texas closed the season, a lot of people feeling like clearly maybe they had kind of given it away in terms of the division, and then for them to just lock in the way that they have. And it all comes down to really the way that they pitch at the front of this rotation. And that's what makes tonight so interesting with the X factor that is Max Scherzer, who would have healthy be at the forefront of that. But the way that Monty Jordan Montgomery has pitched, the way Evaldi has pitched, the pressure it's taken off of that bullpen, and the way it sets the stage to give that offense that knowledge that they don't have all the pressure, even though they can score a bunch of runs and get out to early leads. It's really just been great for them. I think that pitching at the forefront has been a huge, huge issue.
It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan as Newey Scruggs walks by the broadcast position here in center field. Now, talking about playoff success here, Casey, you know, the guys that do it best, is that small sample size? You talk about the momentum, or is there a quality that a lot of these guys have that allow them to be at their best under pressure?
Well, I definitely think there's a quality that elevates certain players to another level, and I think we always think about the great players and then how they're elevated in October moments. We think of the David Ortiz's or Derek Jeters or now a Bryce Harper. But even in Texas, I remember in covering and being there every day for the back-to-back runs down the stretch at the time for SiriusXM, and also for Turner, and sitting there and watching guys like Colby Lewis elevate, right? You think about what we've seen from a Ranger Suarez, for example, in the rotation for Philly the last couple of years. So it's not just the guys at the high end, but I think certainly there's a confidence level that you look at the way a Corey Seager performs, you look at certainly Yordan Alvarez, there's a different knowledge of that pulse and not being afraid of the moment but being excited about it. And I honestly think, guys, just to kind of tail off of that, one of the reasons why Evan Carter has had so much success is you go listen to the way he talks, and he talks about how much fun he's having. He's not looking at this as pressure. He's not looking at this as a moment. He's looking at this as a kid who grew up hoping someday maybe he could be here, and he's here at this age, and he's enjoying the heck out of it, and that's why he's performing well.
With everything you just said, I think it's why I am very bullish on Max Scherzer tonight, Casey, that he is going to come out and be vintage Mad Max. How long does he go? I don't know, but what are your expectations from what the Rangers might get tonight with Max Scherzer on the bump?
I think the only thing we can know is that Max is going to give, if 110% it's not, but if it was a thing, you know you're getting that out of him. However, there's a couple of ways to look at that. I remember being there on the field and watching him through a side session when everybody thought his arm had fallen off in the 2019 World Series. He was never going to get back. A couple of days later, he comes back and pitches brilliantly. But I also remember seeing over the last couple of years, once with LA and then with the Mets, him tiring out and the body at that age not giving him what he needed. And the Padres are still rounding the bases against him up the 7 runs they got off him in that postseason outing he pitched a year ago in the Wild Card Series. The thing to watch with Scherzer is he's always so amped up. He's got that Brian Urlacher kind of energy. But when he's gotten in the postseason, even when he's been at full health, has been early in games. He often gives up home runs in the top of an inning and then settles in because he's got so much adrenaline that he overthrows that fastball a little bit and gets it middle. We don't know what level of health he's at. He doesn't know. Watch early in this game that fastball command, and let's see whether or not, because I do think it's going to be something you'll see Houston do. Everybody is going to expect they're going to be patient and try and wait him out and see what he's got and all of that. I expect them to attack early, especially on Scherzer's fastball, and I think that matchup of his heater and the placement of it against the Astros hitters in the first 2 innings could determine this game.
Casey, what have you been more surprised with, the Rangers starting pitching or their bullpen in these series?
Well, I don't know that I've been necessarily surprised by the starting pitching, but I think we think about aces, and you think about watching the Zach Wheelers and seeing the Justin Verlanders, and just watching the dominant level of Montgomery just stands out, guys, to me. I mean, the fact that the Yankees just literally let him go for Harrison Bader, with no offense to the Bader family, I mean, I don't understand that. And we've seen him since he's been in a uniform in St. Louis and in Texas pitching this way. I think Spores out of the bullpen has been huge and has been a big factor and effective. The Chapman thing scares the heck out of me. Clearly it does all the fans who are watching in Texas. Here's what got lost in that mistake that Altuve made on the bases. I mean, Chapman gave it up in that spot. He came in a pressure spot, and he gave it up. If that ball's hit anywhere in the park, it could be gone, if not a triple at worst. And in a lot of other parks, worse than that. And it just was the right spot and a great catch, and then the base running, so he gets out of it. But when you compile that, and then the next day, he gives up the home run to Alvarez, right now for me, Aroldis Chapman's a big problem and a problem to watch in this series.
Casey Stern with us here in the G-Bag Nation, all-around baseball badass. You can catch him as well with his show Unfiltered. You know, you brought up Aroldis Chapman. You've, I'm sure, watched him closely throughout his runs in the postseason. What do you see from this version of Aroldis Chapman? Because I think whenever he's going on back-to-back days, which Bruce Bochy is still giving him that vote of confidence, it's making Ranger fans, including myself, a little bit petrified.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with him, and it's always, guys, been the same problem. I was at the first session that he ever threw in spring training. It's always been the same. It's the arm is so dynamic, and it's not as much as it used to be, clearly. He finesses more than he used to, where he could just blow you away with 3-4 pitches and no problem. But it's always, you have no idea what that command is going to be. And I think that's the problem. And that could either be walk in the park, which we've seen the walks, obviously, at a high level, or it could be, you know, hitting the middle of the plate and giving up home runs. I worry more so about the mindset. I go back to just remember right after that at bat when that base runner is cleared by Altuve and it's no longer the tying run. I think he got a ground out, if you correct me wrong, to end that inning. It's like as soon as he knows there's no pressure, he is exactly the guy with a 3-run lead playing for the Royals who's easy to go get saves. But it's been this way his whole career. When you put him in a pressure spot, especially in his issues against Houston in his past, you can't trust him. Can they hide it enough? Can Boch, if anybody could, he can, between Spores, who's been great, and between what you've gotten out of Leclerc, we're going to find out. But I do still worry as you try and go through this round and the next one to try and win a World Series about Chapman, for example. Let's say, heaven forbid, being in Philadelphia, right, in a spot in an 8th inning in a game. I just don't think you can trust him, but they might have to.
It's just crazy. He's like one of the very few guys Bochy can trust. He's like Bochy's best option, and he's that bad. I mean, this is a historic team as far as their bullpen struggles to even make the playoffs. I think you put it best that you still can't trust the guy, especially if Yordan Alvarez is up there. And Casey, I wanted to ask you about him because I'm trying to convince everybody that you just need to walk him no matter what.
Well, I think, I will say this. Too much was made of it the last time he came up, and on the broadcast they were doing it, and we all jump in on Twitter, X, social media, they're not going to put the tying run, at the plate. So I think at that, for standpoint for Chapman, yes. But if that's not the scenario, you walk him. And I think the comps to David Ortiz are right. When I started covering baseball, it was covering the Boston Red Sox in 2004. I was there for every day of that run. And this is very reminiscent of watching that and watching David Ortiz when literally you just knew that if you give that guy a chance for it to matter, he's going to hurt you. I mean, it's unbelievable the way Alvarez is locked in, the way he hits left-handed pitching. So I absolutely think, especially, guys, let's take into account, right now the Astros have not hit well with runners in scoring position. They've got 2 consecutive games with no runs in with the bases loaded. And Altuve, who we know needs to be a force for them, is struggling. So I think both before and after you get Alvarez in this lineup, right now, obviously you got to be careful with Bregman, but there's not that much there in terms of red-hot bats to worry about. And I think you have to be careful with Alvarez because he's that one guy right now who could just crush you in that lineup.
Casey, where would you rank Bruce Bochy as far as championship managers and how he's able to navigate these difficult times in the playoffs and then through the World Series?
Well, I always say it this way, and look, Dusty Baker's a friend. I've known him a long time. had the pleasure of having relationships and covering and having on as a guest for years guys like Dave Roberts and who have had a lot of success, and Terry Francona, who I covered in Boston. But in my 20 years in baseball, bar none, Bruce Bochy's the best manager I've ever covered. I think he does the most with the least. He's the best combination of X's and O's and that feel. And you need to be a manager of people more than anything else in these big spots. These are not 18-year-olds in most cases, right? I know Carter's young, 21. But these are guys who have been there and done that. Most of the time when you get this far, you need to be that balance and that force, that cool, calm, and collected, and he's got that. But a lot of guys who have that, and I'll give you a guy that I covered a lot and I love. Wash is one of the greatest people literally ever. But Ron Washington was the guy who put the hand on Derek Holland's shoulder and would give you all that feel and all that love, but then sometimes in the X's and O's spots would not necessarily be at the highest level. And I think for Boch to be able to be a guy who's at the highest level of both of those categories, it's not something you literally ever see. He is one of the best managers that has ever graced this game.
Looking at tonight's matchup with Christian Javier, I know we talked a lot about Max Scherzer. Rangers did a great job of getting to Framber Valdez early. What do you think about Javier against the Rangers lineup?
I love Javier. I mean, he's dangerous to me, and I think when you go back to last year in the postseason, and we saw this a week ago, and you say, okay, well, who's capable of being dominant? I think everybody thinks of Verlander, but that not necessarily in postseasons, and Valdez has had his issues. Now 4 or 5 times he's allowed 4 or 5 runs or more. Javier's nasty, and to me, he's a groove guy. You go back to early in his career 2-3 years ago, he used to have trouble putting runners on base, kind of have anything get out of whack. He'd lose his cool. There's been a lot of talk about his emotions early in his career. He's settled those down and become a real cool customer. If he gets into a groove early, it's going to be interesting because to the point we made to kind of, at the beginning of this conversation, Scherzer can't do what Montgomery and Eovaldi were doing most likely and go and match back and forth in a tight game and then get you to just 3 guys. So what other bridge members in a bullpen, if Javier's pitching well, are the Rangers and Boch going to have to use to keep that game tight going into the late innings?
Casey, all the experts picked against the Rangers since the wild card matchup was first made. Are there people who still expect the Astros to come back and win this World Series that you respect?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, if I'm being fair, and don't get this the wrong way, I mean, if there aren't people who are doing that, then that's ridiculous. Because I think in any sense of the word, down 2-0 in a series, yeah, on the road, yes, it's daunting, but this team's been there 7 times in a row. Regardless of what everybody thinks, and everybody can't stand them because of what happened in 2017, this team's been down before. I remember covering a series and sitting there at TBS watching them down in the studio, down 3-2, against a Yankee team nobody thought they were going to go beat 2 games in a row and go win that series and then go win a World Series. They've done this before. Am I saying it's going to be easy? No. Are they the favorites right now, down 2-0 in the series? No. But what I think it's a little bit absurd if people counted them out, I think it's a little bit absurd if anybody counts them out.
Casey, I got to show you some love, man. You came on to the BetQL show with Eric and me back in July and said, hey, if there's a team that's going to knock off the Braves, who look like a juggernaut, it's the Phillies. When you look over at that NLCS matchup, Phillies now up 2-0. What do you see? And is there a better matchup, you think, for our Rangers if we're able to take care of business against the Astros?
Well, I think the better matchup for us as fans to watch would be the Rangers and the Phillies, and I love all the dynamics of that with the offenses and the power and how you're going to silence those bats on both sides. But, yeah, I mean, look, I've been on the Phillies all year. They were, to me, always the dark horse. They've got what it takes for postseasons. I mean, it's like an NFL team that just sneaks into the playoffs, but they've got the best quarterback in the league. And when those things happen, they can still go deep into the postseason. And I think when you look at Schwarber and you look at Bryce Harper, the fact that you've seen the resurgence now back to what they thought they were getting when they got Castellanos, and just how good the pitching has been, and Wheeler at the front end of that, Nola coming off a great start, the way they work that bullpen, which got dynamic arms, lefty and righty, even though I know you can't trust Craig Kimbrell. They're a very, very deep team, and I think Philadelphia is going to be a tough out. I think they will beat Arizona in, I hate saying this, maybe 4 or 5 games. I do think that there's a mismatch in that series, I do. But I think Philadelphia is going to be a very tough out, guys, for either one of these teams who wins the ALCS.
Well, we'd love to talk to you about a World Series maybe next week, Casey. That was just a fantastic report for us. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, boys. Anytime. You guys enjoy it. It's a great atmosphere there. Have fun.
Cheers. Yes, it is. They are all recognizing it. The national voices, they're seeing
It's
what's
awesome.
going on television last week here at the Globe, and that's you guys. You're on your way to the Yard. You have made this a special atmosphere, and it's not very often that anybody says that about a DFW sports venue. But you blew the roof off of it last week. We're about to do it again. Pregame's coming up in 2 hours and 13 minutes with Jared Sandler. Jared Sandler's going to have your pregame show. Now, Flagtober Tour Day DFW is Saturday. Okay, we want to see you out and about. Check 1053thefan.com/Flagtober for the entire sked. Where are you taking us with the top 10, Bully?
It is National Chocolate Cupcake Day. I've got America's top 10 favorite baked goods. What's yours? That's next.
America's favorite place to get a new vehicle is D&M Leasing. They won Dealer of
5 minutes from the doors opening here at Globe Life Field, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3, Rangers-Astros. It is a beautiful Ranger paradise right now. Already, the doors haven't even opened yet, and the party has begun. It gets even better now with the Wooly Bully Top 10 list at 420. What you got, sir?
Thank you very much, Chiafalo, my nosebleed brother. If you're coming out here to the ballpark, I know you already will be. You're going to have the vibes, you're going to bring the energy, and you're going to bring the noise. And if it's anything like Game 3, which I think it's going to be better, this is going to be the greatest postseason atmosphere in all of Major League Baseball. I'm talking to you, Philly, Citizens Bank Park. That's the challenge, Ranger fans. We can do this thing, and we're going to drown out any type of Orange or Astro fan that you see. Okay, if you see them, I want you to make sure you're yelling right over them. Now, make sure we don't get any fights, all right? We don't want to do that. We're getting too many fight videos circulating, all right? We can still be humble, and we can still be good sportsmanlike fans, but we can make sure to just tell them to go bleep themselves. And what are you going to bring up, huh?
Well, who's the man? We're at the Rudder Room in California, and he's like telling everybody not to fight.
Were any punches thrown?
And you were trying.
No.
We were all like, I looked at Derek Collin,
no
I go,
punches were thrown.
I go, what's Wolchuk doing?
You know, Broadus, I thought you were going to bring up the time that Wolchuk was inciting Texas Rangers fans to fart all over the Astro fans.
Do that
and now
again.
he's talking about being classy. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, sir.
You're dang right. Why don't you fart all over those Astro fans? This is going to be a blast. And, of course, again, we'll have Derek Collin catching the first pitch from Ian Kinsler. That's going to be even better. Before we slide into the top 10 list, 877-881-1053, what's your favorite baked good on National Chocolate Cupcake Day? I've got America's top 10 favorite baked goods. Micah Parsons, all right? He was slamming Cowboys critics on his Bleacher Report podcast, The Edge. Micah taking some shots on those that want to pick at the Cowboys, but they're not keeping that same energy with other teams like the Eagles or insert whichever team. Here's Micah and his thoughts on the media.
I just don't condone the bashing of Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys and have the same energy for the Eagles. We want the same energy for everybody because there's a whole bunch of bashing when it's Dak Prescott, but not the same when it's the Eagles. I got time today. A lot of people said the Browns defense was overhyped. I said the Browns are the real deal. Acho said this, which pissed me off. I'm not worried about the 49ers. They were missing Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel. The Browns were missing Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb. They were missing them key factors before the game even started. So why is it that we are just scrubs and we're nobodies that don't deserve to be on the field and we're just all talk? But there's 100 excuses for these other teams. If y'all just want to hate Cowboys Nation, just say y'all hate Cowboys Nation. I'm tired of people trashing my quarterback. I'm tired of people trashing my team. And that's why I had nothing to say to the media this week. You want to hear me talk? Come to hear me talk on The Edge Monday night. And that's point blank period.
Man, that's the new move now. That's what the players got. They're finding out. Why do I need to give you this content when I'll make it my own and I'll say what I want and I will answer the questions that I myself want to answer. So Micah's already taken a page out of the new age book for these athletes, and kudos to them, man. They're going to own their content. I think he makes a good point when it comes to, Purdy and them, he was without so many weapons when on the other side, Cleveland was literally
Their starting
playing.
quarterback wasn't playing?
Right, exactly, and a handful of other people. So I think that's a fair point. But at the end of the day, dude, I mean, he was the guy that, he grew up. Didn't he grow up in Philadelphia?
Yes.
Like, isn't that his neck of the woods?
Hershey, Pennsylvania.
And on draft night, who was he, brought to tears because he wanted to play for him so bad? The Dallas Cowboys. There's a reason for that. This is the biggest brand in the sport, maybe the biggest brand in all of sports, and that comes with a lot of good and a lot of pain in the rear end. But that's the pain of the rear end that your owner wants to have, and you wanted to have too, Micah, the night you got drafted. This is where you wanted to be, and this is part of the reason, because they're talking about you. It ain't always going to be what you want to hear.
Yep. I think it's just part of wearing the star, man. It comes with the territory.
Yeah,
you are going to get it whether you're winning or losing, and it's going to be more so than any other franchise in sports, maybe.
It's big business. It's absolute big business here when you're talking about dealing with, as a player for the Dallas Cowboys, working in their franchise myself for all the years I did. There are things that put you up on that stage. I remember just myself and Sean Payton talking about this one time. Sean goes, hey, working for this team, coaching for this team, they know your name in China, Yeah. Everywhere else, you're just, a guy.
Right.
And that's the worldwide popularity that's just the way that things are going to shake out. And you're going to get that scrutiny as a Dallas Cowboys player, front office member, and all that. There's some really good things about it, and there's some really awful things about it. And Micah Parsons is learning that right now.
Absolutely. We got a lot of Ranger fans walking in the door
beautiful.
here
The doors
at
are
Globe
open.
Life Field. The vibes are immaculate right now, and I'm not seeing a lot of Astro love either, which is very, very good. I've seen 2 jerseys so far.
2 jerseys, and it was a couple, and one was wearing the Space City. I'm sure we're going to get like a full decked out astronaut-looking bleep hole at some point.
But this is awesome. This feel. I mean, you can just feel the atmosphere building right now. We got Tovash walking over here. This is what it's all about. All right, let's dive into the top 10 here. Now it's National Chocolate Cupcake Day. Your favorite baked goods. I've got America's top 10 favorite baked goods. You guys know me. I love my baked goods. I've had to go ahead the last year plus and try and not entice myself to enjoy those, and sometimes it's been harder than others. But we go back to the Pimp Cup, the badass that is Lucius Alexander. Lucius, where are you going when you're hankering for baked goods, my man?
Yeah, I would like the boneless chocolate chip cookies. That's those softly baked chocolate chip cookies right there with some walnuts in that joint, man.
I know you like the walnuts.
I like the
we've talked
walnuts.
about a little bit of maybe some ice cream on there if you want. Now, if you're going to go like not sweet but like a salty baked good, how do you feel about the pretzels? Because the pretzels come in at number 10.
I've never had a pretzel in my entire life.
What?
Yeah, those big giant pretzels that people like.
Yeah,
I've never had one of those.
Wait a minute,
I've never had
King,
one of those.
like Big Tex has not had a pretzel.
I've never had a pretzel.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just the giant soft ones. Like you've had them.
No pretzels at all, man.
He said no pretzels at all.
He hasn't had one, but he might have done a pretzel.
I just needed for clarification. I believe he is one of very, very few individuals walking the earth that's never had a single pretzel.
So you're thinking Lucius might have flown Southwest Airlines and got a bag of little pretzels and didn't tell
and
anybody?
passed them up. I'm usually asking, hey, like that's been the benefit of flying with Walchuk on these road trips. He's doing the soda thing, and he just tosses his pretzels right over to me.
Eric's getting a lot of the excess food from me now, and he does love that. Yeah, number 10 comes in as the pretzels. I mean, as you're talking about baked goods, I was a little bit, it makes sense because it is, but I didn't expect the pretzel to make it in the top 10 as we got a good blend here of salty and sweet items.
Yeah.
You have to be careful with the pretzel, the big pretzel, if you over salt it. It could ruin it. You just got to have the right amount because you bite into some of those ballpark pretzels, and you're just. I'll tell you, the first thing I automatically do is I walk over to the trash can and I sweep my hand over the pretzel to knock a lot of the excess salt off it.
But I think
it's not a health thing. I just don't want it that salty, overpowering.
I get it. I'm a big salt guy, but I like the fact that they over salt it, and then it's built in a way, as you mentioned, that you can go and kind of scrape off and make it to your liking.
Right. Yeah.
You know, like don't underdo the salt. And now I'm wishing I had more salt, and there's no way that I can call that audible.
I would agree with that.
You know, so at least you have the chance to wipe it off. I think for me, other than the sweet stuff, you know, like a garlic bread, like a cheesy garlic bread.
Oh, that's a great call right there. I'm down, and we talked about that yesterday during the pasta list. Now, here's another one. Speaking of bread, number 9. LA, I believe you're a fan of this as well, banana bread.
Absolutely.
Bro.
Yeah, banana nut bread?
Yes.
Yeah, that's breakfast, dog.
That is delicious. I am all about some banana nut bread in my life. My mom used to make some, and I might have to say, Mom, on a cheat day, I need another loaf, but I need the loaf for myself. I am not sharing, boys.
Are we washing down our banana bread with just some good old-fashioned milk?
Yeah, I'm down to rock with that.
Or some coffee.
Either way. If you do it for breakfast, it would be coffee for me.
Yeah,
if it's a snack,
if it's a nighttime special,
yeah, some milk.
That's going to be some milk.
Yeah, nut juice. I don't like the milk because then I can't sleep good.
What juice?
The nut juice, like almond milk and coconut milk and stuff like that.
Yep.
Nut milk, nut juice.
100%.
People don't realize that. They think you can only get milk from a breast, but you can actually get it from a nut.
Anything with nipples, man. You can milk those nuts, too. They've got them in there. You just got to look really hard. Number 8 is red velvet cake. People do love the red velvet cake.
Yeah.
Isn't that just the food coloring? That's what people allege.
People allege that, yes. I don't know what to believe. Are they really just fooling us? Are we that dumb as a society that you can just take chocolate, make it a little bit more red, and all of a sudden put some velvet in the name, and now we think we're dealing with a brand new item here, and in fact they're pulling a fast one on us.
It has to do with the icing for the red velvet cake.
Is it a cream cheese?
Yeah,
icing?
Yeah.
Dawson would be out on that.
Yeah, I'm glad Dawson's not with us right now, but yeah, that's my my favorite part.
He'd
of
be
it.
crapping on it pretty good. Number 7.
What is it?
the Whoopie.
Velvet is beautiful.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
velvet. It is. It's the velvet road, baby.
Velvet
Let's
is
go.
beautiful. Yeah.
The whoopie pie comes in at number 7.
Is that
Devil's
whoopie
food
pie?
like chocolate, and then you get a sweet vanilla flavor on the inside.
Is that like the moon pie?
I think a whoopie pie is similar to a moon pie, but it's like
Is it graham
like
cracker with the
cake on
marshmallow?
outside. No, I don't think there's graham cracker in this.
Oh.
I think the
Chocolate
outside
graham-
is chocolate devil's food cake.
Oh.
Inside is just sweet vanilla.
Oh my gosh!
icing.
Mattress Mack is in the building.
Oh,
Get outta
Mattress
here.
Mack
There
in
he
the
is.
building
That's him.
with the cowboy boots and
Wow.
the belt
Champ has
buckle,
arrived.
walking
He is.
into Globe Life Field ready to get his ass kicked tonight.
Hey,
It's
we
all
hope
over
you
his
leave
face. I
sad,
can
Mac,
see
but
it.
we love you, and you look great.
Getting your ass kicked actually looks good on you, man.
Yeah, it does. It does. Pick yourself up off the floor there. Number 6 is the blueberry muffin. Can't go wrong with a blueberry muffin. Number 5 is cornbread. And shout out to Love and Warren, Texas. I heard KNC talking about it earlier. They were talking about foods that taste better in different shapes. And Hagee gave some love to the Texas-shaped cornbread. And by God, it is delicious.
Got to do cornbread right though. You can't mess that up though, because it could be a little foul if you don't do it the right way.
It can be. Number 4, you got cream puffs.
Cream puffs.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the fill the like the
Yes,
like
it's exactly what
eclair
you're thinking
with
of.
the stuff in
Absolutely.
it. I'm not a big cream puff guy.
I didn't think
I'm
you
sorry.
were.
No.
Number 3
Is it the cream or the puff?
I think it's the
I think
cream.
it's the cream.
Yeah. I
Okay.
could
It's the
see it in
cream.
his face as soon as I said it.
Yeah.
Number 3 is bagels, which are delectable. Number 2, excuse me, I don't know why I said 7, chocolate chip cookies. Number 1, best baked good in America, their favorite.
Let's say it in unison, man.
Apple pie.
Cinnamon rolls.
I smell cinnamon rolls. I was surprised cinnamon rolls didn't make the top 10.
Cinnamon
I would go
rolls?
cinnamon
How
roll
did
over
cinnamon
pretzel.
rolls not make the
I would
top
go
10?
cinnamon rolls over the puffs.
Because I was thinking that cinnamon roll, my favorite, if you ask me, cinnamon rolls with orange icing.
I would also have gone donuts on here. You know, if it were me making the baked goods list, but
Yeah,
nothing says America like apple pie, according to the American population. That's the number 1 baked good item.
We should ask Mattress Mack what his favorite baked item is. Do you
I
think
mean-
we could reel him in?
I talked about
his security guy heard me bleep talking to him now. So
yeah,
a
well,
few
I mean, here's
moments
the
ago,
issue. I was
so-
talking about trying to be like a respectable fan and let's not fight people.
You were
I
serious
really
about
want to
that?
hit him in the face.
Okay, very good. Yeah, let's. I'm going to see if I can bust his chops enough to get him on with us.
How about a mic?
If he makes
Live
it,
mic. Walk with him.
if he makes it,
Can you
over
live
the next
mic him?
5-10
Should kick
minutes,
this whole thing
let's get him on.
Let's not do
Alrighty.
that.
Thank you, Wolchuk, for your top 10.
Yep, my pleasure.
When we come back, Nation, everything we know about Scherzer as he gets set to take the mound as we're broadcasting live from the Globe. Game 3 pregame coming up at 6:30. The first pitch at 7:03 right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with my friend about my friends at Diamonds Direct with you, so you know for sure
3631 or visit MaverickWindows.com to learn more now.
We are bringing the party to you, Tolos. It's G-Bag Nation's Tour to DFW. 12 stops tomorrow, including 11 Whataburgers throughout North Texas. Grab our 2023 G-Bag one-of-a-kind flag with some quality fellowship. For the Tour to DFW location near you, go to 1053thefan.com/flagtober.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
All righty, thank you, Lucius. So we have a guest joining us here at the broadcast position on your home of the Rangers. Pre-game's coming up at 6:30. You know him, Mattress Mack, the Houston area furniture store owner. He won $75 million gambling the Astros would take the 22 World Series. He could pick up 43.4 if the Astros repeat as champions. And Jim Mackingvale, Mattress Mack, joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How are you?
It's more than 43, but I'm not going to go into that.
Okay.
A lot more.
A lot more. Do you ever get nervous with these bets?
What's there to get nervous about? I'm not playing.
Yeah.
Those guys play. I just watch.
You're having a lot of fun here for having this amount of money on the line, though, Jim. I mean, what made you come up with this idea of putting these huge bets
well,
on the
you
game?
know, it's a furniture store promotion. If you buy a mattress, $3,000 plus, Astros win it all, you get your money back. So it's a hedge bet. So
have you ever lost?
A whole lot, yeah. I lost a lot. When the Astros lost to the Braves, that was devastating. When they lost to Nationals, that was devastating. When TCU got smoked last year, that was devastating. So, you know, you win something, you lose something. Sometimes you get rained out.
So, but it kind of works out for you with the business that you do as a result?
Yeah, people come in, they like sports, obviously very topical, especially home teams, and they get involved and they buy furniture that they were probably going to put off. They buy it to get in the promotion.
Yeah, Mattress Mack here with you on 105 through the Fan. Now, you actually grew up in Dallas?
I grew up in Dallas, right at the corner of Dallas, Garland, and Mesquite.
Okay. Yeah, I know that area well. So were you ever a Rangers fan?
I went to Bishop Lynch High School. My father founded that school in 1963.
Okay.
And then I played football at the University of Texas in 69 and 70 when the Longhorns won 30 straight games. I was a great football player at the University of Texas. I only had two small problems. I was too small, too slow, and the position I played was called the bench, but I was on the team.
There you go.
Yes, I used to be a huge Rangers fan. In fact, I watched the first game David Clyde ever pitched at that old stadium that was indoor. That was outdoor, yeah.
Sitting in the bleachers?
Wow. No, I was sitting right down in the front.
Yeah. Oh, heck yeah, of course you were.
Yeah, his dad found a Bishop Lynch High School.
Yeah, good call. Good call. That's a fair detail there. Are you going to be up in a box tonight, or are you going to be sitting?
No, I'll be sitting down right by the Astros bench.
Okay.
Now, last year, some Phillies fans got in your face, right, Mac? I don't think you have to worry about that up here. We're a little
I
bit
don't
more
know.
classy.
I was walking in the Minute Maid the other day, and this guy comes up with a Rangers shirt on. He's nice, and he says, "Can you take a picture?" I said, "Sure." Then he sticks his camera in my face and says, "Go Rangers," and I uttered a few expletives to him.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So how you feeling about your Astros right now down 0-2?
Got to play, you know. That's what baseball is all about. You got to play. Got to show up and play. I remember when the Rockets were playing Phoenix years ago, they were down 0-2 going to Phoenix, and Charles Barkley said we got them right where we want them, and they ended up winning. So, you know, you never know.
You got any Astros or gambling superstitions? You wearing you got any lucky underwear on right now or something like that? It's not been working for you if you do, obviously.
No, I the only superstition I have is that I hope both teams play good and everybody has a good time.
So if the Rangers were to win in advance, would you go ahead and put some down on the Rangers to win the World Series?
No, because that has no play in Houston. You know,
right, this is all.
It's got to be local, topical.
Has to be Houston.
Yeah,
we can't make a play here in Dallas.
Well, you know, it might be TCU as a national
right, that
team,
makes sense. Yeah,
University of Texas to make the national championship. Whoever.
Would you be pulling for the Rangers to win?
Well, they pulling for the Rangers to win.
Would you root for them?
If they play the Phillies, definitely.
Yes.
They taught me a lot of new words in Philly. the Astros' old GM told me that fans were tough in Philly. I said, no, they were 3 times worse than he ever said.
Mattress Mack here with you on the Fan. Now, growing up here, you probably are still a Cowboys fan, right? What do you say?
I got over that too.
Oh, you got over that one
Yeah,
too?
I got over that.
How'd you do that? I'm sure a lot of fans would like to know.
I can't quit them. I don't know what to do, Matt.
No, I got over that. Too many disappointments. I went to the Cowboys Super Bowl in 94, 95 when they won, of course. Was that last time?
Yeah, 95's the last time, yes, sir.
I'm a Texas fan, but I really, my favorite college football team is Texas and then the U of H Cougars, and they play this week, so we'll see
that's going to be a close one right there, yeah.
Did Mad Max Scherzer haunt your nightmares last night?
Pardon?
Was Mad Max Scherzer in your nightmares last night when you went to bed?
Who?
You're not scared about Mad Max tonight?
What's there to be scared about?
Well, have you
it's
seen
a
his
baseball
eyes?
game. We're going to walk out of here, live or die.
That's
no matter
true.
what happens, right?
So with
the
all
life's
this
gonna
money
go
on the
we
line-
could be worse. Could be in Israel.
Yeah, or Palestine.
It's just a baseball game.
That'd be tough. Now, what does give you more anxiety, though, losing the money or your favorite Astros losing a chance at the World Series?
I know a lot of the players. I'm very close to them, so I pull for the team. The money, I've already made the money because it's sold furniture. If we win, we win. It's great to give the customers money back because they talk about it for years. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen. So what is that figure?
Secret.
Have we gone 9 figures yet?
Proprietary.
Proprietary. Boy, it is massive, and I salute you for the cojones you have and really the celebrity you've created for yourself, man. It really is a cool story.
My celebrity is really about helping people. I've gotten more off of, being active in the hurricane. When the hurricane happened, we opened up our store, and people came and slept in the store, 400 or 500 people a night, and they asked me, why did I do that? What am I going to do, let them drown?
Yeah.
So that's where I want to be known as, not as the world's most famous gambler, but somebody who tried to help people.
Well, I love that part. I love your story. The only thing I wish I could change is you to stayed right here in Dallas and done it for us, Mac.
I'm in Houston, baby.
Well,
but I love Dallas. Dallas is a great place. I grew up here. Lots of many fond memories. A lot of my relatives still live up here. I grew up right next to the Dallas Athletic Country Club.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I used to play golf there all the time.
Yeah.
But no more golf. Just watching the Houston Astros and hopefully helping the community.
Well, listen, it has been a great run by the Houston Astros. Unfortunately, all great things have to come to an end.
The only question is when, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
The answer's now.
I was wondering when I was coming up here, how many World Series have the Rangers won?
Oh, it'll be one in about a month.
But
so far, zero.
So far, zero.
The same amount of games that the Astros have won in this series.
I heard the guy saying 7 AL West championships outside.
Yeah.
2 American League championships. I just wondered.
Well, the cool thing is the answer to that question is 0, but it's also the answer to how many games have the Rangers won by cheating, which is 0 as well, Mac.
Now you sound like you're from Philadelphia.
Not quite. Appreciate the time, though.
Have a good day, guys.
Have a good stay in Dallas. Doors always welcome if you'd like to return. Mattress Mack, there he goes with big money, maybe even 9 figures on the line as the Rangers trouncing the Astros through 2 games with Game 3 coming up. First pitch at 7:03, first pregame at 6:30. First pregame segment. Yeah, got that going. Okay, here we go. Flagtober is Tour Day DFW is Saturday, 105 through thefan.com/Flagtober for the details on that. And the man catching the first pitch tonight from Ian Kinsler is Derek Holland. And the Dutch Oven will talk some baseball with you next year on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat Frankels with you before we do that because, they're near and dear to me. Last summer, had to call. with Ian Kinsler, I believe, and that's your battery for throwing out the first pitch tonight. Derek will be with us shortly. Your starting pitcher tonight, Max Scherzer, all eyes on him. It was 68 pitches in a rehab simulated game last week. Bochy said the live session of nearly 70 pitches serves as the baseline. So maybe it's 2 times through the order is sort of like the, hey, that's our expectation. And now, obviously, everybody is saying what you'd hope to hear. They're going to be monitoring it very closely, and any sign of trouble, I would imagine you're going to be yanking him. But the toughness that he's demonstrating here is Kobe-esque. This is elite toughness, playing through an injury. I mean, it was just last month he suffered a muscle tear that they initially thought would require surgery. And the fact that he is back right now is one of our, I think, greatest injury comeback stories, a possible Willis Reed moment, if you will. You know, our guy C.Y. at the time said very unlikely that he would pitch again. And bang, here he is. Here's what Max Scherzer said about his simulated game. He says, in the 4th inning, the last batter that I faced, I was stepping on every single fastball, every single off-speed pitch. I was trying to throw it at max effort to see how is my arm going to respond when I go to step on it. And it held up, he said. Gives me confidence to know, all right, now we have a better shot to be able to navigate his start. I have no idea what that means in a playoff start. I have no experience coming off the injured list after a month off and trying to make a playoff start. We have a luchador here, a Flying Ranger fan.
Let's go.
He's also got a great set of pipes on him.
He really does. I think you can hear him throughout the entire stadium right now.
That is no megaphone with his Josh Hamilton jersey. In his last start against the Astros September 6th, Max Scherzer lasted only 3 innings. He surrendered 3 home runs and 7 earned runs. That's why the Astros are perhaps foolishly looking forward to taking on Max. In the 2019 World Series, he had been scratched from a Game 5 start with neck spasms, an issue so bad he could barely get out of bed or raise his arm that morning. He ended up starting Game 7 for the Washington Nationals, going 5 innings, allowing 2 runs, and getting the win. So that's as much experience that he has, you know, pitching in an injury situation like that. His quote about the last month, when this injury happened, we were in that 4 to 6 week window. You definitely knew the regular season was out of play. I took 1 day to feel bad about it. The next day I went back to grinding because I knew we had a team that could compete with anybody. There's a chance I can come back. I'm going to do everything I can to put myself in a position to make it on the 4-week side of that. And here we are, said Max Scherzer this week. Said you could never quit in baseball. You can never try to predict baseball. You have to go out every single day and do something about it. And fortunately, that's playing great in my hand. I hope so. You know, I asked CY yesterday what kind of data they have on guys coming back like this. He didn't say anything encouraging. He just said, we don't have a lot of data.
Yeah.
So hopefully Max is like the new case study or, you know, the new ideal. People will be talking about, well, if Max Scherzer did it, why can't this guy or that guy? That's what we have to hope for. I think the Evaldi thing is playing very strongly in my mind here. I think you're going to need a Heaney or a Perez or a Bradford there to step in. That's my expectation. But obviously it's Mad Max. And you never counted out anything when you're talking about a Hall of Famer in a great like this who's determined.
It's probably smart to temper the expectations, right? And then you won't be as disappointed if it doesn't go the way that you're hoping for. I guess because of who the individual is, the stage, and I just don't see the Rangers unless they felt extremely comfortable and Max felt like I really am good to go, that they would even be doing this right now. And because of all of that, just the way, as we've talked about, it seems like a team of destiny. Every little move that they've just decided to go with. We got Will Blair, Tolo Will in the house. Every button that they've pushed has gone their way. I just think that this is going to go successful. I think that this is going to be a good start for Max. I'm not saying 9, a complete game. He goes 7 even. Maybe it's not a quality start. But I think anywhere from 3 to 5 innings of shutout baseball is my hope. And honestly is my expectation tonight for Max Scherzer.
You know, the only thing I can kind of equate to this in football in a big situation was Phillip Rivers playing on a torn ACL. Now, I know that Max is not pitching with a torn ACL or something, but it's just when you start to talk about the kind of the unknown, of going out there and
or a TO on like a broken foot.
Just you're that type of you've got that type of mindset where nothing is going to keep you from going out there and trying this.
Yeah.
Look what Aaron Rodgers is trying to do. He's trying to. Everybody's saying, "Oh, you're done for the year," and he's out there flipping the ball around, moving around. Everybody's kind of talking about that. That's what these elite athletes do.
Yeah.
These guys and gals that just battle, and they don't know anything else. They don't know. I mean, they deal with pain every day. Yeah. They deal with the doubt. They do. They don't ever want to be not climbing to the top.
Yeah.
It's hard for them when they walk away from this. Mm-hmm. They cry, they get emotional because it means so much. And I think Max Scherzer realizes I'm not going to have many more opportunities to do this.
Well said.
And I'm going to this team took a chance on me at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And he fit in and he sees the room and he likes Boach and he loves the pitching coach and it just set up. I mean, he goes, "Hey, I want to be here next year. I'll give money back. I'll do what I have to do." He's kind of feeling that, and everybody in that clubhouse knows when he steps out onto that field that they're going to get the absolute best that he's got. There's no question. He might be compromised, but the Astros know that it's damn Max Scherzer standing on that mound.
Yeah.
That's what they know in a Game 3 of a game they absolutely have to have if you're the Astros.
Sure. I think they, in a way, inspired him to come back quicker, or to maybe put more into it. There is a point of fear or determination that you would do anything. You jump in front of a train or a bullet for your kid, right? So there's motivations that could get you on such an emotional level that you'd be willing to fight a lion. You know what I'm saying? These guys that can perform at this level have a way of taking themselves to such an emotional and tough guy height that they give themselves the energy like they could run through a wall, like it's a life and death moment in these sporting events. And the guys that take themselves to those emotional heights can do things that are insane, and you mentioned T.O., you mentioned, maybe it's a Zach Martin in his prime playing through injury and a sprained ankle that keep anybody else out for 3 weeks. He's out there playing with 0 pressures and 0 sacks. Some of these guys are capable of doing that, and that's why they brought Max Scherzer here. Those are the kind of guys, and Chris Young and Bochy know what kind of guys win championships. I think that's one of the biggest benefits of the leadership kind of turning over. And I take a lot of shots at JD. He did a lot of good things here. Best record in the AL in 2015, World Series in 2010 and 2011. But his shortcomings, it was amazing that he overcame those as far as lack of intuitive baseball knowledge and experience and wisdom to build as good a teams as you did.
Yeah. Now
you have guys that understand that side of baseball just as much, but they can be motivational, they can be inspiring, and they have the eye. I think that's what it is. The eye for when a guy's just him. That's what you get when you have lifelong baseball guys like Nolan Ryan or Bruce Bochy around.
We always talk about the eye test.
Yeah.
And we all see the eye test with Max Scherzer. You just watch the history of Max Scherzer, and you're like going, if I had to go win a game, there's
He's
guys you go out
in
history you go out and get.
Yeah.
But Max Scherzer's one of those guys. If you had to go get a game, you would say, I'll take him. I'll take my chances of him on the hill today, getting it done. And I just think that he's going to uplift the Rangers. The Rangers are in a good spot. I mean, don't get me wrong with the 2-0 lead, but now even more. These guys are going to say, okay, we're going to play behind this guy today.
Yeah.
We're going to get runs and play behind him, and however long he goes, we're going to ride that. We're going to ride that emotion and see how this thing takes us.
We're now an hour and 19 minutes away from the Rangers pregame show. Game 3 of the ALCS is this evening right here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, Chief has football's finest here coming up in about 10 minutes. We'll hit the expressway. We'll give you 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Micah Parsons clapping back at critics of Dak Prescott and the Cowboys, saying they should bring the same energy for the Eagles and the Niners when they struggle. I just don't condone the bashing of Dak and the Cowboys and not having the same energy for the Eagles. we want the same energy for everybody because there's a whole bunch of bashing when it's Dak, but not when it's the Eagles. The star pass rusher saying on his The Edge with Micah Parsons podcast. We've heard a lot about this lately. I think fans have picked it up. Micah Parsons picked it up. You know the players feel a way about it. You know, and it's tough to be in that situation when it's the negative. But the only thing at play here is Cowboys stories get ratings and make money. The TV producers, the hosts, everybody knows if we obsess over the Eagles, we might get ourselves fired with our ratings being so bad. We have to talk about the Cowboys. We have to make everything the Cowboys do a bigger story than it is. And, you know, it's one thing I think for the fans to talk about it because maybe they don't understand the business. But as a player who's getting a podcast and it's going national, you know, getting endorsement deals, the attention is where all of the off-the-field money comes from. Your talent is very important for acquiring that. But, you know, I don't know if anybody's been as good as what J.J. Watt was there for years in Houston, inside the same state.
Yeah.
You know, he got some stuff, you know. This is a very handsome man. 9.5 out of 10? I don't know. J.J. Watt, very damn handsome.
He's up there, man.
Was he the cover guy for everything? No. And that's 3 hours away. So the millions of dollars that you get doing yogurts and razors, that is the upside. The downside is when you guys fail, the national voices are going to talk about you about 10 times as much.
Yes.
And it just comes with the territory. I would expect players to know this and not contribute to it.
David Hillman and I were talking about this because David got the opportunity to do National Fox and be on TV, and I said, David, why did not more of these guys that talk about the talking heads or they're on all these shows? I go, there's two teams you really have to learn about. Two teams. Learn about the Lakers and learn about the Dallas Cowboys. If you're on one of these shows, you can make millions knowing about the Lakers and the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Those are the hot topic buttons that get pushed. And I told Dave, I said, I don't know why anybody in these, you can learn about the Buccaneers and the Rams or whatever you want, but if you know the ins and outs of what's going on with the Dallas Cowboys, you could be on TV a long time.
Absolutely.
And he's like, yeah. He goes, that's the thing. Shady doesn't want to learn about the Cowboys. He's learned if I bash the Cowboys and somebody else, then I could stay in this.
Yes.
But that's where these guys. Seriously, if I was a national talking head guy, I'd know everything about this football team. I'd watch every game, all 22, read everything, follow everybody on Twitter.
Because that's all your bosses are going to want. That's all your bosses are going to want.
That's all they care about.
Yeah.
Hey, give me a take about the Lakers and give me a take about the Cowboys.
Yeah.
You know, and then throw in some ha here later on.
Everything else, we're only going to talk about it for 45 seconds.
Yeah.
We'll give you a preview before the show starts. We'll get you a note or two.
Sure.
Mavs have a week to get healthy before their opener. Jason Kidd saying it's their top priority. Kyrie Irving not practicing until recently. He has now practiced 2 days in a row with a groin. Obviously, Luka has the thigh thing.
This sounds not very good to start the season. I hate to say this.
No, it doesn't.
No.
There's a lot of. I'm watching the Bucks play, and it seems like all their guys are playing in these preseason games. I've yet to see and it may be because the Mavericks have been playing overseas, which is cool.
Yeah.
But they played the Pistons here, I think Friday night, and I'm kind of like, are they going to all play together before we throw the ball in the air and tip it off and all that stuff? Seems like everybody else is kind of playing their guys. Maybe the Mavericks have got me a little bit nervous about the continuity of their team.
Well, the annual GM poll is out, a collection of GMs and sources, and they don't feel much better. The Mavs picked to finish 9th.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm nervous about where their floor is. I think it could get bad. I mean, they have no established chemistry. Jason Kidd, I'm not sure if he's a good coach. But I do have hope. I do have hope, especially in a regular season where you don't have to face great teams. Once you get to the playoffs, I think their lack of defensive ability is going to prevent them from winning a playoff series. But in the regular season, hopefully they can keep it on the rails to win 45 or 50 games and keep the story moving forward without Luka feeling like he's got to jump off a sinking ship. That's the most important goal right now. Don't be that bad. James Harden's disappeared from the 76ers again.
Jeez.
And
did they check the clubs?
I don't know.
Houston.
That's what I'm saying. Did they check the clubs?
Yeah. All right, we got to run.
If he's disappeared.
We'll hit the expressway next. 35 minutes of uninterrupted content. We're back in the nation.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next.